Huang Yi was a survivor, forged from the flames of rebellion. Trained in the city of righteous gods, he found himself wandering through the shadows, mingling with the very deities others feared. With a fierce resolve, he declared, "I've already dug a grave, one for me and one for the gods." It was night, and darkness cloaked the old residential building, its windows dark and silent. Huang lived on the third floor, carrying a heavy load of fruits and vegetables, gnawing on a half-eaten, moldy apple as he climbed the stairs. Finally, he stood before the iron gate, the muffled sounds of voices drifting from inside. "This place is so poor, there's hardly any furniture," one voice scoffed. "What can we expect here?" replied another, sounding a bit embarrassed. "Let's just take a look before we leave." Huang tossed the half-eaten apple into the corridor, juice smearing on his pant legs. With a deep breath, he fished out his key and unlocked the door, stepping into his home. He flicked on the living room light, memory guiding him. "What are you looking for?" he asked, noticing two intruders frozen in shock by the sudden brightness. One of them, a thin man, frowned in annoyance. "Change. What's wrong with you?" They exuded a misplaced sense of confidence, as if brazenly turning theft into a casual home invasion. Huang glanced around the living room, tidier than he'd expected, and offered, "How about I help you look for it?" The two thieves exchanged bewildered looks. "Come together?" Huang shook his head. "No, this is my home." "Then your family must be very poor," the skinny man remarked coldly, losing interest in his search. But his companion was more curious and ventured further into the house. Huang chose silence, turning instead toward the sink, cradling his fruits and vegetables. The thin man leaned in closer and noticed the sparse contents, just a big cabbage and a few half-rotten apples. He couldn't hold back a laugh. "I thought we might share a meal, but there's not even any meat here." "Meat?" Huang replied, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "Isn't that just disgusting?" Huang Yi replied calmly and started to wash and fold the leaves of the vegetables. "You're an interesting guy. Just tell me, if you are poor, why are you pretending to be a vegetarian?" The skinny man laughed angrily. Just then, his companion ran back excitedly holding a set of skirts. "Brother, look! There's a girl living here." These words also made the skinny man's mouth go dry. He put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and smiled wildly. "Have you ever had other women live here?" As he spoke, he took out a dagger from his pocket and released a strong threat. Huang Yi glanced at the knife. "My mother and my sister." The two people's eyes suddenly lit up. "Where are they and when will they come back?" "They can't come back." "What's the meaning?" "They've been dead for years." "You idiot, you'd better tell me the truth." The skinny man was enraged and stabbed the dagger into the cabbage. His companions also surrounded Huang Yi with fierce expressions on their faces. "Swearing dirty words won't show how cruel you are." The offense in the other party's words made Huang Yi frown in discomfort. He straightened up and looked directly at the thin man. This moment, the man sensed that his dignity was being challenged. Angrily, he pulled out his dagger and wanted to bleed Huang Yi. But I heard an urgent female voice coming from inside the house. "Wake up, Mom. There was a burglar in the house, and my brother was murdered. Stop sleeping. If you want to eat meat, the meat is right outside." When the two heard the sound, they both froze in place. The skinny man was the first to react. "You still said you didn't lie to me?" But his companion turned around and ran towards the house, seemingly unwilling to wait a second longer. In this wasteland, women are a rare commodity. The two brothers have long been depressed. "You wait for me. After I take care of your mother and your sister, I'll take care of you again. Of course, you can also run." He threatened with a sinister smile and couldn't wait to run inside. There was no fear of Huang Yi escaping. On the contrary, it will feel more exciting. "Does it have to be like this? You will die if you go in." Huang Yi looked at their anxious backs and gave a warning. "Then it depends on whether your mother is willing to take the initiative to extract it." The skinny brother was holding the dagger and saw his accomplice still trying to twist the door lock. He was so angry that he just kicked the door open. Straight into the darkness. But in the next second, a shrill scream broke out. "Ah! What's this? My hand was ripped off." Help! At the same time, there was a dull sound of broken bones. Even if you don't listen carefully, you can hear the tearing sound of flesh and bone being separated, and the sound of water falling to the ground. I told you a long time ago that flesh and blood are easily nauseating. Huang Yi was slightly disgusted. You can only pick up washed apples and peel off the moldy parts with a fruit knife. After more than 10 seconds, the screams in the room suddenly stopped. Huang Yi then shook off the water stains on his hands, took out 2 napkins to wipe his hands, and walked into the room impatiently. When he opened the door, the strong smell of blood rushed into his nose. This made Huang Yi feel slightly uncomfortable. Just as he was about to touch the darkness and turn on the light, he touched a cold hand, and the extreme chill instantly invaded Huang Yi's body. Through the dim light of the living room, I could vaguely see a beautiful face in front of me. But at this moment, she was like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look directly into Huang Yi's eyes. Huang Yi stood still for a moment, his eyes tired. There is no need to kill. But they are cruel to you. My sister's voice was weak, with a hint of persistence. Huang Yi lowered his head and saw the blood spreading to the soles of his shoes. Killing at home, mopping the floor is very troublesome. Yes, I'm sorry. Forget it, I don't blame you. Huang Yi reluctantly took her hand away and then lit up the room. The blood on the ground was thick and there were some body parts. The two seemed to have been killed in front of the door. Brother is so good. The sister smiled in surprise as if she had been pardoned, her mouth grinning from ear to ear. Huang Yi didn't pay attention to her expression. Instead, he looked at the blood marks of struggle on the ground, but the flesh was nowhere to be seen. This building is his home, or in other words, it is the territory of his sister. All the residents were slaughtered by his sister, only Huang Yi survived. Sister, Huang Ruoying. Weird, believer, level 35. Where's the meat? He looked solemn. Mom said she's hungry, sister said timidly. You indulge her too much. Huang Yi pushed away his sister who was blocking the way with dissatisfaction. Following the blood on the ground, he walked into his mother's bedroom. On the ground, there were scattered skeletons with tendons and flesh, and on the bed, there was a patch of black and red. The quilt bulged, as if hiding someone, accompanied by the sound of hungry swallowing. Son, today's meat is very fresh, do you want to eat it? Huang Yi lifted the quilt and saw his mother's fanatical and satisfied expression. She tore open her belly and stuffed the too soft and rotten flesh and blood into it. Didn't I say you can't eat it? Huang Yi suppressed his anger. Eating human blood strangely is no different from ordinary people taking drugs. It will only become more and more depraved, completely lose self-awareness, and eventually even forget your family and become a pure monster. Huang Yi was disappointed and angry. But it's really fresh and tender. Mom will give you half, okay, don't give birth to me. Mom's face was full of pleading. But her hands still didn't stop, scrambling to stuff the meat into her belly greedily. Eat it in front of me. Disgusting. Huang Yi couldn't bear it anymore. He punched his mother in the face, and there was a sonic boom of a skull shattering. Blood splattered, eye sockets sunken, and the curtains stained with black blood clots were sprinkled with bright red. Destruction path. Follower, Huang Yi. Level, LV 59. Skills, outside the house, the elder sister was clinging to the wall in fear. She was trembling, as if she was afraid of being angered by Huang Yi. Bang! My mother's face was severely injured, her neck and neck were broken due to the huge force, and her face fell back. Blood spilled all over the ground, as if there was no sound. But her skin was squirming rapidly, and countless strips of scarlet flesh broke through the constraints of the body's surface, baring their teeth and claws at Huang Yi, releasing a violent aura. You guys are already dead, can't you just calm down a little bit? Huang Yi's eyes were full of disappointment and his tone was low. In this world, there are gods. If you want to achieve transcendence, you need to offer faith. Become a firm believer. Each god's cultivation path is different. From a human perspective, there are good and evil. There is no doubt that Huang Yi's family has all gone astray. As if feeling his son's anger, Mom was full of panic. Mom doesn't dare anymore, no more, I don't eat meat anymore, don't be angry, she kept crying, and the vision in her body suddenly subsided. He pulled out the flesh and blood from his stomach and pushed the bed out with his hands and feet. It seems that he is using his actions to show his determination to completely cut off his flesh and blood. Huang Yi looked at his mother's pitiful appearance and couldn't bear it. I am an outstanding class cadre, don't make it difficult for me. Mom covered her broken and ashamed face and nodded hurriedly. Mom knows. Mom was wrong. I never dare to do it again. Huang Yi sighed slightly. Containing the irritability in his heart, calm down, I will call you to eat later. He put the bones and flesh into the quilt and packed them away. Then, carrying a bucket and mop, he went into the room to clean. After mopping, the bedroom floor was still clean, but the strong smell of blood lingered on. After the college entrance examination, it's time to change rooms. Huang Yi was quite yearning, but there was a little helplessness hidden in his heart. The place where he went to school was a city ruled by orthodox gods, called Contract City. As the name suggests, it is a city that believes in the gods, contract.
Every student must undergo an awakening ceremony. If you fail to awaken, you won't even be qualified to go to college. Resource management is extremely strict. Huang Yi also had to make plans for the future. As a heretic, I am too cautious when living in an orthodox city. After graduating from high school, go back to your hometown. The residents of Contract City all have decent beliefs. Huang Yi naturally wanted to follow the local customs and pretend to believe in the contract. But if I really compare it, my hometown is still suitable for the development of occultists like myself. His hometown is in an area of extreme chaos. It's full of violence, crime, escaped supernatural beings, etc. It's a mixed bag. A petty theft like the one I encountered tonight is considered refreshing and refined. And their endings are commonplace. Huang Yi's hometown is called a riot ruin by many cities. The characteristic of this type of area is that it has no walls and may be devoured by monsters at any time. It's like a primeval forest, full of weak and strong predators. Infrastructure construction and survival supplies can only be maintained with the assistance of major forces. Believers who believe in contract are called contract masters. You can summon pets to fight. And the undead souls in the world, namely my mother and sister, are controlled by the weird god. But both of them are inherently fragile. Huang Yi put down the mop. Come to the kitchen and start making dinner. Chop up the cabbage and apples you bought and put them on the same plate. Huang Yi squeezed the tomato sauce and yogurt sauce with an unclear production date on them. After a brief stir, he reminded loudly and contentedly, "Mom, sister, it's time to eat. Eating meat is not healthy and can lead to alcoholism and madness. I made your favorite fruit and vegetable salad." My sister hid in the room, hesitating. Finally, he walked out of the room with a depressed head and timidly responded, "Thank you, brother." But Huang Yi didn't sit down at the dinner table. Instead, he found a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Huang Ruoying asked in astonishment, "Don't you want to eat?" Huang Yi closed the bathroom door with a bang. "I ate roast chicken on the way, so I won't eat with you." In the bathroom, the half-length mirror was moldy and cracked. The blur reflected Huang Yi's slightly indifferent expression. He took off his clothes neatly. His hands were covered with dried blood marks. When it gets cold, it all tastes bad. What's so delicious about this? Huang Yi subconsciously put his thumb in his mouth and sucked it, commenting with disgust. Then, he turned on the shower. 2 days later, Huang Yi opened the door. Let the morning sun shine into the cold living room. "Son, are you leaving now? You have to be careful not to fight with your classmates on the way. Perform well in the college entrance examination. Mom is useless. She can't control her money." It was all lost by Huang Ruoyuan in his early years. "If we meet him, let's hang him as a family, okay?" The beautiful mother looked sad. There is also deep violence hidden in the scarlet eyes. Apparently he ate a lot of meat and became insane. Huang Yi has long been used to it, but he still feels impatient with her nagging. I know. My sister stood aside obediently, picking at her nails nervously, silent. When Huang Yi was about to leave, he couldn't help but grab Huang Yi's bag and cautiously said, "Goodbye, brother. Look at Mom, don't indulge her anymore." Huang Yi warned solemnly. Hearing her brother's dissatisfaction, she lowered her head in grievance. "Okay." Huang Yi nodded, and then turned away tiredly. His family was unfortunate. Under the influence of his father, he believed in evil gods. It led to the destruction of the family. But with his own efforts, at least it was clean and warm. The ruins of the rioters. There is an old subway station leading to the contract city 100 kilometers away. Every city of faith will expand its influence to slums in various places, so as to continuously absorb new believers. Huang Yi had the opportunity to study normally under this policy. Believe in the contract and you can get eternal life. Become a professional summoner, you can control beasts and ghosts, it's so powerful. As long as you become a citizen of the contract city, it is not a dream to rise to prominence. At the subway entrance, more than a dozen clergymen were working hard to promote it. There was also a small love shed next to it, which attracted many homeless people who were just waiting to die. "Uncle, can I have food if I believe in the god of contract?" A child covered in mud summoned up the courage and asked timidly. "It's up to you whether you believe it or not, just remember the good of the contract." The uncle who distributed porridge looked numb, as if he was used to such scenes. He handed over the porridge and bread lukewarmly, and drove them away like flies. "Thank you, uncle." The child excitedly held the cold porridge and drank it with satisfaction with the bread. Huang Yi retracted his dull eyes and walked to the security check area on the first floor underground. He was soon stopped by the security personnel. "This is my student ID." Huang Yi was used to it.
The man simply checked it and nodded calmly.
"The information is correct. You can recite the doctrine of the contract. Each god has a doctrine for believers to pray.
You can prove the purity of your faith. In this world, reciting the faith of foreign gods is a terrible torture. At the least, it will lead to dementia, and at the worst, it will lead to death. Not everyone can afford the cost of being watched by two gods at the same time.
Therefore, reciting the doctrine is more effective than any instrument.
It is also an excellent means to test the enemy and ourselves, and can accurately screen the people of the evil god. Of course, if it is a city with friendly relations, you can also recite the doctrine of the local gods."
"I, Huang Yi,
believe in the god of contract." Huang Yi was not surprised, and clasped his hands in front of his mouth and nose. "Please cast your great gaze and give you eternal blessings for your faithful believers. I will live forever and praise your honorable name."
"The contract is eternal. The contract is eternal," the security inspector replied, still flipping the student ID card casually. Huang Yi looked up in confusion.
But he saw the other party staring at him, with a playful smile on his lips. "It's well recited, but it lacks some emotion and the attitude is not sincere enough."
He patted the student ID card and returned it to Huang Yi.
"Do you have a grudge against that student?"
Seeing Huang Yi leave, another contract master couldn't help asking.
No, the security officer looked relaxed.
"But why do I feel that you don't like him a little?"
"He has an unsteady belief in God. Why should I like him?" The security officer retracted his gaze from Huang Yi, smiled, and patted his teammate's shoulder. "You stay here first, I'll go to the bathroom." The smell in the toilet was strong and pungent. The security officer stood on the platform, facing the long cement urinal, and absent-mindedly untied his belt.
"That kid is really disrespectful." Pan Sen laughed dumbly.
"He has a contracted beast that can hear the voices of humans. This unique talent, naturally, cannot be told to others." The contracted beast told himself that when the student was reciting the doctrine, he was disdainful of the contract master in his heart, thinking that he was too fragile. He even thought that it was worse than weird. Listening to the story, Pan Sen just felt interesting.
"That student is a superhuman." Hearing this, the security officer looked blank. "What did you say?"
"He has superhuman vibrations," the contracted beast replied.
Pan Sen's face changed, and he pulled up his zipper in surprise. "Hidden so deep?"
Bang bang bang. Huang Yi walked into the carriage full of wet and moldy smell, found an empty seat and sat down.
Not long after, the steel behemoth rolled on the track and drove away with a clang.
Huang Yi flipped through the wrinkled student ID card. His eyes were indifferent, and his expression was normal.
"We have arrived at the terminal, Contract 18 City.
Please take your belongings and get off the bus in an orderly manner." After hearing the voice announcement, Huang Yi stuffed his student ID card, which he had flipped all the way, into his messenger bag. Passing through the corridor full of industrial metal style, facing the warm morning sun, he saw the strong atmosphere of life outside the subway entrance.
Xiaobing, delicious Xiaobing.
Fresh fruit, cheap for sale. Second-hand feature phone, collected from the ruins of the rioters, only 30,000 federal coins, guaranteed to be authentic.
Hitchhiking, we will leave when it is full, only one person is missing.
Look, selling discs, hot discs, everyone is not curious enough, I still have people and pets. The hawking voices are endless.
These are scenes that are not seen in his hometown.
From childhood to adulthood, Huang Yi has only seen theft, rape, burning, looting, and even the escaped extraordinary people, making strange chaos in his hometown. The tense and oppressive environment inevitably made him indifferent.
Back to Contract City, it is rare to relax a little. "Student brother, are you going back to school?" The driver stopped the road with a smile.
Huang Yi asked cautiously, "How much is it to go back to Heji No. 3 middle school?"
"Only 300.
Huang Yi looked over and saw that there were many reserved students sitting in the van, looking at him expectantly. It seemed that they wanted to leave for school earlier.
300 per car?
It was estimated that there were 7 or 8 people in the car. If they shared the money, it was acceptable.
"What are you talking about, 300 per person? Are you robbing?" Huang Yi's face sank. The driver was very dissatisfied. "I have quit that job a long time ago."
Huang Yi did not hesitate and turned around and left.
"Then how much do you think is appropriate?"
The driver stopped him anxiously.
30, you are a habitual offender, you can rob more than me." The two parted unhappily. Huang Yi decided to take the bus back. The price was not cheap, 1 yuan per kilometer. The air in the car was not circulated, and I was reluctant to turn on the air conditioner. With the residual vomit smell, it was very stuffy. After paying 30 yuan, Huang Yi got off the bus with a livid face. Looking at the vehicle that left with a dark exhaust, he silently memorized the license plate number. He vowed that if he had the chance, he would definitely tear off the roof of the bus that passed by the school. "Commissioner Huang, you're back." At the school gate, he ran into a classmate who was returning to school. The man came forward in surprise, and when he got closer, he noticed that Huang Yi's face was not very good. "Are you carsick?" the classmate asked in surprise. "Just poisoned." Huang Yi didn't want to say more and walked straight to the campus. Contract number 3 middle school is ranked in the top 3 in the entire city. All students who are enrolled are smart and devout, at least they have to look devout on the surface. Only believers with firm beliefs can gain the recognition of the gods and become extraordinary people. At 4 p.m., all students who have not awakened, go to the temple to confess. Maybe you can still get the mercy of the gods. During the self-study class, the head teacher spoke in a serious tone. There are only a few days left for the college entrance examination. In a class of 40 people, there are still more than 10 students who have not awakened. It's like a student taking the physical education exam and getting a 0 in physical education. It's really against the will of heaven. He looked around the class with a cold and dissatisfied look. Seeing Huang Yi's disapproving expression, he felt even more upset. He was obviously above average in terms of education, but he just couldn't awaken. He doesn't look insincere. Could he really have no talent? "Huang Yi, you lead the team in the afternoon. If no one awakens, don't come back." After the head teacher left disappointed, the class was in chaos in an instant. "Huang Yi, why haven't you awakened yet? Will that mean you won't be able to go to college?" "No way. He is obviously the most pious one among us. I don't understand. I believe that your sincerity will sooner or later be noticed by the gods." Many classmates were worried and expressed comfort. It was no secret in the class that Huang Yi came from the ruins of the riot. Driven by curiosity, I found that Huang Yi was a good person. He was not competitive, emotionally stable, rarely angry, and surprisingly mature in both psychology and behavior. Boys were willing to talk to him, and girls enjoyed sharing their troubles with him. After 3 years of contact, he had already won the recognition of teachers and students, and pushed Huang Yi to the position of class leader of the psychological committee. Huang Yi did not participate in the discussion. Instead, he took out the required course Superhuman, which he had read countless times, and read it silently. This book briefly describes the gods believed in by each city-state and the characteristics of superhumans. The content is very simple, and only the content about the contract master has a deeper description. But it has never been able to solve the mystery in Huang Yi's heart. Under the influence of my father, I became a believer in destruction. But I can recite the doctrine of contract without any problem, and even praise his name of God. Is this the special nature of the destruction path, or does this special nature come from myself? Huang Yi didn't know. But he had a vague feeling that all this seemed to be related to his missing father. After his faith was destroyed, a strange feeling appeared in his mind. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could always vaguely see a series of earthen mounds appearing in front of him, like a grave. Huang Yi had an illusion that he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the graveyard. "Be quiet, we are still in class." The study committee member at the same table could not bear to see Huang Yi being disturbed, so he spoke up to stop the noise. After class, the unawakened students consciously gathered in front of Huang Yi's desk. Huang Yi looked at their sad expressions and closed the textbook. "Let's go and repent." Every school has a temple. The decoration is not luxurious, more like a large classroom. However, the podium was replaced by a vague-looking gilded stone statue. More than 4 meters high, close to the ceiling. The statue representing the contract opened its arms as if to welcome its believers. The costumes carved on the stone statues have a symmetrical and coordinated beauty. "Commissioner Huang, I don't think I can go to college. Someone is depressed. I obviously worked very hard, but I just couldn't get God's approval." There were tears in someone's eyes. They all expressed their feelings in front of Huang Yi without any burden. With the college entrance examination approaching, everyone is under great pressure. "Me too." Huang Yi looked at the dozen or so worried classmates and patiently comforted him. "Just think, I should be the most regretful. My grades are higher than those of you, but I can't become a contractor. I got such a high cultural score for nothing." After graduating from high school, I will have to compete with you group of poor students for jobs. Maybe one of you will become my boss. Who am I to argue with this? The classmates were all amused.
I got a lot of comfort from Huang Yi's self-deprecating words.
But it's really a pity. Today's human cities are built on wasteland.
Educational resources are scarce, and those who are not extraordinary do not even have the opportunity to go to college.
Perhaps many ordinary people have to wander around this city throughout their lives. If anyone among us can become a contractor, I hope it is you.
Even if it doesn't work now, if I become a contractor in the future, I can pass the adult college entrance examination and enter university.
A girl stared into Huang Yi's eyes and said hopefully.
These slightly ambiguous words made the young classmates make ambiguous noises.
The female classmate was so embarrassed that she quickly hid in a corner and pretended to recite the teachings silently. Stop making trouble. Hurry up and repent and recite the teachings. Maybe there is still someone who can get God's attention. Huang Yi dispersed the booing classmates.
Sitting nearby in the first row, leaning on the back of the chair, staring at the statue in a daze. Soon after, another group of people entered the temple in an orderly manner. When he found someone inside, he restrained his voice and sat down quietly. Huang Yi and the leader looked at each other and nodded, knowing that they also came to the gods to repent.
The content of the confession is pretty much the same.
It's nothing more than blaming himself for not having firm faith and not being loyal enough. If he gets extraordinary powers, he will definitely give back to the gods, etc. In Huang Yi's view, he is like a senior old man, making bitter, small and expired cakes to banks and employers. Desire to get loans, that is, extraordinary ability.
I don't even believe it, but will God believe it? Huang Yi laughed with disdain. Repentance is obviously useless, but as a believer of destruction, hiding in the contract city, you must have a posture. After all, I am considered a human heretic.
Huang Yi laughed at himself slightly. He quickly corrected his attitude, clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest, and put them against his mouth and nose. After closing his eyes, the tombs hidden in his consciousness became increasingly clear.
Wrong. I'm not approaching it. Huang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils were shocked. It's the tombs that are approaching me? Why are you approaching me? Huang Yi frowned. He didn't like the existence that was out of control. But he was powerless against this unknown evil. Even if he was a level 59 destruction path, he was still elusive. You can't hide. No matter what the purpose of this tomb group is, even if they want to bury me, they have to try to contact it. You can't guard against thieves all day long. Huang Yi's eyes were cold, and then he closed his eyes. In fact, he had guessed it long ago. I'm afraid that his upgrade speed was related to the tomb group. And he could recite his god's name without suffering God's punishment, which was probably related to this place. The benefits of contact are greater than the risks. Having made a decision, Huang Yi no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and let the illusory tomb group reappear in his consciousness. It was vaguely visible that a dirt path led to a tomb in front of him. The tomb was dug up, and damp soil was piled around it. The coffin inside was rotten by termites, and no bones were seen. On the mound of earth, there was a wooden-handled iron shovel. The shovel head was rusty, and the whole body was covered with dewdrops, as if it was within reach. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes, trying to see farther. But the wet and cool morning mist beside him blocked his deeper prying. His legs were even more difficult to move, as if they were restricted by invisible constraints and could not move an inch. After standing still for a long time, Huang Yi put his attention back to the present. After hesitating, he tried to reach out his hand, but the pressure doubled, as if someone was hanging on his arm and he couldn't lift it at all. Huang Yi froze in place and gave up immediately. He became more alert to the evil of this trip. There are words on the tombstone. Huang Yi had already given up hope, and could only glance roughly within the range of his eyeballs, trying to remember more information. But on the collapsed wooden sign, he saw faded words. Huang Yi's eyes were solemn, and he carefully identified them. But he was shocked to see his own information written on the tombstone: Path, Destruction. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 59, Undertaker. Destruction sequence, Level 10, Butcher. Level 20, Madman. Level 30, Unable. Level 40, Wu Tian. Level 50, Undertaker. Level 60, Gravedigger. Gravedigger Advancement Ceremony, Massacre the City, Kill 10,000 People. Huang Yi's pupils shrank, and his brain was completely blank. Consciousness was even more rejected by the tombs, and returned to reality.
He stared at the statue of the contract on the podium with unfocused eyes, his breath was heavy, and there was still fear in his eyes. After a moment of rest, Huang Yi felt cold all over, looked at the students who were quietly repenting in the classroom, and silently stood up and left the temple.
I am the tomb owner.
Coming to the hot playground, Huang Yi's brain gradually returned to rationality. There were few words on the tombstone, but the amount of information was huge. Huang Yi could only disassemble the information word by word. Then, he shook his head with certainty. No, I'm not dead. A tombstone can't prove anything. I am a believer in destruction, not a believer in weirdness. But the sequence above really made Huang Yi very concerned. Although it only wrote to level 60, it was also the name of a path he had never known before. Butcher, madman, Huang Yi frowned and walked around the playground again and again. Finally, he laughed dumbly. Gravedigger, is this the name of my sequence after level 59? But the self-mockery on his face turned into an indescribable solemnity. Level 60 is a hurdle. Huang Yi heard the principal of level 65 mention that the most important thing for a contract master at this stage is to let the beast pet evolve, otherwise it will not be able to continue to improve. Now looking at it again, it is equivalent to the advanced ceremony of the path of destruction. You want to kill tens of thousands of people, do you really think I have no humanity? Huang Yi felt unprecedented pressure. He personally experienced why destruction is an evil god. The path to promotion is to destroy humanity. Huang Yi, who claims to be cold-blooded, will not be addicted to killing. Before leaving the temple, he made a cruel deduction in his mind about those inexperienced classmates, and he had no intention of killing them at all. No wonder until today, I haven't met other believers of destruction. Huang Yi sighed. They are either hiding and developing, or they have been eliminated long ago. It is dangerous and difficult to make a big noise of massacre, even in the ruins of the rioters. It is impossible to recite the doctrine of other gods like himself without any harm, and still mix in the orthodox city of gods. Suddenly, Huang Yi's heart trembled. Thinking of a certain possibility, pressure followed. My special ability is simply prepared for stealth massacre. Huang Yi stopped circling the playground and felt short of breath. Dissatisfaction with his father increased again. So, he sat on the ground, and the slightly sharp grass tips tickled him and shook his buttocks. He also changed his mind. That shovel, gravedigger. Huang Yi was silent for a moment, and recalled the shovel standing next to the first tomb. He was quite concerned. It goes without saying that those who can appear in the strange consciousness tomb group are definitely not simple. You mean, I haven't reached level 60 and can't get it? If I can get the shovel, maybe I can dig the second tomb. Huang Yi simply connected the information and came to an unreliable conclusion. But the clues are incomplete and can only be roughly understood. However, Huang Yi vaguely realized that perhaps this was the correct answer. Killing some villains will not improve much. If you want to reach level 60 as soon as possible, you have to find a supernatural person who can be rewarded. Huang Yi sorted out his thoughts and his mind was clear. The current goal is to reach level 60 and become a gravedigger. However, without the advancement ceremony, it is impossible to break through the level cap. It's just suppressing the level. It doesn't matter, anyway, the experience will not disappear. But if there is a large-scale massacre, I will disappear. Huang Yi is very clear-headed. The advancement ceremony of the evil god believers, I think the major forces have long been prepared. There are probably many spies in the ruins of the rioters. It is impossible not to notice it. It is even more impossible for him to die voluntarily. Of course, he can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Believe in the evil god, you should repent. Huang Yi sighed heavily. Although this was not his original wish, there was no turning back. He was open-minded enough, patted the dust on his pants, and chose to return. But when one foot stepped into the gate, he suddenly realized something. Gravedigger, does it mean digging other people's graves? Huang Yi thought about it and felt that it was impossible. It should mean digging a grave for yourself. Huang Yi secretly praised himself for being smart and walked into the temple calmly. Evening. The sun was setting. A young man found Class 2 of Senior 3. Standing at the door, he knocked politely. Excuse me, is Huang Yi here? Contract number 3 Middle School. The school bell rang, and countless students rushed to the cafeteria in the sunset. In the quiet temple, no student chose to leave. Until a cry interrupted everyone's meditation. The classmates looked back and saw a girl in the last row with a red face. Student Yang, what's wrong? Huang Yi found that it was a girl in the class and asked. Student Yang noticed that others were curiously looking at him, and he was also nervous. He realized that it was impolite to make loud noises, so he pursed his lips and nodded to Huang Yi frantically with excited eyes. Huang Yi suddenly realized and felt relieved. He immediately stood up and tapped on the desks of his classmates, signaling them to leave the temple. After walking away, he burst into urgent questions. Student Yang, have you awakened? Really? Damn, so lucky. I thought you were going home to take over your parents' small supermarket, but I didn't expect you to become a superhuman. I'm so envious. The classmates talked a lot and beat their chests. The girl's face was also flushed, and she was full of joy under the crowd of classmates. Yes, she successfully communicated with the gods and obtained the contract qualification. It means that as long as you sign a beast pet, you will be a superhuman and a contract master. Let's eat first and continue in the evening. Huang Yi was sincerely happy for his classmates. In these last 5 days, perhaps 1 or 2 people can achieve superhuman achievements. Just treat it as a practice for the 3-year friendship. Of course, I have to skip the dinner. Subsidies, scholarships, and charity funds have to maintain a year's expenses, which is simply stretched. In the contract city, you can't expose your cultivation to avoid attracting attention. But now the plan has changed. In order to reach level 60 as soon as possible and test my own ideas, I should take a risk. A young man in neat clothes stood on the only path leading to the cafeteria. He waved to Huang Yi with a kind face. You go eat first. Huang Yi glanced at the other party and asked the classmates to go first. Your friend? Are you here to cause trouble? Do you want me to call the classmates in the class to calm the situation? They are all extraordinary people, not us useless people. If the psychological committee encounters problems, Class 3-2 will not agree. You worry too much. Huang Yi is not a troublemaker. The classmates were quite alert. It's okay. After sending the classmates away, Huang Yi went over. He remembered the other party, the security personnel at the subway station in the morning. See you again. Pansin extended his hand in a friendly manner. Huang Yi ignored him, stared into his eyes, and said directly, What do you want to see me for? Pansin smiled dumbly and took back his hand indifferently. Can't I just go back to my alma mater and see you by the way? But when he saw Huang Yi's impatient expression, he sighed slightly. Actually, I came to see you out of helplessness. My service attitude was bad this morning, and the captain scolded me. He asked me to get your forgiveness. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes, no longer wasting time, and turned away. Pansen's contracted beast, he said he didn't believe it, and told you to get out. Pansen looked embarrassed and wanted to say this sentence doesn't need to be translated. But knowing that Huang Yi is a transcendent, even if he responded in a low voice, he didn't dare to take the risk, so as not to be detected. After Huang Yi walked 3 meters away, Pansen asked loudly, Huang Yi, what god do you believe in? This is the stage when the psychological defense line is weak, thinking that he has escaped from the crisis, and his body and mind are relaxed. He can always get the information he wants in this way. Contracted beast, he said, no one believes in him. Pansen frowned immediately, and before Huang Yi's figure entered the crowd, he asked again, what path do you believe in? The contracted beast keenly captured Huang Yi's thoughts. He said, destruction. Well, no, there is also the contract path, the strange path. How come there is even the ruling path? The contracted beast was confused and told all the information it captured. Watching Huang Yi walk away, Pansen rubbed his newly grown rough beard and also turned his back and left. He doesn't believe in anyone, but he is a transcendent? He sneered in his heart. He was quite satisfied with the result of the interrogation. As for the path, it should be the first one, he said, destruction. He was happy and said, I really found an interesting person. Pansen put his hands in his pockets and left the campus. On the way, I received a text message from a colleague, Captain Pan, I still want to ask for leave. I need you to help me take over the security post for a few days. Pansen was disappointed, no you can't come. Don't come again. The night view of the contracted 18 cities is quite pleasant. On the wasteland, there are bright lights and wine. Pansen rides a motorcycle and blows the night river breeze, which is very comfortable. Just take me here, thank you for the dinner. A pretty girl got off the car and stuffed the helmet into Pansen's arms with both hands. Don't invite me up to drink a glass of water? Pansen smiled wickedly. Are you sure you want to drink water? The girl rolled her eyes at Pansen, lightly lifted her hair, and looked seductively. Pansen laughed and didn't answer. The girl bit her lips lightly, and seeing that he didn't take the next step, she asked tentatively, then, I'll go back? Okay.
Panson nodded, holding the helmet, and didn't mean to get off the car. Just watching the girl swaying like a willow in the wind, walking towards the rental house dejectedly. The farther she walked, the heavier the sound of her high heels seemed to be. The voice of the contracted beast came to my ears. She is very disappointed. Walking slowly is to keep you. As long as you continue to invite her, she doesn't mind spending the night with you. Panson patted the helmet with the remaining fragrance in his arms, carefully picked up the broken hair of his female companion, and responded with a lowered eyebrow. It's boring to pretend to be reserved. I like to take the initiative. Then, he threw the helmet into the river outside the fence without any nostalgia, letting it drift with the neon lights. Let's go home, and write a summary. The engine roared, spewing black smoke, carrying Panson back to the community. After taking a cold shower, Panson concentrated his attention and sat down at the table solemnly. In front of him, there was a pen, a red wineglass, and a diary that was obviously torn neatly placed. Recalling today's content briefly, Panson picked up the pen and wrote, Huang Yi, male, about 18 years old. Reciting the doctrine of contract this morning, nothing happened. But his identity is a hidden extraordinary person. If it weren't for the white dog's reminder, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Panson paused with the pen tip and continued to write. I went to his class to find him, and his classmates said he was confessing in the temple of the contract. And after verification by his classmates, it was proved that he had never been a believer in the contract. That also explains why Huang Yi had so much disdain for the contract in his heart. Panson smiled. This is interesting. Not a believer in the contract, but an extraordinary person, and can recite the doctrine of the contract. After continuous observation in the afternoon, there was no obvious backlash. Then, there are several possibilities. The more Panson's thoughts became, the more serious his face became. 1. Believe in the two gods. 2. Deceive the two gods. 3. Special talent. Panson adjusted his breathing, squinted his eyes, and added, talent can refer to one or two. Or other special things that have not been discovered. Putting down the pen, Panson held the notebook and looked at the words he had summarized. His breathing was a little heavy. He had never heard of anyone who could believe in the two gods. Even if it was deception, it was unheard of. Whose status can surpass the gods? Becoming a transcendent means being watched by the gods. Reciting the doctrine of the honorific name of another god is a betrayal and heresy. No matter who it is, they can't bear the consequences of provoking the two gods. Panson's brows were gloomy, and his hand holding the red wineglass trembled slightly. As a security officer in Contract City, he has heard of all kinds of strange things. I have indeed heard of examples of people who betrayed the righteous gods and converted to evil gods and still managed to survive at the low stage of the extraordinary. Of course, this comes at a heart-wrenching price. The terrifying backlash is tantamount to slow slicing. Therefore, reciting the doctrine is still the most direct and effective way to test the evil people. But the biggest doubt about Huang Yi is that nothing happened. No matter what means or methods. In short, Huang Yi achieved such an effect. Not punished by God. Panson drank the red wine in one gulp, his eyes slightly drunk. Putting the goblet aside, Panson was slightly excited and wrote down what he saw in the evening. Huang Yi said in his heart that he didn't believe in any god. But how can he get extraordinary abilities if he is so insincere? As far as I know, the path of destruction can't do this. Insufficient information, I still choose to believe in my intuition. Huang Yi is the path of destruction. This is also what he admitted first, and the rest is more like a subconscious cover-up. Very alert. Panson smiled confidently. Looking at the information obtained in the morning and afternoon, he compared them repeatedly. He sorted out the past in his mind and found no omissions, so he slapped the table with satisfaction and concluded, Huang Yi's specialness comes from himself. Panson poured red wine happily. He tore off the paper with Huang Yi's information. He squeezed it into a ball and put it on his tongue covered with white moss, and took it with sour red wine. I'm sure you'll be eaten. Late at night, cats and dogs barked. The community where Panson lived was middle to high end. In summer and autumn, there were clusters of flowers and a high degree of greening. In the contract city where every inch of land is worth money, those who can settle down in a favorable environment are either rich or noble. Moreover, only powerful extraordinary people are eligible to buy. If you want to sneak into such a community quietly, it is difficult to do it unless you are ahead in strength. The more luxurious the villa area, the more terrifying the defense force and the strict hierarchy. Beep beep beep, we received a call from the public, saying that there was a fire at the subway station leading to the ruins of the rioters.
In the early morning, Pan Sen, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by a hurried text message.
He looked at the message impatiently. How could there be a fire in the middle of the night? Pan Sen opened the quilt irritably, not daring to neglect it.
As the captain of the security team and the person in charge, he could not be absent from such things. Before going out, he took a windproof jacket and a helmet. Soon, the roar of the engine sounded in the underground garage, roaring angrily in the middle of the night. The number you dialed is temporarily unanswered. Pan Sen dialed the number with one hand, but no one responded. This made him feel cold in his heart. Are you so angry that you don't even have time to answer the phone? Pan Sen became more and more anxious. The lowlying motorcycle drove through the neon light area and headed towards the deserted suburbs. In the night, there was only a beam of car lights, illuminating the uncertain road ahead.
Beep beep beep. Halfway through, Pan Sen finally answered the phone.
The other end cursed. The fire is out, the burning material is gasoline, it is definitely arson.
Pan Sen breathed a sigh of relief. You are not injured?
No, the fire was ignited in the security check hall, which is full of metal equipment and has no continuous combustibles.
It quickly annealed on its own.
The voice on the other end was scared. Fortunately, the fire was not set in the railcar, otherwise the loss would be great. The equipment is visually normal and should not affect the operation of the subway. However, the specific situation will be known only after the report comes out.
Okay, I know. Pan Sen asked more. Who reported the fire? Still investigating.
Thank you for your hard work.
I will treat you to supper when you get there.
After hanging up the phone, Pan Sen frowned slightly.
I really can't figure out what the point of burning the subway station is. A crime of passion? Or just plain dissatisfaction?
Pan Sen let go of the accelerator and slowed the motorcycle down to a safe speed, with no idea what to do. He vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. At least the crime was committed intentionally.
Pan Sen sighed slightly.
But at this moment, a panicked urging voice sounded in his mind, sobering him up instantly.
The contracted beast was terrified. Don't slow down, we are being followed.
The other party.
Destruction path. Being followed? Pan Sen's heart tightened.
This was the first time he had seen a contracted beast so panicked. In the past, it had always been able to deal with crises calmly, but now, it screamed at the top of its lungs to run away.
Obviously, that stalker is something I can't handle.
Boom. Pan Sen listened to the advice, pulled down the goggles that came with his helmet, and turned the throttle.
Even though the situation was critical, he did not dare to stop and think, that fire, did you seduce me?
But how can the other party be sure that I will be there in person?
Pan Sen was confused.
But what concerned him the most was the final reminder from the contracted beast. Path of destruction.
Pan Sen breathed rapidly and gritted his teeth.
The violent roar of wind in his ears made him inexplicably irritable. Except for the high school student, there are no believers of destruction that I have come into contact with recently.
But how dare Pan Sen believe this?
I originally thought that after finding out Huang Ye's background, I could manipulate him at will and turn him into a chess piece to do things for me. I was still complacent before going to bed.
But now you tell him that Huang Yi is the one who was following him? This doesn't make sense. I never showed any overt hostility. There's no reason for him to target me. Pan Sen admitted that the contact yesterday afternoon was a little deliberate.
But this should not be a reason to trap yourself. What makes him unbelievable the most is that high school is obviously the stage of awakening.
Who can be strong enough to scare the contracted beast? It shouldn't be Huang Yi.
Mind reading is the secret of the contract beast, he shouldn't be able to see through it.
There are even fewer people who know.
And I have no enemies, let alone opponents who can destroy me. But this doesn't make sense. Pan Sen tightened the throttle and let the motorcycle roar ferociously. At this moment, the conflicting information made him upset. For the first time, he felt that active thinking was a burden.
He let out a heavy breath, not wanting to think about who was tracking him.
Now that the person who came was evil, he had to at least escape this. With 10 kilometers left, we can meet up with our companions. At that time, forces can be organized to carry out counter-detection.
Pan Sen's first thought was to check if Huang Yi was in the dormitory tonight. Get rid of it?
Pan Sen put away his thoughts and stopped guessing. Glancing at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye, he saw potholed grass on both sides of the road. Under the bright red taillights, he quickly backed up in fear. Further away, there was only darkness.
No, follow closely. The contracted beast was frightened. Can you confirm the other party's level?
Pan Sen's eyes were focused and he focused on the paved road. The contract beast's voice trembled. between level 50 and level 60, Panson was startled, and the tires suddenly skidded. The car body was pulled by the huge inertia, almost throwing Panson to the ground. Still, he controlled this iron beast with his skillful skills. But in my heart, I was frightened and uneasy. How could he provoke such evil people at the 37th level of his contract path? The next second, Huang Yi's figure naturally appeared in Pan Sen's mind, but he was quickly expelled. I simply don't dare to connect the two. An 18-year-old with more than 50 levels of destruction, why? So what does my temptation yesterday mean? Pan Sen gritted his teeth and felt frightened for the first time. Yesterday he only asked 2 questions. What god do you believe in? What is your path? The other party did not answer, and his mind-reading card was not exposed. If it was really Huang Yi, Pan Sen couldn't imagine what judgment he was basing his decision on to trap and kill him. At least we have nothing to do with him. This is the most reasonable explanation Pan Sen can think of. But no matter which one it is, he knew that he had provoked a true believer of the evil god. Only by escaping first can we learn the truth. How the sound of the engine is ups and downs. The surroundings were dark and gloomy, sweeping over like a tsunami. The beam of light from the car lights carried Pan Sen through the dark night with difficulty. Highly focused and eager to survive. But the crisis keeps chasing. In front of them, gravels of different sizes appeared, like blocking ropes, cutting off the road ahead. Pan Sen's psychological pressure increased dramatically. If it hits, the car will definitely be destroyed. Coupled with the fragile nature of the contract master, at such a high speed, people may even die. Where is he? At the critical moment, Pan Sen dared not mess up anymore. Holding the front of the car tightly with both hands, the speed of the car does not slow down. He's behind you on your right. The moment he heard the contract beast's answer, Pan Sen turned the front of the car and abandoned the main road. Heading towards the grassland on the left, trying to avoid this pile of gravel. Stopping is impossible. He is very clear-headed and absolutely cannot compete with more than 50 levels of destruction. But the next second, the contracted beast's horrified cry made Pan Sen tremble with despair. Wrong. That man is laughing. He pushed you in this direction on purpose. But the reminder was too late. Next to a row of gravel, under the light, scattered starlight is reflected. Thumbtack. Pan Sen's pupils were frightened, and his emotions were on the verge of collapse. This time, there is no room for maneuver. I could only watch as the motorcycle jumped into the potholes and grass, and then its tires were punctured by thumbtacks. The car lost control and Pan Sen flew out. Bang! At this moment, a white dog appeared out of thin air. It was Pan Sen's contracted beast. There was no need to command it at all. It opened its mouth and spit out a stream of water, wrapping Pan Sen. It gave him enough cushioning and also scattered the thumbtacks. Otherwise, he would definitely be covered with holes. But even so, under the impact of 100 kilometers per hour, Pan Sen still fell to the ground and his consciousness was blurred. It felt like his lungs were dislocated. Pan Sen's eyes were out of focus and he groaned uncomfortably. He was very glad that he was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, it would be another matter whether he could wake up under such a violent collision. Woof! 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 Danger was approaching, and the white dog stepped on the water, restless and agitated. Biting Pan Sen's coat, he wanted to take him away. But it was not good at strength, so it was difficult to do it. And the threat in the dark was approaching, and the white dog was terrified. The guardian refused to leave, and could only roar hard towards the distance. I can't escape. Pan Sen stroked the white dog's head and comforted it miserably. The other party had a cultivation level higher than his own, but he chose to set an ambush cautiously. He used the fire alarm to lure him out and killed him halfway. I thought it would not be so easy for him to run away. He sat up with difficulty and looked into the distance, just asking for an answer. Could it be you? At this time, a figure walked out of the darkness. It was dark and windy tonight, and the bright moon was not visible. Only the motorcycle that fell in the distance was still stubbornly lit. It gave Pan Sen the only light source. But when he saw a figure walking out of the shadow, his heart was also clenched. The man was tall and thin, and it was obvious that he was malnourished. He wore a white mask on his face and white rubber gloves in his hands. He looked indifferent and slowly approached. Pan Sen untied his helmet with one hand and threw it away weakly. With blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, he grinned a miserable smile. Huang Yi, good evening. Good evening. After Pan Sen recognized Huang Yi, his expression was complicated. Until now, he couldn't believe that Huang Yi, who he had only met twice, was actually more than 50 levels of destruction. This disparity made him unable to be proud at all. Why? Staring into Huang Yi's calm eyes, Pan Sen asked innocently. From beginning to end, he thought he was hiding very well.
No hostility was shown. This shouldn't be the reason for the other party to want to kill him.
Because the other party didn't expect that he could read minds. My own questions were considered teasing and joking at best, but not serious enough to be violent.
Huang Yi stepped from the road into the wet grassland.
He pulled the mask up to the bridge of his nose. It was no surprise that the other party recognized him.
Looking down at Pan Sen's miserable expression, he asked casually, "Did you discover anything?"
When Pan Sen heard this, his expression was astonished. Deep in his eyes, there was even deeper fear. From this question, Pan Sen heard many answers.
Huang Yi really didn't know that he had the ability to read minds. But his own experience showed one thing.
Huang Yi didn't know the overall situation, but just because he had doubts, he made a trap to ambush himself. And the decision was made without any delay.
How cautious is this? Pan Sen couldn't imagine why such a sophisticated approach would happen to a high school student.
Just thinking about it made him feel cold in his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably.
I don't understand, what are you talking about? Pan Sen shook his head. If you want to survive, you can only act stupid.
At least, he didn't put it into action, he just imagined it in his heart.
No hostility was shown. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope.
But he also knew that since the other party took action, he shouldn't have naive illusions. But now, Pan Sen can only mediate.
Do the mobile phone rang nearby. It's a text message. Pan Sen didn't dare to pick it up, but just looked sideways.
But I saw a message displayed on the small screen. Team Pan, the caller's information has been found. The owner is female, her name is Chen Yun, her number is 191, her ID number is 4578, she lives in, according to the caller's report, the caller was a young male. Pan Sen took a cursory look and felt his heart tighten.
This name and number were not unfamiliar to him.
It was the woman who had a tryst with her for dinner last night. Bite. But the next second, the phone was pierced. Pan Sen's pupils were startled. But he saw a thumbtack inserted on the electronic screen. The battery was also broken down and smoke was rising. What did you do to her?
Pan Sen looked back with a cold face.
But he saw Huang Yi holding several thumbtacks on his white rubber gloves. With a flip of his hand, all the thumbtacks fell to the wet ground.
A tiny splash of water. Destiny, destruction. Level 10, Butcher. Skill, break through weak points. Effect, can greatly find the target's weaknesses and kill them with one blow.
After hearing this, Huang Yi threw away the thumbtacks and took out a functional phone from his pocket.
It is now shut down.
This scene made Pan Sen feel cold in his heart.
He didn't care about the woman. Only met a few times.
What Huang Yi did made him fear death.
We shouldn't have come to this point. Pan Sen said solemnly. Huang Yi played with his phone, don't you care about her? Pan Sen said truthfully, it's a casual appointment. Then I guessed it right. Huang Yi nodded in agreement.
He also felt that the relationship between the two was not deep.
Click then, with a hard squeeze, the entire fuselage twisted and deformed.
Pan Sen swallowed, as if he saw his fate. The other party's vigilance is far beyond imagination.
Wouldn't it be possible to just ask a few words and alert the snake? Even if he kills the wrong person, he will not let it go.
At this moment, Pan Sen felt extremely regretful.
Some people should not be tested.
His chest rose and fell as he adjusted his breathing. Why are you so sure I will come?
Huang Yi stopped looking at him. There was no response either.
After throwing away the phone, he dug into his trouser pocket.
Wolf, the contracted beast, the white dog, was beating uneasily.
The voice whimpered in frightened.
It also knew that it could not stop Huang Yi.
He even dared not tell Huang Yi's voice to his face for fear of being targeted. So he anxiously returned to Pan Sen's beast control wheel. He said in his heart that you have the highest level and should not be an ordinary security officer. At least he's in charge. If you hadn't come, I would have planned to stop and kill you on your way to and from get off work after the college entrance examination. He also said the bet was right.
You will come.
After returning to the beast controlling space, Bai Quan no longer performed, but spoke human words. Help Pan Sen analyze and find escape routes as much as possible.
Bat?
Pan Sen laughed sadly in his heart. The strength is far above his own, but he is still cautious. Looking back at my little city now, it's very ridiculous.
Pan Sen took a deep breath and looked directly at Huang Yi. I was extremely nervous. And asked the most important question, will you let me go? Huang Yi patted his shriveled trouser pockets. He said calmly, "Of course I will.
As long as you promise not to cause trouble for me." Panson had no time to be surprised. But he was horrified to see Huang Yi bend down and pick up a thumbtack on the wet grass. The contracted beast jumped up and down, his voice heartbreaking. "Don't believe it, he is lying. He didn't want to let you go." Panson's pupils were out of focus. He knows it too. But unwilling to give in, the last hope of survival was extinguished. "Kill me, can you escape?" Panson was heartbroken. "Watch Huang Yi clean the dirt from the nail tips." The voice trembled. "Don't forget, you come from the ruins of chaos and have no one to rely on." Huang Yi sighed at the thumbtack. "So I have nothing to worry about." Panson suddenly collapsed and asked, "What will you gain by killing me?" Huang Yi held the thumbtack between his fingers and shook his head. "I don't know. But I think you have a lot of problems. Ask me a lot of things, but never ask me for an answer." A confident attitude. "Is it because you can know what I'm thinking?" Huang Yi thought with his eyes. "I guess it's the ability of that white dog." "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Panson laughed miserably. In his mind, White Dog panicked. The roaring continued. "It turns out it wasn't just me who guessed the opponent's trump card. Huang Yi also guessed himself correctly. Even reacted that night. It's not a bad loss. But, I'm not willing to give in. Do you know who I am? Huono." Panson saw Huang Yi pointing the thumbtack at his forehead. Suddenly he became furious. "I am not only under the direct jurisdiction of the main city of the contract. There's more behind." Puff. The thumbtack shot out and penetrated Panson's forehead. Panson tilted his head back, his pupils dilated, and he saw blood floating in front of his eyes. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Break through the weak points and kill with one hit. It doesn't matter who you are. Huang Yi looked at Panson's gradually cold body. "I think he is a little childish. This is their third meeting. In terms of time, it's less than 24 hours. From the beginning to the end, Huang Yi didn't know the other party's name. So, it doesn't matter who he is. Whether there is a hidden danger or not is important. Stop hiding. I still have to go back to school." Huang Yi pulled on his gloves to make them fit better in his palms. He urged slightly impatiently. If the contract master dies, the pet will also have a hard time surviving. But he didn't want to wait for his pet to choke naturally, lest there be any future trouble, or the remaining information would cause him trouble. If you don't kill him on the spot, you won't be able to sleep well. Bang! Suddenly, a splash of water exploded in front of you, bringing with it extremely high temperatures. Cover the yellow field. The white dog hid behind the water splash, and immediately ran away in terror regardless of whether it succeeded or not. There is absolutely no courage to fight to the death. But the next second, Bai Quan was startled and suddenly fell to the ground. An extremely strong traction force pressed on its slender body. Sobbing in pain. Destiny, destruction. Level 50, Undertaker. Skill, gravity manipulation. Effect, it can form a gravity field, restrict the opponent in a large area, and cause effective damage. The white dog is desperate and utters human words, "Don't kill me. I am the top contracted beast." Xiu, dog in the Chinese zodiac has the gift of mind reading and can definitely help you. Huang Yi was slightly surprised. It was the first time I met a contracted beast that could speak human language. According to the textbook, only those with extremely high intelligence can learn human language. Read minds? Huang Yi suddenly realized. Even a little solemn. Contractor is the most special extraordinary path. The main body is fragile and cannot cultivate itself. All resources must be used to irrigate the beast pet. Not only is the level growth slow, but the evolution cycle is also long. But at high levels, it is also extremely terrifying. Belongs to late career. Therefore, most contractors only support one pet. Only those with a big family and a big business would choose to cultivate multiple pet animals. For every 10 levels, you can contract one. The most bizarre thing is that animal pets have a chance to awaken their natural skills. Just like the white dog in front of me, if this mind-reading ability is used well, it is a magical skill. Before Huang Yi came out tonight, he was still wondering if he was a little too sensitive. It turns out that my intuition was right. Pantheon died from too many problems. In the future, you have to be careful with your words and deeds when facing contractors. Since there is mind reading, there may be weird beast pets that can see through the path. Huang Zi sighed and approached the white dog. It is a pity that without the contractor, the pet animal is like a rootless duck and cannot live for long. Let me go,
okay? Bai Quan begged for mercy in fear. Huang Ye's eyes were distressed. Okay.
Sugo subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, he felt the gravity around him suddenly increase.
It kicked its legs in panic. You lied to me, you lied to me. Bang!
Bones burst and blood splattered everywhere. The contracted beast struggled for a moment, but made no sound again.
Huang Ye's eyes were indifferent. Fists stained with blood. In my mind, there is a piece of ice that is quietly melting. Tomato Internet Cafe. At 2:30 in the morning, the bustle subsided. Someone is watching dramas out of boredom. Someone was excited to play in a group.
More people had already nestled in their seats and fell asleep.
Huang Yi walked into the private room. Several classmates immediately greeted him warmly. Huang Yi, why are you here?
Hurry up and join the 5-man team.
We have played several games. It's almost the college entrance examination. Is it really okay for us to do this? You haven't awakened yet.
The college entrance examination has nothing to do with you. But the study committee member has awakened.
Why is he here too? He has awakened and is still a top student. Are you worried that he won't be able to go to college? You are right. Several classmates were very excited. All of them were greasy under the radiation of the computer.
When Huang Yi sat down, the study committee member at the same table lowered his voice and smiled obscenely. Tell me the truth, did you really go to pick up the small cards we picked up on the road?
Others also listened attentively. Huang Yi smiled and didn't answer directly. But he left the answer to them to guess. Does it matter whether you go or not? Log in and start killing. It's just dawn. Contract 18. The city will be revived. The first to wake up are the students who got up early to go to class. They are young and lively, or they are tired and sleepy, numbly devoting time to school. I will never stay up all night playing games again. Too tired. Huang Yi and the others walked out of the internet cafe haggardly.
His face was oily, dry, and yellow, his eyes were thickly rimmed, and he looked listless. Bring the fried dough sticks buns and join the team returning to school.
Do you still have facial lessons? No. Morning reading class was stopped by the head teacher.
We're stopped together. This is what Huang Ye's classmates wanted to do by reading early to catch up on their sleep.
You haven't awakened yet, and you can't even go to college. Does it make sense to come to morning reading? Why don't you take your classmates to the gods to confess?
The head teacher with gray hair on his temples had a serious expression on his face.
Each class has an awakening indicator.
The current situation is equivalent to more than 10 people failing to graduate from high school.
It can be seen that the pressure is extremely high. Yesterday was quite fruitful. At least one female classmate became a contract believer. Today, 2 people must awaken no matter what. Keep the number down to single digits.
The head teacher lost his face and left.
There are 3 days left for the college entrance examination. Let them review on their own. For those who have not yet awakened, the highest diploma they can obtain is high school level.
Thank you for your hard work, brother. The study committee members at the same table expressed sympathy.
It's okay, sleep with you. Huang Yi stood up calmly.
Then I'll keep lying down.
Huang Yi watched his deskmate sleeping happily while reading aloud. He also walked out of the class, followed by 10 people. Psychological committee, you are going in the wrong direction. That's the dormitory over there. The temple is on the wrong side. Kind reminder from classmates. Huang Yi waved his hand. It's okay, you go and confess first. I'm going back to the dormitory.
Several classmates who stayed up all night together also struggled for a moment. Then he said firmly, I will accompany Huang Yi. The 11 people were divided into 2 groups and walked in 2 directions. I took a shower and it felt so comfortable. The filter of staying up late playing games is finally broken. I'm so tired. In the dormitory, several people were lying happily on the bed, looking satisfied.
Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go to college?
After Huang Yi washed up, he was shirtless and his muscles were well proportioned and lean. He put a towel on his shoulders and wiped the moisture from his hair.
You're not afraid, so what am I afraid of? Yes, I know my situation. I can't save myself, and it's even less likely that God will take a fancy to me. Go to sleep, you can have everything in your dreams, including some extraordinary abilities. Huang Yi heard this and reminded, I will go to the temple later. It's okay, no need to call us. Good night, psychological committee. Did you see me kill alone last night? That's my move, show off. Keep your voice down, go to sleep.
Huang Yi remained silent.
Drape a towel on a hanger.
Then wash the clothes and dry them. Then I put on a clean but wrinkled school uniform.
Looking at the sleeping people, he silently exited the dormitory. In the temple, hundreds of people were seated.
They all faced the contracted idol and silently repented. Or they recite the teachings silently, hoping to influence the gods.
Huang Yi scanned around, and after seeing his classmates, he sat nearby in the first row.
He stared at the contracted statue for a long time before slowly closing his eyes. In his mind, those cemeteries were getting closer and closer.
And his figure appeared again on the winding dirt road.
The surrounding fog has dispersed quite a bit. With a wider field of vision, Huang Yi could clearly feel that the pressure on his body had been reduced a lot.
He raised his stiff arms and smiled happily. Yesterday, I could only move my eyes.
Experiencing the changes, Huang Yi was quite satisfied. Although the limbs are like rusty gears, added lubricant.
But it's better than freezing in place, unable to move.
He lowered his head slightly.
Looking at the wooden monument again, there are new changes. Path, destruction. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 60, gravedigger.
Advanced ritual, massacre the city, kill tens of thousands of people, not yet carried out.
Yes. Huang Yi reached level 60.
After killing level 37 Pansun and his contracted beast.
Full of experience.
The ice that represents the shackles has also melted.
This change was unexpected. Huang Yi's original plan was to escape from the evening self-study and clean up the extraordinary rioters in his hometown. No more now.
It's even more important to keep a low profile.
I guess it's because of the white dog. Huang Yi was silent.
The information revealed by Sugo made him feel uneasy.
The 12 zodiac signs are clearly the top existences of contract beasts.
Although they have a lot of experience, they are also very threatening.
Especially mind reading, which almost exposed Huang Yi. Hard to guard against. How can you live in an orthodox city and not bear risks? Huang Yi was very open-minded.
Then he looked away from the wooden tablet. He turned to the wooden-handled shovel stuck in the dirt pile. To be able to appear in the sea of consciousness and be accompanied by a strange cemetery, it must be something other than a mortal thing.
Huang Yi thought about it for a long time.
At this moment, his expression darkened and he tried to reach out again.
Changnan Avenue. 8 kilometers away from the riot-ruined subway station.
It has been heavily blocked. Many vehicles pile up, causing traffic congestion.
Brother, what happened ahead? I don't know. But it looks serious. The sheriff forbids taking photos and has set up a shed. It's really strange.
I saw a message from Fishin saying that a genius captain died.
He was sent by the main city of contract. Is it true? Don't ask about this kind of thing, be careful of getting into trouble. But the murderer is really bold, killing people in the street.
This has not happened in Contract City for a long time. It seems that the public security court will be busy. The drivers whispered to each other. They chose to pass through the desolate grass on both sides of the road, leaving many tire marks.
Fuck, which wicked person threw the thumbtacks? A driver cursed. A shed was set up on the road ahead.
The area of 20 meters in radius was covered. Everyone in the shed had a serious look on their faces. Among them was Pan Sen's cold body and a white dog with a broken skull. Not far away, the motorcycle was broken and the pungent smell of gasoline was floating. All the thumbtacks on the ground were marked. Only the gravel on the road was scattered. According to the person who received the call, a driver who was driving tired hit a rock and tilted sideways, and then noticed the murder scene.
Report.
Confirmed to be a means of destruction. A woman in a white robe reported, Pansen died from a thumbtack piercing his brain.
This is the way of destruction, the talent skill after level 10, weakness breaking.
And Pansen's contracted beast had a broken skull and internal organs bleeding, and there were obvious signs of gravity compression. A middle-aged man listened silently and nodded solemnly. Then he looked at the sheriff beside him. Tell me about the clues you found.
A young man said seriously, yes.
Then he picked up a sealed bag containing a deformed mobile phone. He said, the owner of this mobile phone is Chen Yun, a 25-year-old woman with congenital heart disease. The fire alarm was dialed from this number. Pansen received a report from a colleague at the subway station at 1:23 a.m. and left the community surveillance at 1:26 a.m. The young man pointed to the road. There are tire scratches on the road 1 kilometer away. It was compared with Pansen's motorcycle and confirmed to be correct. Obviously, Pansen had already discovered the stalker at that time. Then, the young man cast his eyes on the scattered gravel pile in front of him. In order to avoid the rocks, Panson chose to go around from the left front, but he was hit by a thumbtack and eventually fell down and was caught up by the murderer. According to the forensic results, Panson and the contracted beast died at about 1:47. Based on this estimate, Panson's car speed was 100 to 120 km per hour and arrived here 17 minutes later. But he couldn't get rid of the murderer in a short time, which proves that the opponent's strength is above level 50. He is meticulous. And Panson's encounter and death took no more than 3 minutes. Counting Panson's fall and the opponent's strength. But it still took a few minutes to act, which can be inferred that the two probably knew each other and had a brief conversation. Judging from the size of the broken part of the contracted beast and the shallow footprints at the scene, the murderer is a man. The middle-aged man listened in silence. No expression. He said loudly, "Are there any other discoveries?" "Yes." A contractor who was holding a pet said solemnly, "This place not only has the breath of destruction. There are also traces of weirdness left. The possibility of a gang committing the crime cannot be ruled out." The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and there was a layer of dissatisfaction on his face. Immediately, he looked at the young man who had reported earlier, "Where is Chun Yun?" The young man still had a sealed bag in his hand and said, "He had a heart attack, but he was probably scared to death." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, "In other words, the murderer went to Chen Yun's residence first. Chen Yun was scared to death. The murderer got the phone, went to the subway station to set fire, and called the police to lure Panson to death?" The young man nodded seriously, "The clues point to this." The middle-aged man asked, "Is there a surveillance camera at Chen Yun's residence?" "It's an ordinary rental house over there, there is no surveillance camera." Because it was early in the morning, there were no witnesses. The middle-aged man's face was tense. Suddenly collapsed. Revealing deep fatigue. "Then investigate. Let the people in the security court close in. Don't play long games, just drain the pond. Find out all the cultists hiding in the city. Catch those who should be arrested, kill those who should be killed. Investigate thoroughly." The surrounding security officers responded seriously, "Yes." Just then, someone held the phone with an anxious look on his face. "Deputy Court President, people from the main city are coming. They want to inquire about Pan Sen's case." The Deputy Court President suddenly felt a headache and said irritably, "I know. I'll report it myself. You continue. Don't forget to check one by one those who have had contact with Panson recently." Contract 3. The Temple. Huang Ye's eyelids twitched as he closed his eyes. Dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The next second, the corners of his tightly pursed mouth slightly rose. "I caught you. In the sea of consciousness." It's still the familiar earthbag grave. Only this time, there was something a little different. Encountered it. Huang Ye's eyes were bloodshot. Breathing heavily. The left hand was shaking violently. The clenched teeth were bleeding slightly. It seems to bear the same weight as the white dog. Until he exhausted all his strength, his fingers finally touched the wooden-handled shovel. Click, click, click at the same time. Huang Yi heard a small sound. Crisp and sweet. It sounded like breaking glass. Like a spider web, it spreads in all directions. As the vision becomes clearer, it was as if some kind of shackles were breaking on Huang Yi himself. The biggest feeling is that the gravity that restricts movement quickly disappears. Huang Yi, who had adapted to the suppression, suddenly relaxed his tense body. There was no pressure on the muscles in his body, and his knees softened, directly crushing the soft mound. Huang Ye's hands, he even subconsciously held on to the shovel that was thrust into the ground. Like a drowning person coming to shore, gasping for air. Relaxed for a moment, Huang Yetzai stood up from the ground. In front of the soil bag, he left a heavy kneeling mark. Huang Yi wiped away the beads of sweat on his shoulders, still remaining cautious. Seeing nothing unusual, he lowered his gaze. Looking at the round wooden handles in his hands. Gravity is gone. Is it because it hit the shovel? Huang Yi murmured to himself. Then, slowly pull it out of the soil. Makes a slight rubbing sound. Huang Yi paused. Highly focused. After observing carefully for 2 seconds, no new changes were found. Then suddenly, he pulled it out. Kick up some clods of soil. The scope of activity has increased. Before I picked up the shovel, it was difficult to raise my hand. If you guessed it correctly, this shovel is the key to opening the tombs. It's also the only solution. Huang Yi adapted to the relaxed body. Then he looked at the rusty round shovel head. There are several large black patches attached to it. According to experience, it is coagulated blood.
Huang Yi couldn't tell how long ago it was left.
He reached out cautiously, but the moment he touched it, he retracted as if he was electrocuted.
The whole face showed an expression of pain. Pain. Bone-piercing pain. Don't touch this blood. Huang Yi put one hand on his forehead, sweating profusely.
Just the touch of my fingertips, I heard sharp murmurs, piercing into my brain like steel needles. In an instant, countless horrifying eulogies were mixed with blood and bones everywhere. It turned into a flickering phantom, swimming in his consciousness. It made him physically and mentally convulsed. Now, Huang Yi was in unbearable pain, but he still clung to the wooden handle and refused to let go. Despite his fear, his eyes were full of desire.
This item is definitely a killer weapon. If it hurts someone, it might be the ultimate form of torture.
What makes this shovel special is the bloodstains on it.
Huang Yi's eyes were wild.
But he still subconsciously kept the shovel head away from himself.
There is lingering fear in my heart.
As for whose blood it was, Huang Yi couldn't guess.
But the level is absolutely extremely high.
At least level 90 or above.
Believe in evil gods.
Huang Yi calmed down for a moment and then moved his eyes away from the round shovel head.
Looking at the smoky surroundings. The current visibility is estimated to be 30 meters.
It's so much better than before when I couldn't see my fingers.
Now that I can move around freely.
It's time to explore the edges.
Huang Yi made up his mind,
gripped the shovel tightly, and walked away cautiously. But soon, they stopped in front of a thick fog. The area in front is attached to the previously terrifying gravity.
Once you step into it, you will be trapped deep in it. Huang Yi didn't hesitate and turned back immediately.
Looking around, the area of activity this time was 30 square meters.
As for the next development, I don't know what the conditions will be.
Of course, Huang Yi also gained something new. Next to him, there is an unexcavated earthen grave. This earth bag looks very fresh. On the raised earth bag, there were 2 earth clods. It is hexagonal with 2 pieces of paper money sandwiched in the middle. In front of the earth bag, there is also a marble tombstone. The top is clean and smooth, with no traces of engraving at all.
The first is an empty tomb. Then what can be found in the second building?
Huang Yi looked at it thoughtfully. He weighed the shovel in his hand. His face hardened. Dig. He also looked forward to whether he could dig out more information in this consciousness tomb.
3 hours later. Huang Yi was exhausted. Sitting on the wooden handle of the shovel, sweating like raindrops.
Here, he was stripped of his extraordinary powers. Physical fitness has returned to the level of ordinary people. It took several hours to dig 2/3 of the way, but the coffin was not even seen.
Just then,
he heard the school bell ringing suddenly.
Continue. Huang Yi's expression turned grim.
So, another half-hour passed. Commissioner Huang, it's time to go eat, in the space of consciousness. A call from a classmate appears.
That voice seemed to come from heaven. Vast and profound. That's it for now.
Huang Yi looked at some coffins exposed in the mound of soil at his feet. He sighed slightly and threw the shovel aside. This physical work cannot be rushed. Then, with a thought, he left the consciousness space.
Inside the temple, Huang Yi opened his eyes.
What he saw was the classmates gathered together.
Ha! Have you noticed? Huang Yi classmate, it seems different. Really? I don't feel it. How can there be a change?
If you want to say that the committee member has become handsome, I advise you not to say it.
Several classmates talked and laughed.
But the classmates who had been staring at Huang Yi before also felt strange. I always felt that Huang Yi's eyes became deeper.
I don't know if it was an illusion. Don't talk, let's go. We are all hungry. Huang Yi listened to the chattering of his classmates and just waved his hand. A group of 7 people formed a team and went to the cafeteria.
After getting the meal, men and women sat around the long table, exchanging their experiences.
Breaking news. Just got the news. Something big happened in the city. After reading the text message on his feature phone, a classmate lowered his voice in surprise. What's the matter? So mysterious? A girl asked, shaking her short hair. Good boy, no wonder you haven't awakened. Your faith in the god of contract is so impure, and your feelings are a waste of ambition. A male classmate looked jealous. My family is rich, so I can't bring my phone? And you talk as if you have awakened.
The boy carefully put the phone back between his thighs and retorted.
The classmate's feelings are pure. Not mixed with any utilitarianism. Such a relationship makes Huang Yi very relaxed and enjoyable. But he just ate silently and didn't join the conversation. Occasionally he looked up and watched them bickering happily. Don't keep us in suspense, come on. Someone was so anxious. Curious about what the breaking news was. It's Chengnan Avenue, a contract genius died. The man was excited. An expression of watching the excitement and not minding the trouble.
Huang Yi's face was calm, and the hand that picked up the food did not pause at all.
As if listening to something indifferent.
According to him, the news was passed back by the day students.
This matter caused a big fuss. The main city was furious and sent people to investigate.
The security guards in the whole city were taking action, and there was panic everywhere. The number of casualties in the city increased sharply. Most of them were cultists, and of course there were also residents who were affected.
This made all the classmates cover their mouths in surprise. Is this true? No wonder there is such a big fuss.
At the age of 24, he became the captain, and he is also a level 37 contract master.
He is indeed a genius.
Most college graduates are basically stuck at around level 25.
That person is indeed very talented. It seems that the higher-ups are serious. How can you be so heartless? Aren't you afraid? There are so many heretics hiding in our city. It's so dangerous. Huang Yi took a bite of rice and agreed, it is indeed dangerous.
He underestimated the power behind Pansen.
I didn't expect that the other party was really involved with the main city. According to classmates, it seems to be very deep.
Fortunately, I killed him in advance.
Huang Yi picked up a piece of meat and was clear in his mind. Contract city does not refer to a single city, but a general term for the belief in the god, contract.
And there are 23 such cities in total. Wrapped by tall city walls, they are separated in various places and are only sorted by the time of establishment.
The city where Huang Yi is located is the 18th city.
These forces are the believers' territories established by spreading the belief in gods. Huang Yi has no doubt that if the clergy are given more time, they can definitely guide their hometown into a new contract city. He does not object.
In this era of conflict between gods, humans are struggling to survive. At least they can live a stable life by relying on a certain god.
Unlike today, violent crimes, no order, and fear all day long.
As far as Huang Yi knows,
the largest and most numerous cities at present are believers who believe in the god, protection.
There are 161 in total.
You don't know, the murderer is very arrogant. The sheriff said in the news that this is a naked provocation to them. The classmate became more and more excited and talked endlessly. He said that the murder scene was not destroyed at all, and he even disdained to cover it up.
The power of destruction remains very deep.
This behavior angered the main city of the contract, City 1.
Huang Yi listened silently.
He thought about destroying the scene. At least increase the workload of the security guards. But he gave up the idea at that time, and did not deal with the rubble and thumbtacks.
Showing the power of the path of destruction and giving the correct information can mislead more people.
And being able to recite the doctrine of the contract, coupled with the identity of a student, is the best cover. In addition, the monitoring equipment is basically deployed in middle and high-end residential areas and important locations.
This is also the reason why Huang Yi gave up entering the residential area to kill people.
Instead, he chose to set up an ambush and kill safely. In this chaotic world, electronic equipment is expensive and difficult to popularize. Pan Sen's death is destined to become an unsolved case.
I heard from my day classmates. This may be a gang crime.
At the scene, traces of the power of weird were also found.
The classmate was beaming with joy, enjoying the shocked expressions of others. But Huang Yi frowned when he heard it. Weird?
Afterwards, his eyes were solemn, and a little uneasy rose. He was sure that he was not a believer of weirdness, let alone weird power. But why did they say that weirdness was found at the scene of Pan Sen's death?
Huang Yi sorted it out.
Finally, he was sure that he had not been followed. The murder scene was also clean and neat. If that weirdness was really Pan Sen's man, there was no reason to watch me kill him.
Later?
Huang Yi thought, although he could not say that he was relieved. But his suspicion was completely cleared. As for what that weirdness did, it had nothing to do with him. And by mistake, more misleading information was added.
But if someone really wanted to trouble him, then everything would not be a trouble. I'm done eating. Go to the bathroom. He put the matter behind him and said hello to his classmates.
He took the stainless steel rice bowl provided by the school to the recycling area and then went to the bathroom. The school toilet was filled with the smell of mothballs.
Sharp and pungent.
There are special people cleaning here every day, and it is quite clean.
Can I bring the shovel into reality? Huang Yi stood in front of the urinal.
As soon as his hands touched the waistband, he had this thought. With the idea of trying, he walked into the toilet cubicle silently. He closed his eyes. Now, Huang Yi has gained a certain degree of dominance in the consciousness space. He can control it by himself. After closing his eyes, the foggy cemetery will not appear in front of him. This made his tense heart for many years relax a little. It really works. Huang Yi sat on the toilet, tried a few times, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The familiar wooden-handled shovel appeared out of thin air between his hands. On the shovel head, the blood clots were black and mottled.
It contains extremely terrifying evil.
Even touching it can make people lose consciousness and achieve the effect of forced restriction.
If injured, the consequences will be disastrous. Huang Yi, are you in there? Someone wants to see you. Just then, there was a shouting voice outside. Huang Yi's eyes turned cold, and he took the shovel back into his consciousness. He could sense that there were two extraordinary auras outside the door, approaching. Creak. Huang Yi's face was calm, and he pushed open the toilet door. In the toilet, it was filled with the pungent smell of mothballs. Huang Yi saw two men wearing windbreakers in front of him. A young man and a middle-aged man. Huang Yi, they are from the security court. The classmate reminded me. He left wisely.
Outside the toilet, there were several classmates gathered around.
What happened? Why is the public security court looking for Huang Yi?
I don't know. Judging from their faces, they seem very serious.
Don't ask, this is not something we can inquire about. Then let's go back and continue cooking? The committee member was stuck in the toilet while eating wool.
Yes, at least we have to see what it is about.
Then just wait a moment.
Several classmates were worried. He didn't dare to get close, but he didn't leave either.
Huang Yi, right? Hello, my name is Chen Yilan.
He is the deputy team of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Public Security Court. The middle-aged man showed his badge and his attitude was lukewarm.
I'm Huang Yi. Huang Yi looked away from the badge.
His face was calm.
Know why the other person is here. Have you met Pan-sun?
The deputy criminal investigation team stuffed Jianhui back into the inner pocket of his coat, but he paid attention to Huang Yi's subtle expression from the corner of his eye.
Huang Yi's face was stunned. Who is Pan-sun?
After he killed Pan-sun, he didn't even know his name.
I found out during lunch.
So they put on a puzzled expression in cooperation.
You wouldn't know?
In the early hours of last night, Pan-sun died on Changnan Avenue. The young man next to him spoke loudly and felt oppressive.
Huang Yi's expression froze.
The pupils trembled slightly. It seemed to reveal fear and panic. Then he lowered his head silently. I really don't know him. Chen Yilan waved his hand to stop his apprentice's white face. That's it, Pan-sun had contact with you yesterday. It was the security officer in the morning who said that your faith was not strong enough. Then in the evening, I came to the school to look for you. Don't be nervous, I'm not holding you accountable. Whether one's faith is firm or not is a private matter. We at the magistrate's court don't care about this, it's the school's responsibility. I'm just asking you to find out what's going on. What did Pan-sun talk to you about at school? Huang Yi listened quietly, took a deep breath, and seemed to be suppressing his nervousness. He asked me what gods I believe in.
Chen Yilan smiled and asked, then how did you respond to him?
Huang Yi shook his head. I didn't reply. I thought he was inexplicable and offensive, so I left directly.
Chen Yilan nodded. This is consistent with the clues they found.
Subsequently, the corners of his mouth raised, with a little more meaning. Then can you tell me? What god do you believe in? Huang Yi raised his head in shock, his expression changing. It seemed like there was an offended struggle. Chen Yilan stared at his expression, then smiled casually. I was joking.
Then what else did he ask you?
Huang Yi's heart sank. The last question is actually a pitfall. But he had no choice but to jump. After thinking for a moment, he said, I walked very fast and I didn't hear you very well. He seemed to be asking me how he got it. When Chen Yilan heard this, his expression instantly collapsed. It seemed that he was helpless about what nonsense Pan-sun asked.
Excuse me. Chen Yilan bowed slightly, approached the apprentice who was taking notes, and left the bathroom with a wet floor.
Watching their disappearing figures, Huang Yi's face turned cold. His eyes were indifferent. He turned towards the urinal to relieve his urge to pee.
Huang Yi, what's wrong? What are they looking for you for? The faces of the two sheriffs seemed dissatisfied. Were you reported to NV Tiao Nuchang last night?
The male students crowded into the toilet and chatted with each other.
The female classmates were also anxious outside the toilet door.
No, Huang Yi shook his body and replied calmly.
What is that? That's what you said. Yes, we are all worried about you.
Huang Yi felt warm in his heart when he heard this.
This matter probably won't be kept secret for long.
Yesterday afternoon, the person who stopped me was the victim Lao Li mentioned. My name is Pan Senator. He died early last night. Several students looked shocked. Unexpectedly, Huang Yi still had this relationship with him.
That's a genius from the main city. Although he is dead. Then what do they want from you?
Lao Li, who comes from a well-off family, asked. They suspected I was the one who killed him. Huang Yi put on his belt, pushed aside the crowded classmates, and walked to the wash basin.
Ha, so funny. Is the magistrate's court so unprofessional? This is outrageous. With Commissioner Huang's slim body, I can hit 10.
Best joke I've heard this year. The students were very happy. It seems that he wants to relieve the tension just now through teasing.
Huang Yi turned on the faucet.
Use hands soaked in water to smooth the bangs from your forehead to the back of your head.
Looking at himself in front of the mirror, the corners of his mouth raised. What if?
The classmate immediately put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and said seriously, if you can kill Pansen, I will stand on my head and eat shit. Lao Li excitedly raised the functional machine. I'll stand on my head and pull it to him to eat.
Roll. The two walked out of the campus.
Chen Yilin looked back at the gold-plated plaque of Contract Number 3 Middle School. His weathered eyes were slightly narrowed by the hot sunshine.
Master, what are you looking at? The young man also looked back in confusion and saw only young students coming in and out.
A few years ago, he was so young and carefree. Now he has entered the first pick of the danger of contact. Then Huang Yi is hiding something from us. Chen Yilin withdrew his gaze. He took out his sunglasses from his inner pocket and wiped them. He was performing nervously and awkwardly. It's a pity that he is not the best actor, and his eyes are dull. The surface is in place, but the eyes are the windows to the soul. They are calm from beginning to end. The young man next to him looked shocked, and then became angry.
He actually never noticed it. Then I'll go back and interrogate him. Feeling deeply ashamed and deceived, he immediately wanted to look back. But he was stopped by Chen Yilin. He looked dissatisfied. Why are you always so impulsive? Can't you be more steady? No one has secrets. He wants to hide it, so of course it doesn't hurt.
Chen Yilin rolled her eyes at the young man and exhaled impatient hot breath from her nostrils. Then, he put on his sunglasses and walked away. Just the secret, as long as it has nothing to do with Pan Sen's death.
The young man quickly followed up. Then how do you know? Think for yourself.
The young man paused. I'm going to find out where Huang Yi was last night.
When Chen Yilin heard this, he looked back at his apprentice with confusion. Are you bad at writing? Have you forgotten all the basic knowledge?
The fact that he can recite the contract doctrine in front of Pan Sen means that he is not a person from other channels.
My heart isn't beating anymore. Do I still need to check if he has a pulse? The young man panicked and looked embarrassed. Master, do you mean that he has no suspicion? The detachment leader snorted coldly. Until the murderer is caught, his suspicion will never be ruled out. It's just the size. Let's go and visit the next person. The young man hurriedly followed up. We are all at school, why don't you go up and visit? Chen Yilin waved her hand and refused. I'm busy. After lunch, it's lunch break. Sleeping in a hot and stuffy environment is difficult. Huang Yi took a cold shower.
Then he lay down on the mat and closed his eyes. He did not forget that from the second grave, only a corner of the coffin was dug out. When his figure appeared in the consciousness space again, he picked up the shovel. Keep digging, I desperately want to know what secrets are buried here. Another 2 hours passed before the construction started. The whole coffin, Huang Yi dug it out completely. This coffin is very complete. There were no signs of being eaten by insects. The surface is evenly painted with black paint, giving it a simple and solemn look. But in Huang Yi's eyes, there was an extra element of evil. A red coffin signifies the end of life, and a black coffin signifies a wasted death. Huang Yi gripped the shovel tightly with a cautious expression. This is his only reliance in the space of consciousness. Open the coffin. After watching for a long time, nothing happened. Huang Yi stopped waiting, inserted the round shovel head into the gap of the black coffin, and pried it open with force. Kick. After spending a lot of energy, the coffin was pried open. But no matter how much you pry, it's difficult to get a loose coffin with a wide angle.
Huang Yi thought for 2 seconds.
Plug the shovel into the mound of soil next to you for easy access at any time.
He stretched out his hands, alert. Grab the loosened coffin and push it up. Bang!
The coffin lid fell to the ground, raising dust and making a dull sound. Huang Yi backed away cautiously, subconsciously holding the wooden-handled shovel. But when he saw the inside of the coffin, his eyes were filled with shock.
No body?
Inside, Huang Yi never saw any bones,
but a complete set of black mourning clothes. There are not only melon skin hats, vests, leggings, and black cloth shoes. They are all ancient styles.
But what caught Huang Yi's attention the most was a plant growing on top of the mourning clothes.
Huang Yi is no stranger to this. Myrtle. Huang Yi's eyes were serious.
Myrtle, also called Nianzi, Zi, and Shanyan. This type of plant often grows in barren mountains and ridges. But only those growing on graves have the most plump and delicious berries. Elsewhere, the myrtle petals are purple-pink. The petals of the plant in front of me are red, as if they have been filled with blood.
Look at the empty mourning clothes again.
It was hard for Huang Yi not to suspect that the corpse inside was used as nourishment by the myrtle.
No contact for now. Huang Yi didn't dare to underestimate him. Keep your distance and decide to observe for a while. Being able to exist in this space like a shovel is definitely not simple. Jingle bell, the bell rang for the end of the lunch break. In the space of consciousness, it ripples like a reminder. Huang Yi felt irritated. I just wanted to insert the shovel into the mound and leave this place.
But on the stone tablet on the ground, I saw amazing changes.
Path, contract. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 0, awakened. Huang Yi's heart trembled.
He still remembered that when he first saw it, there was no word engraved on it.
Strange. Incomprehensible. Huang Yi felt inexplicably uneasy.
Although he was a believer in destruction, he would not suffer backlash if he recited the teachings of other gods, so he could pretend to believe in any god. But the extraordinary person who really obtained the contract still made him feel uneasy. This meant that he was being watched by the contract, and he didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. He looked up at the fog again, and the more tunes that were looming made him unable to hide his uneasiness. He was afraid that one day he would be swallowed by the tombs and become nutrients for those who came later.
At least for now, it's not a bad thing. I have gained a new way to help me hide better. Huang Yi is not a hesitant person.
He quickly sorted out his thoughts. In this chaotic world, having one more extraordinary person will give him a stronger ability to survive.
As long as there is enough benefit, unknown dangers will not stop him. Treasure hunting is dangerous in itself. Huang Yi was determined.
Looking at the mounds in the thick fog, perhaps the treasures buried there are waiting to be discovered. If you can get a sharp weapon like a shovel, the adventure is worth it. Even the myrtle in the black coffin in front of you is a rare treasure.
Only wait for the future to find out. Let's do this first.
Huang Yi retracted his gaze and inserted the shovel steadily into the soft soil.
The next second, his figure disappeared in the space of consciousness. In the dormitory, the students were irritated.
All of them could not stand the sharp and urgent alarm. This ghost ringtone was chosen with the principal's lifespan.
It's like a death sentence, can't you change it to a soothing one? Fortunately, I'm about to go to college, otherwise I would rather go to the construction site than take this annoying class. Your words are not funny at all.
Ha, get up quickly, you still have to study.
The roommates were dizzy and sweaty from the heat.
When their eyes met, they subconsciously moved to Huang Yi in the lower bunk. The eyes met, which was quite complicated.
Everyone felt sorry that Commissioner Huang Yi was just an ordinary person.
Maybe there would be no such good dormitory leader in college.
Get up, everyone, and go review. If you have the ability, help more.
The classmate sighed in his heart and got up to wash. At this time, Huang Yi also opened his eyes. His eyes fell on the calendar on the bedside. There were only 2 days left before the college entrance examination. Soon, a group of people came to the class in groups.
Huang Yi did not waste time. Organize those dejected and unawakened classmates to go to the temple. Only 2 days left. Everyone try your best and don't leave any regrets. Maybe the stronger your wishes are, the more you can get the attention of the gods. Huang Yi comforted. I don't care. It's uncomfortable to sit in the classroom anyway.
Yes, and the prerequisite for going to college is awakening, so reading is a waste of time.
At noon, I haven't slept enough. I think so too. The classmates looked numb, as if they had accepted their fate. Huang Yi heard this and stopped trying to persuade him. This time, he walked through the aisle and came to the last row. Looking at the huge classroom, there were more than 100 people sitting loosely. Some people were whispering, some were daydreaming. Some people sincerely repented and reflected on their faith not being firm and pure enough. Some people came here to catch up on their sleep and fell into a deep sleep. Huang Yi had a blank expression. Looking at the gilded contract statue again, he felt a little more intimate for some reason. I think it's because he became a quasi-contract master. This feeling also existed when he first embarked on the fate of destruction. Get the power of the contract, the next step is to sign a contract beast. Huang Yi pulled out an old book from his wide trouser pocket. It was Contract Master that he had to study in the first year of high school, and the publisher was the contract main city. According to the records in the book, there are 2 ways to choose a beast pet. The first one, go to find it in person, cultivate feelings, and swear blood oath. But the process is very dangerous. Basically, only big families will do this. Not only is the output stable, but you can also choose high-quality pets. As for the second method, it is very popular. That is to build a summoning array and sign randomly. This process is very similar to fishing, and those who are willing will take the bait. The advantage is that it is safe, convenient, and risk-free. The disadvantage is that you cannot control what kind of pet you sign. It may be very weak and have low growth space, but there are also very strong ones. As for the highest level of the 12 zodiac animals among the pets, Huang Yi has seen it once. That is Panson's contracted beast Sugo. Possessing the talent of mind reading. If used well, you can know the shortcomings of all opponents. Absolutely magical skills. And pets of this level have huge growth space. Huang Yi suspects that there is no bottleneck in evolution. Panson is worthy of being a genius, but it's a pity that he died too early. Huang Yi was a little regretful. If the other party was not too deliberate and was noticed by himself, I am afraid that all the cards would be seen through. You are still too young. You are arrogant and high profile, and you are easy to be targeted. Huang Yi does not regret it. He will only feel relieved if he eliminates such a person. Regardless of the position of good and evil, the existence of Panson alone is a great threat. The 12 zodiac signs, it should be possible to sign with extremely low probability only through the second method. Huang Yi frowned slightly. This probability is so low that it is outrageous. But at least, it is higher than the winning rate of the lottery. Huang Yi thought for a long time. Still unable to determine. With his current strength, he can try the first method. Let's see after graduation. If you can't find a satisfactory beast pet, then take a gamble. This sitting, it was time for evening self-study. They were not doing useless work. The temple witnessed 6 new awakeners. Someone in the team brought by Huang Yi obtained extraordinary qualifications. The male student just had tears in his eyes. Silent and speechless. Huang Yi took him away from the temple to express his congratulations. The male classmate wiped his tears and smiled with relief. They chose to give up the future. But I know, Commissioner Huang Yi, you are different. I will wait for you in college. I hope to be your classmate again. Huang Yi felt uncomfortable listening to the corny words. Okay, stop talking. I was half a day ahead of you. The male classmate was stunned. Huh? Huang Yi smiled. With the urging of his mind, an illusory golden disc rose from the back of his head. On the disc, there was a scale carved with 2 hanging discs hanging. The scale pattern was the symbol of the god of contract. It was also the symbol of every believer of the contract. On it, a beast pet could live. It was also a unique consciousness space. The classmates were dumbfounded. Huang, Commissioner, why are you still in the confessional? Huang Yi's eyes curved, and he smiled warmly. I brought them here, and I will take them back. Just consider it, the last night with them. In the early morning, the cool breeze blew. The contracted 18 cities were dark everywhere, and people had already fallen asleep. Only a few places could guarantee continuous power supply and bright lights all night. The public security court was one of them. Master. When I went out to visit, I also checked Huang Yi's whereabouts last night. He was really not in the dormitory last night. But he made an appointment with his roommate to go to the internet cafe, the young man reported excitedly as if he had discovered something. But Chen Yilan's attitude was very cold. He has ruled out suspicion. He awakened at noon today. Registration was carried out at 10 p.m., a believer of the gold contract. The apprentice opened his mouth slightly and stood there in a daze. He looked a little surprised. The gold contract is the highest level of faith. It is extremely rare.
Even he is only at the silver level. I know, the apprentice's face fell, and he threw the sorted content on the table.
It was boring.
It was what he had investigated about Huang Ye's whereabouts last night.
Although it was not accurate, there were doubts that could be explored. For example, Huang Yi picked up a small card, separated from his roommates, and disappeared for more than an hour without reason.
But now this doubt is not important. Who would believe that a newly awakened contract believer could be the murderer of Pan Senator just like a newborn baby? No one thought that he could kill a middle-aged strong man in an hour of disappearance.
Continuing the investigation is a pure waste of time. Who killed Pan's son?
The young man was full of irritability, and when he saw the cigarette box on the table, he still shifted his gaze.
Chen Yilin exhaled a puff of white mist and flicked the ash. Frowning, destruction and strange remains were found at the scene. Ponson's death was related to the cultists.
This is a fact that has been set in stone, but now, it doesn't matter.
Chen Yilin threw a thick document over indifferently.
This is the information compiled recently. According to the confessions of the cultists, they all mentioned the plans they are preparing. As for the specific content of the plan, the above speculation is that it is an advanced ritual. The young man was shocked. He quickly flipped through the documents. He quickly scanned them and felt his heart pounding.
This is Contract City 1, and we have received the interrogation results from City 18.
Based on the confessions provided by the cultists, we have come to a disturbing conclusion.
We all agree that the cultists' plan is the advancement ritual.
It is very likely that it is the weird path.
Level 70, Hell. Advanced ritual, turn a city into a weird domain.
Keypoint, in the weird domain, the more and stronger weirdness appears, the stronger the feedback from the promoted person.
Note, the highest weirdness level must not exceed that of the promoted person. Please make an emergency plan immediately.
The young man looked at Yicheng's reply and was shocked. I already understand why Master said that the murderer of Pan Sin is not important anymore. There is no need to delve into who it is. As long as all the cultists are captured and brought to justice, the relationship will be perfect.
Come to think of it, this is also the result that one city and 18 cities want.
What is their purpose? The young man swallowed. If the whole city turns into a ghost, how many people will die?
He didn't dare to think about it. The hidden cultists in the city are the informants. Highly likely, their target is the ruins of chaos 100 kilometers away. Chen Yilin's eyes were solemn. The young apprentice suddenly became nervous. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and deploy your defenses.
Other colleagues beside him reminded, this is a decisive battle at this level.
We have to wait for support from the main city.
The young man immediately realizes the weakness of his abilities. Sitting on the chair dejectedly, Chen Yilingguo, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, cursed and snuffed out the cigarette but fiercely. Those who believe in evil gods are nothing but good things.
The next day, early morning. In morning reading class. The 9 classmates looked at Huang Ye's back reluctantly. Heading to the confessional with regret.
Don't look so downcast. It's a good thing that Commissioner Huang can get the attention of the gods.
Yeah, we should be happy for him.
I'm happy too, but I feel a little uncomfortable for no reason.
The college entrance examination is tomorrow, let's do our best. I hope someone among us can wake up.
They comforted each other. There is a touch of loss in my heart.
Huang Yi, come here. The head teacher looked serious and called Huang Yi to the office. As soon as he sat down, he looked at Huang Yi with suspicious eyes. I heard that people from the security court looked for you yesterday?
Well, because I met Pan Senior, so you came to me to ask about the situation.
Huang Yi answered truthfully. The head teacher frowned and said no more.
This matter was such a big deal that he naturally heard about it. In the past 2 days, at least hundreds of cultists have been arrested in the city.
Dozens of people died, including innocent people. It made people panic. This shows that the people in the security court are serious.
Instead of fishing for big fish with a long line, we chose to drain the pond directly. It is estimated that it will continue for some time.
Are you awake?
Throwing away his worries, the head teacher's eyes became kind again. Currently, it is Huang Yi, the class cadre, who is the latest to wake up. It also made him most anxious. But he is also the one with the biggest surprise.
Yes. Huang Yi nodded seriously. Let me take a look at the contract roulette.
The head teacher's expression became impatient. Every believer has an illusory disc with his own destiny. The patterns carved on the roulette wheel are the embodiment of belief in the gods.
For example, the god of contract is a just scale. Believers of gods also have talent differences. Some people practice extremely quickly, while others are always stuck. The most conspicuous external feature is the color of the disc. Black iron, common; bronze, good; silver, excellent; gold, excellent. There are 4 levels. According to research by various forces, this is highly related to the purity of faith. The more devoted you are to the gods, the higher the quality of your talent, and the purer the color of the roulette wheel. The head teacher's is bronze. He is now in his 40s and is only level 39. His upgrade speed is already extremely slow. This is the limit of faith. The principal's contract roulette is silver and has reached level 65. Therefore, just by looking at the quality of the roulette wheel, you can know the future talent of each believer. Huang Yi didn't say anything. Looking within the sea of consciousness, there are 2 divine beliefs rising and falling in it. Those are destruction and contract. All exude dazzling golden light. Huang Yi mobilized the contract and immediately dispersed it from the back of his head. Make up the illusory Libra. This made the head teacher fascinated. That's great. Jean Pin's faith, I haven't seen him for many years. The head teacher's face was filled with emotion. Last night I heard that in my class, an awakened person with golden quality came out. Didn't sleep all night. Now early in the morning, I couldn't help but come to Huang Yi. This is really making me look embarrassed in front of the principal. But the strange thing is, why are you awakening so slowly? The head teacher was very strange. It stands to reason that such pure beliefs are manifested very early. Most gold medal players have already started to show their prowess in junior high school. Huang Yi didn't wake up until the college entrance examination, which is really an exception. I don't know either. Huang Yi pretended to be confused. He would not be wrong if he didn't say anything. The head teacher also waved his hand and did not go into details. There was a strong sense of pride in his eyes. Your talent has been noticed by the principal. He promised that your college living expenses will be covered by the school. At this moment, Principal Chen is receiving foreign guests. Those are the admissions departments of universities in major contract cities. This year, the 18 cities are very impressive. There are 3 gold grade contract believers, but they have all been poached to other cities. You are 4th and the latest. The principal is negotiating terms for you. In terms of your golden quality, your future is bright. Return to the classroom from the office. Many people's eyes were focused on Huang Yi. Watching him return to his seat, whispers formed a huge noise. As expected of the psychological committee member. The man I like. Not only is he awakened, he is also of golden quality. The monitor's silver qualities have won him the favor of many universities. He is more excited to get the attention of the gods than I am to get it myself. This is the 4th gold medal this year. Hey, how do you feel about being the first person to know the qualities of Huang Yi-san? Me? I encouraged student Huang to come, and then the sky fell. Huang Yi just picked up the textbook contractor for the 1st grade of high school, intending to consolidate his knowledge. The study committee member at the same table bumped Huang Yi hard with his shoulder. You're so stupid. It's a big one. We were invited to an internet cafe a few days ago. I felt sorry for you and thought you were about to give up. The faces of my classmates were full of excitement. I didn't expect it either. Huang Yi responded calmly, with a calm expression. After perfunctory with my deskmate, Huang Yi ignored the comments in his ears. Return your attention to the textbook. Contract roulette, the relationship with animal pets. Turning to a new chapter, Huang Yi's eyes narrowed. Contractor is different from other ways. He has a special space for controlling beasts. It can be used as a pet to practice and recuperate. The way for beast pets to obtain skills is to kill other ferocious beasts and obtain soul beads. Then randomly obtain skills from the soul beads. So, contractors are ferocious beasts and strange natural enemies. Huang Yi recorded silently. According to the textbook, contractor is a late-stage profession. Incomparably powerful. It is even rarer to be an extraordinary person who can choose his own skills. Not only can it control beasts, but it can also control ghosts. However, because too much money and resources are burned in the early and mid-term, it is difficult to raise a good pet. Many middle-class contract families, for the sake of their children's future, choose to lead their children to other god cities and convert to other gods. In this way, you can gain extraordinary power that is very strong in the early and mid-term. For example, preservation is such an existence. It is also the god with the largest number of believers. As for the dignitaries,
they look further ahead and invest crazily in their children's contractual beliefs.
Special personnel are also provided for this purpose.
After all, if you don't have money, most of your options are to randomly summon pet animals.
This also shows that the future is uncertain. I'm not worried.
Huang Yi moved his eyes away and looked at the lush greenery outside the window.
Relieve eye fatigue. He has the means of destruction and is able to survive on his own.
You can allow yourself to slowly choose a pet.
The path of destruction, due to its particularity.
The front, middle, and late stages are all very strong. It's just that, living in a city with orthodox beliefs, you are destined not to reveal it too much.
Reviewing is boring.
But the college entrance examination is tomorrow, and everyone is working hard. I want to improve my scores and get admitted to a beast-controlling university in a better city with more resources.
This sitting will last from morning to evening.
Jingle bell, the school bell rang in the
afternoon. The classmates in the class are still reading books consciously.
I don't want to waste time waiting in line for food.
Go. Huang Yi closed the textbook and asked the classmate next to him.
You eat first, and I'll go after I finish the questions. The study committee hesitated for a moment and declined the invitation.
Good.
Huang Yi glanced at the contract history question he had written, then got up and headed to the cafeteria. There, I happened to meet 9 classmates who had finished their meal.
Huang Yi, you're here. The posture of the 9 people is unnatural. Eating so fast? Huang Yi asked. See that they are hiding from their own thoughts. Yes. Eat it in advance so that you can repent quickly.
It's about to close over there, so we'll leave first. Their smiles were forced.
Okay, I wish you all the best. Huang Yi nodded and went to the window to get some food. Let's go too. No time. Be a monk for a day and ring a bell for a day.
The smiles of the 9 people disappeared, and their eyes became sad. There is a lot of low self-esteem in my heart. Although I had already had a premonition, I accepted mediocrity. But I was the only one who failed to awaken, and all my good buddies around me were going to college.
Achieve extraordinary things.
In their hearts, they felt a sense of abandonment and loneliness.
Tomorrow, we will identify the examination room. The temple will also be closed early tonight. During this period, this is their only hope. Huang Yi, don't eat it yet.
The head teacher hurried to the cafeteria under the setting sun. His eyes were urgent. The principal wants to see you for something.
Great thing. Contract number 3 middle school, under the setting sun, is coated with an orange glow. Let every student be filled with youth and freshness.
The head teacher hurried. Looking at the cold boy beside him, he always felt out of place. It seemed that he had an extra layer of stability that was not suitable for his age. There was a gap in his heart, and he was also wary. He didn't dare to imagine how much blood Huang Yi had seen in the ruins of the rioters.
He could only remind carefully, remember, after meeting Principal Chen, be polite and enthusiastic. I believe that the school will seek good benefits for you. We always welcome you back to number 3 middle school.
Huang Yi followed the middle-aged man, listening to his warm words, and was also touched in his heart. But the gravity of reality always made it difficult for him to relax. The advancement ceremony of the level 60 gravedigger alone made him feel heavy.
Thank you, Teacher Liu. Huang Yi said sincerely. What are you talking about? The teacher will need your care in the future. The head teacher was happy and said half-jokingly. Okay. A few minutes later, he took Huang Yi to the principal's office. He knocked on the door. Principal Chen, I've brought Huang Yi here. Let him in.
A brisk voice came from inside, sounding in a good mood. The head teacher whispered, pay attention to your words. After that, he opened the door. Then he gently pushed Huang Yi in and closed the door.
In the principal's office.
There are many solid wood scenes, tea tables, bookshelves, wooden tables, etc., which look low-key and restrained.
The most eye-catching thing is the 4 big words written in ink, contract spirit. You are Huang Yi, right?
Principal Chen looked at Huang Yi with a smile.
He looked him up and down.
He looked quite satisfied. His name is Chen Jiqing, a level 65 contract master. He is also one of the top combat forces in the 18 contract cities.
He is thin and looks energetic. Good afternoon, Principal Chen, I am Huang Yi. Huang Yi bowed slightly. You are a very troublesome kid. You awakened just before the college entrance examination, and you are a gold-level person.
You disrupted my original work rhythm.
Chen Jiqing said happily.
There was no complaint on his face, but a smile on his face. This year, there are only 4 awakened people with golden faith in the whole city,
and there is one in his school, which is very proud. He was very proud in front of the principals of number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. But this student is a bit special. Awakened too late, and this is the first time he has seen him. The other 3 gold level people were poached in junior high school and jumped grades. But no matter what, the golden quality faith will cannot be fake. The students are ignorant. Huang Yi lowered his posture. Hey, that's impossible. Chen Jiqing waved his hand. Without much greeting, he directly brought up the topic, your faith is gold, and your talent limit is very high. The news has spread to major contract cities, and many beast-controlling universities have contacted me. I hope you go to school there. Huang Yi did not interrupt, but listened carefully. Chen Jiqing laughed at Huang Yi's calm expression. What the head teacher said was indeed right. This child was too steady, aren't you curious? Huang Yi shook his head. The head teacher said that I can trust the principal's judgment. I will listen to your arrangements. Chen Jiqing was happy and satisfied. He led Huang Yi to the tea table and poured the hot tea that had been brewed long ago. Sit down. He handed over the tea and said, silver quality means excellent seedlings. If the cultural score is high, you can get the qualification for recommendation. As for the gold quality, it is rare. It is the source of students that every university wants to fight for. They contacted me this morning and offered very good conditions. Some even spent a lot of money. He stared at Huang Yi's expression, but did not see the latter's excitement and expectation, and he also felt a little bored. This kid doesn't give any emotional value. He took a sip of tea and found it tasteless. Continued, every university has given the qualification for recommendation. And free food and accommodation, subsidies and scholarships. Also, we can provide you with high-level beast pets. According to what the principal said, Huang Yi also understood. In order to fight for himself, every university is willing to provide great resources. During school, as long as you reach level 10 extraordinary, you can provide new soul beads skills according to your wishes. Soul beads are the unique crystals of monsters. Pets can absorb soul beads and gain unique skills. This is also the unique point of the contract master. Unlike most paths, the skills are fixed. Some universities even give targeted points to specific evil god believers. But to exert its power, it still needs to evolve to level 60. It is annoying in the early and middle stages, and a real thigh in the late stages. In Principal Chen's remarks, if Huang Yi wants to go the direction of multiple pets, the school will also provide professional guidance. Huang Yi can hear that this is really a bloody investment. For a single pet, the school unconditionally supports it. Even for multiple pets, professional planning will be carried out for the future. This means that every decision made by the school represents a huge cost. Of course, most people cultivate a single pet. Only high-ranking officials would dare to adopt the multi-pet mode, which would consume resources at an unimaginable price for Huang Yi. The most important thing is that now the policy has changed. With one city contract, resources will no longer be distributed equally to various universities, creating the phenomenon of negativity and indolence in governance. Instead, in the past 2 years, a competition system has been adopted. If major universities cannot obtain rankings in officially organized contract competitions, their resources and funds will be cut. This will lead to problems with subsequent enrollment and eventually fall into a vicious cycle. Therefore, all universities pay special attention to extremely talented students. The investment is also huge. This is naturally a good thing for you. As long as the school achieves a high ranking, it will gain prestige, fame, resources, and money. I won't go into details about this. When you go to college, you will understand how popular gold grade faith can be. Principal Chen stopped talking, feeling a little heavy in his heart. For the 18 cities, this is a pity. Although the strength of contract city is not divided in order. But the earlier it is established, the deeper its heritage and talents will naturally be. What ultimately reflects the strength of a city is its local universities. The 3 gold products that appeared in the 18 cities this year have all been absorbed by the top cities. It is true that there is no separation at all. But there is no doubt that Contract City is naturally the best place for gold-level believers. Moreover, the given conditions in various resources are incomparable to other cities. From a personal development perspective, I hope you can go to the main city. There, the probability of encountering gold items will be high, but it's not like you can go everywhere. You have a head talent there. Principal Chen did not talk about his selfishness. After all, the advantages of local universities are too small in comparison. It is really impossible to open this mouth. What do you think?
He changed into a comfortable position and tapped the tea table rhythmically with his fingertips.
He seemed very interested. What path should we take? Specialize on a single animal pet, or multiple animal pets? Is the development direction going to be a strong attack route, a treatment route, or an increase route?
Principal Chen poured tea for Huang Yi, which was sweet and fragrant.
With a solemn expression, I have the conditions given by major universities. I have checked them for you, and they are all excellent. The choice of your pet is far more important than choosing a university. The orange light fell from the window and lazily filtered into the principal's office. It also fell on Huang Yi's wheat-colored profile.
He listened silently and made no hasty decisions. He took a sip of tea to soothe his throat and asked, Principal Chen, the students are confused and want to hear your advice.
Hearing this, Chen Jiqing couldn't help but smile.
The eyes are quite appreciative.
Huang Yi's calm nature made him envious.
When I was young, I was too naughty and couldn't hide my thoughts, so I got into a lot of trouble. Nowadays, when comparing the two, there is not only a huge gap in talent.
Even the character of mind is hard to catch up with. This made Principal Chen feel inexplicably emotional.
He organized his thoughts and seriously suggested, the main direction of beast pets, whether it is strong attack, amplification, or human shield, has advantages and disadvantages. If you take the route of multiple animal pets, you won't have such troubles.
Theoretically, this is also the maximum limit for a contractor. Huang Yi was stunned. Theoretically? Chen Jiqing nodded and leaned on the back of the solid wood chair. Yes.
As we all know, every time a contract master breaks through 10 levels, he can contract with a new pet.
But human energy is limited. Everyone's level of willpower is different. Such a result makes it difficult to master a pet.
It's even more difficult to master multiple animal pets.
In addition, the beast controlling space also has boundaries.
It's impossible to accommodate too many pets.
Otherwise, beast pets will fight for territory, even if they are restrained by a contractor.
Such examples have appeared many times when predecessors were exploring.
Not to mention, there are still people controlling ghosts. It's so chaotic.
The beast controlling space is in the contract roulette, and its size is already established at the time of awakening. This has nothing to do with the concentration of belief and is highly related to the toughness of will. Even if there is a genius who wants to take the multiple animal pet route, there will not be many choices due to the size of the space.
The resources consumed are not large. This is also the reason why some universities and colleges dare to promise to cover everything.
Because they know that even the richest heirs of high officials and dignitaries can only have 3 or 5 pet animals. Even because of the uneven distribution of contract masters' energy, all beast pets grow slowly, have difficulty evolving, and are stuck in levels. In the end, a good hand of cards will lead to mediocrity. Of course, even if the lessons are in front of us, there are still countless geniuses who succeed one after another. It is because of the many animal pets that he has a strong enough imagination. The reason why it is strong in the later stage is that one person forms an army and has no flaws.
And, this is supported by successful examples.
Principal Chen briefly recalled, currently, the one who fosters the most pets in the contract space is City Lordly of Yicheng, with a total of 8 pets.
This is already a peak that is difficult for humans to reach. Huang Yi heard the implication, the pinnacle of humankind?
Very sharp. Chen Jiqing was slightly surprised. Seeing that his understanding was higher, he smiled and was quite satisfied. He also had the intention of supporting the younger generation, so he couldn't help but say more, but that level is too high, and I don't know much about it. Although my level is among the strongest among the 18 cities, but in the main city, it is only at the average level.
But being the principal of contract number 3 middle school is very convenient.
It allowed me to come into contact with many truly top players and gain a lot of knowledge. He looked proud, but quickly calmed down. He said in a solemn tone, under the gods, there are divine messengers. The number of apostles for each god is 3. They communicate directly with gods and walk the world on behalf of gods. They are top-notch beliefs.
Transcendence Gold. It can be said that he is a demigod. All contract cities must obey the divine envoy's orders. Only they can control the beast as the 9.
Li Changqing, the city lord of level 91, is already the top combat power of mankind.
But in front of the divine envoy, it's still not enough.
Speaking of which, a hint of shock flashed across Principal Chen's face.
He heard this kind of news during a meeting in the main city.
I was also fortunate enough to meet the divine messenger from a distance.
That sense of oppression is really too terrifying.
When Huang Yi heard this, he could only remain silent.
These are secrets that he has never known.
There is no way, the level is too low, and the things you come into contact with are far from even the tip of the iceberg.
His path to destruction is high though. But there is no systematic training at all. There is no organization to communicate with.
If you think about it, if a cultist like this wants to form a team, they may have been targeted by the Orthodox or even eliminated. A few days ago, he didn't even know that level 50 was called Undertaker and level 60 was called Gravedigger. The only source of information is the damaged tombstone in the consciousness space. At this moment, he was very sober. It is necessary to follow the orthodox path of contract. Not only can the identity of the followers of the evil god be better hidden, there is also systematic training that can save you many years of detours. I've decided. Huang Yi did not hesitate and said firmly, I will take the route of multiple animal pets. Moreover, as a contractor, he has advantages that others do not have. That is the space of consciousness. Although it is strange and eerie, I have never been able to figure out the secret. But there is one thing that Huang Yi can be sure of. That is, as long as you dig more graves, you can not only harvest strange things, but also expand the boundaries of your consciousness space. There will be no situation where the living space of pets is squeezed. Huang Yi has a strong premonition that 8 pets are far from his limit.
Are you sure?
Principal Chen said with interest, I have to remind you. The backbone of the contract master, and even the high-level combat power, are all single pets.
Huang Yi said seriously, I have thought it through.
Which university is willing to afford the resources of my multiple pets, I will choose to go there.
Chen Jiqing nodded, he also thought so. Then, he took out 3 documents from the drawer. Introduced, schools that offer such conditions. Universities in 3 cities.
Contracted 14 cities, 21 cities, and 18 cities. He did not see the surprised expression on Huang Yi's face, but only felt a little bored. Still patiently explained, although there are few students with the golden grade faith, it is not a problem to gather 10 students in each class in the top 5 cities. Plus, the resources are abundant and the teaching strength is strong, so the conditions given are all for specialization in a single pet.
If you want to develop multiple pets, you can pay for it yourself. Of course, the school will also provide professional guidance.
According to the principal's introduction, schools that dare to promise multiple pets are in an extremely dangerous situation. If the ranking of the contract competition is still very poor, the supply of resources will be one level lower. It has reached the point where you have to gamble. What's your choice?
Chen Jiqing's expression was serious.
He solemnly placed the 3 cities' admission quotas in front of Huang Yi. In the depths of his solemn eyes, there was a little more nervousness.
I choose this. Huang Yi glanced at the book cover. He picked up one of them and responded with a smile.
When Principal Chen saw it, he suddenly smiled. He was full of relief.
The admission letter came from the 18 contract cities. Night falls. The whole campus is brightly lit. But Huang Yi sees that it is deserted and no one is around. Tomorrow we will check the examination room, and the day after tomorrow we will officially take the college entrance examination. The first and second grade students have a holiday in the afternoon.
Chen Jiqing closed the door of the office and explained happily.
Huang Yi understood. Tomorrow we will check the examination room.
Now only the third grade students are left on campus. The other classes have been closed.
Do you know why I am happy? Chen Jiqing stood on the 4th floor, enjoying the evening breeze and looking at the campus. I don't know. Huang Yi stood behind him and answered truthfully.
Because you chose the university in Shibuqing.
The more Principal Chen looked at this student, the more satisfied he was.
He has plenty of patience.
The principal of number 123 middle school is considered top-notch.
They all hold positions in universities and have heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. He smiled freely and patted Huang Yi on the shoulder. If you have decided on your first beast pet, you can contact me. Since you have decided on a local university, a mobile phone will naturally be provided to you. Although feature phones are not high-tech enough, they are at least durable. After hesitating, he reminded, don't perform random summons when we are here, it's not safe enough. Also, it's best not to control ghosts. After saying that, he went downstairs. Huang Yi was stunned for a moment, then followed him. When he arrived in front of the dormitory building, he said goodbye to the principal. The lights in the cafeteria were still on, and only 2 windows were left to provide meals. Huang Yi quickly filled his stomach and returned to the dormitory. Drink. I'll treat you, don't keep your hands idle.
Tomorrow we'll see the exam room. I'll treat you to a good meal.
Don't drink if you're awakened, you still have to take the college entrance exam, don't make any mistakes in your cultural scores. In the dormitory, there was a lot of noise and joy. A cool mat was spread on the ground, and 7 people in the dormitory sat around a pile of drinks and snacks. Oldley played the dynamic music on his feature phone and raised his glass to invite others to drink. Since you know, drink less. Someone advised. Well, although I didn't awaken, I can graduate from high school. At most, I can find a class to attend. Oldley said with a red face and a smile. When Huang Yi approached the dormitory door, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Under his feet were discarded aluminum beer cans.
Looking with a frown, there were many leftover snack bags under the bed.
Oh, our psychology committee is back.
I heard that you were received by the principal. You will be a big celebrity in the future.
Oldley laughed wildly. His words made other students look at each other in surprise, feeling a little unnatural.
Why are you still standing there? Come and drink. Are you not giving me face?
Oldley picked up a bottle of wine and threw it over. Seeing Huang Yi catch it, his vanity swelled. Then, he grinned and drank the aluminum can of wine in one gulp. His eyes were confused. To be honest, Huang Yi, I'm so jealous of you.
Everyone likes you and is willing to play with you. There are many girls who have a crush on you, do you know?
Now you have awakened the belief in gold quality. Compared to you, I seem like a piece of trash. I really want to change the script with you, psychology committee.
The classmates suddenly fell silent when they heard this.
They stared at each other.
They sensed the change in the atmosphere.
Huang Yi put the wine can on the table and said calmly, "You've drunk too much." Li Tianqi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then showed a bleak smile. He turned off the music on his mobile phone, opened the new wine, and muttered, "Yes, I'm drunk. Sorry, Huang Yi, I'll punish myself with a can." Huang Yi looked at him and drank it with his head tilted back, and the wine flowed from the corner of his mouth.
There was nothing to say. I've advised him, this is the path he chose. Huang Yi didn't want to pay attention, took a shower, and sorted out the night talk with the principal. He wiped his wet hair with a dry towel, but saw his roommates cleaning the dormitory.
He just nodded without making any statement. Lying back on the bed, Huang Yi covered himself with a thin sheet to cover his belly button. He stared at the calendar hanging on the wall in a daze, slightly absent-minded. Yes, no miracle happened, and 9 people in the class failed to wake up. The temple was also closed by the school in the afternoon, cutting off everyone's thoughts. This night, the lifeline between ordinary people and extraordinary people was officially drawn, and the two were destined to go their separate ways.
His Huang Yi didn't think much. He just exhaled lightly and calmly tore off today's calendar.
The next page was revealed, with the words written by hand, College Entrance Examination Day. The lights in the dormitory were turned off, and there was no conversation all night. The classmates lay in bed, and in the afterglow of the street lights in the campus, they carefully looked at Huang Yi on the lower bunk. When their eyes met, they all saw the confusion and loss on each other's faces. It can be vaguely perceived that the road Huang Yi is going to take is very difficult.
The belief in Jean Pin is not the same as them. This is Principal Chen, let me pass it to you. The next day, the head teacher found Huang Yi. He handed the 2 items to the other party solemnly. Huang Yi took it and saw that one was the admission letter of the local university. The other one was the feature phone promised by the principal. The appearance is exquisite and the feel is comfortable.
Thank you for your hard work, teacher.
Huang Yi turned on the machine curiously.
I found that a series of numbers had already been saved in the contacts.
Note, Chen Jiqing. Don't you plan to add a teacher?
The head teacher also took out a functional phone with an expectant look on his face.
My pleasure. Huang Yi finished adding the head teacher's number. Type a note, Lu Feng, the high school teacher. Lu Feng looked at Huang Yi and sighed slightly. Are you going back now? Continuing to stay in the dormitory may affect the student's mood in preparing for the exam.
Also, those who are admitted are advised to leave early.
Then I'll go back first. Okay, remember to come to the graduation dinner.
After bidding farewell to the head teacher, Huang Yi came to the school gate. When he got to the bus that made him look ugly.
Young man, do you want to take a car? The driver asked with a grin.
When Huang Yi got into the car with a calm expression, he stepped on the accelerator with a smile. In the busy traffic, the car body swayed, showing off the driving skills. Finally, I braked hard and stopped at the entrance of the Changnan subway station.
Changhui, 30 yuan. Huang Yi handed over the money and watched the vehicle go away with a gloomy expression.
But the wanton ridicule coming from the carriage made Huang Yi's veins jump. Dissatisfied, he took off his mask, stuffed it into his pocket, and silently recorded the license plate number in the memo on his phone. Then he turned around and got on the subway, taking out the admission letter and mobile phone in his messenger bag. At this time, a slight smile of relief appeared on his face.
Going home this time can be regarded as a homecoming.
He was looking forward to it and saw the excitement on his family's faces.
The bonus will come soon.
I can also buy some fresh vegetables and fruits for my mother and sister.
As for the house, no need to buy the ruins of the rioters. Huang Yi closed his eyes happily and rested.
The rail car clanged out, and 2 hours later, it stopped at the dilapidated and old terminal. Although there are people cleaning here frequently, the floor is still wet and shiny, and there is a rancid smell from the kitchen waste ditch. The security check when getting off the bus is very simple. You can leave the station with your ticket.
Unlike pit stops, the review is strict. The level has improved.
After walking out of the security checkpoint, Huang Yi keenly sensed that the security personnel here were several levels higher.
Far higher than the last time I stopped. Everyone looked serious, and the passengers entering the station were strictly checked.
And their levels are all between 30 and 50.
Huang Yi frowned. Is it the influence of the Panson incident? This level of security should not appear in the ruins of chaos. Even mid to high-end residential areas cannot afford such tight security.
Not to mention, this is a ruins of chaos. The next second, Huang Yi realized something. My heart sank, and I suppressed all my thoughts like a stress. I walked out of the subway station in silence, but I also kept an eye on it. Outside the station, the sky was dark and cloudy.
It seems like it's going to rain.
Huang Yi withdrew his gaze and cast it at the love shed aside. There they have been giving out porridge for 10 years to promote the reputation of the god of contract. The clergy held propaganda posters and issued orders in a harassing manner. Huang Yi looked at the familiar scene and headed towards a fruit stall.
How to sell watermelons?
Standing in front of the fruit stall, Huang Yi asked.
25 yuan a pound.
Tan Jinjin lay motionless on the rocking chair, his tone cold.
I'll buy one.
After Huang Yi hesitated for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said.
Pick it yourself and weigh it yourself.
Huang Yi was not surprised when he heard this. In the ruins of chaos, fruits are a luxury. Without connections and strength, it is difficult to purchase and sell goods.
Otherwise, it would have been hacked long ago.
He once wanted to do this business, but his status as a student in Contract City made many things inconvenient for him. But it can also make him live a peaceful and happy life. He was quite satisfied. At least it's better than carrying the name of a follower of the evil god and acting like a rat crossing the street. Just thinking about being an enemy of the extraordinary gods can make you feel physically and mentally exhausted and realize your own weakness.
Life is really good now. Huang Yi picked up the watermelon, patted it, and finally chose the round one.
In the end, he was asked to pay 135 yuan, so he wondered if it was a 50 yuan claim, but he still pretended not to notice and didn't intend to cause any trouble. As long as you remember the other party, there are always plenty of opportunities to make up for losses. After paying the money, Huang Yi was sulking and returned to his hometown carrying the watermelon. The characteristic of the ruins of the rioters is that they have no city walls, so it can be said that they have no boundaries with danger. The closer you live to the edge, the more likely you are to be attacked by monsters and strange things in the dark. Those who are able can either move to the center or live in a city blessed by orthodox gods. Most of those who are willing to stay in the ruins of the chaos have criminal records or are fugitives. Otherwise, we will not be willing to live in chaos and unrest.
The position of Huang Yi's family is neither good nor bad.
Located in the central area, although the community is dilapidated, it retains memories of Huang Yi's childhood.
The family is warm and the neighborhood is harmonious.
But a few years ago, everything was gone. My mother and sister became weird believers, and their bodies were completely destroyed, leaving only their souls.
There was no longer a living person in the community.
I feel better, at least superficially healthy. Those who are bewitched by evil gods seem to have the only path to disaster.
Although I'm not a good person, at least I'm a normal person. Return to the low, uninhabited neighborhood.
Huang Yi sighed slightly and stepped into the corridor with extremely poor lighting. But just as he reached the third floor, a pungent smell of blood came from the half-open iron door. Huang Yi paused while taking out the key. He clearly remembered that he had mopped and cleaned the house last time he went out. It was impossible for such a clear smell of corpses to remain. Huang Yi's heart trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He quickened his pace and pulled open the half-closed iron door. After turning on the light, he saw that the few furnitures were overturned and the wall paint was peeling. A swollen corpse was lying on the ground. Blood was splattered everywhere.
Bang Huangyi straightened the collapsed wooden table, and his eyes became deep.
He put the fresh watermelon on it, and then walked towards his mother and sister's room with a cold face. But he saw that the wooden door was broken. There were more than a dozen corpses piled up inside, and dried bloodstains were all over the dressing table.
Not here.
Huangyi had a blank expression on his face, and straightened a corpse facing the ground on the ground. What he saw was a strange face. According to the degree of blood coagulation and the natural changes of the corpse, Huangyi estimated that these people died no more than a week ago.
And they are all extraordinary people.
It can be ruled out that they are not contract masters. Through the collection of various clues, Huangyi returned to the living room with a cold face.
The remaining power here includes destruction, weirdness, and even other ways. Without exception, they are all evil gods. From various traces, they have not completely disappeared.
So this is not a vendetta, but control. Mom is level 30, sister is level 35, it is a strong force.
Huangyi's face was solemn.
But this group of extraordinary people was willing to take them away at a high price.
Whether there is any plan, I don't know.
If you want them to help, you must control them first.
In addition to force, it is to feed human flesh.
Only in this way can the self-will that persists can be destroyed and reduced to a walking corpse.
Forgetting memories can achieve new weirdness. They were taken away for at least 5 days.
Huangyi's face was gloomy, and he did not hope for his mother's self-control. But that sister. Thinking like this, Huangyi was upset.
After closing the iron door, he went to the utility room and took out an axe. The next second, the whole empty community was filled with the dull sound of cutting meat and splitting bones. The swollen corpse burst, splashing blood with a foul smell. Huangyi didn't care. After being discouraged for an hour, his whole body was sticky. My consciousness space can take out items. Can I put them in?
Huangyi clenched the axe, panting, and also had such doubts. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the rotten meat.
The next second, the body disappeared in front of his eyes and appeared in the cemetery in the wasteland.
Okay. Huangyi was not happy when he found this situation. But silently, he grabbed all the chopped pieces of meat into his consciousness space. Looking at the second tomb, the myrtle with bright red petals, under the root system, was also pressed a rotten and faded black mourning dress.
Huangyi tried to fill all the minced meat into the black coffin.
As the blood seeped in, Huangyi vaguely saw the myrtle branches swaying.
The petals seemed to be more charming.
Huangyi stood in the living room, opened his cold eyes, and his consciousness immediately withdrew from the space. Looking at the noisy hall, the discomfort came again, making him feel annoyed. Bringing a mop and a bucket, this cleaning took another 2 hours, and night fell.
Eat? Huangyi's expression was numb, and he pulled a relatively intact plastic red stool.
Sitting at the wooden table with blood all over his body, he used a fruit knife to cut the watermelon in half.
Leave half for them.
Huangyi ate voraciously, and ate half of it alone, feeling only half full. He sealed the remaining half with plastic wrap. Originally wanted to put it in the overturned and long-powered refrigerator, but saw that the egg liquid was broken and smelled.
Let's clean up when we get back. Huangyi retracted his gaze and put the remaining half of the watermelon back on the wooden table. After taking a shower,
he returned to his messy room and changed into a hooded sweatshirt. He calmly put on a mask, a cap, and rubber gloves. He grabbed a handful of thumbtacks and stuffed them into the long pockets of his sweatshirt. If my mother and sister were reduced to ashes, Huangyi stood in the corridor outside the iron gate. Looking at the lavender moonlight above his head, for the advancement ceremony, let's choose this place. Then, he lowered the brim of his hat without any psychological burden. He locked the door and turned into the darkness. The subtle sound of metal friction could be faintly heard, crisp and dangerous.
Let's watch the weather together in the evening. The city will be sunny and cloudy tonight. There will be showers in the riot ruins. Citizens, please take precautions. The contract is eternal. 18 cities will report to you. The evening news was playing on the heavy color TV. The signal is intermittent. The 4 people sitting in the small room didn't pay attention. Just a background sound.
They crossed their legs and held cigarettes in their hands, filling the air with smoke.
Hongzhong. Bump. 5 barrels. You kid, you can't do the same thing, right? Yaoji. Bang, don't be rude first, I'm crazy. Damn it, are you colluding? It's always you two who are messing around. Curses rang out in the room.
The sound of mahjong collision was clear and sweet, and cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor.
Beep suddenly. The background sound cuts off.
Someone looked back and saw that the color TV screen had disappeared. It turned into a colorful mosaic, emitting a buzzing sound of electricity.
What a broken signal. I'll go out and check the antenna.
As soon as the thin man stood up, he was grabbed by the collar.
Give me the money first. Are you trying to run away?
The thin man snorted coldly, took out a large stack of banknotes, and slapped it on the table with dissatisfaction.
What nonsense! It sounds like I'm short of money.
The man's eyes were bright. He suddenly let go, and took out a red ticket with a smile.
You really should go out and check the signal. It's going to rain. It'll be bad if it ruins your feng shui. Where did you get the money? Business secrets.
The thin man put all his wealth back into his pocket and walked out of the house proudly. But not long after, the door opened again.
Why so fast? The signal is not good yet. Are you going to see the antenna, or are you going to pee?
Several people at the mahjong table complained. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The man from before was seen walking back stiffly. Then, a man wearing a mask and cap walked into the house. There was a thumbtack between the two fingers in his mouth, pressing against the thin man's throat. Bang Huangyi closed the door and looked coldly at the smoke-filled people.
I want to ask you something.
Several people stood up and looked at each other with serious faces. Hold the bottom of the mahjong table with both hands. The cold guy hiding there gave them some confidence.
What's up? Huangyi took a tour. Knowing that these people are all wanted fugitives in Contract City.
There are more or less murder cases on hand.
Maybe there is a way. It's okay. Huangyi paused and stopped thinking about asking questions.
The thumbtack in his hand was inserted into the throat of the man in front of him, causing blood to flow profusely. With quick hands and quick eyes, he took out a few thumbtacks from the long pocket of his sweater and shot them at the bodies of the other three people.
Bang bang bang.
At the same time, several gunshots rang out.
Unfortunately, the bullets were all empty and the man in the sweatshirt ran away. Maid, the extraordinary one. What a damn bad luck. You are trying to force me to believe in evil gods.
The bodies of the three people were pricked with thumbtacks, and their clothes were quickly dyed red with blood.
They gritted their teeth and hated it.
It's just that the thin man from before was holding his bleeding neck and looked pale.
It's hopeless.
The arteries were punctured. The three of them had sad faces, as if the rabbit was dead and the fox was sad. A man approached with a gun, pointed it at the thin man's head, and shot him. I have a kind heart and cannot bear to see pain. To help you get out of trouble, just use these bills as bullet money. Brothers, let's all share a share.
A few people are not pretentious either.
After dividing the pile of banknotes equally, the three of them looked at each other and smiled.
Playing a game is not as fast as grabbing it directly. It's enough for medical expenses.
This nail is not in vain. Outside the door.
Huangyi listened quietly. After not getting the information he wanted, he left calmly.
He adjusted his peaked cap, looked at the lavender moon that was gradually obscured by clouds, and continued to look for the next target.
Ruined ruins, crowded and chaotic. Trying to find your family is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Cultists, in particular, act in a very low-key manner and are basically difficult to detect. Huangyi has never had contact with him over the years. Even the names of the previous realms are understood through the tombstones in the consciousness space.
Since there is an advancement ceremony, then once these cultists are mobilized collectively, it will probably be a big incident.
Huangyi suspected that the disappearance of his mother and sister might be related to this.
Coming to this conclusion, I felt even more awe-inspiring.
It would be easy to kill the criminals behind him, but what he wanted was to spread the information.
There are always people who have connections with cultists. What he has to do is force them to come to him.
Subsequently, Huangyi traveled to casinos, red light districts, and underground black boxing. Every time he appeared, he would take away some lives and cause panic.
It's still too slow.
Huangyi circled around the center and outside, but no one could stop him.
Not even the extraordinary one showed up.
This made him slightly irritable.
Make things bigger. The cold wind is blowing, and looking at the sky, it's going to rain.
The street was dark, as if no one lived there.
Huangyi walked on the wet marble floor, occasionally hearing the sound of rats. In the night, dogs could be heard barking.
Although he knew that it was not easy to find the cultists. But until now, there was no harvest, and it was inevitable that he was depressed. Decided to change the target to the mansions in the central area.
There are many big bosses here. Although they will send their children to the Orthodox city and live under the protection of the gods, they themselves cannot obtain the legal identity of the contract city. The procedures and visas for a round trip are extremely troublesome.
However, they can also pay a high price and ask the contract master to protect themselves. Moreover, the source of their money is not clean. It is not difficult to imagine that there must be some people who collude with the cultists. Even provide funds and resources for the cultists.
Although I don't know who it is. But if you kill more, you can always lure them out. Huang Yi did not hesitate and went to the central area of the ruins of the rioters.
Although doing so will definitely encounter a decent contract master. Even attracted the attention of the contract city, but he didn't care too much. Huang Yi stepped on the puddles and quickened his pace. But the more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. The water stains on the ground had submerged his toes without him noticing, and the surroundings became dead silent.
Even the cicadas in summer seemed to have disappeared without notice.
All he could hear was the splashing sound of water. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the house in front of him, which was also oozing water, reflecting a cold light. He stopped. But the cold water was still rising slowly. It buried Huang Yi's instep, with a piercing coldness.
He looked down. But he saw a pale hand holding his ankle tightly.
In the reflection of the puddles, a man with a swollen face, his eyes widened and bulging, his gray pupils, staring at him blankly and indifferently under the rippling water. Bubbles formed at the mouth and nose, as if struggling or spitting out water.
Strange path.
Huang Yi was calm, and finally led the cultist out. He reached into the long pocket of his sweater with his right hand and took out a few thumbtacks. But the next second, he turned around suddenly. He saw a man in a vest looking at him playfully from behind. His appearance was no different from the weirdness in the water.
Huang Yi's eyes condensed. It's not a strange path. It's a contract path.
Level 41, Contract Master. Very sharp. You noticed me so quickly. The man in the vest sounded surprised. With flip-flops on his rough feet, he came briskly through the stagnant water. But Huang Yi noticed that the ghost hands at his ankles were getting colder and colder.
It seemed as if he was dragging himself into the water.
I heard that you were crazy and killed many people.
Are you short of money?
The man pulled out a dagger from his casual pants.
There was teasing in the words.
And on the back of his head, there was an illusory bronze totem. That is the scale pattern, which is the symbol of the god of contract. Huang Yi ignored his teasing, but stared coldly at the dagger in his hand. He felt an extremely ferocious and strange aura from the dagger.
Obviously, that dagger is also weird. Control 2 tricks? This is also the first time Huang Yi has seen a contractor do this. Are you a cultist?
Huang Yi clenched the thumbtack in his hand and turned his attention to the man again.
The man was stunned. Stand 5 meters away from Huang Yi. I seem to have heard something funny. You, a person from the path of destruction, actually asked me if I am a cultist?
Although I control ghosts, I am also an upright person from a well-known family.
Huang Yi didn't want to waste time talking nonsense to him. Really? You don't seem to be very afraid of me.
The middle-aged man stroked his thick stubble and stepped back cautiously. Obviously, he is also aware of the fragility of the contractor's body. But when he took a step back, his eyes widened. The water exploded, and the masked man who was bound in place suddenly broke free and approached him very quickly. Behind Huang Yi's head, a destruction totem also appeared. It was a pile of scattered rubble, as if it had just experienced a planetary explosion.
The golden light is brilliant. Huang Yi's swift movements also made the man in the vest look horrified. Aren't you level 20 destruction? You tricked me on horseback.
As he screamed uncontrollably, fear arose in his heart.
Suddenly I realized that the news reported by my subordinates was false.
It's not that the 20-level transcendent is inflated and playing tricks everywhere, but he is fishing. That weird thing is over 40 levels, but he can't even catch the opponent. Then this young man's level will only be higher. Every time you attack a few people, you run away. Now you ask me about the cultists, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man was full of panic. I want to scold my mother even more. You are showing weakness to the enemy by stepping on the horse. Isn't this simply harmful to others? But Huang Yi didn't reply. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and surging gravity erupted from all around. He pinned the man to the spot.
Do you really think I'm easy to bully?
The man in the vest was full of panic and said with a fierce expression.
It is absolutely clear that we cannot sit still and wait for death.
He saw the opportunity and threw the dagger tightly in his hand. The blade tore through the air and blew up a harsh wind, hitting Huang Yi directly in the face.
At the same time,
in the pool of water on the ground, more than a dozen pairs of pale palms stretched out, carrying the stench of the ditch, trying to grasp Huang Yi's feet again. This move has been tried and tested many times, and it works perfectly every time, killing him with one blow. But at this moment, the man in the vest was feeling nervous and unsure.
Bite! Huang Yi flicked his fingers. The hard thumbtack hit the approaching dagger accurately, bounced it out of position.
Passing Huang Yi's side face, he stabbed the red brick house on the side. The hard brick was as fragile as tofu at the moment, and it was easily cut open by the dagger.
Destiny, Destruction. Level 10, Butcher. Exclusive skill, weak point attack.
Huang Yi snapped his fingers again, and the thumbtack shot into the thigh of the man in the vest, causing a stinging pain.
5 meters away, just a few steps away. The next moment, Huang Yi's palms tightly strangled the opponent's neck.
And his feet were firmly grasped by pale hands.
Like a vine, it clung to him. Be honest.
Huang Yi pressed hard with his palms and heard the sound of his Adam's apple breaking.
But the next second, Huang Yi's pupils shrank.
But he saw the man in the vest in front of him, with foul-smelling turbid water oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His pupils gradually turned gray. The body also became heavy and swollen, as if it was filled with corpse water.
Is this what's weird? Huang Yi's face darkened and he pinched Wei Wei's throat.
The dozen or so pairs of pale palms clinging to the body suddenly fell into the water and turned into smelly sewage before disappearing. He turned around and saw that the strange swollen spot at its original location had long since disappeared. The dagger that slashed through the brick building also disappeared without a trace.
Huang Yi stood there coldly, watching the water gradually recede.
And the totem of destruction hanging on the back of his head was slowly fading away, as if it had never appeared before. Although weird is fragile, it is better because of its unpredictable ability. If the skills of the main body are not understood in advance, it will become a guessing game. Unless you use high levels to crush. Moreover, contractors can use strange characteristics to significantly increase the strength in the early and mid-term. In the textbook Contractor, it was evaluated that this kind of behavior is a heretic, that is, taking shortcuts, basically sacrificing room for growth in the later period. After all, when a pet reaches level 60, it can evolve on its own and enter a higher level. But Weird often kills people and feeds them human flesh to level up. Not to mention the crazy advancement ceremony after level 60. No one dares to do this, as it would be no different from a cultist. And the major contract cities are also on guard. People control ghosts, and ghosts are also fools, so major organizations often review ghost control contractors and report their level progress. Not only is the process cumbersome, but it also cuts off the possibility of getting to the center of power.
Power is always more important than ability. And gods have both.
So in the contract city, controlling ghosts will never become the mainstream, and even Weird is not dared to be used as an auxiliary. Even if the early and middle stage ghost controllers are indeed strong, it also means that they are difficult to be trusted. The principal's previous reminder to Huang Yi was based on this concern. The one in the water is the contract master, or Weird's ability is to allow people to switch between the two? The accumulated water seeped into the cracks of the bricks, leaving only the wet ground. Huang Yi's expression was still calm, and he took off his shoes and shook off the water stains in his woven running shoes.
I have clearly shown enough weakness. When I was making trouble, I only showed my level of 20. This way, I can ensure that the people who come here will not be too weak. But I can't fully show my level 60 strength, which will make the cost of contacting the other party too high. Compared with the upcoming plan, it is not worth taking such a risk at a critical moment. But Huang Yi didn't expect that this ghost-controlling contract master is also bold and careful. His ability is also unpredictable. He can actually switch places with Gue and escape. It is an extremely powerful life-saving skill. Click, Huang Yi secretly commented. Putting on his shoes again, the wet socks are a little cool in the evening breeze.
But compared with the coldness of the ankle that was grabbed by Guy, it can be completely ignored.
Not bad. I am also cautious enough. At this time, Huang Yi's eyebrows under the duckbill cap showed a hint of smile. Destiny, Destruction. Level 50, Undertaker. Skill, Gravity Manipulation.
At this level, gravity can be controlled.
But each Undertaker has a different way of using gravity.
Although Huang Yi has never seen other Undertakers' gravity control, he is confident that his control is excellent. If there is a progress bar for gravity control, he has reached at least 85%. He can give the thumbtacks fine gravity control, so that the nails can fly stably with the weak point breaking and play a bullet-like effect. And the nail pierced into the vest man's thigh, there are traces of gravity. And the trace is limping away 100 meters away. This also makes Huang Yi sure that the strange ability is similar to switching. The person who was hit before was the original body. The long line is out. I just don't know if I can catch a fish. Huang Yi was in a heavy mood. He exhaled slowly and chased quickly. A minute later, the gravity trace disappeared completely. Huang Yi followed the blood on the ground and soon saw the vest man limping in the narrow alley. Huang Yi then slowed down his pace with peace of mind. He put his hands in the long pockets of his sweatshirt, playing with the remaining dozen thumbtacks, and followed behind slowly. But the direction in which the man in the vest fled made Huang Yi frown. He went to the inner circle. It was a cloudy night. The cold wind whistled with a moist breath. Huang Yi wrapped his sweater around his waist and followed behind him with narrowed eyes. The inner circle of the ruins of the rioters is inhabited by wealthy bosses. The security level is not low. If this ghost-controlling contract master is really the security guard of a black market boss, just to teach him a lesson. The whereabouts of my mother and sister may be cut off. According to the time, they have been missing for about a week. In addition, only this extraordinary person came to the riot today. All kinds of unpleasant things made Huang Yi feel irritated. Damn, I kicked the steel plate. The man in the vest covered his bleeding thigh, the pain was unbearable. Loosening his palm, the flesh inside was bloody and the bones were vaguely visible, and warm blood flowed out, making his face pale as paper. He looked back cautiously, and felt that he had walked far enough and was safe enough, so he leaned against the rough wall, sat down limply, and rubbed off a large piece of moss. The wound on his leg was not stabbed, but it was like a gunpowder explosion that made him tremble physically and mentally. He sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He tore the vest, then bit the wooden handle of the dagger in his mouth, and said dully, "Come." As soon as the voice fell, water gushed out from the brick cracks on the ground. More than a dozen pairs of pale hands climbed up the body of the man in the vest, strangled his hands, legs, and even his neck, and hugged his chest tightly from the back. When everything was ready, a pair of hands reached into his festering wound. The next moment, the man in the vest tensed his body and struggled desperately, his expression was hideous with pain, and sweat oozed from his forehead. But all his actions were strangely restricted. The intense pain was completely accepted by him without any resistance. When the trickster's hand was stirring, the man in the vest felt that hundreds of years had passed in the human world, and every second was torture. His eyes were out of focus and his vision was blurred. When he came to his senses, a slightly bent nail fell on the ground. The wound had been tightened by the tattered vest to stop the bleeding. As for sterilization, there is no condition for it for the time being. The man, who was already naked, laughed at himself to divert his attention and relieve the pain. When he stood up again from the ground, he found that less than 30 seconds had passed. This made the hatred in his heart rise to the same weight as fear. But when he thought of what happened just now, he was defeated in a flash, and he was also suddenly afraid. This kid is really evil. He believes in evil gods, but asks me if I am a cultist. It seems that he is not in the organization. But his strength is so strong. He covered the gray vest stained with blood on his thigh and limped on. Although he escaped temporarily, he was still uneasy. The moon was dark and the wind was high. A touch of coolness fell on the man's rough face. He looked up in astonishment, but saw a drizzle of rain falling from the sky. You'd better hurry back to the organization to recuperate. No place is safe now. This leg needs to be treated as soon as possible. If Wei thinks I'm unhealthy and wants to replace me, it will be troublesome. The man in the vest said sadly. Huang Yi didn't dare to follow too closely, fearing that Wei would notice him. Although he didn't know what the other party was mumbling. But he followed all the way and noticed something unusual. Live in the basement? Huang Yi frowned slightly and watched the man in the vest walk into a garage. The rolling door of the basement was broken and rusty. His limping footsteps echoed leisurely in the empty basement. The air was sour and rotten from not circulating for a long time. Huang Yi looked around and was more confused. There was not even security. Such a high-level contract master, a strong man, should not live in such a shabby place. But his brisk steps showed his inner peace, as if he had returned to the place where he thought he felt the most secure. Huang Yi raised his mask to his eyebrows. He held a few thumbtacks in his hand. Gravity attached to his feet, making his footsteps extremely subtle. If you don't stand next to him, it's hard to hear his footsteps. Huang Yi followed the lame man and passed by more than a dozen old cars covered with dust. But the deeper he went, the more violently Huang Yi's heart beat. It seemed that there was a huge energy deep in the basement. This energy was cold and strange, revealing an indescribable feeling, which made his spirit slightly painful. The release of the breath alone was so terrifying that people kept away from it. The next second, Huang Yi's heart trembled. He was not unfamiliar with this power. He had felt it from his mother and sister for many years. It was a strange sense of distortion. But why is the strange energy here so huge? It seems that many strange ways are imprisoned. After getting a rough idea, Huang Yi's eyes shrank, and he quickened his pace with a solemn expression. It seems that the family he is looking for is in the basement. At this moment, the lame man opened an iron door, carefully observed behind him, and found nothing unusual, so he went in with a look of joy of being saved. The indignant voice was blocked by the iron door, looming. "Sister Han, I'm back." "You guessed right. That kid is really weird. He has caused a lot of trouble, and he is indeed not a fool. He is luring us with a plan. I'm afraid he is not here with good intentions." Inside the iron door, there is a simple compartment. The group stopped playing cards and stared at the man in the vest with serious expressions. Without exception, they were all extraordinary people. Or, cultists. The woman called Sister Han was indifferent to his crying. She just coldly threw the cards on the table, and her eyes were still fixed on the black and white TVs in front of the table. The pictures on it were like frozen shots, with mosaics of poor signals flashing occasionally. "Good man, can you find this place?" Then, she supported her knees with her hands and stood up. She walked to the man in the vest and squinted her eyes. "Sister Han, this is..." Seeing this, the man in the vest was full of panic, and he really felt the murderous intent in Sister Han's eyes. "Get out!" Sister Han grabbed the man in the vest by the neck and smashed him against the iron gate. With a loud bang, he collapsed like mud. The other extraordinary people also had indifferent expressions. After throwing away their cards, they stood up, stepped on the body of the man in the vest, and filed out. In the cramped warehouse, only he was left with shortness of breath and dilated pupils. Now, he could not raise any anger or confusion. His desperate eyes stared at the black and white TV in front of him in fear and confusion. Under the surveillance, a man wearing a mask and a baseball cap walked slowly in the dim garage. The next second, the masked man raised his forehead slightly. He also found the surveillance hidden in the blind spot of his vision, but the gloomy eyes seemed not to care about being discovered. There was a strong murderous intent in it. He had just felt this feeling from Sister Han. Ha ha ha! The man in the vest's eyes became more and more out of focus. His breathing was as rapid as if he was short of oxygen. He raised his hand with difficulty and touched his numb neck, and then he realized that his cervical vertebrae were broken, as if he was crushed by a heavy object. Until the moment of his death, he didn't have time to provide the last information. The person who came is also a believer of destruction, who can control gravity. Stronger than you. The man in the vest choked completely, his pupils rolled up, and oozing out the smelly corpse water. He worked hard for the organization, but ended up like this. His vision began to blur and his breath was sad. But at the last moment, the corners of his mouth rose slightly in relief. "Sister Han, I'll wait for you on the road ahead. There are many gods. Each path has a specific name. But the only thing that is consistent is the number of levels. This allows people to quickly judge whether the other party is a threat." Sister Han pushed open the iron door with a cold face and led a group of cultists to welcome the enemy. Although she didn't know the information about the visitor. But she has absolute confidence in herself. The man in the vest is level 41, and he is also a mainstay in the organization. Since he can escape from the opponent, it means that the person who comes is in his 40s. The strength is good, but just good. The level of caution is not enough. Huang Yi stood next to an abandoned car. He also noticed the surveillance camera in a hidden corner and felt a little guilty. Bite. The thumbtack shot out and destroyed the camera, but a rush of footsteps was heard. There are many steps, but they are extremely vigorous. I think they are all extraordinary. The man in the vest fled back here, which further proves that this place makes him feel at ease. The level of people coming will not be too low. Huang Yi tugged on his peaked cap, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. The person is missing. When she came to the sound, Sister Han looked at the broken camera above her head, her eyes narrowed dangerously. The rest of his men also looked around warily. "Are you going to spread out and look for him? He shouldn't have gone far," someone suggested.
Sister Han glanced at the other party dissatisfied, dispersed? You met alone, are you able to keep the other person? The man choked. He also thought of the fate of the man in the vest who fled in embarrassment. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with. Among the people present, I am afraid that the only one who can confidently say to keep the other party is Sister Han. Then how about, tell the superiors?
Sister Han looked at the darkness everywhere, and there was deathly silence in front of her.
He asked coldly, are you going to tell the leaders that we are weak and incompetent?
The man realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he immediately shut up and hid behind others timidly.
Sister Han thought for a moment and called to the two of them, you must have mobile phones with you.
Go back to the monitoring room and turn on all the lights in the underground garage. If you see the other person, call him immediately. I don't believe that a mouse like him can keep his head hidden. The two men nodded in agreement and immediately returned seriously.
Sister Han looked at the remaining 10 people and pointed to a woman, follow me. Responsible for searching this floor.
Others, in groups of 3, go search other floors. When you meet the other party, if you are not sure to stay, just hang on to the other party and wait for support.
Yes. In an instant, the group of people dispersed.
Sister Han took her teammates and began to search this floor.
Sister Han, where did the other party come from? How dare you attack us, aren't you afraid of death?
The female team member followed behind and asked in a low voice. Looking at Sister Han, who is 1.68 meters tall and has a single ponytail, she looks neat and tidy. It made her feel quite at ease.
If you are afraid of death, you will not dare to take risks alone. Sister Han walked in the darkness and replied expressionlessly.
But the more I searched, the more uneasy I became.
It seems like some information was omitted.
According to the previous news report, an underground casino encountered extraordinary people who caused trouble and killed people. When the man in the vest received the notice and left, but fled back in embarrassment, and was even followed without realizing it, it proved that the man was not a fool who had just gained extraordinary power and had an inflated heart. His actions were seduction.
Is the target us, or is it something strange being imprisoned at the bottom of the basement?
The people lurking in Contract City were raided by the security court. As expected, they should have learned some information about us. But the other party came alone and behaved in such a reckless manner. It can be confirmed that he is not from the security court.
Now you are hiding again, are you a casual cultivator? Sister Han frowned with heroic eyebrows, unable to guess the other party's purpose.
The eyes are slightly irritable. She looked around and saw that the surrounding area was dark, with only the safe passage on the green light sign on the wall emitting a long green light. It is obviously difficult to detect that the other party wants to hide.
Wrong. Why aren't the lights in the basement turned on?
Sister Han looked at the dark lamp above her head. The next second, he came back to his senses instantly. His pupils trembled as he realized the source of his uneasiness. Follow me back to the monitoring room. When the female team member heard this, she was suddenly shocked. My heartbeat is racing to keep up with Sister Han's rapid pace.
Her face looked panicked. Suddenly I understood why Sister Han was so anxious.
But the other party had previously told someone to turn on the lights in the underground garage.
But until now, it's still pitch black. Is something going to happen to them? The female team member's face tightened.
Sister Han took long strides, her face was solemn, and she didn't respond. When they returned to the monitoring room, the yellow light that was turned on inside the iron door carefully squeezed out of the door. What also escaped was the sticky blood on the ground.
Sister Han stood outside the iron gate, frowning. Carefully sensed the dim surroundings for any strange and extraordinary aura. But there was absolutely no gain.
It was just the fresh blood spilling from the crack in the door that made her more vigilant.
You go and open the door. Sister Han stared at the iron door and said coldly.
He took out the function phone and rested his fingertips on a certain number.
It seems that whenever there is an emergency, the number will be dialed without hesitation.
The female team member's heart trembled when she heard this. Okay.
She took a deep breath and approached the iron gate nervously.
The surroundings were so quiet that she could hear her drumming heart, and fine cold sweat oozed from her forehead. She was not unfamiliar with the two members who were assigned to the monitoring room to turn on the lights. They were all higher than her. If they could get into trouble quietly and had no time to reveal information to the outside world, it meant that the lurking visitor was absolutely extremely terrifying and could not be faced by herself alone. And Sister Han asked her to open the door alone, which should have increased the danger level of the other party to a certain level.
Squeak, the female team member did not dare to refuse the order.
She walked stiffly to the iron gate with legs that seemed to be filled with lead. The door that was easily opened before seemed as thick and heavy as a stone pier at this moment. She widened her frightened eyes and pulled a crack open with all her strength. The blood inside seemed to have found an outlet and spread directly over the soles of her shoes. The scene inside made her breathe heavily and quickly. They are dead. Through the half-open door, she saw 3 bodies lying inside. One was the man in the vest killed by Sister Han, who was slowly recovering, but not threatening. The other 2 were the people Sister Han had arranged to come back. The forehead was pierced by a sharp weapon, bleeding non-stop, and the neck was drooping weakly, as if there had been a finishing blow. Her face was tense and her voice was trembling. Although she had killed many people and was used to seeing dead people. But she had never been hunted in the dark. This aroused her primitive fear of death. But the only thing that made her feel at ease was that the murderer did not hide behind the door and give her a fatal blow. Get out of the way. Sister Han exhaled heavily. The mobile phone pressed on the feature phone was also taken back. She took a few steps forward and solemnly opened the iron door, and saw their deaths. The monitoring station was also destroyed. Sister Han looked at the smashed monitor with a cold look in her eyes. She looked around and said to the female team member calmly, "I'm afraid the others are not safe either." The female team member calmed down her panic and nodded seriously. But what Sister Han said next made her heart hang high. "You go and find them back." The female team member looked at Sister Han with a cold face in shock. The pupils trembled violently. The face was even more flustered. "I really want to say that they should disperse. Since it is not safe, why send me alone to find them?" She didn't dare to ask. Looking at the feature phone in her hand, "I hope she can call for help," and whispered in a nearly begging manner, "Or you," but what responded to her was a cold look. The female team member swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She could only bite the bullet and leave, accepting the fact that she became the bait. Although the bait is a bit straightforward, but if there is a chance to destroy my living force, will you take the bait? Sister Han rotated the phone between her fingertips, and the corners of her mouth raised a confident arc. Half a minute later, she felt that the time was almost up, so she prepared to follow. But just as she took a step, she stopped in her tracks. She saw a man wearing a mask standing in the dim road ahead. Her pupils widened, and her eyes were filled with surprise. "Am I the bait?" Han Jie's full name is Han Shuang. She has a heroic face, but now she is full of panic. The 2 of them stood in silence under the green sign of safe passage. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Han Shuang felt anxious and paid more attention to the man in front of her. The threat level was also raised to about level 50. It proved that the other party dared to face her alone and had a certain confidence. She bit her lower lip and was slightly annoyed that she killed the man in the vest in advance. Otherwise, she would not have zero information about this person. Chat? Han Shuang narrowed her eyes and wanted to explore the other party's cultivation. But strangely, she could only feel a faint extraordinary fluctuation. This level was like a beginner who had just entered the extraordinary, and it seemed that there was a thin film between the 2, blocking her peeping. "Okay." The man in front of her spoke, and his voice was very young. This made Han Shuang frown slightly. Just when she was wondering if she was overthinking, she suddenly widened her eyes and saw a sharp object rushing towards her. Path of destruction? Han Shuang's face was shocked. She felt the trace of gravity control and her heart tightened. But her movements were not slow at all. With a wave of her right hand, a gravity field suddenly appeared in front of her, trying to block the trajectory of the thumbtack. At the same time, an illusory silver wheel appeared at the back of her head. The pattern engraved on the wheel was a pile of scattered rubble, which was the totem of the god, destruction. The shape was like a planetary explosion, full of tension, and under the dim light of the safe passage, it looked solemn and sharp. Destiny, destruction. Level 50, Undertaker. Skill, gravity control. Han Shuang also waved gravity to resist, but the next second, she was full of fear. The thumbtack that shot over was fierce, and under her own gravity, the impact was extremely weak. What a delicate manipulation. She couldn't understand how someone could compress gravity to such an extent. But her extremely fast reaction also slowed down the predetermined trajectory of the steel nail. Han Shuang quickly controlled the gravity around her body, took a step back, and dodged the thumbtack that was originally destined for her thigh. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her eyes were tense. Just after dodging the attack, before she had time to relax, several more thumbtacks came from all directions. "He doesn't want me to leave." Han Shuang gritted her teeth, her eyes were terrified. She really felt the gap. Her method of controlling gravity was like pouring out a basin of water, with a heavy burden and loose liquid. The opponent's use was more like a fierce water cannon, which put her under great pressure. Panic inevitably appeared on her face. Because at this moment, she had no way to avoid it. Puff, puff, puff. 3 thumbtacks pierced her legs and right hand. The feature phone was not stable and fell to the ground, the back cover was broken and the battery was ejected. Ugh, Han Shuang's face was painful and she slowly knelt on the ground. She clearly felt that the high temperature condensed in the wound was burning her flesh and bones. That was the diffusion of gravity after encountering obstacles. The pain was deep in her bones, which made her understand the control of gravity a little better. But this improvement did not make her happy at all. She gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at the figure walking slowly in the darkness. But when she saw the masked man clearly, her pupils shrank. On the back of the other party's head, a golden totem of destruction was slowly fading. She knew very well that the golden color meant the extremely pure power of faith, which was the ultimate talent that every extraordinary person dreamed of. And her silver, which had been her pride for many years, was completely defeated at this moment. The stubbornness on her face completely turned into decadence, and she knelt on the ground, no longer holding on to let out painful wails. "We can talk now." Huang Yi came to Han Shuang and looked down at her. But the other party's voice was sharp and she couldn't hear what she was saying. Huang Yi put away the thumbtack pointed at her forehead with boredom, picked up the feature phone next to her and reinstalled the battery. "What do you want to ask?" Han Shuang wailed for a few seconds before she released her emotions and adapted to the pain. "On which floor is the weirdo locked up?" Huang Yi put the phone in his pocket and asked calmly. She was covered with sweat and her eyes were dazzled. "The 3rd floor underground." "Have you seen a mother and daughter?" Huang Yi looked at the other party's confused expression and added, "There is a weird mother and daughter in Pinyin community on Xingfu Street, and their level is over 30. Listening to the explanation, Han Shuang nodded with difficulty and took a deep breath. "I have seen it, on the 3rd floor underground." "Thank you for your cooperation." Huang Yi nodded seriously, then squatted down and reached out to grab Han Shuang, who was terrified. "No! Don't kill me!" But the next second, her voice stopped abruptly. Even the body disappeared on the spot, leaving only traces of blood. The flesh and blood of the dead can be put into the consciousness space. I was wondering if the living can also be put into the consciousness space. Huang Yi's eyes were slightly happy. When Han Shuang's figure appeared in the desolate cemetery in his consciousness, he also deepened his understanding of this evil space. And in the inner vision, Han Shuang's figure was bound by the rules of the Toon group and could not move, only his eyeballs could move. And the extraordinary aura on his body was also dispelled, just like himself at the beginning. The shape is similar to the mysterious realm. Huang Yi quickly realized the strategic significance of the cemetery here. This was very similar to the strange realm he had heard about. But this is not an increase, but an equal weakening. He can forcibly bring extraordinary beings who are difficult to match to him to the level of ordinary people who are equal to him. I just don't know if a level 60 extraordinary person can walk around in it. Also, what are the levels of restrictions? Huang Yi frowned. He didn't believe that a level 90 transcendent could be pulled in by him. And he vaguely realized that this consciousness space was not that restrictive. I'm afraid it's just a tool to abuse food. The only way to elevate your authority is to dig up graves. Huang Yi thought that when the second grave was dug, the scope of activities had become larger. Maybe if you keep digging, there will be more surprises waiting for you. Of course, there are also unknown dangers. But these doubts need to be tried and explored in order to know where the boundaries are. If you're level 60, be careful. Huang Yi looked inside the mound and saw the shovel inserted quietly on it. If the other party gets it first, my consciousness may not appear at will. I don't know if we can starve each other to death. This has to be the next direction of exploration. Huang Yi walked to the 3rd underground floor with his ideas in mind. Early morning. The wind sounded like a crane. In Contract 18 City, police sirens roared past to disperse the onlookers. Under the escort of all security personnel, a dark vehicle finally stopped in the courtyard of the public security court. Who is sitting inside? In a police car, a young man was driving the vehicle and asked the co-pilot's master. As the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, Chen Yilin was not qualified to welcome them, so he was assigned to escort them here. He took a puff of cigarette, reached out the window and flicked the ashes. Support from the main city? Why are you here alone, without a secretary? And at such a critical moment, why should the meeting be scheduled in the morning?
Shouldn't we start preparations non-stop? Master, what level is he?
The young man turned around in shock. He saw with his own eyes that the president and deputy president of the court were attending to greet him.
Listening to the disciple's curiosity, Chen Yilin did not answer. Instead, he looked at the young man walking out of the car and smiled enviously. At least we don't have to worry about the threat of the weird advancement ceremony. The young man swallowed, eyes filled with fear.
According to speculation, there is something strange at level 70 at this moment, and an advancement ceremony is being held secretly.
But what the master said can prove that the support of a contracted city starts at least level 70.
At this stage, it is extremely powerful.
Invincible in the same situation.
The ruins of the rioters, the second floor underground.
There were urgent footsteps. Why are you here? Where is Sister Han?
The three were patrolling nervously, and saw the person coming. It was the woman next to Sister Han. She asked me to call you back to the monitoring room. The female team member looked at the team members, as if she had found hope of survival. The uneasy mood finally calmed down a little.
But she didn't dare to say many grievances in her heart. But the three people who were patrolling looked at each other with alert faces. Are you okay? Why didn't Sister Han call you to come find us? You are lying to us.
Looking at their scrutinizing eyes, the female team member panicked. The feeling of powerlessness as a discarded child just now surged into her heart again. She naturally knew that Sister Han asked her to find her teammates alone, which put her in danger. Now facing the doubts of her teammates, she burst into tears. I didn't lie to you. Sister Han asked you to go back to the monitoring room, old Ma and old Tan. Something happened. The three looked at her collapsed emotions, but they didn't believe it at all.
They have become cultists.
It is difficult to improve without blood on their hands.
Call and ask. Someone made a suggestion.
The call was quickly made, but no one answered the phone. This scene made the faces of the people present heavy. Even the female team member stopped crying, and her pale face was full of fear. Lowering the volume, Huang Yi pressed the volume button, and the phone ringing dropped rapidly.
Let this dull underground garage on the second floor return to peace.
From a distance, Huang Yi heard the sound of running, as if returning to the first floor from other passages. It seems that they realized that Han Shuang might have encountered an accident and wanted to rush to support.
Huang Yi had no intention of contacting for the time being. The most urgent thing was to confirm the location of his family.
Retracting his gaze, Huang Yi followed the green light of the safe passage and walked to the third floor underground.
Blocking in front of him was a heavy iron door and two strong men. Who are you? Who let you in? Where's Sister Han? Say your password.
The two were alert, and bronze faith appeared behind them. It seemed that if they answered incorrectly, they would attack at any time. Huang Yi felt the level of the other party. All of them were elites of about level 45. Let them guard the door here. It can be seen that the other party attaches great importance to weirdness.
Puff, puff.
But Huang Yi had no desire to chat. Two thumbtacks popped out, and the suppression of level 60 destruction was not something they could resist at all. Just the moment they saw Huang Yi, their foreheads were pierced, and red and white mixed, splashing on the wall behind them. Buzz, take the key from the guard. Huang Yi threw the bodies of the two into the consciousness space, intending to use them as nutrients for Myrtle. Then, he turned the heavy iron door open, and the moment he pushed the door, the evil wind blew in his face, as if it could pierce the brain nerves and make his mind chaotic. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes, slowed down for a moment, and then walked in. On the third floor of this underground garage, all the people gathered were weird believers. Among them, 80% were alive. They were covered with wounds, their hands and feet were tied with chains, and a thick layer of dried blood was spread on the ground. Their lips were pale and they were dying. They looked at the masked man who walked in numbly and viciously.
You will regret it. Damn villains, I will never associate with you.
Come on, I'm level 49, kill me, let me become completely weird, then we can fight to the death.
Some weird believers shouted excitedly.
But no matter how they struggled, they were too weak to move the weird god plate. They could only look depressed, like a dog that had lost its home. Yes, weird believers have two forms, before and after death. Before death, they can use the God's will like many believers. And the way of practice is to create terror, panic, despair to others, and finally ravage them to death. And in this process, they devote everything they have to the evil God, so that they can obtain illusory and strange abilities. As long as they reach level 10, they can have a second life. Once they die, they will exist as undead. Some retain their flesh and blood, while others become ghosts. The common point between the two is that they abandon the god plate, abandon themselves, and move towards the great terror of no master, or are captured by the contract master. The strange body will also have an abnormal desire for human flesh and blood due to physiological changes, but if they eat too much, they will lose themselves, just like taking drugs.
Please, let me out. Give me a meal, I've been hungry for many days. Let me be a full ghost, okay? I can give you all the money.
I'm honest, I cooperate, but more strange believers are weak,
pale and thin.
It seems that in order to restrict them, these cultists not only break their hands and feet, but also limit the supply of food.
They don't even worry that they will starve to death. What's the purpose of imprisoning so many weird believers? Even if they become ghosts, they don't care.
For high-level weird, are there any advanced rituals in this regard? Huang Yi frowned and retracted his gaze. There was no sympathy for their miserable situation. Their way of cultivation made Huang Yi disdain from the bottom of his heart. Although they are both believers of the evil god, Huang Yi naturally does not shy away from killing people, but he rarely tortures people, and he will not enjoy torturing people. Huang Yi looked around, eagerly looking for a familiar figure. After walking to the end, he saw a dead soul in a white nightgown. His hair was disheveled and his soul was weak. He buried his head in his knees, sobbing faintly. The woman heard the footsteps and raised her head in surprise, her eyes full of bloodshot. She saw a masked man standing in front of her, and her face was immediately excited. She waved her hands and feet with blood marks, trying to contact the cultist who tortured her. But that action was without any malice, more like a plea, "I beg you, let me go.
I am willing to agree to anything you want, I just want to see my son for the last time. After seeing him, I will eat human flesh, you can do whatever you want to me. He is about to take the college entrance examination, I want to pick him up at home, can I?"
The mother choked and reached out to grab the last hope of escape. Her face was excited, but she was suppressing her madness. Huang Yi's heart trembled, and he couldn't bear to see the pleading in her eyes, so he turned his head away. Huang Yi noticed that in front of the other weirds, there were corpses, some half-eaten, or multiple skeletons. Most of the weirds had crazy eyes, looking at him greedily, as if they were obsessed with the fresh flesh and blood on his body. Huang Yi knew that they had lost themselves and became completely terrifying. He was not surprised by the cultists' behavior of raising weirds, but he didn't know why they did this.
But perhaps, someone knew. "Mom, it's me."
Huang Yi simply calmed down, took off his baseball cap, and pulled the mask to his chin, with a gentle tone. This voice made his mother look startled. When she carefully confirmed it, the faint soul also shed illusory tears.
"My dear son, you are here. Wow, I listened to you and didn't eat meat. I still remember you clearly. Don't be angry with your mother."
The mother covered her face and cried, with relief in her tone, and more of pride in her restraint in eating meat. But soon, she seemed to realize something. She stretched out her hands and tried to push Huang Yi away, her face panicked. "No, you can't come here. They are so fierce, you should leave quickly, I'm afraid I can't protect you.
I'm satisfied to see you once. Don't worry about your mother, and don't delay your studies."
"I'm fine." Before she finished her words, Huang Yi grabbed her wrist, and the strong level suppression limited her struggle.
"They won't come.
Mom, believe me, your son is very strong." Huang Yi saw the guilt in his mother's eyes and forced a smile. Until his mother calmed down, he carefully touched the chains on her hands and feet. As soon as he touched it, a strong stimulation reversed through his palm, causing Huang Yi's extraordinary power to slow down, accompanied by severe stinging pain. He could feel that his hands seemed to be burned by boiling water. Huang Yi had no expression, but just silently untied them all, his eyes gradually coldly looking at the 4 empty chains beside his mother, piled up on several corpses.
As if asking casually, "Where is my sister?
Where's my sister?" Hearing Huang Yi's question, the mother, who had just calmed down, was stimulated again. She grabbed the child excitedly, fearing that he would disappear too. "It's all my fault, it's my useless mother. Ruo Ying ate a lot of meat to protect me, she was also taken away." Listening to my mother's crazy crying, Huang Yi just kept silent.
"Helped her up from the ground, can you still walk?"
My mother nodded with red eyes. "I'm fine." Looking at her weak soul, she could still walk normally. Huang Yi put on his cap and mask again, took out the seized feature phone, and just walked in front in silence. Passing by the stranger area, most people just looked at him viciously. Her hands and feet were severely restricted by chains, and her face was pale and haggard.
"Brother, can you save me by the way?"
Someone heard the conversation in the weird area, and the desire to survive rose again. Huang Yi ignored it, and didn't even look at the person who was talking. He just used Han Shuang's feature phone to edit a text message to the number he had called before.
Really, brother, save me. Isn't it just a matter of convenience?
The man endured the stinging pain from the chain and forced himself to stand up.
Many people just looked on numbly.
Some people were hesitating whether to speak up, even though there was little hope. What if the other party was soft-hearted?
After all, saving one person is also saving one. Hurry up, brother. You can break in here, which means you have some skills.
But the other party will definitely come back for help, you can't escape alone. The man saw Huang Yi walking further and further away, and his face became more and more impatient.
Hurry up and untie me, I'm fucking you. Otherwise I'll shout, and you can't leave. Listening to the man's angry roar, the mother grabbed Huang Yi and pleaded, Son, he was mean to you, can I go back and kill him? Huang Yi didn't want to pay attention, his target was the cultists wandering outside.
But after hearing his mother's plea, he softened his heart. You are in a bad condition, let me kill you.
Hearing the conversation between the two, the angry man's pupils flashed with panic.
He originally wanted to use provocation to make the other party turn around and beg again, but who knew that the other party would directly sentence him to death? When he was afraid and wanted to change his words, a light flashed in front of his eyes, as if something was flying straight in front of him. Then, red and white liquid splashed in his sight, and the whole person hit the wall with the back of his head under the huge impact. The man remained unconscious and slowly collapsed to the ground, while the figures of the two people were getting farther and farther away in the blur. Others remained silent and did not dare to speak. But the fear in their eyes could not be hidden. They could not understand Huang Yi's move at all, but they also knew that this was not something they could provoke. The impatience in his eyes seemed to kill anyone who stopped him.
Sister Han is not here. You didn't answer the phone.
On the second floor of the underground garage, the female team member ran back to the monitoring room. But they didn't find Han Shuang's whereabouts at all, and the phone couldn't be reached.
A cloud of gloom hung over everyone's heart. What should we do? They looked solemn and anxious. Try to contact other people first. With a plan, they immediately dialed the phone. Hello, Xiaolong? The voice on the other end was unexpected. Have you found the intruder?
The man called Xiaolong had a serious face. Sister Han may have been in trouble, you go back to the monitoring room first. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Okay. Soon, two groups of people gathered.
10 people stood together, all feeling the anxious and depressing atmosphere. No one knew who would be the next target.
At this moment, they huddled together for warmth, so that they could get some encouragement and comfort in the dark and empty garage.
Who of you can contact the higher-ups? Report the matter. This is not something we can handle. Someone gave advice. Oh, how could we not think of this? Do you need to remind me?
I called you back because I couldn't get in touch with you.
The only person who can get in touch with the boss is Sister Han. And I don't know where her phone is.
Xiaolong was also very blunt.
Everyone became irritable and angry in the oppressive environment.
The man kindly reminded her, but was choked and immediately glared at her. But he was persuaded by his teammates. Now is not the time to quarrel.
Just then, a beep-beep notification sound suddenly came from the phone. Xiaolong picked up the phone and frowned. Who sent you a message?
Xiaolong was silent, with a little panic in his eyes. Sister Han, this made the crowd agitated.
All of them gathered in front of Xiaolong's phone.
They rushed to see what text message was sent on the narrow screen.
The message was very brief, but it made everyone pale. I'm on the 3rd floor underground.
Everyone's face was panicked, and their hearts were pounding. It was as if they saw the Grim Reaper's soul seeking.
The female team member trembled. Do you want to go?
But as soon as the words came out, she denied it in her heart. It made the others subconsciously take a step back, as if even approaching the phone required great courage.
Go, are you going to die? Someone yelled and cursed, with an angry expression. What if it was sent by Sister Han? Some people hesitated and had a fluke mentality.
But this is not impossible. After all, no one has seen Sister Han really in trouble. When they looked at each other, they felt it was very reasonable.
Xiaolong, call back.
Someone said in an imperative tone. Xiaolong was unhappy, but the other party was a senior and had a higher level than him. He didn't dare to refute at all, and called back in anger. Beep, the ringtone rang, and Xiaolong pressed the hands-free.
Everyone waited nervously.
But the ringtone rang for a long time, but no one answered it, until it hung up automatically.
No one answered.
Xiaolong's expression was solemn. He muted the phone and put it back in his pocket.
This uneasy signal made them look panic. Someone suggested, give up here and go. If you dare to go, you're going to die. Are you going to die here? Don't you know that this is a strange settlement? If the plan above can't go smoothly, what will happen to us? So what? Can we kill Sister Han? As soon as the words came out, all the arguments stopped. Everyone was shaken. They respected Han Shuang, so they called her Sister Han. The only reason was because she was strong. But more than 50 levels of destruction, now their life and death are unknown. This is already an extremely dangerous signal. They are cultists, not Dashikan. If they run away, even if they will be on the wanted list, the world is so big, and it will be difficult to find themselves. But staying here, there is only the worry of life. After weighing the pros and cons, they had the idea of escaping, and when their eyes met, they saw the true thoughts in each other's eyes. Then, after Xiaolong was entangled, the word run had not yet come out, but he caught a glimpse of a masked man walking in the passage, with light and silent footsteps. There were several thumbtacks between the fingers. Behind him, a woman in a white nightgown stood far away. His pupils trembled and he screamed, "Watch out, someone is coming! Someone is coming!" Xiaolong just exclaimed as a reminder, but felt a chill in his throat. It's like breathing out the wind. He subconsciously touched his throat. His palms were filled with warm blood, but his body was gradually getting colder. Destroy, Xiaolong collapsed in fear and unwillingness. At this moment, he felt the gravity control that far exceeded Sister Han's. But his voice was hoarse and he could no longer speak complete sentences. Run! The rest of the people were also frightened. He didn't see how the other party took action at all, but his companion had already fallen. That Xiaolong was also a strong player among them. At this second, everyone's scalp was numb. I don't know who shouted the first words, and people and animals immediately dispersed, without even the courage to resist. Puff! 2 more sharp piercing sounds exploded in my ears. Soon they saw 2 more cultists, dripping with blood, falling behind. The huge bloody holes in his body were shocking. Don't kill me! The only female team member was also frightened, her mind went blank, and she even forgot to use Chaofan. There is only the primitive desire to escape in my heart. Soon, she fell far behind and was left behind by the team members. But her shrill pleas were met with no sympathy. She felt her body tremble, and then she saw blood floating in front of her eyes, and then it hit the ground heavily. The pupils are still open, and the vision is gradually blurring. Before she completely lost consciousness, she vaguely saw that the scene in front of her had changed. It was no longer a dark underground parking lot, but a bright and desolate grassland. In front of him was an open coffin, and sitting next to it was a woman with a ponytail who couldn't move, looking at him in shock. Sister Han, the female team member, murmured in her heart, and finally choked completely. Huang Yi threw all the cultists he killed into the consciousness space. Then he turned his gaze again to the few people who had escaped. I have no intention of letting you go. Huang Yi did not hesitate, and immediately activated the level 60 extraordinary power, causing some afterimages to appear on his body. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. The first time was when I was a child. My whole family was half forced and half seduced by my father into believing in evil gods. Huang Yi secretly swore at that time that he would kill him when he grew up. But as I grew older and gained more knowledge, my hatred for my father became indifferent. The knot that I thought I couldn't get over now becomes less painful. At least my mother and sister really lived a second life, which was also the source of Huang Yi's lack of hatred. Even thankful that my family is still with me. The second time I got angry was now. His family was his bottom line. Ever since he saw his mother being tied up, he had no intention of letting them go. Not to mention the missing sister. Destiny, Destruction. Level 20, Fanatic. Exclusive skill, Bloodthirsty. Duration, increases with the level of the believer, adding 1 minute for every 10 levels. Level 60, can last up to 6 minutes. Effect, at the expense of sanity, it improves comprehensive performance such as damage, speed, pain, and defense. After the time is up, the negative effects will be doubled. A life and death fighting skill. 1 minute later. Huang Yi returned to the monitoring room calmly. Over there, his mother stepped forward with distress and wiped the fine cold sweat from his forehead. He pursed his lips and said nothing. They're all dead. Huang Yi spoke calmly. Mom nodded silently, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. What about Ruo Ying's whereabouts? It's okay, there's still a high-ranking one left. Huang Yi smiled, let's go home first. Ruins of Chaos. Xingfu Street, Ping'an Community. 3rd floor. As soon as Huang Yi took out the key, lightning and thunder began in the dark night sky outside the corridor. It seems like it's going to rain heavily. With the cold wind blowing late at night, Huang Yi opened the door and turned on the lights in the living room. I left half a piece of watermelon for you. Huang Yi pulled a plastic red stool and motioned for her to sit down. Thank you, son. Mom murmured as she opened the plastic bag and looked at the half piece of watermelon inside. Her nose felt sour. But she held back her tears for fear of worrying her child. I'm going to take a shower and then interrogate my sister's whereabouts. You should go to bed early too. Huang Yi took a watermelon knife and cut it into several small pieces for his mother to make it easier to eat. Okay, thank you for your hard work, son. The mother looked at the child's back walking towards the bathroom, and the infatuation and struggle in her eyes turned into fragile distress. She picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth. The sweet juice dripped onto her silky white skirt, spreading a hint of pink. The pulp was swallowed into her thirsty mouth, and it could not stop seeping out from her tear ducts. Along the way, Huang Yi told her about things at school. Awakened the contract godplate, possesses the second extraordinary power, and is qualified to be admitted to university. She was extremely lucky that Huang Yi stayed in Contract 18 City, so it was very convenient to come back. I am even more proud that my child can go to the university that everyone dreams of. This is a rare college student among the ruins of chaos. She wanted to hold a college entrance banquet for her child and invite everyone to attend, but she hated herself for looking so shameful and dead. Mom, if there is any noise coming from my room later, just ignore it. Huang Yi took a shower and changed into beach pants and a vest. A reminder. Well, okay. Mom suppressed her grief, and a solemn expression appeared on her pale but beautiful face. I know. Bang, closing the bedroom door, Huang Yi pulled Han Shuang, whose hands and feet were pierced by thumbtacks, back to reality. Ignoring the fear in the other's eyes, Huang Yi said coldly, Speak. Tell me everything you know. Han Shuang lay on the ground, enduring the intense pain. In that conscious space, she could not move and was forced to bear the gravity pressing on her body. Adding to the desolate and dead silence, Han Shuang could only clearly feel the loss of vitality in her body and the itching of blood clots, which was extremely tormenting. What made her even more desperate was that familiar faces were thrown out of thin air in front of her. Did I say that you would not let me go? Han Shuang raised her fragile face, bit her lower lip, and looked at Huang Yi unwillingly. The young and tender face of the latter made her full of surprise and heavy heart. I don't like torture, but it doesn't mean I won't do it, Huang Yi said indifferently. Hearing this, Han Shuang smiled bitterly and knew her fate. She wanted to die rather than surrender. But she was a human being, just a person with extraordinary abilities, and she was also afraid of death, and even more afraid of living a life worse than death. Ask. I will tell you everything I know. Han Shuang took a deep breath, her heart was dead, and she said resignedly. In a room full of clutter. Huang Yi sat on the bed, looking at Han Shuang who was sitting on the ground in despair, and asked the most concerned question, Why do you collect so many weird things? Han Shuang was not surprised and answered calmly, Advanced ceremony. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the student who looked down at her, and felt indignant for no reason. Bearing the severe pain, she let her back lean against the wardrobe as much as possible, tried to stretch her legs that were bleeding, and raised her head to look at Huang Yi. Han Shuang didn't know what the meaning of doing this was, but her inner dignity told her that at least this would make her more decent before she died. Huang Yi didn't pay attention to the resistance hidden in her posture. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He had previously speculated that the act of collecting weird things was a necessary ritual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have buried so many extraordinary people in his own home and taken his family away. Now that it has been confirmed, his heart sank even more. Especially when he thought of his missing sister, Huang Yi's brows were irritable. He still remembered that he had told his sister not to indulge his mother in eating human flesh before leaving home last time. So she snatched the meat and endured the loss alone? What level of advancement ceremony? Huang Yi looked at Han Shuang with a slightly cold look in his eyes. Han Shuang had a little provocation in his eyes and a smile on his lips, although I don't know who the leaders are and how many levels they are. But it requires a lot of weirdness. In my impression, there are only 70 levels, weird, paths, hell. She expected to see panic on Huang Yi's face, but Han Shuang was disappointed. She only saw a deeper solemnity. Huang Yi asked, Will it be held in the ruins of the rioters? His attitude startled Han Shuang's heart and his pupils trembled slightly. Han Shuang could see that Huang Yi had no intention of retreating or being timid. She was silent for a moment. I don't know. I don't know the specific plan, I just follow orders. Looking at Huang Yi's puzzled eyes, Han Shuang took a deep breath and explained,
but from my observation, so far, there is no trace of layout in the ruins of the rioters.
The conditions for advancing to hell are not too secret in our industry. The more people you need, the better.
The ruins of the rioters do not have this feature. Unless everyone is driven to one place, but it will inevitably expose the target early and suffer a blow from the righteous forces. Han Shuang saw Huang Yi, who was thinking, suddenly raised his head in surprise. There was a flash of shock in his eyes, as if he had realized something. He smiled complacently, so I guess the ceremony location is in the 18 cities. Huang Yi stared at Han Shuang's eyes, his heart was agitated. This news made it difficult for him to digest. He was indeed planning to snatch his sister back from the hands of the 70-level weird. He thought he was very irrational, but who knew that these cultists were even crazier?
They dared to choose the ceremony location directly in the contract city.
But if you think about it carefully, it is possible and very likely. Among the 18 cities, the principal's level 65 contract master is already among the top masters.
The level 68 city lord is the best in the city. Even if the other level 60 plus contract masters are included, they still cannot pose much threat to the level 70 weirdness.
Because what they lack is not just a few levels, but the lag in levels, skills, dimensions and other aspects, which cannot be made up by the number of people. Even Huang Yi is confident that he can face multiple level 50 plus masters like Han Shuang at the same time. Contract masters are strong in the late stage, and can be called invincible in the same realm, but they can't reach the exaggerated level of cross-level challenge.
Huang Yi exhaled heavily.
He also saw it clearly. The benefits of this step of the cultists are greater than the risks.
It can even be said that the difficulty of the task is not high.
Even the cultists exposed by Pan Sen's death were just smoke bombs.
To cover up their real plan,
Huang Yi pursed his lips and snorted heavily. He had never thought that Pan Sen's death would involve such a big thing. It was linked to each other, making him feel uneasy. What worried him more were his classmates who were taking the college entrance examination at school. At this time, Huang Yi had no idea that the security court had already made a judgment and had already concluded the accurate ceremony from the torturing clues.
They even sent people to support and made sufficient preparations.
At this moment, Huang Yi was a little glad that he did not rashly kill Han Shuang. As a cultist, she had been struggling for many years and knew more information than this boarding student. After a moment, Huang Yi digested the shock.
Shen Ning said, "Where is my sister?" Han Shuang thought for a moment, "Is it the girl with your mother?"
"I don't know." Looking at the coldness in Huang Yi's eyes, she smiled. After eating meat, she grew very fast. In a few days, she jumped from level 35 to level 37. Such an exaggerated improvement speed was noticed by the higher-ups and was taken away in advance. Outside the window, thunder roared. The raindrops gradually became denser, as if they had turned into countless hands, beating against the glass windows in a hurry. It made a rustling sound. It was as restless as Huang Yi's heart. He said in a hurried tone, "Where is your headquarters?" Hearing his slightly aggressive tone, Han Shuang did not dare to be dissatisfied. "I don't know, I am not at a high enough level and have never been to the headquarters. Or, they may not have a fixed residence. The most likely place is the wilderness outside the ruins of the rioters." Huang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly.
"I also know that this is the truth.
He is over level 50, above the middle level, and has reached the level of a small leader.
It doesn't get to the core. Otherwise, this organization would be too bad." He grasped the main contradiction and asked, "Where is the level 70 weirdness?"
Han Shuang was stunned for a moment. Looking at the seriousness in his eyes, she shook her head. "I don't know.
But I guess it's quite possible in Contract City."
These words made Huang Yi's pupils shrink.
Stood up from the bed, frowning and pacing. This possibility is not impossible. Level 70 is weird and powerful. As long as you hide your aura and avoid the top experts in the Contract City, even ordinary extraordinary people will not be able to sense it even if they pass by. But the only doubt is how these cultists got in? Anything else you want to ask?
Looking at Huang Yi, who couldn't get an answer, he sat back on the edge of the bed and Han Shuang spoke calmly. What attracted Huang Yi's cold gaze?
If not, please just do it.
Han Shuang looked fearless, but he was also worried and nervous about facing death.
You seem to be looking forward to it. After Huang Yi was silent, he spoke calmly. At least it's better than leaving it to Wei.
Han Shuang tried his best to stay calm. She has seen the stench of weird believers. It uses human despair, pain, and fear as spiritual nourishment and flesh and blood as food. Every time she sees it, it makes her physically uncomfortable.
Huang Yi said nothing and took out a thumbtack from his beach shorts. An imperceptible fear flashed through Han Shuang's pupils. In that cemetery of consciousness, she saw too many team members who were still dying, their heads were blown open, and the ground was covered in red and white. Although they have no feelings, they are still together day and night. And I couldn't turn my neck, so I had to watch it forcefully. Every time I think about it, I can't help but feel nauseous. I am so cooperative, all I ask is that Quan Chu leave. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly raised her weather-beaten neck, looking directly at the high school student who was several years younger than her. Huang Yi nodded and did not refuse her request. He suddenly reached out his hands and grasped the arteries on both sides of her neck, making her unable to breathe. His face turned red. Facing the fear of death, Han Shuang inevitably panicked. The survival instinct made her think of blocking her, but she still suppressed it. My palms tightly grasped the wooden legs of the wardrobe, resisting the thought of survival. She was not willing to die, but this was the best outcome. It is much better than life or death. Han Shuang knew very well that Huang Yi's mother was a strange believer who loved to eat people alive. The more you devour the extraordinary, the more you will gain. And I am over level 50, so I don't know what kind of long-lasting gluttonous feast it is. She was afraid that Huang Yi would regret it and leave her to the beautiful woman. Han Shuang could see that the woman was violent and crazy and on the verge of mental disorder. That kind of ending is hard to accept, but death now is already a relief. Han Shuang did not dare to have any extravagant hopes and only wanted to die. Die decently. 2 minutes, hold on for 2 more minutes, it'll be fine. Han Shuang's veins were exposed and his neck turned red. Facial muscles spasmed, twitching the muscles at the corners of the mouth. Then, his eyes rolled violently, and he felt a sense of suffocation draining his heart. She gasped violently many times, her tongue slightly sticking out, tears streaming down her face, and she was in a state of unconsciousness. A strong survival instinct reaches its peak. The remaining extraordinary power surged out from inside the body, and the gravity field enveloped the entire room and dispersed in all directions. The glass windows were shattered and heavy rain rushed into the room. The wardrobe was dented and clothes were spilled, covering Huang Yi's arms. The foot of the bed collapsed, causing Huang Yi to tilt. But despite this, Han Shuang still did not dare to attack. Her clothes covered her vision, and she tried hard to suppress herself and rush to death. But the next second, fierce oxygen was poured into her nose and throat. It made her vomit violently, as if she wanted to spit out her lungs. The clothes on his head that blocked the light were pulled away. Han Shuang fell to the ground, curled up, covered his neck with his hands, and coughed up blood crazily. You are very cooperative and useful. I need time to verify whether you are lying to me. After a long pause, she suddenly collapsed when she heard Huang Yi's cold words. She has told everything, hiding nothing, and she is not willing to let me die. Are you the devil? Han Shuang's despair reached its peak. I don't feel happy at all about surviving temporarily. Instead, I feel extreme fear that life in the future may be worse than death. Her eyes were full of anger, and she raised her hands brazenly, wanting to break her own neck with her own hands. But Huang Yi was faster and dispersed the remaining gravity field in her hand. Han Shuang was dragged into the consciousness space and could not move. After dealing with Han Shuang's matter, Huang Yi hesitated for a moment, found paper and pen, and stared slightly. I got a lot of information today. A complete action plan can be developed. Outside the window, the wind and rain were still swaying. Huang Yi wrote and began to think about the next plan. Let's make it clear first. I can't save my sister by myself. Huang Yi was very clear-headed and wrote down his own problems. Level 60 destruction cannot stop level 70 weirdness. His original plan was to wait for the advancement ceremony to take his family away. But now, the pressure of this matter does not have to be borne alone. Holding the ceremony in Contract City is a good opportunity for me. Although this may cause a great impact on classmates, I can't care so much. And the possibility of weirdness hiding in the school is almost zero. Huang Yi licked his dry lips and ignored the sound of wind and rain outside the window. After all, the principals of all the middle schools are top strong men. Although there is a gap in strength, it is impossible to hide in front of them. Then, what I have to do is very limited. 1. Inform Contract City of the level 70 weird advancement ceremony. 2. The ceremony location is in Contract City. 3. Fish in troubled waters and take my sister away before the public security court finds out. Huang Yi sorted out his thoughts, but he was not happy. How those cultists sneaked into the Contract City is still a mystery. Nowadays, there are even more level 70 weird existences. This is no longer dereliction of duty. It would be impossible without an insider. It just so happens that there is a reasonable target for smearing. Huang Yi smiled immediately.
He did not forget that after he killed Panson, he found traces of weird appearances.
Then, it can provide a reasonable direction of suspicion for the contract city.
What the truth is not important. Not only can it bury my existence, it can also mislead the direction of the investigation of the security court.
As long as there is suspicion, it is logically self-consistent enough. Huang Yi has no psychological burden.
But he never thought that the security court could be a fool to be in charge of such a huge force.
Since the contract city has arrested many cultists, it's hard to say whether they have dug out other information. But I can't bet. At least my information is credible.
After drawing a conclusion, Huang Yi solemnly wrote a report letter. Then, he went to the living room. "Mom, help me do something."
"What?" Mom did not refuse and stood up seriously. "Help me copy a copy." Huang Yi put the paper and pen on the dining table. This action made his mother's pupils look embarrassed. "I can't write, but I'm good at killing people. Just copy it."
Huang Yi didn't expect his mother to write beautiful words. In this wasteland, the illiteracy rate is as high as 95%, and reading and writing are luxuries.
Mom looked at the handwriting carefully and found it very regular. "There should be no problem if I draw it." "Okay." Mom nodded and copied it seriously immediately.
But the hand holding the pen was trembling with nervousness, and the palm was sweating.
After a long time, she breathed a sigh of relief.
Looking at her crooked handwriting, she was embarrassed to look at her son. She looked stiff and felt embarrassed for her son.
"It's well written." But Huang Yi was very satisfied. With this handwriting, it's impossible to find the culprit.
He carefully put on gloves and put the paper written by his mother into his arms. Looking at his mother's embarrassed face, he said solemnly, "Mom, this house should not be able to stay any longer." His mother looked at Huang Yi in panic with a look of astonishment.
"I am worried about you staying here." Huang Yi was in a heavy mood.
After this incident, this place had already been exposed. It was extremely dangerous. In addition, he had to return to the contract city, so he could not stay for long and could not feel at ease. But the risk of taking it to the city was also very great. If the level 70 strange lurking can be shielded by high level and hidden in the suburbs, only by being encountered by a senior contract master, or a top-level beast pet such as Pantheon's Zodiac, can it be found. And his mother's is more like hiding a drug pin in a community full of drug detection dogs.
It is easy to be exposed.
But Huang Yi has a way to hide her in the consciousness space. Although her movements will be restricted, at least it is safe, and she can take her to find her missing sister. Occasionally, she can also take her out for a walk.
"Okay, I'll follow my son's arrangement." The mother smiled and didn't refuse.
Being able to follow her child all the time is her biggest dream. And Huang Yi also said that he could come in at any time and reunite mother and son. This is something she never dared to imagine after her death. As for being unable to move, it is far less tormenting than the feeling of missing.
"Wait for me to get some clothes." The mother couldn't wait to return to the room and brought a pile of skirts. And her daughter Huang Ruoying's clothes.
"I'm sorry for the time being."
Huang Yi didn't say much and sent her to the desolate cemetery in the consciousness space.
He was also prepared and placed his mother on the back of Han Shuang, worried that he would irritate the other party.
Han Shuang is still useful to him.
For example, she knows the skills of various channels and the advanced rituals. But now, let Han Shuang calm down first.
Let her go? That's impossible.
The other party knows too many of his secrets, and letting her live in the consciousness space forever is the greatest kindness. Dong Huang Yi was not idle, and moved all the furniture that could still be used in the house into the space. He also had some aspirations in his heart. He was not sure whether his mother could move freely in the space like himself after reaching level 60.
It should not be possible. Huang Yi quickly denied it.
He did not forget that he could only move with difficulty after reaching level 60, and even raising his hands was like a rusty mechanical gear. It was only after he controlled the wooden-handled iron shovel that he unlocked the Space Authority.
What about level 70? Can they move more freely? Or do I have higher Space Authority?
Huang Yi hesitated, but he hoped he could. At least this way, I can give my family a safe nest.
Return to the room.
Huang Yi changed his clothes, put on his mask again, and put on a raincoat. Taking advantage of the heavy rain at night, he left Ping'an community from then on.
Damn, I just went to work yesterday, and I have to go again today. So annoying. It was a little after 7 in the morning, and the sky was dim.
The subway station had already started running, and a short-haired man looked unhappy.
Although his colleague was listless, he was very open-minded. Be content, this idle job is not easy to find.
If you go to the subway station in the city center, you will be busy to death. The man with the short hair complained, it's idle, but it's dangerous, and it's fatal. His job is to check the ticket counter, checking the subway tickets. As soon as he arrived at the job, he saw a letter on the table.
In this day and age, there are still people writing letters?
The man with the short hair raised the paper and sneered.
His colleague is a security inspector, responsible for identity verification. Read it out loud.
At this time, many people have come to line up in front of him.
All for the morning subway.
In the ruins of the riots, only 2 trains are open every day, at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m.
Now you can enter the station early to rest.
Ha, good. The man with the short hair also laughed indifferently. Immediately opened the simple letter and took out a piece of paper with crooked writing. He opened his mouth and was about to read it out loud. But his pupils suddenly widened, his face was full of fear.
You read it,
the colleague urged. But the man with the short hair seemed not to hear it.
The hands holding the paper were trembling in fear. What's wrong with you?
Seeing his expression, his colleague also stepped forward worriedly. But who knew that the man with the short hair seemed to be greatly stimulated, and shouted excitedly, "Don't come over."
No one is allowed to come over.
He pointed at his colleague in fear, making him stop. While his eyes were nervously patrolling, he saw other colleagues. "You, come here, take my position first.
I have something important to report."
The man with the short hair got up and left without saying anything. His colleagues were also annoyed by his inexplicable behavior. How can you leave your post without permission? Who knew that the man with the short hair had a fierce face? First of all, I am from Shibuching.
This matter, even if it is false, must be taken extremely seriously. And there have been signs. He dared not believe anyone.
Without much explanation, he stuffed the paper into his arms and left in a hurry.
This behavior also made the security inspector frown. I don't know what was written on the letter. Oh, damn, is he possessed? Why are you quarreling all of a sudden? The ticket inspector just now was so scary. Why did he change his temperament after reading the letter?
The passengers who were about to line up to enter the station were also panicked.
They talked a lot.
It seemed that they had smelled big news.
Stop talking.
The security inspector also lost face and said impatiently, "Hurry up and recite the contract doctrine." The team stepped forward in an orderly manner and began to prove that there was no problem with their beliefs.
Huang Yi stood in the crowd, silently watching everything. That person is fine.
But it can't prove that the cult group has no collusion with the subway station.
But it's not my job to find out the insider. At least I passed on the information. It depends on what actions they will take in the future. After watching the ticket inspector leave, Huang Yi calmly withdrew his gaze. Then, he walked out of the team.
He asked politely, "Hello, I am a student and a newly promoted extraordinary person.
I heard there is an exclusive fast channel. Is it true?" The security personnel were slightly surprised.
Looking at Huang Yi, who looked like a student, he said impatiently, "Extraordinary people go to the fast lane.
Don't waste your time here."
He looked unhappy, and seemed to be still confused and angry about his colleagues yelling.
"Say it again."
"I only accept ordinary people here, and they need to recite the contract doctrine."
"If you are an extraordinary person, go to the express lane and line up.
You only need to show the God plate and you can enter the station directly." Huang Yi thanked him and then came to the so-called fast lane.
It's not much different from the previous one. It's just much more deserted. That's wrong. You are a member of the 21st class. Today is the college entrance examination time. Why did you come to riot in the ruins? This security inspector is a fat uncle.
He looked at Huang Yi's student ID card and frowned. He said with regret, "Even if you are an extraordinary person, you still can't go to a good university without cultural points."
Huang Yi looked embarrassed and said, "I'm going to go home and take a look."
These words made the kind uncle look up in surprise. Those who can be recommended are all top students.
Believe in purity, start with silver. Come, show me your divine disc. At the ordinary entrance, you need to recite teachings to prove your identity. Prevent cultists from getting in.
But the fast track does not need to be so troublesome. As long as the God plate is displayed, the belief can be clearly proved. Soon, Huang Yi showed off the golden divine disc. The uncle was stunned on the spot.
Jaw-dropping.
Even after Huang Yi left, he was still shocked. It is not without precedent that people who live in the ruins of chaos can be admitted to university. But they are all at the level of black iron and bronze, which is really low talent. Over the years, in the records of the 18 cities, the quality of silver has been unprecedented.
But now, there is actually a golden, top quality, faith? It's incredible.
The security uncle was confused.
But it is foreseeable that the contract city will increase its investment in the ruins of the rioters. This is a win-win situation.
He, who also came from the ruins of the rioters, burst into tears.
Contract 18 cities. Magistrate Court.
There were many people sitting on a round table with sad faces. If Huang Yi were here, he would also be surprised to find that Principal Chen Jiqing is among them.
What's so urgent? Is the news accurate? It's really weird at level 70. Do you want to hold an advancement ceremony? This is a major event that will destroy the city. Level 70, known as Hell, is no joke. Everyone present was worried. I was horrified by the appearance of such heresies. Level 70 is already a cutting-edge combat power that cannot be matched by the 18 cities. If it cannot be stopped, lives may be lost. Everyone be quiet.
Wu Yong, the lord of 18 cities, knocked on the table with his knuckles.
The expression is serious. He looked at his watch and prompted, "The people from the security court are already waiting for you. Based on the time, it should be here soon." Someone stuck his head in and asked, "Who will be the people coming to support from the main city?"
"You will know when he comes later."
Wu Yong did not answer.
He is not trying to show off, but the person who comes is of great importance. That person's itinerary must be kept strictly confidential. Among all the people present, only he knew who the person who came to the 18 cities for aid was.
Even though they were about to meet, he couldn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? It just happens to be this time.
Chen Jiqing looked sad, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Now that the college entrance examination is official, I learned such earth-shattering news.
I really can't live in peace. He subconsciously believed that the advancement ceremony would take place in the ruins of the rioters.
The student that Principal Chen cares about most now has returned to his hometown.
He was really restless. "City Master Wu, I'm going out to make a phone call."
He was worried about Huang Yi's safety and wanted to remind him to come back quickly.
The ruins were not safe due to the chaos.
But as soon as Chen Jiqing raised his buttocks, he was stopped by City Lord Wu.
"You're not allowed to go anywhere.
If you have any phone calls, I'll call you after the meeting."
Wu Yong is in his 50s, younger than Principal Chen. I am usually very respectful and courteous.
But now in the face of the big issues of right and wrong, he blocked them without any courtesy. The student of Jinpin faith in my school is still in the ruins of the rioters.
Chen Jiqing couldn't help but say, feeling uneasy.
These words made the city lord hesitate for a moment. That really should be a reminder. Then do it as soon as possible before the support personnel arrive.
Let's fight here. Don't leave until the meeting is over.
Wu Yong naturally heard about it.
He would pay attention to the gold grade beliefs that appeared in the city every year. Huang Yi was even more impressed.
Not only did he wake up just before the college entrance examination, but he also decided to recommend him to a university in the 18 cities, so he naturally had to pay more attention to it.
This is a rare good seed that is willing to keep.
After all, the resources and funds of major contract cities are allocated according to the strength of the university.
Every talented player will be trained intensively.
A genius appears in the city, and the Lord of Wu City is proud of it.
But if you compare it with the person you are about to meet, there is a huge difference.
That kind of talent is already difficult to capture with pure gold-grade faith.
But the next second, Wu Yong reacted, and said in a slightly annoyed tone, "Who told him to go back to the ruins of the rioters?"
Chen Jiqing, who had been accommodating, had just breathed a sigh of relief, but was brought up again. His face was embarrassed. He didn't expect that such a strange advancement would happen. Beep beep beep, he had to pretend that he didn't hear anything, dialed the phone, and pressed the hands-free.
Hang up.
As soon as the ringing sounded, the city lord stood up suddenly and shouted in a low voice. At the same time, everyone at the round table also stood up one after another, full of astonishment. Support from the main city. Chen Jiqing saw the person coming, and he also nervously hung up the phone and turned off his mobile phone. Looking at the handsome young man, his pupils trembled. It turned out to be Li Hongyi.
"Hello?"
A fair-skinned and beautiful young man walked into the meeting room. His eyes were curved, and his manners were generous and decent. "Everyone present is my senior, there is no need to be so solemn."
"Sit down."
The young man smiled subtly, and pressed his hands in the air, motioning everyone to sit down. Chen Jiqing and others were even more shocked. When they looked at each other, they could read solemnity and confusion in each other's eyes. While his mind was confused, he sat back in his seat obediently, and his scalp was slightly numb. I didn't expect it was you who came. City Lord Wu exhaled heavily. Although he had the news long ago, it was still unbelievable. Until the other party stood in front of him, it seemed unreal. How could such a genius be allowed to come to such a dangerous place? Chen Jiqing was also nervous. His face was solemn. No wonder the itinerary of the supporter was kept so confidential. It turned out that he was from the city of Contract 1, the only son of the city lord, Li Hongyi. If the other party only had the blood relationship, it would naturally be unconvincing. They would only think he was making a fuss. Everyone will definitely keep the evidence and extort a sum of money from the city master for his poor teaching. But the top masters above level 55 in their 18 cities seem to be ashamed in front of this young man. Li Hongyi, 20 years old. Junior year. Gold level faith. 22nd contract competition individual and team champions. 23rd individual champion, team champion. Multi-beast pet route. 71st level contract master. Each achievement is extraordinary when viewed alone. But when gathered in the same person, it seems extremely terrifying. Everyone feels a huge pressure in front of this young man, even though the other party is polite. All contract cities believe that Li Hongyi's talent is unique. His future achievements will definitely surpass his father. Even if we look at the major divine cities, he is also ranked in the top 5 among the younger generation. My father wanted me to exercise more, so he arranged this job for me. It happened that I had nothing to do during the summer vacation, so I came here. I hope I didn't cause any trouble to you seniors. Li Hongyi has long hair that is black and smooth. She has a thin face, soft contours, and 3-dimensional facial features. If it weren't for his powerful voice and his protruding Adam's apple, I'm afraid everyone would think that she is a beautiful girl at first sight. No, it's an honor for the 18 cities that you can come. All those who can come to the scene are top masters above level 55, from all walks of life. At this moment, they are all sitting stiffly. Even the lord of the 18 cities, who is level 68, is sitting upright. This young man will definitely be his immediate leader in the future. Naturally, he can't leave a bad impression. 20 years old, level 71, Chen Jiqing sighed with emotion with a heavy heart. Although he is familiar with Li Hongyi's name, this is the first time he has met her. Does such a genius really exist? This gap is so huge that there is no illusion. Among the universities in the 18 cities, the one with the strongest talent is Huang Yi, a gold quality recommended student. But in front of him, the gap is so big that there is no possibility of comparison. Principal Chen thinks highly of Huang Yi. He also has high expectations. But he only hopes that he can lead the local university to improve its ranking, get more educational resources, and return to a virtuous circle. If it is really compared with the top beast-controlling university, it is really a bit of self-humiliation. This old man, there is still time, you can finish the call first. Li Hongyi cast a peaceful look and a sunny smile. Chen Jiqing was stunned and knew that he was talking about the previous call to Huang Yi. He was hesitating. But the city lord Wu said decisively, nothing is more important than the level 70 weirdness. This involves tens of thousands of lives. Hearing this, the atmosphere of the whole audience suddenly solidified. Li Hongyi pursed his lips at this topic. He doesn't like grand narratives. But he had to pretend to be serious. He really wasn't in a hurry. He also sincerely believed that the call could be made first. This calmness came from his strong self-confidence. However, since the city lord had said so, Li Hongyi could only restrain his smile. Okay then. Then I won't waste your time, I'll make it short. In the conference room, Li Hongyi's expression was solemn. First of all, it is certain that the opponent we are facing this time is extremely cruel. Through torture and the summary of fragmentary information, we have concluded that the top leaders of the cult are at least level 70 weird. And they are in the stage of preparing for the advanced ceremony. Li Hongyi's eyes were cold. This fact was officially announced. After hearing the news, many masters from the 18 cities did not feel relieved to get the answer, but were heavy-hearted. Sure enough, there is really a level 70 weird, and a ceremony is to be held. If it succeeds, there will be countless casualties. This is the harm of the evil god, and everyone can kill it. I am afraid that the security checkpoints we put into the ruins of the rioters will have to be strengthened.
It is better to search immediately. Someone said worriedly. This sentence also made many people nod in agreement.
When Chen Jiqing heard this, his heart sank, and he felt like sitting on pins and needles.
Huang Yi, come back quickly. Don't die in your hometown. Damn. I'm the only one who's worried about you. But Li Hongyi's next words startled everyone. Who said the ceremony location is in the riot ruins?
Li Hongyi walked towards the map that had been prepared by someone. Pointing at the location of the riot ruins, his face was solemn. The riot ruins number 499 is vast and sparsely populated. The residents are too scattered. And the ritual of level 70 hell requires assimilating enough people at the same time.
The riot ruins do not have such conditions.
Unless the cultists artificially drive the people away, but this large-scale population migration will definitely attract our attention. Until now, there has been no trend in this regard over there.
As soon as the words came out, everyone looked puzzled. If it's not in the riot ruins, where else can it be? Someone couldn't help asking.
But as soon as the words came out, his pupils were startled. Thinking of a certain possibility, his scalp suddenly numbed. And this thought seemed to be contagious, causing countless people to look horrified.
Rebellion. How dare they? Do you really think that I am the contract city, so easy to bully? Dare to hold a ceremony in the city? Instantly, everyone present was furious. City Lord Wu Yong was even more angry and slammed the table. This was simply stepping on his face. If he really turned the 18 cities into hell, he would be a sinner for all eternity.
At this moment, fear rose in his heart. His head was covered with cold sweat. Looking at the handsome Li Hongyi again, he was extremely grateful and at ease.
Fortunately, he came. You guessed right.
Perhaps, the target of the cultists is the contract city.
This is also the important reason why my father arranged for me to come here. Li Hongyi did not hide it.
Although he knew that he was very strong, he would not look down on anyone. Even if the other party still did not complete the weirdness of the ceremony. Naturally, he would not treat the enemy lightly.
On the way here, I made an estimate.
The probability of holding a ceremony at the ruins of the rioters in number 499 is less than 5%. And based on the top strength of the 18 cities, the city population and other comprehensive data, I think the possibility of holding an advanced ceremony locally is 90%.
Everyone's face suddenly became hot. This sentence, although not derogatory,
just an objective statement of facts, is enough to sting them.
Even Principal Chen Jiqing sighed with shame. The foundation of the 18 cities is too thin and the strength is too weak. This is an indisputable fact.
Li Hongyi looked around everyone. There is still a 5% probability that it is the city of protection more than 400 kilometers away.
But there are many masters of level 70 there. The risk of advancement is too great. The possibility is very small.
And it is not under the jurisdiction of the contract city.
Everyone fell silent.
Knowing that this matter is not trivial, it must be taken seriously. Wu Yong, the lord of the 18 cities, stood up with a grim face. He ordered in a cold voice, inform the public security court, take precautions, and conduct a city-wide investigation. Launch military and police officers, conduct a high-pressure search. Also, detain all employees of the 499 riot ruins subway station for investigation.
Hearing Wu Yong's almost gritting voice, his secretary also looked up in astonishment. But even if he was terrified, he still didn't speak, just recorded the matter truthfully.
The others looked at Wu Yong, all with sympathy. At this moment, they guessed a little.
Ordinary cultists lurking in the city can be turned a blind eye and conduct reverse intelligence. Just strictly control the number.
But now, even level 70 weirdos may be lurking in the city, which is a great dereliction of duty.
Just then, someone went outside the meeting room. Many people are familiar with his identity.
He is the deputy director of the Public Security Court, level 52, so naturally he cannot appear at this top meeting.
I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting.
I have a very important news here, I must report it immediately. The deputy judge's face was solemn. He was the middle-aged man who appeared at the scene of Pan Sen's death. To make a long story short, the chief judge said with a stiff face. This is his direct subordinate, if the other party said something wrong, he would also be responsible.
The city lord's dark face. It also made him panic.
But since the vice president did not hesitate to break into the meeting, the news was naturally extremely important. He was even extremely worried.
Could it be that the advancement ceremony has already begun? This is a letter.
It came from the ruins of the rioters.
The deputy president solemnly took out the paper. Looking at the many executives present, I didn't know who to pass the message to. Can you show it to me? Li Hongyi spoke gently. After receiving the nod of approval from the city lord and the court president, he submitted the note with both hands. Hui reported, the underground garage mentioned above. I have sent someone to confirm it in advance. Captured 63 weird believers and 29 weird souls. Li Hongyi looked at the crooked handwriting on the note with great interest. The above information is exactly the same as his conclusion just now. It was clearly informed that a ritual would be held for level 70 weirdness. It is also important to remind that the ceremony location may be in Contract City, so don't take it lightly. To demonstrate the accuracy of the message. He also specifically pointed out that many strange things were imprisoned on the third floor of an underground garage within the ruins of the rioters. This proves that the advancement ceremony is indeed being prepared. This letter of complaint comes very timely. At least it confirms my suspicion. Li Hongyi passed the note on. After everyone watched it, they felt heavy. The more accurate the news, the greater the panic. After reading it, the president asked seriously, "Have you found the letter from whom?" The deputy president broke into a cold sweat. "We are still investigating." "Are there any fingerprints?" The significance of collecting fingerprints is not to find the other party immediately, but to add them to the fingerprint database and make a backup. If there is a homicide or information registration in the future, it can be compared with the fingerprint database to confirm whether the identity is the same person. After years of investigation, there will always be gangsters who reveal their flaws. Similarly the vice president's embarrassment made the city leader Wu Yong sigh heavily and said coldly, "If you can't find it, the other party is very cautious." This handwriting is not deliberately distorted at all, but the person who wrote it is simply illiterate who cannot write. Suffice to say, this letter is a secondary description. Totally impossible to pinpoint. Oh, Panson, the paper also made the city lord sneer darkly. The writing on it mentioned the possible connection between Pantheon and the cultists. Wu Yong is naturally not so stupid as to believe whatever he writes. But having this suspicion is shocking enough. It can even be traced back to Contract 1 City. After all, Panson is a security inspection team dispatched directly under the jurisdiction of the city. And why were there traces of destruction and weirdness at the scene of his death? Based on this alone, no one can guarantee that this is not about burning bridges and killing people. Let's leave the meeting like this. Everyone is on alert and communicating with each other. If you find anything unusual, please contact me directly. I will get to the scene as soon as possible. We can't ignore the investigation on the ruins of the rioters, and we can't ignore all possibilities. My number is 131, Li Hongyi wrote out her number. Seeing everyone getting up worriedly. He also looked at Wu Yong, who was still confused. He said, "City Lord Wu." When Wu Yong heard this, his heart trembled. He looked at the prospective junior student with a little shame. "Low profile, you are in charge of this operation. If you have any instructions, please tell me." Li Hongyi smiled warmly and was charming. When people see it, they unconsciously relax their body and mind. Suanhu City is an ally of Contract City. Although the possibility of a strange attack on Lincheng is very small. But out of good neighborliness, please inform the other party of this matter. Wu Yong nodded, "It should be." The brief meeting ended. Everyone was sweating profusely. My heart has never felt heavier. This time the news is earth-shattering and related to everyone's safety. To put it more seriously, it is whether the entire city exists. Even if there is a level 71 contract master, we must not take it lightly. If this thing lands smoothly. Lao Ma, be nice to Huang Yi. Chen Jiqing was worried. Find Ma Tianxiang, who also attended the meeting. The tone is solemn. Ma Tianxiang is a level 68 contractor and the principal of Shiba Beast Control University. He is similar in age to Chen Jiqing. It is also the only university among the 18 cities. It's natural. Ma Tianxiang exhaled heavily. The genius Li Hongyi and the weird crisis at level 70 were all heavy blows. It shocked him greatly. For the contract faith, Li Hongyi is naturally the pride of everyone. But he also has his own selfish motives for the principal of the Beast Control University in the 18 cities, and he hopes that the school he manages can become famous far and wide. However, years of belief in fairness and the slow pace of reform have resulted in very average resources for all students, which directly leads to extremely poor overall quality of teachers and students. There is simply no talent who can support the facade of 18 cities.
To put it bluntly, Ma Tianxiang also knows that it is difficult for a powerful contractor to appear in such an environment. Although he didn't dare to expect to have a proud student like Li Hongyi, with 1/3, he could get good results. Nor will it mean that in times of crisis, the university will have no available talent, and may even face the crisis of annihilating the city. This was a major dereliction of duty on his part.
Let me thank you in advance on behalf of Huang Yi. Chen Jiqing's eyebrows rarely relaxed.
After walking out of the solemn conference room, he also took out his mobile phone.
How about you take it personally, the university president asked.
There is only one beast control university in the 18 cities, and many powerful and expert people serve in it. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous, when one is lost, both are harmed.
Chen Jiqing took up the position of professor at the university. I couldn't get it.
Later, he spoke earnestly and brought up old things again. It's time for you to consider drastic reforms.
Fairness is a beautiful thing.
But everyone is hanging on for a breath, and it will be a matter of time before they can no longer survive, and fairness has lost its meaning. Ma Tianxiang had a sullen face and left without replying. But Chen Jiqing knew that the other party was already seriously considering it.
That's enough. As the phone turned on, Chen Jiqing finally made the call. The tone was serious. Huang Yi, where are you now?
I am here. Huang Yi received the call. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Chen Jiqing. No matter where you are now, get back to school quickly. It's dangerous out there. You have to remember that what you shoulder is the rise and fall of the 18 cities.
I could hear Principal Chen's worry.
Warmth flowed through Huang Yi's body and mind. Looking at the heavily guarded contract number 3 middle school under the gloomy sky. With a helpless expression, I was stopped at the school gate. The principal was stunned and said in a shocked tone, "Why did they stop you?"
"I don't have an admission ticket."
"Then you deserve it."
Principal Chen held it back, saying wait for me, and hung up the phone.
After seeing the hang-up prompt, Huang Yi put the phone back into his pocket. Looking at the nervous and expectant parents gathered at the school gate, I felt bored.
I found a milk tea shop and ordered a glass of iced lemonade.
After Huang Yi took a sip, he lay down.
The female store manager was frightened. "Classmate, please don't scare me. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?"
Huang Yi lay on the table and waved his hand casually. "No, I just want to take a nap." The female store manager patted her perky chest and said, "I thought you were poisoned after drinking my milk tea."
Huang Yi smiled and closed his eyes. The next second, his consciousness appeared on the desolate grassland. Surrounded by thick fog in the distance, graves can be vaguely seen.
Looking back, he saw 2 women nearby, with their backs to each other.
Sister Han, right?
Approaching Han Shuang, Huang Yi tilted his head slightly. But he saw that the other person's eyes were filled with fear and malice, as if he was resenting Huang Yi for deceiving him.
"I can give you a chance to live. Only if you are willing to cooperate. And I can promise that I won't hand you over to weirdness."
Huang Yi knew that she couldn't speak and was not in a hurry to get an answer. She turned around and walked towards her mother, leaving Han Shuang some time to think.
"Mom, I'm here. The conditions here are not very good."
"I feel sorry for you."
Huang Yi apologized.
But there was only kindness and joy in my mother's eyes, without any complaints. Being able to see her son at any time was what she had always dreamed of after her death.
"I can't entertain you here either.
Just go to work first." Huang Yi said goodbye with a smile. Looking around, there were more than a dozen corpses lying on the ground, gradually decaying. These are the cultists killed in the underground garage. At this moment, you must also become the nourishment of Myrtle. In the space of consciousness, it seems to be morning all the time.
Huang Yi glanced at the sky. The sky is bright and the morning fog is slightly cool.
He carried the body and placed it in the second grave that he dug with his own hands. The myrtle swayed its branches without wind, as if expressing her expectation and joy. The coffin was not big, and it could barely fit 4 corpses into it. If he wanted to fill it all at once, Huang Yi would probably have to chop it all into meat paste. But that was too time-consuming, so we could only offer it in batches.
"Is it starting to bear fruit?"
Huang Yi observed it closely and was delighted. The bright red flowers of the myrtle were found to be withering. It is producing green berries. Myrtle fruit has 3 stages:
cyan, red, and purple-black.
Only the purple and black ones are sweet and full, and have a strong feeling of satiety.
In the other 2 states, eating it will easily lead to constipation. But, is this considered cannibalism?
Looking at the corpse in the coffin, Huang Yi frowned slightly. It seems a little weird for him to eat the fruits when he feeds the plants with his flesh and blood.
But at least there is one more process. The filtering is quite thorough. I just don't know if it has any special effects. Huang Yi pursed his lips and looked back at Han Xuan, who was frozen. When the time comes, she can be the first to try. Huang Yi hates flesh and blood, and is a shadow of his family that he has seen eaten alive before. They are also worried that they will lose themselves and become evil spirits. He has never eaten human flesh, and will refrain from eating animal meat when his family is around. Of course, cooked food has to be made. He is prone to nausea even when he is 7 years old. Let's promote pollination first. Huang Yi sighed slightly. He pulled out the shovel and pressed the head of the shovel against the slender branches of the myrtle. Push slightly to shake it to help with pollination. He was careful not to touch this evil plant with his hands. I'm afraid I have to continue testing. I'm leaving. You can give me an answer next time I come over. Your usefulness is temporarily irreplaceable. But that's not the case. It has to be you. After feeding Myrtle, Huang Yi estimated that it was almost time for Principal Chen Jiqing to arrive. He threw away the shovel and dusted off his hands. Looking at Han Xuan, he said softly. Han Xuan couldn't speak. Her eyes were hard and angry. But there is no longer any resentment and malice as before. If you can live, being in jail is nothing. After becoming a cultist when you were young, you have been living in panic all year round and living an ignoble existence. As long as you don't give yourself up to weirdness, that's the best outcome for now. Even though she was deceived once, she still refused to give up due to a turning point in her life. Huang Yi nodded encouragingly. I know Han Xuan should have thought it through. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Are you hungry? Blink if you're hungry. Han Xuan was extremely wary of this sudden concern. She was afraid that she would be fed the flesh and blood of the dead team members. Her face showed a little panic. But she could not avoid her physiological needs. She felt hungry and still blinked humiliatingly. Huang Yi looked thoughtful. Then he disappeared in front of Han Xuan. His consciousness returned to his body, and Huang Yi's perspective also came to the milk tea shop outside the school gate. He stretched and sat up straight. He took a sip of cold lemon water to relieve the hot weather. Outside the milk tea shop, students and parents came and went, waiting for the end of the subject. Huang Yi's eyes were also empty in contemplation. Will you be hungry? Huang Yi has a deeper understanding of the consciousness space. Since people will be hungry, it means that the space is not a dream-like existence. It is a real small world. Since you are hungry, you will have the need to defecate. Mom is a ghost, and she doesn't have this physiological structure. Ordinary people can't do that. Huang Yi retracted his gaze towards the street, pinched the plastic straw and shook it, stirring the perfumed lemon in the milk tea. Sighed slightly. If too many people were put in, he would become a full-time nanny. Not only do we have to take care of his diet and daily life, but he also has to pay attention to diuresis and defecation. It's okay for acquaintances, they won't run away. People like Han Xuan who are obviously hostile still have to be watched. Huang Yi was slightly distressed. His control over the consciousness space is not perfect enough. He can only move freely. If he can unlock the permission to give others the action in the future, that will be a perfect hiding place. For now. Not necessarily a bad thing. At least if you encounter someone who is difficult to deal with, you can pull him into the consciousness space and starve him to death. But it's not clear how many levels of extraordinary people can be pulled in. Just as Huang Yi was thinking, dissatisfied voices came from outside the store. Good boy. I dare not stop for a moment, I came all the way to pick you up. I have searched everywhere at the school gate. So you are hiding here drinking milk tea. Chen Jiqing got out of the car and glared at Huang Yi angrily. Principal, you are here. Huang Yi stood up to greet him and smiled. Would you like a drink? He lay down as soon as he came here, and forgot to tell the principal. It was indeed his fault. Chen Jiqing came to the counter. Get me a glass of lemonade, too, with more ice. Huang Yi took out 3 yuan of federal currency sensibly. This one is on me. Chen Jiqing nodded with satisfaction. You are sensible. My painstaking efforts are not in vain. In order to remind you to come back, I was scolded by the city lord. I also sought great benefits for you. It is still a unique treatment among the 18 cities. But he didn't say it. What is your status, and you still want to ask for credit from the younger generation? It seems so cheap. Principal Chen squinted at Huang Yi, his eyes gradually becoming dissatisfied. But you really didn't ask? Is this reasonable? The two sat in the milk tea shop, each with their own thoughts, looking at each other in silence.
After the morning subject exam was over, they took a car together and entered the campus.
During this period, you'd better not go anywhere. Just stay in school honestly. It's very dangerous outside now.
In the back seat, Chen Jiqing spoke earnestly.
Why? Huang Yi asked curiously.
But he also had the answer in his heart. His letter should have been delivered to the top. From morning to noon, this time is enough for the security court to confirm the strange believers hiding in the underground garage of the ruins of the rioters.
Just listen to me.
Chen Jiqing didn't say much, and he was worried. Arriving at the dormitory area, Huang Yi waved goodbye and got off the car. He also saw that many candidates filed out of the classrooms. Some people were in high spirits and talked about the test questions with others.
Some people were dejected and blamed themselves.
Most of them were calm, relieved after having endured a battle.
If I were a level 70 weirdo,
I would choose to hold the advancement ceremony during the college entrance examination.
The weather was hot and the leaves were yellow.
Huang Yi was in the hot wind, but his body and mind were cold. Afterwards, he returned to the dormitory in silence.
Huang Yi returned to the dormitory and just lay down not long ago. Then I heard my roommate's surprised voice, "Ouch, Huang Yi. Why are you back? I thought you were going to be cool during this period. What time has it been? Still lying down? Get up and let us take advantage of your luck." The classmates gathered around Huang Yi, enjoying themselves. "Nothing, just come back and stay for a few days. Looking at your status, it seems that you did pretty well in the exam." Huang Yi also smiled happily when he saw his roommates laughing and playing around. "That's not true. I am very confident and got all the multiple choice questions right. I will give you high marks for this history of the development of gods. You guys are so good at pretending, don't you take me as a scumbag in your eyes?" There was chatting and laughing in the dormitory, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. But the afternoon subjects also made many people frown. "Hurry up and go to bed. We'll finish the CAF in the afternoon." Still pretending, can the top student leave a way for the poor student to survive? I, an unawakened person, didn't say anything, I just did it and that's it. Yeah, I'll be satisfied if I get a high school diploma. My family arranged a factory for me.
Nyobi, I have to call you the screw-twisting master from now on, soon.
The roommates washed up and went to bed. Be mentally prepared for the exam in the afternoon. Huang Yi looked at the energetic classmates and smiled warmly.
Then he lay down again and covered his stomach with a thin sheet.
It's better to sleep here.
Huang Yi closed his eyes comfortably. He didn't sleep all night last night and was already exhausted. When your head hits the pillow, you fall into a deep sleep. In the past few days, the college entrance examination has been going on smoothly.
Countless candidates are troubled by the complexity of exam questions. Completely unaware of the coming storm, Huang Yi is also always paying attention to the developments in various places. But Contract City is a peaceful and prosperous scene, and even the ruins of my hometown are peaceful and peaceful.
This made Huang Yi quite anxious.
Waiting is the hardest part.
He really wanted to find his sister's whereabouts as soon as possible and reunite his family. He also believed that his sister would be released during the advancement ceremony.
Huang Yi learned from Han Shuang the key points of promotion to level 70 hell.
In the strange realm, the more strange things appear, the stronger the feedback to the main body will be.
My sister's strength is the mainstay.
It is impossible not to release it as a backup energy source. And those imprisoned weirdos also have this plan.
Can speed up the ascent of hell.
Although he had destroyed a prison point, thinking about it, it was impossible to have only this preparation. Predictable, there will definitely be situations where ordinary people are forced to believe in weird things. And it has to be cultivated over many years. Give resources to accelerate improvement. When the time comes, they will be slaughtered like piglets.
You can even recruit contractors and join the cult group. The prerequisite is to control ghosts and raise ghosts. Like the man in the vest. The final result will be to become the nourishment of hell.
Huang Yi squinted his eyes, feeling heavy in his heart.
This incident reminded him of bad memories. His father had done the same thing to his family. The only difference is that he believes in destruction.
Although my mother and sister had reborn a second life, they stayed with me. I also acquiesced to this result. But now the old things reappeared, making it difficult for him to calm down. It was like a wound that had healed for many years had been reopened.
In my impression, what my father believed in, it shouldn't be the evil god. This is also a question Huang Yi has been thinking about recently. What good would it do him if his whole family believed in an evil god? Use the whole family as performance? Huang Yi couldn't figure it out.
All he knew was that he had never seen him again since he was a freshman in high school.
Huang Yi, who was depressed, occasionally left school for a walk.
What is visible to the naked eye is that the security level of the entire city has increased linearly. The sheriff's court roamed the city without hesitation. Even the extraordinary contract master sergeants patrol with guns. Such tight security made countless people smell the danger.
What happened recently? The college entrance examination doesn't require such a strong defensive force, right?
Even the non-commissioned officers are patrolling with guns.
Something's wrong. Is something going to happen?
I asked my relative in the magistrate's court, and he asked me to stay at home as much as possible during this period and not go anywhere.
My sergeant friend also responded the same way.
When I asked him what happened, he refused to tell me.
Do you want to leave the 18 cities to avoid the limelight? Panic quickly spread throughout the city. Spread to all levels.
Even parents of students who are worried about their children's college entrance examination scores feel that a storm is coming and are on tenterhooks all day long. The heavily guarded security does not bring people a sense of security. On the contrary, it makes most people nervous. Only the senior high school students who struggled with the exam questions had a dull sense of smell.
Didn't notice any changes in the outside world. Today is the third day of the college entrance examination. It's approaching noon. All the students were excitedly waiting for the end of the last geography paper. Principal Chen. What attribute do you think is better for my first pet?
Outside the cafeteria, dark clouds were gathering. Huang Yi made a meal and sat in the empty canteen.
Looking at the message sent last night, I still haven't received a reply.
Huang Yi had no expression on his face, put the functional phone aside, and ate in silence.
During this time, the principal is often away from school.
It was difficult for Huang Yi to get a timely reply to the probing messages he sent out as a question.
I think the situation is gradually escalating. If nothing else happens, the cultists should take action.
Even a level 65 contract master has his energy restrained.
Huang Yi drank egg drop soup calmly.
It should still be in the brewing stage now.
He doesn't think level 70 is weird and will act rashly.
Be the first target.
At the end of the day, it's still not chaotic enough.
He shook his head. Although the whole city is heavily guarded. But it only takes one spark to ignite panic throughout the city.
Until then, it's time to take action yourself.
Gingle Bell Huang Yi finished lunch when the school bell rang. He watched the students pour out. His face was full of excitement of relief. The exam is finally over.
I'm free. Almost freshman. I actually got the last big question right, awesome. Haha, see you at KTV tonight. Although I failed in the exam, I haven't awakened yet. I'm a college student. The 3-day college entrance examination is officially over. Every student who walked out of the examination room also looked relaxed.
Huang Yi watched silently for a while, then turned and walked towards class 2, grade 3. His classroom was not used as an exam room. Everything is arranged as usual. The head teacher Lu Feng also sent him a message. Let him come to the class to hold the last class meeting after the college entrance examination.
Huang Yi had just walked into class 2 of senior 3.
But he saw a familiar figure tidying up the podium.
Hello, Teacher Lu. Huang Yi said politely. It's you. How have you been recently? Lu Feng, the head teacher, asked cheerfully. He looked in a good mood.
The number of unawakened students in the class he led was in the single digit. It met the target and was not impossible to explain.
It was so relaxing that I was a little uncomfortable. Huang Yi replied.
There was a double entendre in his words that only he knew.
It seems that you are destined to be a hard worker. The head teacher laughed dumbly. You sit down first, they will come later. Huang Yi returned to his seat and sat down. He didn't know what to do for a while.
At this moment, a notification sounded in his pocket. He picked up his phone and looked at it, but he was refreshed. Principal Chen, who had disappeared for a whole day, finally replied, since the direction of multiple pets has been decided. Plus, the contract master's body is fragile. The attributes of the first pet are naturally better in healing or defense.
Only by being alive can there be a future. I do have a few good lists of contracted beasts here. But it's not convenient now. I'll talk to you in detail when I get back.
Looking at the message, Huang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. What he really wanted was not the direction of the pet, but to get information from the conversation.
The first thing he wanted to know was what was going on over there. Okay, principal. Then I'll go home and wait for your news. Huang Yi pretended to be ignorant, as if he didn't know about the crisis that was brewing.
But as soon as the message was sent, the phone call came over.
Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you to stay in school and not go anywhere? You're going home. Chen Jiqing cursed.
It seemed that he was irritated by Huang Ye's naivety. Huang Yi listened to the scolding, but his mentality did not fluctuate at all. Instead, he said in a tangled tone, "But my home is over there. I don't go back, I have nowhere to live." The tone on the other side became more urgent.
The voice was much louder. Why can't I explain it to you clearly? The rioters are in ruins, and they are going to be in chaos. Just stay in Contract City. You can live in a hotel or wander the streets. You are not allowed to come back during this period. Chen Jiqing hung up the phone in annoyance.
It seems that he was very angry.
Mr. Chen, report the news from the front line.
In Contract City, the commercial operation of all subway stations has been stopped. Only supplies are provided for wartime transportation. Chen Jiqing is in the city center subway station, responsible for the coordination and safety of this area. At this time, a subordinate came forward to report nervously.
What's the matter? Principal Chen looked serious. There are new developments in the riot ruins.
It has been observed that the crowd is gathering at an unusual speed.
Listening to the news from the front line, Chen Jiqing's pupils widened. What's the reason? Underground casinos, open warehouses, and release food. The subordinate spoke in a deep voice. Chen Jiqing's face was terribly gloomy. How is it handled over there? People have been sent to suppress and disperse them, but, tell me. There are other places where people are gathering.
The subordinate's expression was panicked. There are currently 5 locations in the riot ruins, and a large number of people are gathering.
Based on their route, there is a high probability that they will gather together. The number of people is probably more than 20,000.
According to the frontline calculation, the conditions for advancing to level 70 hell have been initially formed.
Chen Jiqing took a deep breath. Nothing was said.
He was responsible for the area around the downtown subway station and could not leave his post without permission. Someone would naturally take care of the riot ruins.
If it was Li Hongyi, how would he deal with it? Principal Chen fell into deep thought and was upset.
In the past few days, smoke of war has been everywhere, and abnormalities have appeared everywhere, making people feel uneasy.
This disaster is not easy to get through. It seems that something happened in the ruins of the rioters. Class 2, Grade 3.
Huang Yi held the hung-up mobile phone, his eyes condensed.
He tried to find out the exact news from this brief conversation. He couldn't calm down. Although pretending to be stupid, he lost some goodwill more or less. He got the impression of not listening to advice. But for such important news, it didn't hurt at all.
Who called you?
On the podium, the head teacher Lu Feng asked curiously. Where is Principal Chen? Huang Yi did not hide it.
Then he thinks highly of you.
Lu Feng was quite envious.
Now the city is under high pressure. Even on such an important day as the college entrance examination, he did not come back to take charge. But he communicated with this student on the phone.
The treatment was so good that he envied it. Huang Yi hesitated and asked, Teacher, is the subway station still running? Lu Feng shook his head. The news said yesterday that the entire subway line stopped running. The reason is a system failure. But you just listen to this, it must be a big thing that happened. What did the principal say to you on the phone?
Huang Yi said truthfully, he asked me not to go home for the time being.
Lu Feng nodded. Then you listened to Mr. Chen.
Outside the corridor, noisy footsteps came.
The two looked in the direction of the sound, seeing many classmates coming one after another. They have officially finished the college entrance examination and are now free. Their faces are full of ease. Hello, teacher. Commissioner Huang, you are here too. Aren't you recommended for admission? You are here too. Now the whole class is here. It's the last class meeting, I'm a little reluctant to leave.
The students who returned triumphantly talked about it. They also returned to their seats.
They looked excited and eager to try. I heard from your roommate that you are in the dormitory.
When I returned to the classroom, I was wondering if you would come to the class meeting.
I didn't expect you to come.
The deskmate, the study committee member, was also surprised. He put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and chatted with interest.
How did you do in the exam? Huang Yi asked casually. It's just so-so, I think I can get into the top 10 Beastmaster University.
The deskmate looked proud.
Great. Huang Yi nodded in appreciation. At this time, the head teacher Lu Feng opened his hands. He suppressed everyone's discussion. With a festive face, first of all, congratulations to all the students for a successful start. Only 3 things will be announced in this class meeting. First, no tearing of books. The students smiled knowingly when they heard this. The combo after graduation was predicted by the head teacher. Second, a photographer has been arranged, and we can take graduation photos now. Lu Feng looked around, his eyes relieved. Third, the remaining class fees have been booked for the graduation banquet. All students, please be sure to attend. As soon as the voice fell, the whole class cheered excitedly. The study committee member put his arm around Huang Yi's shoulders and challenged him to get drunk. Huang Yi smiled. But he did not respond to his deskmate's enthusiasm, and he was worried. The ruins of the rioters. The railcar was transporting armed personnel. The handsome young man Li Hongyi was also on this train. A golden red bird stood on his shoulder, looking arrogant and aloof. Soon, the subway stopped. Li Hongyi got off the station and looked back at the non-commissioned officers who were filing out behind him. He said seriously, I will lead the team this time. My mission is very simple. If you meet a supernatural person and don't surrender, kill him. The non-commissioned officers were fearless and murderous, yes. Class 2, Grade 3, it took 10 minutes. I took several sets of graduation photos. I have to go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage and leave school tomorrow at the latest. Huang Yi, aren't you going back to the dormitory? His roommate saw him walking towards the school gate. He also asked in shock. My luggage has already been packed. I have something to do now and I have to go out. Huang Yi responded calmly, but he was thinking about the ruins of the chaos in his heart. But the roommates looked disappointed. It seems that everything is going to be different today. Okay. The graduation banquet tonight, remember the location, right? The roommate reminded. Huang Yi's expression was calm. He paused for a second, then smiled. I'll try my best to get there. What are you talking about? Must be there. The roommate was dissatisfied and came up to punch Huang Yi. There's nothing I can do about it. I've given him a recommendation. There are too many things to do. Huang Yi prevaricated. Why didn't I notice before that you were pretending like this? I know you've got a recommendation, so there's no need to keep saying it. If you can't come, send a message to Lao Li. You have his number, right? Huang Yi nodded, add it now. Old Li's name is Li Tianqi, but he failed to awaken. I was invited to drink in the dormitory. He also said some unpleasant things. Facing Huang Yi, he was also a little embarrassed. Really not coming? Li Tianqi mustered up the courage to break the ice and speak. It's hard to say. Huang Yi shook his head, added his contact information, and turned around and left in a hurry. Sure enough, growth happens in an instant. I was quite happy at first, but now I feel inexplicably sad. We really graduated. The roommates looked at Huang Yi's back with a sense of loss. Master, go to the south gate. Walking out of the school gate, Huang Yi hailed a taxi. Even if the cost is very expensive, we can only bite the bullet and sit there. It is more than 30 kilometers from the school to the Changnan subway station. If we go to the south gate, it will be 50 kilometers away. Not going. But as soon as Huang Yi sat in the back seat, the driver shook his head. Why? Huang Yi frowned. He was so anxious that his tone was harsh. It's under control over there, and there are troops everywhere. I don't want to get into trouble. The driver spoke straightforwardly. Even the Changnan subway station, the rail car leading to my hometown, is heavily guarded. This is not good in Contract City. You can't do anything casually. Violence is not the only way to solve problems. Huang Yi exhaled heavily and could only get out of the car. Watching the taxi drive away puffing out exhaust gas. I'm trapped in the city? Huang Yi laughed to himself. He walked into narrow alleys and took detours where there were no cameras. Finally got to a place less visited. I saw an abandoned factory and walked inside. Putting on a black sweatshirt, a mask and a cap, he returned to the street. It's not easy to do things as a student. But cultists don't have so many scruples. He took out a handful of thumbtacks from his consciousness space. Tuck it into the long pocket of the sweatshirt. Eyes cold. Even if the city is under strict control, he still has to find a way out. Although the action is risky, he cannot be trapped in the city for the sake of his sister. Looking up at the sky, it is dark. If it rains now, we can hide our whereabouts better. He frowned and walked back to the street.
Although the information Han Xuan gave him said that it was very possible for level 70 weird to advance in Contract City.
Huang Yi himself thinks so.
But that's just a guess, no one can say for sure. Coupled with the information he provided, the support coming from the main city will definitely be able to deal with the weirdness easily.
Under this threat, it was the right choice to give up holding the ceremony in the 18 cities. If you say, accidents in rioters' ruins, are you trying to attract support from the main city? Can the strong men in the 18 cities stop the level 70 weird thing? Huang Yi was upset.
Faced with a choice between two options, he also felt entangled.
After all, anywhere is possible. Tossing a coin gives him no control over the desired outcome.
But for now, the possibility of chaos and ruins is greater.
Huang Yi actually had no choice. All he can do is enter the game, even if he knows it is bait. I can't bet. If I can't find my sister this time, I'm afraid there won't be such a chance next time. Huang Yi clarified his thoughts. He also let out a heavy breath.
With his eyes calm again, he stopped a passing car.
You want to die? Didn't you see the car?
How dare you stop my car?
Mom, I bought insurance. If I hadn't been in a good mood, I wouldn't have killed you.
The female driver stuck her head out, wearing a sun hat and a scowl on her face. She is dressed luxuriously, has a plump figure, and a beautiful face.
She looks very moist at ordinary times. Then I'll give you a chance. Huang Yi's calm voice sounded like a provocation to the female driver's ears. You're looking for death, right? I can afford to pay for it.
The female driver of the luxury car blushed and immediately stepped on the accelerator.
1 meter away, you can reach it in the blink of an eye.
The hard front of the car hit Huang Yi's abdomen.
But the sight of the female driver lying down did not appear.
She was prepared. Even if it was more serious, she would only have to pay for the hospitalization. But what surprised her was that Huang Yi was indifferent.
He even walked towards her. Give me the car, we're even. Aren't you a scammer? The female driver of the luxury car was dumbfounded. She saw the other party open the car door. She just realized what happened. Damn, you are robbing.
She was terrified and wanted to scream, but what came towards her was a dull heavy punch. She rolled her eyes and fainted completely. Bang! The next second, her figure appeared in the consciousness space.
She fell into the first coffin that was eaten and rotten by insects.
She was face down, so she couldn't see anything. I just want the car, not my life. Huang Yi sat in the driver's seat, and after a simple exploration, he also understood it. Although he didn't have a driver's license, he had driven many cars in the ruins of the rioters. When the matter was over, he would naturally give her freedom.
Mr. Li,
we have already controlled the scene. The extraordinary people who resisted have been shot. The ruins of the rioters, outside the casino. Thousands of people, surrounded by guns. A commander replied firmly. Li Hongyi frowned slightly when he heard this. I always feel that this Mr. Li sounds weird, making me seem like a minor character. But he was too lazy to correct it.
Just nodded. Walked towards the road where the crowd separated. Shiji, the golden red bird on his shoulder, looked around. The proudly raised neck seemed to reveal a sense of disdain. Are you the boss?
Li Hongyi came to the stall with a gentle smile. It's me, the scarred man, with muscles all over his body. But he knelt on the ground tremblingly at this moment. He didn't dare to raise his head.
Open the warehouse and release the grain. Just give this little? Li Hongyi looked at the hundreds of bags of rice.
Then he scooped up a handful and let the rice grains slip through his fingers.
I'm just a commoner, that's all I have.
The sturdy man knelt on the ground with a flattering smile. I can only do good deeds within my ability. The rioters are in ruins and poor.
I just hope they can have a full meal.
Li Hongyi nodded with a smile. Acknowledged the underlying aggression in his words. With just one sentence, he opened the boundary between himself and the people.
There seem to be two opposing camps. If you forcefully stop it, you will inevitably be resented by the people. Good deeds? Li Hongyi sneered. Actually, I also like to do it.
The scarred man's eyes trembled.
He seemed to hear some ill intentions. A bad premonition arose in my heart.
Your business is good.
Li Hongyi glanced at his underground casino. The decoration is luxurious and fancy. It's just not very aesthetically pleasing. How about I make the decision for you? Donate all your belongings. The people will also remember your kindness.
I can also get a good reputation for robbing the rich and giving to the poor.
What do you think?
As soon as the words came out, there was also a commotion among the nervous people around. They all swallowed their saliva. If the house of this well-known gambling den owner could be ransacked, a little benefit would slip through his fingers. These ordinary people can also stay full for several days. The fearful look in his eyes instantly turned into anticipation and enthusiasm. Sir, you must not do this. When the scarred man heard this, he wanted to stand up in horror. But the sergeant behind him pressed his shoulder. Unable to move, his expression was panicked. These are the things I have worked hard for many years.
It's all hard-earned money. We can't leave. It will chill many entrepreneurs.
Li Hongyi's face was slightly cold. I no longer let him pretend to be pitiful. A few days ago, a notice should have been issued that no crowd gatherings of any kind are allowed.
The contract army neglected its duty and didn't notify you.
Seeing the shock on the big man's face, Li Hongyi also lost interest.
In the face of great strength, it's best to put away your cleverness. After you die, it won't be hard anymore.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sergeants suddenly understood.
Dragging the big man into the underground casino. The villain realizes his mistake. Repent, villain. All money can be donated to the people. Don't kill me.
The pleas for mercy were hysterical. But with the sound of a gunshot, all the discordant sounds disappeared.
People, please don't panic. I am Li Hongyi from the main contract city. This man burned, killed, looted, and committed adultery. The evidence is conclusive. The execution will be carried out on the spot to show the iron law of punishment in Contract City.
Li Hongyi turned around and gently reassured the people. Contract City will not take a grain of rice from these people's fat and people's anointing. It will be distributed to everyone so that they can survive hunger. Before he finished speaking, the whole audience burst into excited cheers. The crowd was excited and beaming with joy. The true god of contract.
Great good man. Can these really be divided? Then we can get through this summer. I want to believe in the contract.
Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Li Hongyi just pressed her hands. The contract is eternal.
Just keep this friendship in your heart. After I get the money and food, I have only one condition. You just go back to your homes.
In recent days, we should not gather for no reason. Cultists are now rampant and will burn, kill, and loot. I also don't want the money and food you just received to be looted. By then we won't have time to enforce the law. So, no matter what happens to you these days, don't go out. When we finish dealing with the cultists, we will notify you of the news.
Remember to pay attention to the news channel.
Li Hongyi said a few words.
Let all the people's enthusiasm be extinguished immediately.
Even before he received the money and food, he was already worried that he would be robbed.
My heart was filled with tension and distrust.
Looking at their changing expressions, Li Hongyi knew that she had conveyed the message well. He just waved his hand, opened the warehouse, inspect and accept, and release the grain. As soon as the words came out, the sergeant rushed into the underground casino.
Put all ill-gotten gains to the test.
Then, fair and reasonable distribution will be carried out according to the people at the scene. Naturally, these matters do not require Li Hongyi's supervision. There was no joy in his heart.
Some are just helpless. These people could have been doing fine.
By believing in the contract, you can control power and live a prosperous life.
You can even get full assistance from the main city and become a new Contract City branch in the future.
But if he doesn't make any changes, he just wants to eat and die.
Seamlessly penetrated by cultists. That's what you deserve. No one can help. Where is the next illegal gathering place?
Li Hongyi withdrew her gaze.
Ask the deputy. To the southwest.
The person who opened the warehouse to store grain was a fruit vendor. Our troops are rushing to the scene. It doesn't take long to control the population. The deputy replied respectfully.
Okay. You continue to control. After the food distribution is completed, the masses will be driven away. Don't stay long.
After Li Hongyi finished her instructions, she put her hands on her back and walked towards the cloud-shrouded street. Master Li, where are you going? The deputy asked nervously.
Don't worry about me, I will act alone. The enemy is hiding, then I will hide. Li Hongyi's tone was brisk.
The golden-red birds on the shoulders even let out disdainful cries in unison,
attracting Li Hongyi's affection.
He teased Junio's chin feathers with his fingers.
If they can't find my whereabouts, they don't dare to act rashly.
Gigi the bird narrowed its eyes in comfort and chirped with enjoyment.
18 cities, South Gate. Arrive. Huang Yi slowed down the car and saw a heavily armed sergeant from a distance.
Their breath is sharp, and their resoluteness is written all over their bodies. Huang Yi calmly withdrew his gaze. He turned the steering wheel and drove away from their sight.
Those non-commissioned officers are all extraordinary. The level is between 20 and 30.
Through military training in weapons and equipment, a team of 30 people can hunt down level 40 extraordinary people through cooperation. If it were just an ordinary team of extraordinary people without military training, it would be difficult for a team of 30 people to solve a level 40 extraordinary person. The identity of the prey will change again.
The extraordinary military has always been the backbone of major cities.
Relying on stragglers alone has never been able to withstand the raids of cultists.
There is a threatening atmosphere at the south gate. The specific level cannot be determined. But better than me.
Huang Yi felt heavy in his heart.
Leaves silently. I was at a loss for a moment. Mr. Ning.
That car wants to get closer to the south gate.
But it seems that he wants to leave again. Should we come forward for questioning? On the south city wall.
Has a huge loft. A woman came to the tea table and reported. The man sipping tea is named Ning Yongkai. In his 40s, he is a level 62 contractor. In his early years, he came here from the main contract city to start a business and ran an electric power company. Relying on its strong strength and the name of a private enterprise, it occupies half of the power supply market in the 18 cities. But after eating such a big official cake, if something big happens, naturally you can't stay alone.
Are you leaving?
Ning Yongkai picked up the cup, blew on the hot air, and asked without raising his head.
It looks like he's gone.
The secretary said respectfully.
Then leave it alone.
Ning Yongkai took a sip and said nonchalantly, the whole city has been sealed.
If he were an enemy, he would be more anxious than me.
If you're just passing by, then it's enough for me to ensure that it's safe and sound here. The secretary nodded and left without further interruption.
That's almost it.
Huang Yi stepped on the brakes and applied the handbrake. The off-road vehicle parked in the shelter of the house. His eyes gradually became firmer.
Time waits for no one. He couldn't wait until dark before leaving quietly. The only option is to break in by force. Bang slammed the car door.
Huang Yi looked at this big guy with a little bit of reluctance. This thing has strong power and a solid chassis, making it extremely suitable for driving in the ruins of chaos.
It would be really inconvenient to give up. Can you also put it into the conscious space?
Huang Yi frowned slightly. As soon as I had this idea, I reached out and tried it. The next second, he felt a splitting headache. It was as if the nerves were twitching.
Facial spasms.
After a minute or two, I finally got used to the vague headache.
Drenched in sweat.
But the only thing that could comfort Huang Yi was that the off-road vehicle really disappeared before his eyes. Close your eyes and look inside, and you will see the desolate cemetery in your mind.
Stable and firm, strong and solid. A big guy over 2 tons. This should be the limit of what I can bear.
Huang Yi swallowed. He bent over and held his knees, panting. He seemed to realize that if he continued to stuff people in,
I'm afraid I'll have a lasting nervous breakdown. Affect physical health. The experiment was quite successful.
If you can gain more access to the consciousness space, I'm afraid that cramming it into a room in your brain is not just a dream.
Huang Yi got used to it. It's also rejuvenating.
Looking at the south gate in the distance, my heart gradually became heavy.
It's time to break in. Is there really no need to cross-examine?
The off-road vehicle from earlier was acting suspiciously. The company commander also frowned slightly when he heard what the secretary said.
This is what Mr. Ning meant.
The female secretary had no right to explain, so she could only smile apologetically.
I see. The commander nodded and said no more.
This operation was special, and the superiors required that they follow Ning Yongcai's command in the general direction.
Since you can relax, there will be less trouble. Just make sure there are no problems on your side.
Who? From ahead, there was a sudden shout, attracting the eyes of both the commander and the female secretary.
Stop. Hold your head and lie down, get checked.
The patrol post raised a steel gun with a cold look in his eyes. But the man in the sweatshirt and mask didn't care, and his pace suddenly accelerated,
bringing up a cloud of dust. This scene made many people's hearts tremble. Attention, it's an enemy attack. In an instant, a strong warning came. The entire company was affected. I'll go to the front line to take command. Go tell Mr. Ning.
There are extraordinary people who force their way through. The company commander looked serious and rushed to the team immediately.
Good.
The secretary's heart was in her throat.
He nodded in response and walked quickly to the attic of the city wall. Bang 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 behind him, there was rapid gunfire.
The smell of gunpowder smoke filled the air above the South City gate.
The female secretary quickened her pace and looked panicked.
Although she didn't know why the city was closed. But the higher-ups actually sent their own boss to personally guard a city gate. This kind of defensive strength is already at the top of the 18 cities. Even in the luxury villa area. You can't buy such a terrifying security force. But what happened now made her terrified.
I never thought that an accident would happen. In her mind. Even a cultist shouldn't be so irrational. Escaped. In the army, a tacit understanding formed a fire front. Dozens of guns, hiding behind bunkers, fired at the intruders.
But dozens of bullets were fired, but they all missed. They found that they couldn't keep up with the man's pace.
This moment. The sergeant's eyes widened. My heart is extremely heavy.
Such a situation has never been encountered before.
Even level 40 extraordinary beings will be chased away by them.
And such a situation can occur.
It can only show that the enemy is stronger than imagined. Cheer up, everyone. The intruder must be at least level 50. And he's also a superhuman with a powerful physique. What you have to do is not kill him, but contain it. Leave him to Mr. Ning. The company commander's eyes became solemn as soon as he arrived at the front line.
Be aware of the other person's difficulty. The offensive tactics were immediately adjusted. He knew very well where the strength of the army lay.
A platoon is composed of 30 people.
They are all composed of non-commissioned officers of more than 20 levels, and they are able to contain level 40 extraordinary beings twice their level.
But if you want to kill, you have to pay a very heavy price. And a company of 120 people can theoretically defeat a level 50 extraordinary. But the reality is extremely skinny.
There will be no level 50 strong man who will collide head-on with the company. In the army, there will be internal exercises, and the enemy will basically choose to defeat them one by one.
Under such circumstances, the company will only die collectively and return defeated.
The only advantage is that it can carry out encounters in narrow passages with extremely strong suppression. Therefore, the army's firepower is fierce. But in the extraordinary world, most of them can only play defensive and offensive roles.
Dispersed assault is completely a weakness. Everyone, concentrate fire to suppress. Don't let him near the city gate. Looking at the masked man approaching more and more.
The commander also had a serious face and solemnly ordered. There was still fear in his pupils.
That man's speed was simply unbelievable. Like a motorcycle with full horsepower. A faint afterimage can still be seen.
He held the pistol at his waist, his eyes like an eagle, staring at the opponent's whereabouts.
The commander knew very well.
This terrifying extreme speed can only burst out briefly and cannot be sustained at all.
Just hang in there.
Use up the opponent's speed advantage. This can create a safe environment for Mr. Ning, who is stationed at the south gate, to fight against the enemy.
This is also their real mission, to defend the city.
Mr. Ning, the female secretary, walked quickly to the attic, only to see Ning Yongkai standing on the balcony, looking at the firepower point in the distance.
I see.
Ning Yongkai held the tea, but the heat was gone. I don't know how long he has been watching here.
What's going on with the enemy? You actually dare to cause trouble. The female secretary brought the teapot and stood aside with lingering fear. Path of destruction.
Grade, Ning Yongkai pondered, pour the cold tea at your feet. The secretary had quick eyesight and immediately poured the precious hot tea again,
making a purring sound. It should be level 60. The advancement ceremony has not been performed.
Ning Yongkai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a sip, but it was tasteless. The female secretary trembled.
The teapot seemed to become extremely heavy at a certain moment. She almost couldn't hold it steady. She didn't expect that someone would actually break through. And it was a cultist of level 60. Then what should we do? The female secretary was slightly panicked. She had forgotten the calm quality that a professional secretary should have.
Her body was controlled by primitive fear. She was just a transcendent of more than 10 levels. She had never seen such a scene.
Actually, I don't know.
Ning Yongkai smiled dumbly. This was his truth. A few days ago, as a level 62 contract master, he naturally attended Li Hongyi's meeting.
At that time, Li Hongyi vowed. The 70-level Hell advancement ceremony will most likely be held in the contract city. But what happened today was beyond everyone's expectations.
There was an illegal gathering in the ruins of the rioters, with a total number of more than 20,000 people, which met the promotion conditions for hell. This kind of situation forced Li Hongyi to come out and suppress it.
But in the current situation, there is a level 60 destruction who wants to break through. Is this to provide support? Or do you want to confuse the audience and cause danger in the city? Or do you want to damage the gate in front of me and let the enemy attack from the outside? Which one is true?
Ning Yongkai placed the teacup on the railing. He sighed helplessly, and couldn't see clearly at all.
No matter which possibility it was, it gave him a headache.
On the surface, his strength was stronger. The opponent was still level 60 who had not held the advancement ceremony, so he had no exclusive skills. Naturally, he could suppress the opponent.
With good luck, he might be able to take him down.
But the biggest weakness of the contract master is that the body is too fragile. Once the destruction path gets close to him, he can't escape at all. Ning Yongkai is a businessman. This time he agreed to guard the city, just to give the city lord a face. It is also to escort his own power company and send a letter of surrender.
He has power, wealth, and strength, so he is even more unwilling to take risks. He even cherishes his life more than anyone else. He doesn't really have the motivation to fight with the desperate lunatics. What if he breaks in?
The secretary stared at the figure approaching the city gate in horror. The sound of gunfire continued. Her heart was beating fast. Since the cult wants to break through this barrier, there will naturally be follow-up actions.
Report to the city lord first, Ning Yongkai said. After seeing the female secretary leave,
his brows became more solemn.
That figure has broken through the army's defense line and is heading towards the city gate. Alas! Why bother? Ning Yongkai sighed again.
At this moment, he can no longer escape.
He has to choose to confront head-on. Contract City, South Gate.
The sergeants were behind the bunkers, and there were bursts of gunfire. But the figure in sight was unusually ghostly. Even the predicted advance shots were easily avoided. Like a slippery loach, it was impossible to catch it no matter what. This scene was beyond their expectations.
What level is this? Why can't I hit it? The enemy is definitely more than level 40. This is not someone we can stop. Why would there be cultists who want to break into the South Gate?
The sergeants were surprised and under great pressure.
Puff, puff, puff. The next moment, several light spots passed through the hail of bullets. Accurately hit the bodies of the sergeants.
They looked down and saw that they were sharp thumbtacks. The power was so great that it could pierce bulletproof vests, and in the expansion of gravity, it was like a heavy punch, which immediately made them fall to the ground with serious injuries and blurred consciousness.
Don't retreat. Continue to consume the enemy's extraordinary power. Create favorable conditions for Mr. Ning. The company commander looked solemn and shouted.
As the leader, he knew the mission of the sergeants very well. They are both elite and consumables.
They need to contain the real output force to a certain extent.
Lay the foundation for victory. After several sergeants fell to the ground, several more stepped forward to replace them. The firepower was swift. It seemed to cover the open space in front of them. The wounded were dragged away for treatment.
Be careful. The cultists are approaching.
The masked man moved forward in a snake-like posture,
leaving a trail of afterimages.
The triggers of the sergeants were like welded. They held them down and dared not let go.
The barrels were hot and red,
but the bullets still made them exhausted.
Tinnitus and dizziness.
But this was not the most desperate. When the cultist jumped high from the bunker, he directly broke through the line of the sergeants. At this moment, the guns lost their deterrent power. If they fired again, it would not only be difficult to cause damage to the enemy, but it would be easier to kill teammates by mistake. The crowd panicked, and the cultist was even more vulnerable. One punch and one palm, and they completely lost their fighting power.
Swish! Just as the masked man rushed into the team of dozens of people, a bright lightning. It struck the crowd from the sky, bringing a terrifying electric current. Huang Yi reacted very quickly. He immediately withdrew from the encirclement, leaving behind two sergeants who were burned by electricity. Retreat! The company commander immediately issued an order.
Let the sergeants retreat to a safe distance. Their consumption mission has been completed.
Continuing to stay on the front line will only increase unnecessary casualties. As soon as the voice fell, the sergeants evacuated the front line in an organized manner.
Just looked solemnly at the man standing alone under the city gate.
Level 62 contracted beast. Huang Ye's eyes were full of solemnity. He raised his head and saw a huge gecko lying on the city wall. It was 3 meters long and as big as a crocodile.
But there was no scale armor on its body, but wet and sticky mucus. There were 2 tentacles on the lips of the contracted beast, and the electric current flickered. It was a great threat. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been dead or disabled. The city wall was 10 meters high, thick, and simple.
The gecko climbed on it.
It stared at Huang Yi with a cold look. Huang Yi just glanced at it, and then cast his sight to the attic above.
On the balcony there
stood a gentle middle-aged man full of the aura of a superior. Presumably, he was the contract master who controlled the level 62 beast pet.
Boom! The city wall was too high. Vertical 90 degrees.
He had no flying ability and could not jump up at all.
But the defense at the city gate was weak.
Huang Yi was very decisive and rushed straight to the city gate. There was a door over there that led directly to the attic.
Stop him!
Ning Yongcai's face was in a panic. He didn't expect Huang Yi to have a clear purpose and actually come directly to him.
He immediately ordered the electric gecko to block the entrance of the passage. Without saying anything, the gecko spit out terrifying electric current.
It was directly irrigated at the entrance of the stairs.
It didn't give the opponent a chance to attack at all. Will it hit?
Ning Yongcai's face was nervous. If the opponent didn't have time to react and rushed directly into the narrow passage, he would be hit by the terrifying high-voltage current. The victory or defeat would be decided directly. He raised his neck and looked eagerly.
Contracted beasts have different focuses. His electric gecko is naturally friendly to electricity.
The soul beads Ning Yongcai equipped for it are also all related to lightning. The advantage is that the skills are swift and violent, and the victory or defeat can be decided in a short time. But the disadvantage is that it is not durable enough.
It is easy to be caught in the gap. There is no self-protection ability. Once approached, the contract master is likely to die. This is also the reason why he is unwilling to come here to guard.
But for the sake of business, he has to make certain compromises.
Keep pouring.
The cultist rushed into the corridor, and the current suddenly poured, and then no sound was heard. Ning Yongcai did not dare to gamble. After issuing the order again, his expression was also nervous. He hoped to defeat the enemy with one blow. The electric gecko did not hesitate and activated the level 60 skill again.
The damage from the explosion poured into the corridors. White light flashes. Crazy jumps on the stairwell.
Although the output is very high, the consumption of animal pets is also really terrifying.
After the electrifying gecko sprayed out the third stream of electricity, its aura quickly weakened. His eyelids became heavy and he looked listless.
There's no sound yet, it should be stable. Ning Yongcai came from the railing.
Pick up the teacup.
Relieve dry mouth caused by stress. Although the tea is cold, it has a unique flavor that makes me happy.
Mr. Ning. Careful.
He didn't go upstairs.
But the city gate was opened. But the next second, the company commander standing far away reminded him loudly.
Ning Yongcai was so frightened that some of his tea spilled out.
He immediately walked towards the balcony facing outside the city. Shoot me. The company commander saw the enemy trying to flee. He ordered immediately. Previously, he stood downstairs and could see clearly.
After the cultist broke into the corridor and saw the flash of light, he quickly evacuated. Then he suddenly changed his mind. He directly chose to lift the huge city gate bolt, Xuan.
He reacted quickly. He immediately took out a pistol from his waist and shot at the enemy. Now it's a fixed target. On the contrary, it is an excellent opportunity to retain the enemy. In an instant, dozens of rifles flashed with light, falling like a violent storm.
But the actions of the sergeants were still a step slower. All the bullets hit the thick city gate. The man in the mask had astonishing strength. He opened the huge city gate by himself, and slipped out sideways through the crack in the door.
In the attic, Ning Yongcai holds the railing. He looked solemnly at a figure running into the wasteland from the 18th city. Goo goo goo, the lightning gecko came to him tiredly. The abdomen is bulging.
It makes a roaring purring sound. This voice was even more noticed by the masked man under the 10-meter city wall.
Ning Yongcai's heart trembled.
Suddenly, he saw the man looking at him indifferently. Then, with a flick of his finger, Ning Yongcai was immediately filled with panic.
This move left a deep impression on him. Far more powerful than bullets. Even body armor can be penetrated.
Now that I saw him again, his expression suddenly became panicked, and he crouched down without hesitation. But a few seconds passed. There was no sound of sharp objects in my ears.
He looked slightly startled. Flick your fingers empty?
Ning Yongkai exhaled heavily.
He frowned.
I was both happy and ashamed at the same time. Being tricked by the believers of destruction.
Mr. Ning, do you want to chase me?
By this time, the company commander had arrived at the attic.
The face is serious. You can't catch him even if you chase him. Report it.
Ning Yongkai stood up from his squatting position.
Outside the city gate, the figure has disappeared. After struggling for a few seconds, I decided to give up. Receive.
The company commander had no objections. Although the mission of guarding the city gate failed. But facing cultists who could threaten even level 62 contract masters, it was lucky to have few casualties.
What are the casualties?
Arriving at the medical unit, the commander felt solemn.
3 deaths. 22 seriously injured. The medical team replied anxiously.
The commander nodded, his frown unbreakable. He came to the area where the dead were placed. But he was shocked to find that the bodies of the 3 people were charred and black.
It was as if a huge electric current was burning through his whole body. He was impressed.
When the cultist came into contact with the sergeant, Ning Yongkai's contracted beast saw the opportunity to attack. But it failed to hit the cultists, and instead caused disaster to the nearby comrades.
In other words, he didn't kill anyone?
The commander looked shocked.
I don't understand what the purpose of that cultist is.
It was clear that the tiger had entered the flock and could severely damage Nanqing's defense, but he deliberately did not kill him.
The only 3 deceased people were the people in charge from the 18 cities. But he has nothing to blame.
These are all within the acceptable battle damage range. Being able to survive for most people is already the most ideal outcome. The only regret left is not being able to return to the battlefield. But it's much better than expected.
Who is that? The commander leaves the medical unit. Sighed heavily. He always felt weird and confused. That man's actions were not intended to destroy him at all. More like having a clear goal. He was forced to leave the 18 cities, even by force. Outside the city gate. High mountains. There are overgrown weeds beside the dirt road. That steel city gate seemed to isolate 2 worlds. Huang Yi is quite familiar with this wasteland. Follow the direction. Heading towards the ruins of the chaos. The 2 human gathering places are hundreds of kilometers apart in a straight line.
The subway is the fastest means of transportation. Now that it is banned, the only option is to travel through the wasteland.
Luckily the car wasn't abandoned.
Stay away from the city gate and there are no pursuers coming.
Huang Yi summoned the vehicle from the consciousness space. Fortunately, it started and left.
At this time, the pain in my body came like a tide.
It made him frown. Dodging bullets is actually not easy. Requires extreme concentration, as well as speed. These are all improvements brought about by the exclusive skills of level 20 madmen. But it's also extremely taxing on the body.
The sequelae caused him to have convulsions all over his body and make him dizzy.
Just holding the steering wheel becomes powerless.
After more than 10 minutes, the feeling of drunk driving gradually subsided.
The entire journey was silent.
The off-road vehicle rolled over gravel and raced along the dirt road in the mountains.
But it hasn't all been smooth sailing.
In the mountains and fields, there are monsters crying, issuing urgent warning sounds.
Huang Yi glanced sideways.
But I saw many stone monkeys floating in the forest. They have green faces, fangs, and brown skin. The arms are extremely long and narrow.
The extraordinary power echoed in the mountains and forests.
They gathered one after another, as if they wanted to tear the steel behemoth that had broken into their territory into pieces.
Put. The next second,
a thumbtack shoots out of the car window. With the combination of level 10 weak point destruction and level 50 gravity control, the nails can be hit quickly and accurately. Immediately, the stone monkey that had screamed earlier was pierced through the head and fell from the tree. The group of monkeys that had just gathered retreated in terror like a tide.
Huang Yi withdrew his indifferent gaze.
He stepped on the accelerator and continued towards the ruins of the rioters.
Over the mountains. The field of vision suddenly widens. In front of me, there were many ruins.
The road is also a cracked and disrepaired cement road.
It can be seen from this.
Many years ago, there was a bustling city here. But at this moment, it was dilapidated, and the house was like sand and stone, breaking at the touch of a touch.
Looking at the ruins showing the prosperity of the ancient city, Huang Yi has always been confused. Why didn't any city in the past use city walls? There is no extraordinary antiquity. It's kind of hard to imagine. Huang Yi gathered his mind. Ruins of rioters living far away from the crowd.
Only 50 kilometers left. He stepped on the accelerator, blowing up dust, smoke and exhaust.
Ruins of rioters, facing the lake to the west.
The surface of the lake ripples,
reflecting the dark and gloomy sky. Under the willow tree, there was a thin old man sitting. He held the bamboo pole in his hand and stared at the lake attentively. Mr. Yi, all 5 of our gathering points have been driven away. There is only one person coming from the main city to support us, namely Huang Yi. I have checked his identity.
He is a level 71 contractor and is truly the number one among the younger generation.
In the alley behind,
several people came hurriedly and reported with panic expressions. These words made the old man look back in shock.
Level 71? Then how can we play? Listening to his irritable words, several subordinates lowered their heads nervously and did not dare to answer.
The old man's white eyebrows were furrowed and he looked worried.
Okay, I get it. It's getting late, let's do it. The more chaos the better. After pondering, the old man drove them away impatiently.
Yes. Several people responded respectfully and immediately left the narrow alley.
With murderous intent on his face. Ouch, I'm already old, and I still want to fight against the number one leader of the younger generation. It's really going to kill me. Why is this advancement ceremony so complicated, do you think? I'm really tired.
Level 70 contractor is the late stage of invincible. The thought of me having to face. The old man sat on the pony and talked to the lake. The next second, there was a ding-dong sound from the lake.
The foam float suddenly sank into the lake. The old man looked surprised and immediately grabbed the bamboo pole. I'm hooked.
After saying that, he pulled hard. He fished up a floating corpse that was white and slippery. The corpse was characterized as male, with surprisingly no facial features.
Is this the only one?
When the old man saw this, his expression was stunned.
The lake seemed to respond to his dissatisfaction. The next moment, more ripples appeared on the water.
More and more corpses emerged from the water.
Also shameless. There is this food. You can give it a try.
I'm such a bastard. I deserve to be deprived of happiness for the rest of my life. The old man threw away the bamboo pole, straightened up his stooped body, and patted his lower back helplessly. Then, he turned around and walked away.
Hulala behind him, the corpse in the lake seemed to come to life.
They climbed ashore, with lake water flowing all over their bodies, and followed the old man silently and stiffly. Overhead, lightning and thunder rumbled. Huang Yi raised his head and found that it was raining heavily.
It's raining. Huang Yi looked up at the sky. The rain fell quickly.
He was slapping the car window hastily. It was as if the outside world was dangerous and he had to hide in the car. Almost there. The wiper waved its arm, as if rejecting the passion of the rain. The vision ahead was blurry. Huang Yi bumped towards the city in the distance. There, the houses are dilapidated, dense and low-rise. The dirt road became more and more bumpy, and there was water everywhere.
Even the chassis of an off-road vehicle was shaken and creaked. What you see in front of you is the outer edge of the ruins of the rioters. When the vehicle breaks through the rain and fog,
Huang Yi sensed something and raised his head in shock.
That aura was ominous and evil.
This made Huang Yi step on the accelerator, and he felt an extremely powerful and strange aura.
They are gathering quickly in the central area. The ceremony has begun. Huang Yi's eyes were condensed.
In the angry roar of off-road vehicles, what came to mind was my sister's timid look.
Why is it raining today?
A 6-story house. The old fisherman was standing on the roof of the building. Looking at the majestic heavy rain that formed a line between the sky and the earth, his tone was troubled.
In this way, people are hiding at home. How to proceed with the plan? Okay. Since interest has been collected, then it's time for me to get to work.
Dozens of white and tender men stood behind the old man. They all have no facial features. Almost the entire roof of the building was packed, and there were many people crowded into the corridors. The old man was so satisfied that he smiled without eyes or teeth.
The next second,
his expression was fervent, and he stretched his hands toward the sky.
Facing the gloomy sky, swaggering wildly. It seems to be breaking up all the rainwater. Emerging with his movements.
A ray of cold green light gradually burst out from his rickety body.
Covered the entire building.
Then, it slowly spread throughout the neighborhood.
The coverage is getting wider and wider. Honey, look what I brought back. In a leaky tile house. A man, soaked to the skin, burst in happily. He was holding half a bag of rice, wheat, bread, and other grains. The rough face was full of excited smiles. Ah, where can there be so much food? When the wife saw this, she also put down the bucket to catch the leaking water from the roof. Surprised and nervous, he stepped forward to take it. Even if the food is soaked with water, she still enjoys it. It's divided, everyone has it. You don't know that several bosses in Wasteland have had their homes confiscated. Listen to your husband's explanation. The wife looked blank and asked hesitantly, does everyone have a share? The man nodded sharply, yes, if you were here, then we could get 2 shares. These words made the woman feel disappointed. I imagine that if I were there, I would be able to eat for several days with the food I got. The child in the belly is also nutritious. Thanks a lot. She wiped the rain off the man's face distressfully. It's not hard, I'm still sorry. If I ran fast, I might still have a share in the other people's houses being searched. The words just fell. A pale green light passed through the wall of his house. Both of them were slightly stunned. They were about to ask what happened. But to his horror, he discovered that blood and pus was flowing out of the other party's face. What's wrong with you? The man grabbed his wife's head in great horror. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. You're melting. The wife also noticed changes in the man. He saw that the other party's limbs were shrinking rapidly. Tan fluid oozes from the skin. It was as if the bones, blood and internal organs were melting under the green light. I heard my husband's fearful voice. The woman also immediately looked at her belly. The belly that was originally slightly perky also quickly deflated at this moment. The child's miscarriage seeps out from its own pores. My child! My child! Screams pierced the rain. The woman collapsed in pain and burst into tears. The scene in front of me is also quickly blurring. It was as if his eyeballs were melting at this moment. In the end, only 2 human skins were left on the ground. Papa soon, the human skin collapsed on the ground. Get up from your leaky house. The 2 looked at each other in silence, although they maintained their original appearance. But the attitude is like a stranger. They pushed away the house and walked out of the rainy night. And in the rain curtain shrouded in pale green light, more and more human skins gathered on the street. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of people. He walked silently towards the 6-story house. Don't you know how to pronounce this word? It's so difficult. Is it difficult to stop learning? How many times have I taught you, but you still can't remember it? But what if I learn it? From today on, you must believe in the contract. From now on, when you enter the city, you can keep up with the courses and won't stay in this miserable place all the time. But Dad, I don't want to go to a big city. I want to stay with you in the wasteland. But the mother who responded to the childish words slapped her hard. What nonsense are you talking about? What's your future in this place? Your father is dead. Learn, learn. If you don't learn, you won't be allowed to eat. Then, a green light completely turned the whole family into human skin. Such scenes occurred everywhere on Xingfu Street. Countless human skins, under the rain curtain, silently bowed to the old fisherman. No, the number of people is still too scattered. With so few people, the commotion is not big enough. On the top of the 6th floor, the old fisherman leaned on the wall and peeked at the street. But he frowned and sighed. This time, the intensified strange domain only turned 1,000 people into his strange slaves. How could he have the nerve to accept hundreds of supplements? He turned his head and looked at the group of fair men, then supported the fence and jumped down from the 6th floor. It was like a balloon, floating in the wind. It seemed to be looking for a new gathering place for people. Cry! Just then, a fire shot up to the sky. The rain curtain was set off red. A vigorous bird, with fire all over its body, attacked the floating old man. With a poke of its sharp beak, a big hole suddenly appeared in the old man's forehead. The next second, it was like a broken balloon. It deflated and flew around, and finally, it fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. It made a crisp sound. Not far from the old man, a young man slowly approached. He looked calm and satisfied. You finally showed up. Level 70, hell. Cry. The firebird hovered in the air. It made a proud cry. Then it landed on Li Honi's shoulder. It was not big, just like an eagle. The feathers on its abdomen were golden. But the head and wings were bright red like blood. At this moment, the whole body was on fire, burning the rain and twisting it out of shape. It emitted billowing hot steam. It stared at the human skin on the ground with a smug look. Gurgle the next second.
in Li Hongyi's slightly frowning eyes. The old fisherman's broken and shriveled body quickly swelled up,
as if it had absorbed enough water. The whole person stood up again.
Only he knew that on the roof, a man without facial features quickly turned into water stains and melted in the rain.
It also gave him a new life. Support from the main city? The old man's expression was gloomy. This ability to revive does not belong to you. Li Hongyi's face was also solemn.
Instantly saw that the other party was abnormal. The weird believers had 2 lives in total. Just now, the firebird struck fiercely, and if nothing unexpected happened, it should have killed it, making the old man an unconscious ghost. In this way, the people can be prevented from becoming victims of the advanced ceremony.
But now, the other party is intact. This is also beyond Li Hongyi's expectation. Ha, you are very strong. Your contracted beast is also very strong.
But you are just a fish that I have hooked. The old man laughed hoarsely.
More and more human-skinned slaves gathered towards the two. The bleak strange domain was isolated from the rain. The eerie white fog filled it.
It blurred the figure of the old man. It seemed to hunt Li Hongyi in the strange domain. Squeaked the sound of the car rubbing tires. It stopped quickly at the edge of the green light.
Huang Yi put on a baseball cap and got out of the car.
Encircled by the wet and cold rain.
Is this the strange domain?
The breath is getting more and more terrifying. Even if you stand outside the strange domain, you can feel the strange breath that pierces the nerves. Huang Yi saw that it began to isolate the outside world from prying eyes and covered with thick fog. But he closed the car door without hesitation.
His goal is not the 70th level hell. Huang Yi knows that he can't challenge across levels now. But there is still a good chance of finding his sister. He promised his mother that at least the whole family would be reunited.
When he was in the contract city, he was ready for the adventure. Now that he has found his goal, he has no intention of retreating. Swish, a dark light appeared in Huang Yi's hand. Then, a wooden-handled iron shovel was tightly held in his hand.
It was the black blood iron shovel in the consciousness space. Just touching the blood clot can make people feel miserable. At this moment,
in such a crisis, he no longer hides his clumsiness and uses it for the first time. The whole person's temperament exudes a terrifying breath that scares the rain.
Wait for me. Huang Yi pulled up his hoodie. Holding the iron shovel, he resolutely walked into the strange domain. Ruins of chaos.
A pale green light fell upside down in the middle area like a porcelain bowl.
The mortals inside all oozed pus and blood and became empty human skins, wandering through the foggy streets.
Only extraordinary people have the ability to isolate themselves from the invasion of the strange realm.
But it is also extremely difficult for low-level transcendental beings.
The mysterious realm will have an impact on the human body.
Just standing in it keeps getting cut down.
As soon as Huang Yi stepped into the strange realm, he felt something strange. His skin was itchy and slightly red, like an allergy. But he knew that this was the influence of the strange aura. If you wait too long, even your level 60 self will not be able to withstand the disease.
We must find my sister as soon as possible. Then leave. After Huang Yi got used to it, he no longer hesitated.
Shovel in hand, weaving through fog with extremely low visibility. His eyes were focused.
I hope to find my sister as soon as possible.
According to what Han Shuang said in his own information review. After repeated comparisons, he was sure that Han Shuang did not lie to him. There are indeed conditions for the advancement ritual of level 70 hell.
Not only do they want to turn the people in the realm into slaves.
The more weird things appear in it, the stronger it is, and the higher the feedback will be for the advanced hell.
This is why they need so many weird things. Naturally, it is for a solid foundation.
Now that the advancement ceremony was being held, Huang Yi was very sure that his sister must have been released.
Where? Huang Yi's steps were quick. Stepping on the water on the ground. His eyes became increasingly irritated.
The scope of this strange realm is huge. There are at least 2 large shopping malls in scope.
Plus there are many houses. It is also extremely difficult to find the target quickly. Roar! Roar! Huang Yi no longer covered up.
Explore from the periphery to the center and act more boldly. But it attracted the attention of the human skin wandering on the street, who staggered toward Huang Yi,
as if desperately craving for fresh flesh.
In the blink of an eye, several human skins rushed towards him. Huang Yi made a false grab with his right hand, and the gravity of the space in front of him suddenly increased dramatically. The mist became solid and motionless. The thin human skin was suppressed to the ground, making it difficult to move.
Huang Ye's eyes were cold.
He raised the shovel and plunged it in boldly.
Easily cut off the human skin directly at the neck. Incredibly sharp. It seems that I still underestimated the evil power of the shovel. Huang Ye's face turned serious.
Although he believed in the power of the bloody shovel,
just touching it is painful enough.
But still be cautious and use gravity to suppress it before harvesting it with a shovel.
Now this kind of crispness like strands of hair has made Huang Ye realize something.
It seems that there is a special attack on the strange path.
Extraordinary power, use it sparingly. Huang Ye cut everyone's skin.
Just now he withdrew his thoughtful gaze and continued on the road to find his sister.
Come to a familiar street. Looking at the street sign for Ping'an community.
Huang Ye raised his head and looked towards the third floor. There is my hometown where I have my childhood memories. But now that he has been exposed, his home is no longer safe.
It has been moved and abandoned. There's movement.
But Huang Ye's gaze was slightly enlarged. He clearly heard the sound of footsteps walking in the safe community.
Huang Ye took a closer look and saw a vague figure walking through the corridor.
There was some expectation in my heart.
Huang Ye quickened his pace and passed through the heavy fog. Step into the dim corridor.
The voice-activated light flickered slightly, bringing some light to the gray vision.
Huang Ye's steps were heavy.
There was no caution at all. According to his perception,
the weirdness upstairs is over 30 levels. Where are the people?
Arriving at the corridor that he walked through previously,
Huang Ye looked around.
But no trace of the dead soul was seen. On the corridor, the drainage outlet was blocked by fallen leaves, and water accumulated up to the soles of the shoes.
Huang Ye's body was completely soaked.
He held the shovel and sensed the strange place. I was shocked to find that its location was actually my home.
Is it you? Huang Ye took a deep breath. Go to the rusty iron door.
When he opened it, he saw water spreading into the house.
I guess it was because the glass in my room was broken and was not repaired. He didn't care. Go into the living room.
The refrigerator was soaked in water, and the egg liquid inside had turned black and smelled sour.
He just glanced at it.
Then he headed towards the bathroom.
In his perception, that strange aura was hiding in it. Now,
Huang Yeji jumped half a beat faster. Although he hoped to be his sister, he felt that it would be too smooth.
Squeak. Huang Ye calmed down. He frowned solemnly.
I opened the bathroom door, but it was empty inside.
Not here? Huang Ye's pupils trembled. But my scalp felt itchy.
He immediately raised his head.
But they saw a female corpse hanging upside down from the ceiling.
Her wet and caked hair fell on Huang Ye's head.
The pupils are white.
A wild smile spread across his lips.
It seems that again, the food is delivered to your door. Bang! But the next second, the shovel swung.
The female corpse was smashed from the ceiling,
fell hard on the toilet tiles.
The contact of the black blood on the shovel made the female ghost scream miserably. It seemed that the scream could shatter the soul.
Who allowed you to enter my house? Are you polite?
You all came in without saying hello. Do you think my house is a public toilet?
Huang Ye couldn't bear it anymore.
The shovel fell madly. The ghost screamed miserably, and every time she wanted to turn over to resist, she would be suppressed by the angry Huang Ye with gravity. He beat the female ghost into a meat paste. In the end, her soul flew away.
Happiness Street. It is a two-way 4-lane road. On both sides of the road, there are messy houses of different heights.
The old man was panting.
He and Li Hongyi fought dozens of times.
Every time he was at a disadvantage, his skin was damaged. At this moment, an imperceptible fear had risen in his turbid old eyes.
I don't believe you can't kill him.
Li Hongyi was bathed in the cold rain, his eyes gloomy. Behind his head, the golden divine plate of the contract flashed brightly. Following that, another contracted beast appeared out of thin air.
The terrifying roar of the beast caused the rain and fog to flee. I was just sleeping. Why did you suddenly call me out?
The contract will flashed with golden light, and a huge lion appeared beside Li Hongyi. It was huge, standing on all fours, more than 1 person tall. Its golden hair was flowing, its muscles were prominent, and it was full of strength. And its skin was black and purple, with sparkling luster, as if covered with a layer of galaxy. As soon as it appeared, it complained to Li Hongyi. But when it saw the weird believer in front of it, it also restrained its grievances, and its eyes became more serious.
Monster, Star-Devouring Lion. Level 75. Major Direction, Group Attack.
Soul bead skills, Li Hongyi laughed dumbly, there was a little accident.
This weird is a bit special, it's not easy to kill.
Squeak hearing Li Hongyi's words, the bird on his shoulder also excitedly flapped its fiery red wings. As if to argue that as long as I give him time, I can definitely kill him.
Monster Beast, Yangyan Eagle. Level, 70. Major Direction, Single Target Extreme Output. Soul Bead Skill, Roar the Star-Eating Lion exhaled hot air from its nose. It walked past Li Hongyi and walked towards the old fisherman. The pupils that looked like stars, with a breath of annihilation, brought extremely terrifying oppression. The old man's face was gloomy. He had heard that the late-stage contract master was invincible. This time, he experienced this feeling of despair in person. A falcon, it was level 70.
It had a strong breath, reasonable and thorough skills, all of which were powerful skills to kill the enemy. It suppressed him so much that he could only take the beating passively. Now, another beast pet appeared, with an extraordinary breath, even more than the falcon. Just being stared at, there was a shadow of death. The old man felt powerless. Not only did he have to face the contract beasts that had evolved many times, but he also had to be outnumbered.
He couldn't resist at all. Why don't you ask me why I know there is support? Why do you still want to hold the advancement ceremony?
The old man looked solemn, looking at the approaching star-eating lion, and retreated cautiously. While revealing the news, he was also looking for an opportunity to escape.
Li Hongyi rubbed his smooth chin and thought, or, you continue to reveal it?
The old man who was fishing grinned.
No more words.
After taking a deep breath, he felt that the time for delay was almost up.
So he stopped hiding. The eyes became dead and numb. The next moment, countless human skins walked out of the street,
staring coldly at Li Hongyi and the two beast pets among them. But something more terrifying happened.
After the old man performed the magic, those thin human skins gurgled inside.
Then, the appearance was restructured. In the end, it became the image of an old man with a hunched back. Li Hongyi's eyes were stern. He noticed that he was surrounded by countless hunchbacked old men.
Cry Yangyan Eagle's feathers stood up, suddenly alert. Trouble.
The star-devouring lion also stopped.
He looked around indifferently.
The countless old men made it unable to tell which one was the real body. Or rather, they were all the real bodies.
Ha ha ha, you didn't expect it.
In fact, I have already performed the advanced ceremony. At the same time, all the old men laughed heartily.
The laughter was full of success. He received a lot of money for this move. The purpose was to contain the support of the main city.
Now the purpose has been achieved.
If Li Hongyi is delayed again, there will be a subsequent balance. This makes him very proud. The green strange domain seems to be even thicker. Fate, weird. Level 70, hell. Unique skill, incarnation. All the strange slaves in the strange domain will become their carriers. As long as the strange slaves are not eliminated, hell will not die.
Effect, each incarnation can use skills from level 10 to 60.
Restrictions, each skill can only be used once. Li Hongyi was in a gloomy mood.
In other words, his previous prediction was correct.
The advancement ceremony was still held in the contract city.
This opening of the warehouse to release grain was just a reason to seduce himself to appear.
The plan is not bad.
Li Hongyi nodded silently and commented. The lives of the 18 cities will be destroyed, and your mission has failed.
You still have the leisure to praise? Countless old men laughed at the same time, with great momentum.
They believed that Li Hongyi was pretending. I came to the ruins of the rioters so simply.
Do you really think I didn't make any arrangements?
Li Hongyi suddenly smiled, with red lips and white teeth.
Still calm and composed. Aren't you here alone?
The old man in hell froze.
I am indeed the only support in the main city.
When you opened the warehouse to release the grain, I saw that you were trying to lure me into the game.
So I came.
Li Hongyi waved his right hand. The gold contract divine disc at the back of his head flashed again.
Then, a huge thorny mountain turtle appeared beside him.
It was stunned for a moment, and when it noticed the danger, it immediately retracted all its limbs. The skill was activated, and then an illusory and hard bone plate appeared around the body.
He said in a simple and anxious voice, Hongyi, hide in my turtle shell.
The illusory turtle shell was covered with triangular barbs, which looked extremely hard.
Monster, thorny mountain turtle. Level 65. Major direction, defensive meat shield. Soul bead skill, that's what I meant. Li Hongyi nodded and smiled. Walked into the protection of the illusory turtle shell. cry, but the Yang Yen eagle on his shoulder fluttered and took off. Circled in the sky. As if unwilling to enter the turtle shell. It's just being petty. Don't pay attention to it. Li Hongyi explained.
I think it was the old man who made Yang Yen eagle lose face in front of his companions.
Then do you want to come in?
The thorny mountain turtle greeted the star-devouring lion covered with stars and invited sincerely.
Get lost. The star-devouring lion was also unceremoniously and ruthlessly rejected. The dissatisfied tone seemed to be humiliated.
This made the thorny mountain turtle feel quite wronged.
So, you still left your pet in the 18 cities?
The old man saw this and reacted immediately.
The wrinkled face was so gloomy that it was squeezed out of water. Isn't this obvious?
Li Hongyi's eyes were surprised. With many pets, one person can form an army, so he naturally has the confidence.
If I don't join the game,
then those who really want to advance, I don't know when they will hide. I have to travel during the summer vacation, so I don't have time to stay here all the time. Listening to the other party's understated words, the old man was furious.
If this is true, then his mission cannot be considered completed.
I'm afraid he won't even receive the balance.
Die for me. As long as I take your head, I can also give an explanation.
The old man stopped chatting. All the human skins were scattered.
Don't give a chance to push.
Then, various strange skills. Like a tsunami, they rushed towards Li Hongyi, who was protected by the tortoise shell.
Kill them all. Don't let any strange slave go. Li Hongyi also lost interest in talking.
The Yang Yen eagle immediately started a brutal fight, shuttling through the streets like a meteor. Every time it appeared, it would take away an old man.
Star-swallowing technique.
And the star-swallowing lion was even more fierce. It squatted on the ground,
roaring to the sky.
A vortex quickly formed in the huge mouth.
It sucked all the rain and fog into its mouth, finally turned into a dead black hole.
All the old people were shocked. They felt an extremely strong suction force, which made them move slowly and walk with difficulty.
They were even involuntarily sucked into the black hole. If they can't crack it, even all the external incarnations will become targets. I also want to learn output skills.
This scene made the thorny mountain turtle envious. Find me a suitable soul bead too. Looking at the pleading in its eyes, Li Hongyi smiled dotingly. Wait until you are level 70, how about arranging a thorn armor for you? The thorny mountain turtle smiled happily. Okay.
Safe community. Huang Yi came out of his hometown with a shovel and locked the door tightly. Unlucky.
During this period, many people died at home. It made him quite dissatisfied. Even if no one lives there, not everyone can come in for a walk. The weird aura has become heavier. Standing in the corridor, Huang Yi looked at the oily green weird domain above his head,
frowning slightly.
It can be seen with the naked eye that the surrounding water mist is dyed with green light, becoming more and more blurred. The skin on his body is itchy and warning, as if telling Huang Yi that he can't stay here for long.
What about my sister? Huang Yi's face is solemn.
Now that he has finally found an advanced venue, he is unwilling to leave like this.
I told you so. How could there be a strange breath, traveling through my strange domain?
It turns out there are still survivors. Just as Huang Yi was thinking, an old man walked out from the corner of the stairs. He was thin and frail, and was exactly the old man fishing. You are, listening to the other party's words. Huang Yi was instantly alert. Immediately analyzed the information in the other party's words.
My heart sank. The strange domain is an exclusive skill of the 70th level hell.
The effects are different, but notoriously unpredictable.
It makes strange believers extremely difficult to kill. Huang Yi changed his tone. Are you my leader?
This made the malicious old man's eyes startled.
He looked at Huang Yi cautiously. Who are you? I am from the cult. Huang Yi replied respectfully.
And he waved his right hand lightly, and a good gravity rose around him. Informed himself of the identity of the believer of destruction. The old man immediately had no doubts.
This is indeed the gravity control of the path of destruction.
But there was a hint of playfulness on his wrinkled face. Cult? That's just a general term for us.
Huang Yi immediately added, Utopia. This is the information dug out from Han Shuang during the college entrance examination.
Only middle level and above leaders are qualified to know the name of the organization.
It not only represents the vision,
but also the lofty goals of the organization. When the old man heard this, the hostility in his eyes decreased by a few points. He turned his hands behind his back and stood at the fence,
looking lonely into the distance.
There were thousands of me, in the battle zone with Li Hongyi. The situation is not optimistic.
How long have you been in the organization?
2 years.
What's your name? Han Shuang. The old man looked at Huang Yi hesitantly.
Looking at his serious expression, he nodded silently. It's a good name.
Thank you for your appreciation, leader. Huang Yi immediately showed joy. Smile.
But deep in those eyes, there was always indifference. He heard Han Shuang say it.
The names of middle-level leaders will be recorded at the upper level. Contact is also limited to a single line.
In the past, extraordinary power was used, but it was easy to be detected. Later, letters were used, but they would also be intercepted.
Nowadays, most people use mobile phones to communicate, and there is no offline contact. Many middle-level people like Han Shuang have never even seen the upper-level people. Not to mention the lowest-level subordinates. How about I give you a task?
You said.
Help me.
The old man hesitated. I originally wanted to ask him to kill Li Hongyi. But this matter is difficult for me to handle, let alone him. Now he has no one to help him. There is no need to die in vain. The old man looked at Huang Yi's serious eyes and continued, help me do something.
Go to the 18th city.
Inform Lin Xiao that the advancement ceremony is cancelled. There is an ambush waiting for her to perform the ritual.
If she hasn't started yet. Hearing this, Huang Yi's pupils trembled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the old man in shock.
Deep in my heart, there was still anger at being deceived.
He heard it.
The ruins of chaos are a scam.
Contain the support from the main city here. The real location of the ceremony was the location that Han Shuang noticed first.
Even his sister was not in the ruins of the chaos at all.
And then Lin Xiao is the hell where the advanced ceremony is really going to be performed? Are you surprised?
The old man looked at Huang Yi with a smile. Huang Yi was startled by these words and suppressed his anger.
He lowered his head humbly. I didn't expect that 18 cities would have a backup plan.
Hee ha ha, the old man burst into laughter.
Leaned forward in close behind. As if thinking of something interesting. Huang Yi frowned slightly when he saw this, not knowing why. Nothing, I just think you are interesting. Go ahead, don't wait too long. Judging by the time, it's probably about to start over there. I hope you have time to deliver the message.
The old man stopped smiling and his face gradually became serious. Despite such expectations, the situation is not optimistic. Just an eagle, a lion and a turtle were enough to kill his slaves without leaving any trace of their armor. He can only delay it as long as possible, and the advanced person cannot die, at least not in the hands of others. His eyes were full of malice and greed.
Can't get through on the phone? Huang Yi asked, pretending to be stupid.
When the old man heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, Li Hongyi has distorted the signals here.
It can't be passed on.
My slave wants to escape, but that contracted beast is too terrifying.
Flying fast and attacking fast.
So far, no slave has been able to escape.
Then, he looked at Huang Yi, their target is me. They should look down on a small character like you. So you should be fine. Huang Yi nodded seriously, then I'll go.
He turned and left without any regret. What's urgent in my heart is my sister's whereabouts.
Now it is officially confirmed that her location is in Contract City. There must be a mole in Contract City.
Otherwise it would be impossible to send all the strange dead souls collected recently into the city. Huang Yi's head muttered to himself, full of heaviness. But before he took a few steps, he was shocked by the old man's next words.
Tell me your real name.
Huang Yi looked back and saw the old man's indifferent expression. It seemed that he no longer had the intention of joking.
My junior's name is Han Shuang.
The elders always expected me to be a daughter, so they gave me such a feminine name.
Huang Yi's tone was angry, as if he didn't want to speak. Facing level 70 weirdness.
He knew he had no chance of winning.
Good acting.
The old man commented lightly, but that Han Shuang, as far as I know, is a girl.
And I've been out of contact for several days.
At the end of his words, he looked straight into Huang Yi's shocked eyes with a smile on his face and said, You should have done it. Huang Yi realized that he had been exposed. Instead, he regained his composure. His eyes were cold. The shovel in his hand was quietly clenched.
He straightened up and prepared for a desperate fight. Ping in community.
In the corridor on the 3rd floor, the old man looked at Huang Yi's determined eyes and sneered, Relax.
Don't look at me with such fierce eyes. I'm not going to hold you accountable. Huang Yi didn't dare to relax. Didn't believe what the other person said.
Be prepared for a fight to the death. The wind and rain were swaying overhead, and the water mist was thick. Just like his heart, he was quite uneasy. The old man put his hands behind his back. He looked at Huang Yi with a smile and said in a kind voice, "I didn't lie to you. You have good strength, and you have a path to destruction. There is no need to be suspicious of your identity. But as a straggler, it's a complete waste of your talent. You can come to my ideal country and seek a livelihood. At least it's more than enough to take Han Shuang's place." When Huang Yi heard this, his eyes were still wary. But there was a look of hesitation on that face. "You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. Think about it. The cutting-edge strength of my organization is far beyond your imagination," the old man invited gently. It's like a kind old man next door showing his love for the talented junior. Huang Yi thought for a moment and his eyebrows softened. He nodded silently. Expressed an approachable attitude. But in his heart, he didn't believe it at all. If you seek skin from a tiger, you will only die. The hesitation he showed was just telling the other party that he could be won over. There will be no direct conflict. The level 70 hell put too much pressure on Huang Yi. "I can join. But I want to find a revenant." Looking back at the other party's surprised expression, Huang Yi explained, "She is my sister. She was taken away due to the need for senior officials to hold an advancement ceremony. My appearance this time is actually to find my family." The old man cautiously did not agree. Asked, "What level is your sister?" "Level 37. Huang Yi replied. Han Shuang had reminded him. Sister Huang Ruoying swallowed meat and upgraded quickly. It only took a few days to upgrade from level 35 to level 37. He was noticed by senior officials and was forcibly taken away. During this time, I don't know if I was force-fed. Thinking of this, Huang Yi felt anxious. Then I can make the decision. Give your family back to you. After weighing it, the old man also grinned. Level 37 is not weak, and it is also a good meal for the hell of advanced rituals. But if it can be exchanged for the allegiance of the believers of destruction who control gravity, this business is profitable. Hearing this, Huang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The joy between his eyebrows expressed his willingness to join. Only then was he willing to tell the other party his name. My name is Pan Senior. The old man was quite satisfied. I remember you. Huang Yi did not hesitate. He took out his cell phone generously and said, add contact information. I heard that supervisors can communicate directly with leaders. The old man's eyes stagnated and he examined Huang Yi. No need for the moment, I will contact you. Huang Yi looked slightly startled. Then how do I prove my identity? That hell is holding a ceremony in Contract City. I'm afraid you won't believe me if you come from unknown sources. These words made the old man hesitate slightly. Then he told his number truthfully. He reminded, if you are fine, don't contact me privately. I'm sensible. Huang Yi added a note. No more chatting. He turned around and went downstairs, wanting to rush to the 18th city as soon as possible. Treacherous and slippery. Standing in the corridor on the third floor, looking at the figure breaking into the rain and fog downstairs, the old man's eyes were cold. Quite dissatisfied. Although the other party was very cooperative, he still felt distrustful. If it weren't for this human skin, it wouldn't be the real body, and it wouldn't have level 70 strength. I'm afraid I have already taken action and left it behind. Now he is in urgent need of slaves, and all the living people in the domain have been transformed. There are more than 1,000 people. But with this number, it is not enough to bring down Li Hongyi. The old man's original intention was actually to turn Huang Yi into a slave. But after weighing it, I still think that keeping the other party is more useful than having another human skin. Stepping on the rain that covered his insteps, Huang Yi walked quickly in the mist, looking for the way back. That's weird and unbelievable. Huang Yi also didn't trust the old man. I didn't do anything to myself, probably because it had some use value. I sense that his aura is not very strong. Not the original body. Or maybe you're injured? Huang Yi really wanted to take action at that time. Gravity is all brewing. If used in conjunction with a shovel, the opponent may be injured. Once the black blood on the shovel takes effect, it can even continue to control the opponent. But the strange path is too unpredictable. The risk of gambling was too great, so Huang Yi endured it. The deal terms are now reached. This is also an acceptable result. Although he is not interested in cult groups. But Huang Yi didn't mind the opportunity to pry out more information. You can try to make contact. If the task is easy, maybe you can participate. Huang Yi could see clearly.
The more information you have, the more chance you have of surviving. I had lived in the school before, and I didn't know many ways. I just increased my strength. But my experience was very shallow. Even in the hands of Panson, I almost fell. This suction, so strong, Huang Yi was in a heavy mood, looking at the terrifying extraordinary power in the center of the battle. He could feel an inexplicable attraction. It was like a violent typhoon blowing towards him, pushing him towards the center. Huang Yi pulled the wet mask. His breathing was a little difficult. He turned around and quickened his pace to leave. Along the way, there was no human skin blocking him, and Huang Yi walked very smoothly. But the next second, Huang Yi's footsteps suddenly paused. His mind was wrapped in a strong sense of crisis. This unreasonable fear made his scalp numb. Huang Yi suddenly looked up at the sky. But he saw a falcon covered with flames circling overhead. Cry Yang Yanning keenly discovered Huang Yi on the ground. He screamed and turned around. His whole body was full of flames and he rushed towards Huang Yi. Looking at the fireball, Huang Yi felt the threat of death for the first time. His heart stopped beating. His nerves twitched for a moment. He froze in place, as if he was stuck. I can't die here. The next moment, Huang Yi's expression was ferocious. A strong desire to survive. Let him break free from the king's deterrence of the 70-level monster. He clenched his teeth. A golden divine disc suddenly exploded behind him. The destruction totem representing the explosion of the planet frantically mobilized the extraordinary surge of his whole body, gathered in his hands. Get out! Huang Yi shouted. Swinging the black blood iron shovel, he lifted it from the ground to the sky. Smashed into the fireball fiercely. Bang! With a bang, the flames went out. The extraordinary powers of the two were both put to rest. Bang, a dull sound. The iron shovel and the Yangyan eagle collided firmly. Huang Yi's palm cracked. Blood oozed from the thumb joint. His arms were numb. He couldn't hold the iron shovel steadily and dropped it to the ground. There was a clang. Huang Yi knelt down, splashing water on his knees. His breathing was disordered and heavy, his eyes rolled up violently, and his consciousness was in chaos. The desolate cemetery in his mind appeared in front of him from time to time. It seemed to indicate that Huang Yi's death was not far away. Siling the 70-level Yangyan eagle also screamed sharply. The whole body was knocked back. The consciousness was also blurred. Countless evil gods' whispers made it howl non-stop. It kept flapping its wings, but it was difficult to stabilize its posture. The embarrassed look seemed to be drowning in the air. Several feathers, flying and scattered. But it was wet by the heavy rain and fell in front of Huang Yi. Escape. After taking a breath, Huang Yi had only this thought in his mind. He knew very well that if he continued to stay, there would definitely be accidents. His strong desire to survive supported his knees. With blurred vision, he reached out to grab the shovel and sent it into his consciousness. He breathed a sigh of relief. This blood-stained shovel showed its horror for the first time. It actually allowed Huang Yi, who was level 60, to exert a power far beyond the normal. It blocked a level 70 monster with one blow. He was relieved and surprised. Although his body and mind could only bear one attack. Then he fell into an abnormal faint, but such an item that could challenge across levels was simply unheard of. This reliance was too reassuring. He must not give up. Papa Huang Yi staggered. He just got up and fell into the water again. The cold rain wet the mask, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. But he didn't dare to take it off. He got up with a heavy breath, ignoring his own embarrassment. His heart was filled with the desire to escape. Chi above his head. The Yangyan eagle fluttered and flew. It was difficult to maintain its shape in the air. Slowly falling. The bean-sized brain was filled with extreme fear and pain. He screamed hoarsely. There are still believers of destruction here? Li Hongyi's face. It changed for the first time. It became gloomy and solemn. He did not expect that someone could hurt the Yangyan eagle. Level 60? The fluctuation that just broke out. He really felt it. The highest stopped at this stage, and there was no fluctuation of the exclusive skills of the level 60 gravedigger. This means the other party did not hold an advanced ceremony. It will be a threat in the future. Spiky mountain turtle, follow me. Li Hongyi's face was gloomy. He took a step forward, wanting to go and wipe it out, and take back the Yangyan eagle by the way. Let it recover and recuperate in the beast control space. But soon, it was stopped by the old men who appeared around. He. Mr. Lee. Where are you going?
The fishing old man was full of smiles.
He was happy to see Li Hongyi suffer a setback.
But his heart was filled with surprise. It was extremely heavy. He also felt the confrontation in the distance.
That level 70 monster, even his body could not resist it. The terrifying single damage, pierced through with one beak.
Attached with extremely terrifying flames burning.
Now, it was actually blocked by that kid? Where did that person come from?
The old man's mood fluctuated. This kind of talented believer of destruction. He had never heard of it before. Although he could sense that the young man's breath quickly became weak after fighting back. But this real threat. It really existed. It was like a person of unknown origin, holding a homemade gun in his hand, with only one homemade bullet in the gun. Although the penetration is not strong, it is enough to be fatal.
If you want to attack him, you must think twice. After all, the bodies of the strange believers and the contract believers are too fragile.
If you suddenly encounter such a strong attack, you may really capsize. That kid, when I pointed out that his name is not Han Shuang.
I am afraid he really wants to attack me. Dozens of old men surrounded Li Hongyi's steps.
His face gradually became solemn. Or rather, he is not called Pan Senior. The old man licked his wet lips. In his heart, he didn't mind.
It doesn't matter what his name is. He is a believer of destruction, so there is a common language.
The stronger Huang Yi is, the greater his contribution to the organization.
It's a good seedling.
In the future, it may not be less than half of Li Hongyi.
Why did you suddenly gather together? Do you value that believer of destruction so much?
Seeing this, Li Hongyi suddenly sneered.
Listening to the message coming from afar again. The Yan Yin Eagle told him that there was nothing wrong. Just a little drowsy. The supernatural power was also difficult to operate. The injury was not serious.
Li Hongyi was slightly relieved.
Not in a hurry.
He knew very well that the real threat was the old man in hell in front of him. Previously, the positions were very scattered, and they were harassing and fainting. This limited the performance of the star-devouring lion with range damage.
Now I went out to cover the destruction believer.
They actually took the initiative to gather together.
Naturally, we cannot let go of such a good opportunity.
Since you exchanged the slave for him, he left.
Then I will comply with your request.
As you wish.
Li Hongyi's beautiful face was covered with frost. The tone is solemn. The star-swallowing lion roared immediately after hearing this.
Contain the torrent of suction force cooperatively. Then, he stretched out his thick neck and boldly swallowed the black hole next to his mouth.
Suddenly, a terrifying heat wave oozed out. Boom! The next second, the star-eating lion suddenly opened his mouth.
I saw that the black hole it had swallowed before suddenly exploded in its mouth. The horrific aftermath shattered all the surrounding houses. Like tearing down a house made of sand, it is shattered and decayed. What was shattered with it were the hundreds of old men who surrounded it. Their faces were solemn, and they were not afraid of death. It hurts, it hurts.
The black hole is shattering.
Although the spiny mountain turtle is hiding behind the star-swallowing lion.
But he was still shaken by the aftermath. The turtle shell vibrated and the body trembled.
The extremely painful pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow, causing it to moan non-stop. One push, no loss. Li Hongyi had a smile on her lips.
He patted the spiny mountain turtle to comfort him.
The strong wind penetrated through the cracks in the ground and violently blew his smooth shoulder-length hair. He took out a bunch of red rope from his trouser pocket.
Tie your hair back in the shape of a wolf's tail.
This wave of exchanges of chess and pieces can be said to be a big profit for Li Hongyi.
His true goal.
From beginning to end, the old man was dealt with.
Moreover, it was also very fast. Buzz boom 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 boom, the car engine is starting.
The trembling sound coming from the seat made Huang Yi feel physically and mentally uncomfortable.
The next second, sudden nausea.
He opened the car door and took the meal he had eaten in the cafeteria at noon today.
Vomited it all out.
At the same time, he coughed up a lot of blood. My whole body was cold and my forehead was sweating.
Can't die.
After a moment of relief, Huang Yi wiped the corners of his mouth.
He closed the car door tiredly. But I still have a splitting headache. It seemed like he would fall asleep at any moment.
But he didn't dare to stay, so he stepped on the accelerator and returned to the 18th city the way he came.
Within the body, transcendence emerges and wounds heal.
This is an exclusive skill for level 30 Wu Tian and level 40 Wu Tian, passively providing him with a steady stream of kinetic energy.
This time. I'm afraid we have to break in again. Huang Yi took a deep breath. He even felt that he would die in Contract City today. But if I am not present for the Hell Advancement ceremony, my sister will die. Huang Yi's vision was blurred. Looking at the front windshield soaked by the rain. It was so painful that I just wanted to laugh. It's better to choose one of the two. I die, or my sister dies. Puff. He took out the thumbtack from his pocket. Suddenly inserted into the thigh. Amid the splattering of blood, Huang Yi's expression was indifferent and his consciousness was much clearer. After taking a deep breath, kick the accelerator and head back the way you came. To him. This is not a multiple choice question at all. Huang Yi admits that he is not a person who values love and justice. But after experiencing the death of his family, he gritted his teeth and refused to face it again. The off-road vehicle drove over a deep pit. Splashing water. Huang Yi suppressed the desire to faint. Drive away. A few kilometers later, a rapid text message alert sounded in my pocket. Huang Yi didn't want to care about it. But the ringing continued, as if all the goods were piled together. Then they all rushed towards Huang Yi. It simply cannot be ignored. He picked up his phone and looked at it. He saw more than 10 missed calls and more than 30 missed text messages. Huang Yi was stunned by the frequent bombardment of information. High school teacher Lu Feng, we are already at the hotel, where are you? Message sent, 2 hours ago. Aren't you coming to the graduation party? Message sent, 1.5 hours ago. Your roommate said you have something to deal with. Why have you been busy for so long? You don't even answer the phone. What's wrong with you? Message sent, 30 minutes ago. Huang Yi, something is wrong here. No matter where you are, don't come here yet. Message sent, 10 minutes ago. Huang Yi browsed the homeroom teacher's messages. My heart was clenched. Realized that there is definitely danger going on over there. His face was solemn. Look at text messages from other people. Roommate Li Tianqi, we are preparing to have a graduation party from the dormitory, and they all hope you will come. Message sent, 3 hours ago. The food is so delicious. I didn't expect that we have a lot of class fees left. It's a pity that you didn't come, but don't worry, we will get your class fees back for you. Message sent, 30 minutes ago. Psychological committee, I am in urgent need of psychological treatment. It's so scary here. It's all weird. Message sent, 7 minutes ago. Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't come over. Message sent, 3 minutes ago. Huang Yi's pupils trembled. Shortness of breath. The chest rose and fell violently. The feeling of suffocation, like a lack of oxygen, made his face look ugly. He gritted his teeth and refused to let his emotions show freely. But the functional machine in his hand creaked in his grasp. He didn't hesitate and dialed the phone immediately. Huang Yi gave up hope. He just stepped on the accelerator and wanted to rush to the 18th city immediately. He knows it very well. Even if you cover your face and disguise yourself, there is absolutely no way he can escape the recognition of his classmates who live with him day and night. His identity of destroying believers will definitely be exposed. But if you can save them from danger, this price is nothing at all. In the past 3 years, they have cared for me and never excluded me. He also recommended himself to become a psychological committee member. Won the title of outstanding class leader many times. Although Huang Yi doesn't care about these false names. But in the life of Shiba City, the most cherishable memory is those friendly classmates. Because of them, he lived in another city. This deal is worth it. But Huang Yi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. He didn't expect that. The other end of the phone really answered the call. Li Tianqi, where are you? Are you still at the Qiancheng Hotel? How many people are around you? How many people are still alive? Huang Yi asked loudly in an urgent voice. I wish I could express all the tension in my heart. But there was no sound on the other end of the phone. It was eerily quiet. Huang Yi felt chilled and his pupils trembled. Extreme uneasiness began to spread throughout his body. But the next second, there was a reply. The eerie, unfamiliar man's laughter made Huang Yi's heart stop. He's dead. A lot of people died. It was delicious. The meat is so fresh and sweet. It's your turn next, okay? Hey. Huang Yi's face twitched. The whole person was so angry that his body convulsed. The limbs are stiff. He wasn't shouting at the top of his lungs. Just take a deep breath and try to adjust your emotions. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds.
Huang Yi calmed down for half a minute, his eyes filled with despair.
Good. Tell me your exact location. I'll let you eat. He didn't know where his sister was.
Before the strange realm is formed, the weird will not gather.
Looking for my sister in the 18 cities is like looking for a needle in a haystack.
But the lives of classmates are already at stake. His tone was cold and emotionless. He spoke word by word, "Who are you?"
An hour later. Happy Street.
Many houses collapsed. The dust and smoke that had not spread yet were forced to the ground by the rain.
The vision is clear and the body feels clammy.
One person, one turtle and one lion, standing on the cracked asphalt road.
Li Hongyi looked tired. Breathing heavily, "Stop hiding, I know you are not dead yet."
Controlling 3 contracted beasts at the same time is also a huge burden for him.
Weird believers are indeed unpredictable and difficult to kill. But fortunately, it's time to end. Boom in a collapsed concrete house.
There was a dull sound of stones falling to the ground. A thin old man walked out of the house. His eyes were gloomy and his body was covered in blood. During this period of time, all his tricks were used up. Even the weird slaves were killed or injured. No longer able to maintain the operation of the weird domain.
How about letting me go?
The old man was also exhausted. He had no control over the situation.
He just stared coldly at the gentle Li Hongyi.
No, Li Hongyi shook her head. The wet wolf tail braid also swung.
I won't kill you. I can't explain to the dead people. I have no face to see my father.
Only by taking your life can I make up for my mistakes. Listening to the other party's calm and patient explanation, the old man's face twitched.
Without hesitation, he turned and fled. He had no intention of fighting again. Did the Lion Lord tell you to leave?
Before Li Hongyi could speak, the sturdy lion, who was more than a man tall, spoke in a muffled voice.
The terrifying vortex formed again. A huge suction force trapped the old man's body tightly. A panic appeared on his face. Cry the fully recovered young yen eagle let out a suppressed and angry howl.
The whole body controlled the fire. It turned into a rocket.
It passed through the old man's fragile body.
On this day, it suffered humiliation.
Not only was it fooled by the old man, but it was also knocked unconscious by the cultists with a shovel.
This was the biggest insult it fought in its life.
As if to vent its anger, it shuttled madly.
Until the old man's bones were burned to ashes.
Let's go. Li Hongyi looked at it calmly.
There was no joy on his face. He just calmly called the beast pet and left Xingfu Street. Swish, the rain formed lines on the sky and the earth.
It tirelessly beat against the inland lake.
It seemed to be playing a piece of music that was not pleasant to the ear. There were countless ripples. Under the willow tree, a bamboo pole was placed.
A few minutes later,
the rain slowly subsided.
The speed of the ripples became a little slower. The next second,
there was a heavy splash on the lake.
An old man in his 70s, biting the fishhook, fluttered up from the bottom of the lake.
The turbid eyes were even more dead and cold.
But the next second, fear was born.
On the shore, Li Hongyi was sitting on a small stool,
holding a bamboo pole in his hand.
He was looking at himself with a smile. I've been waiting for you for a few minutes.
It's no secret that the weird believers have 2 lives. Even if you have died once. I didn't say it, you can go. Suddenly, the lake surface shook.
The fire produced a haze of mist.
Li Hongyi paid no attention to it, and his attention was all on the phone that had just been turned on. As you expected,
the strange domain has erupted in many pedestrian streets in the 18 cities.
The 4 contracted beasts you left are rushing to suppress it. This time, the 70-level hell is already trapped.
Although the advancement ceremony has started, we will try our best to minimize the number of casualties.
This time, I represent the people of the 18 cities and thank you for your support. Looking at the message sent by Wu Yong, the lord of the 18 cities, Li Hongyi just had a calm face.
After a simple reply, he threw away the bamboo pole and got up to return. Okay.
Ruins of chaos.
The rain gradually stopped. After the wind and the remaining clouds, some broken afterglow was revealed. But the whole city seemed to be deserted, as if there were no living people.
Is the fight finished outside? Would you like to go out and take a look? You don't want your life. Are we able to watch that kind of extraordinary person? You just got the remaining food, and you should stay in hiding until you finish eating it.
Although I couldn't see it with my own eyes, it was thrilling. The terrifying sound shook the beams of the house. For the sake of the child's future development, send him to Contract City. Even if I go, I still have to go to Suwonho City, which is 400 kilometers away. The first and middle stages are very tough.
It will be easier to find a job in the future. Okay, it's up to you.
Everywhere, there was a faint sound of discussion. People were hiding in their houses, fearful. Fortunately, I took a lot of food and got through this period without any problems.
No movement. Go out and see if there's anything you can miss. Go, don't forget to bring the knife. But there are also many young people who, when they confirm that there is no danger, pick up the knife and be brave, and go out cautiously. Usually after a fight to the death, there will be missing loot,
such as soul beads, extraordinary items, even functional machines, cash, etc.
If you are lucky, you can make a fortune. Of course, there are also many people who want to find food. They know it too. Many people received food.
This kind of opportunity for neighbors to collect grain is just the right time to rob their homes.
If someone refuses to hand over the food, they don't mind asking someone to eat it with a knife.
There will always be unfortunate families who fall into a pool of blood after the rain. Buma's 6-story house collapsed during the fighting, leaving only ruins. Suddenly, several pairs of white and tender hands stretched out from the stones. They worked together to push away the wall pressing on them,
stirring up dust and debris. Immediately afterwards, 7 men without facial features got up from the ground. Look around cautiously. Puff!
The next second, a fair and tender man's chest was torn apart.
Countless viscous crystal liquid dripped down. At the same time,
from the chest, a head with white hair poked out,
peeking out cautiously.
When he realized that the danger had really dissipated, he tore the fair man apart.
Came out of his body. Really dangerous. Luckily he's gone.
The old man was in a sorry state. He held his heart, which was heaving nervously. He sat down on the spot with lingering fear.
When I think of the previous thrill, my mind is filled with fear. Do late contract masters really have no weaknesses?
It can be attacked, defended, and has group explosions.
How to kill this?
The old man looked dejected.
He was clearly the old fisherman who fought with Li Hongyi.
His name is Yi Weiman, and his subordinates respectfully call him Mr. Yi.
He took a deep breath. Calm down.
But he looked back at the few white and tender men standing quietly behind him. I feel happy and very sad at the same time. Fortunately, this creature's surrogate function is powerful and has saved him many times. The sad thing is that he asked for this from the boss of the organization. It was originally intended to be used to improve cultivation. If one dies now, one will lose. The loss was so great that even he didn't expect it. Although I work for nothing, at least I am alive. Yi Weiman comforted himself. Now he has been dragging Li Hongyi for more than an hour.
You should be able to get the balance payment. I don't know what the boss thinks. For a hellish advancement. You actually made such a big mistake. Yi Weiman frowned. Incomprehensible.
As long as we continue to operate the ruins of chaos,
the ceremony can be successfully held in a subtle way. The current style of attacking Contract City is extremely high profile. The advancement of hell should also be a cover. It's really hard to figure out. Yi Weiman didn't bother to think anymore and stood up.
He grabbed a fair and tender man and tore him apart.
Gobble it up. The other men didn't show any expressions. He just stood stiffly behind him, waiting for the moment when he became a tonic off-road vehicle, driving through the desolate and vast wasteland, eventually entering the mountains. Huang Yi's face turned pale. Keep your foot on the accelerator.
Ignoring the bumps in the car, I ran towards the south gate.
I'm almost in town. Where are you?
He held the feature phone that turned on the hands-free.
Both hands on the steering wheel. It's as calm as talking to an old friend. On the other end of the phone, obscene laughter came again. Hey hey hey. You came late, many people were eaten. I still want to eat. Huang Yi had already had a premonition.
Even the amplitude of the heartbeat did not change.
But his expression became even more indifferent. It took him an hour to drive the 100 kilometers.
There was no hope of survival at all.
With tired eyes, can you come and eat me? There was rampant laughter on the other end of the phone. But there was no reply.
Even the location was not disclosed. Your mobile phone number has been suspended due to arrears. Please recharge before dialing, soon. The function phone prompted a message of arrears. After playing for more than an hour, the wear and tear was indeed too great.
Huang Yi had no extra expression.
I just glanced at the prompt and stuffed my phone into my conscious space. The rapidly rotating tires carried Huang Yi and quickly arrived at the south gate. He was ready for a tough fight. But the sight before him made him narrow his eyes slightly. In front of him, he saw the city gate broken and blood everywhere. It was as if someone had invaded from outside the city gate, and the bullets cut down the surrounding trees. But what surprised Huang Yi was that almost all of the lying corpses were sergeants and beasts wearing body armor. Looking at the open door, Huang Yi went straight in without stopping. Entering the 18 cities area, no defensive force was seen. The city was littered with limbs and arms, and the flames of war were raging. The sergeant was entangled with the corpses of many monsters, which shows that an extremely brutal battle took place.
Invaded by a tide of beasts? Who drove it away?
Huang Yi frowned in thought, and quickly slowed down the car. But he saw many unclothed men standing on the avenue. Their skin was white and tender, and they had no facial features. Hearing the sound of the vehicle engine, he stiffened his body and turned his attention to Huang Yi. Bang! Huang Yi ignored them and accelerated again, running over these sparsely positioned men, leaving behind a large pool of viscous liquid. Those human figures were slightly familiar, but what he wanted to do most now was to rush to the future hotel as soon as possible. The 18 cities are too big to find out where my sister is.
But he knew the location of his classmates very well.
Only a killing spree can quell his rage. If given the chance, he would also kill level 70 hell.
P.S. This is a transitional chapter, let's lay down some foreshadowing.
If you like Bowsy, please give me a 5-star review.
This is very important to the young author. Please, Shibaching. There are no living people on the pedestrian street.
The bodies of countless residents lie on the ground in all directions. The pupils that cannot close their eyes are full of fear and despair. The major stores are covered with blood.
The tables and chairs are messy, as if they have experienced a looting.
The occasional begging for mercy. It will also be quickly covered by the screams of pain.
Then it disappears. At this moment, death has become the main color, covering the entire pedestrian street.
Replacing the living, it is the walking dead. The strange dead souls are bloodthirsty. They have also lost all reason. They follow the smell of flesh and blood, full of hunger and thirst. The heavy steps on the floor tiles can splash sticky and sweet blood.
Don't be afraid. I'm here. Don't cry, I beg you. Future Hotel. The shape is simple and exudes a solemn atmosphere.
But now, it was stained with blood, becoming solemn and eerie.
In a utility room,
Xin Feng, the study committee member, growled nervously. His eyes were full of tears.
Hiding the shock. Covering the female classmate's mouth, desperately pleading.
They are all dead, they are all dead, the teacher is dead too. The female classmate covered her face, in pain and unwilling to accept it. But the physical fear made her body tremble more violently.
Unable to stop crying and sobbing. As if she would faint at any time due to lack of oxygen.
Tonight, it should have been a lively and joyous graduation banquet for Class 2 of Senior 3.
But it became a weird feast.
She saw with her own eyes that many classmates who had been together day and night were stripped alive. Blood and flesh were flowing all over the ground. Let the food that should have been fresh and delicious be covered with a layer of blood. It seemed that as long as she closed her eyes, the tragic wails of her classmates would pierce the darkness and appear in front of her out of thin air.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. At least we are still alive.
Xin Feng comforted painfully.
Looking at the pitiful posture of the female classmate,
he was also very distressed. His limbs were slightly stiff, and then he gently hugged her fragile shoulders. He was also afraid. But he could only hold on, not letting the other party lose spiritual support. From childhood to adulthood, Xin Feng has lived on campus. Although he was a study committee member, he often heard the teacher talk about the horror of the cultists, but he always had a vague impression and no concept. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, in addition to fear, it was anger. The murderous intent was awe-inspiring, and there was hatred for his own weakness.
There are more than 40 people in the class, and we are the only ones left. Woo, don't die before me. I'm afraid. Feeling the warm embrace, the female classmate's emotions suddenly collapsed.
Put her head on Xin Feng's chest,
pleading in a low voice.
Xin Feng gritted his teeth and wanted to agree to her request. But he didn't want his classmate to die in front of him again.
Just sniffed and kept silent.
The next second, his heart trembled, and he comforted with surprise. We are not the only ones.
Huang Yi is still alive in our class. He is my deskmate, and he is very thoughtful. He must be alive. The female classmate raised her tears in astonishment when she heard this. Looking at Xin Feng's sincere and happy eyes. Nodding slightly with a sense of loss.
Then he silently pushed away Qin Feng's embrace, hugged his knees, and numbly looked at the little white shoes stained with blood.
I know you like him.
His calm temperament really makes many girls like him.
Even I am willing to play with him.
Qin Feng grinned to ease the embarrassment. But in his heart, an inexplicable loss arose.
This girl's academic performance is average, and she is usually very transparent.
It was only when she was about to graduate that she awakened the contract god disc. Qin Feng admitted that he had never liked the other party. Even if he saw her in class, he would not look at her twice. But under the fear of death, he could no longer tell whether it was a panic heartbeat or a new feeling. He also fell silent.
In the dim utility room, waiting for the sheriff's rescue. Did they just then. In the narrow corridor outside the door.
The crisp sound of leather shoes made a suffocating sound.
The two people's hearts stopped suddenly. As if being tightly grasped by someone. The dull atmosphere was instantly filled with fear.
Qin Feng looked at the wooden door of the utility room in horror. His body trembled, and his blood heated up rapidly.
Suddenly, he felt a cold touch. Looking back,
but he saw that the female classmate stopped sobbing. She held herself tightly with her small hands.
The female classmate had a firm look in her eyes.
As if she was not afraid of death. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and his face slowly became solemn. He held the other person's hand tightly. His eyes were cast on the wooden door again.
Reaching out to grab the door handle, waiting with a snort.
The number you dialed is out of service, please recharge before calling. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is out of service, please recharge before calling. In the corridor, a man in a suit and tie.
Holding a feature phone in his hand. He dialed it tirelessly. But the only response was a cold rejection.
He don't dare to answer my call, and he begged me to eat him. What a rubbish, trash, hey. The man's pupils were scarlet.
Put one hand in your pocket.
The gray suit was covered with blood that had long since solidified. It looks just past middle age, but its hair is already thinning. There was a flattering smile on his face. But there were pieces of meat between the blood-stained teeth, giving it a ferocious expression.
Where are the customers? I will serve you with a smile. Don't complain to me, okay? He. I'm already making house calls. After mob I will sweep the building and hand out leaflets. Looking at my hard work, boss, you can just deduct my performance, but don't fire me, okay? I must treat the company as my own. Ha. The man's maniacal laughter. It echoed harshly in the corridor.
It had completely lost its mind, and the corners of its grinning mouth were full of cruelty.
Destiny, weird. Resurrected. Level, 66.
Exclusive skills, mixed into a unique killing pattern. Advantages, overdraft of life, unlimited use of extraordinary abilities.
Defect, weak body. It takes steps. Leather shoes stepped on the tile floor, leaving bloody footprints.
His eyes were scarlet and cold. Stare at the wooden door of the utility room at the end of the corridor. It was as if he knew the guinea pig and was hiding inside.
Now. Run. But the next second,
the wooden door suddenly opened. I saw a boy dragging the girl's hand and running away towards the stairs. His steps were hasty and his voice was firm. During this period, the two of them passed through many broken bodies.
A foul smell emanated from Tsuniko.
But Qin Feng could only endure the physical discomfort. He led his classmates to run away in fear. He was panicking inside, eager to find a chance to escape.
Hey, Suit looked at it with a silly smile. Watching them run towards the corridor. Heading towards the top floor, there was no intention of catching up. Customers are giving me positive feedback. Definitely a 5-star review. Hey. I will definitely get a promotion and a salary increase.
The man in a suit has an intoxicating look on his face.
After taking a few deep breaths, I followed him slowly. Like a cat teasing a mouse.
The fear, despair, and panic wafting out from Qin and Feng are exactly its favorite spiritual food.
Makes it look happy. Thoughts are clear. Keep praising me. My performance will definitely satisfy you.
Suit Wei opened his scarlet pupils.
The face is excited and expectant. It's as if I'd just opened a big order just after joining the job. There was an exaggerated smile on his face. The steps are very quick. Heading towards the customers on the top floor.
A pair that does not drain the emotional value of the two of them.
Not willing to let them go. Escape. Escape to the roof. You can't die in its hands.
Qin Feng looked ferocious.
He firmly grasped the sweaty palm of his female classmate.
There is only a desire for escape in my heart.
Xiancheng Hotel has 7 floors.
Their steps were messy and they fled towards the roof of the building resolutely. Adrenaline surged, temporarily forgetting the senses of fear. Luxuriously decorated staircase.
Hanging printed art paintings.
The blood sprinkled on it can match the look of the celebrity's oil painting. It fell into the eyes, more like a sarcasm.
4th floor. 5th floor. 6th floor. Soreness and swelling in legs and feet. Delay comes.
They are all students who only study and do not exercise often. Soon I felt a deep tiredness.
My legs felt as heavy as lead. But the sound of leather shoes downstairs is still following. They all know it. That one is the most vicious. Even the 39-level head teacher couldn't block a blow. Died directly in front of everyone. They have no choice.
I can only head towards the 7th floor with all my strength.
Call. Classmate Yang's chest heaved even more. Due to the violent movement, the vision is blurred. She wanted to give up.
All the pain and despair. It gave her thoughts of self-destruction.
Maybe once and for all, that's the best result.
But Qin Feng persisted. Holding her tightly, there was still a light left in her lifeless eyes. Let her swallow all her emotions.
But very quickly. The accident happened again.
When they arrived at the 7th floor, they saw the stairs leading to the roof. There was a female spy walking down slowly. The area around its neck was empty, with no human head in sight.
But it's in the hands.
But he grabbed a bunch of hair. There were many heads hanging from it, dripping with blood.
Every step you take will drip blood.
Qin Feng noticed it at a glance.
The head of his classmate is in its hands.
It freezes her fearful appearance during her lifetime.
Bang bang, the female ghost walked stiffly downstairs. The heads in his hands collided slightly. And its own head is mixed in with it.
They were staring at Qin Feng in silence.
Ah! Classmate Yang burst into tears.
As soon as he exclaimed, he covered his mouth with his hands.
Don't want to be a burden to Qin Feng. Walk!
Qin Feng was very decisive. Dragging her around, she discovered that it was a public toilet.
It's a dead end. Let's go in.
Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes trembled. All hopes were shattered at this moment. He smiled sadly.
The originally panicked heart calmed down. I follow you. The female classmate nodded. Control your emotions obediently.
Really close to death. She is far braver and calmer than imagined. No shouts of despair.
Have you ever been in the men's room?
Holding classmate Yang's hand, Qin Feng seemed to have forgotten the danger and spoke teasingly. My dad carried me in when I was in kindergarten.
Classmate Yang replied calmly.
At this moment, she didn't even feel shy. Following Qin Feng, he pushed open the door of the men's room.
Hey, look. After entering, there is a row of urinals.
Qin Feng pointed to the glass window in front with a surprised smile.
Classmate Yang looked at each other suspiciously.
But Qin Feng said with satisfaction, there should be no pain if you jump from the 7th floor.
Classmate Yang understood.
She calmly broke away from Qin Feng's hand. He twisted the window handle and pushed the glass window open.
Then, a gust of cold and wet wind blew in. Blow away the smell of mothballs in the toilet.
They looked at the dark night outside, which was covered with a faint layer of blood. At this moment, no one spoke.
If a trick comes, I want to jump down.
Qin Feng stepped forward.
Hold classmate Yang's hand again.
This time, classmate Yang did not break away, but stood calmly side by side with him. Clear eyes and sweet smile, I'll accompany you. The number you dialed is out of service, please recharge before dialing. The man in the suit smiled crazily and walked to the 7th floor.
But I saw the corridor ahead. There stood a female spy holding a female head. Hey, you want to grab an order, right? This is the client I'm targeting. Suit Gue put away his cell phone.
His expression suddenly became cruel.
Don't allow others to get their hands on your prey.
Roar, the female spy felt the threat coming from behind her.
Keep your feet steady.
The head held in his hands suddenly looked back.
A warning growl. Even though his level is lower.
But it has long lost its reason, let alone fear.
I want eat meat immediately afterwards. Each female head in its hand uttered a syllable. The voice became louder and louder. I want to expel the suit Gue. The weird sound echoed rapidly in the corridor. The figure in the suit trembled. That's a bad rule, fellow traveler. You can't steal my clients. Even if the boss comes, it won't work.
Rarely, Sui Ji suppressed his smile. There was only seriousness and violence on his face. It walked towards the female ghost firmly, grabbed the opponent's head in his hand and smashed it into pieces. Finally, he picked up its body and threw it from the 7th floor without mercy. Eventually it fell into a puddle of mud. Looking down from the corridor, it seemed like a bright blood flower bloomed.
Very good. No one bothers us to discuss business anymore. After easily solving the female conspirator, there was a lot of sticky blood on its gray suit.
It didn't care and straightened its collar very formally.
Straighten the hem. Smooth out the wrinkles on your suit as you go.
Only then did he smile with satisfaction.
Walk towards the toilet. The customer is not satisfied. Not even laughing.
The man in the suit approached, slightly disappointed. It could feel that the two people inside no longer provided food for fear.
Some only have a bearish will to die.
This situation makes it irritable and violent.
Do just then. It's in the phone.
There was a call. The man in the suit picked it up and saw a series of unfamiliar numbers.
But no matter who it is,
there are actually customers who take the initiative to consult. It still made him take it happily.
Hey, who is it? I can serve you, it smiled flatteringly.
The voice was obscene and eerie.
But soon, its smile froze on its face.
Those scarlet pupils were shocked to see a man walking towards the public toilet in front of him. The man was wearing a sweatshirt and was wet.
Wearing a cap and mask.
There was also a rusty shovel in his hand. I saw the man walking to the men's room and closing the door gently. Then he turned around, staring at himself with eyes so tired that they were bloodshot.
Huang Yi blocked the path forward of Suit Gue.
Holding Han Xuan's function phone with one hand, he put it against his ear. The voice was hoarse and low, revealing naked murderous intent. I have arrived, please, eat me.
Huang Yi stood in front of the men's toilet.
The dead eyes were also filled with forbearing cruelty.
Please, eat me.
His face twitched. After finishing speaking through gritted teeth, then she stuffed Han Xuan's cell phone into her pocket.
The veins on the knuckles holding the shovel with a wooden handle were even more exposed. Creaking.
Hey, Huang Yi's appearance made Suit feel strange at the same time.
The smile is getting more and more crazy. Ha.
I'm interested in attracting customers.
I'm going to place an order. It looked ecstatic. The limbs are even more excited and tense. There was an unreal feeling of embarrassment.
As if he didn't expect that Huang Yi would really come. It looked so smug. It seemed that Huang Yi didn't take it to heart at all.
Good. I'll place an order for you.
Huang Yi holds a shovel in his right hand and a thumbtack in his left hand.
Resolutely walked towards the suit.
The other party's crazy smile seemed to be mocking himself. It directly aroused his hatred.
This moment,
he no longer chooses reason. Instead, he turned the anger along the way into the purest murderous intention.
I'll stake my life on it.
As soon as he finished speaking, the level 20 madman's exclusive skill Bloodlust was launched brazenly.
Huang Yi squeezed out the potential of his body.
The figure suddenly sprang out like a cheetah, bringing with it the slightest trace of afterimage.
Level 60, can last up to 6 minutes.
Effect, at the expense of sanity, the comprehensive performance such as damage, speed, pain, and defense is improved.
More than 10 meters away. Arriving soon. Huang Yi raised the shovel high and shot it angrily at the suit. Used the terrifying wind. I see you want to escape the bill.
The suit's expression gradually became serious.
Now. It also sensed the strong threat erupting from the opponent's body. Make it hard to ignore.
But what made it most uneasy was the fallen shovel head.
It seems like it just needs to be hit. It will never be the same again. Kill me.
Suit Gue saw that the shovel was about to fall on his head. But he shouted in a low voice.
The moment Huang Yi heard it,
suddenly, alarm bells rang in my heart. Although his bloodthirsty skill made him irritable, and he lost some of his sanity. But he still maintained a lot of restraint. When he sensed danger, he subconsciously withdrew some of his strength.
But the shovel was still firmly photographed.
Smashed on the Mediterranean with sparse suits.
Bang! The shovel is thin and light, and the sound is crisp.
But what shocked Huang Yi was that the one who fell on the ground was not the suit-wearing Gue. It was me who had a splitting headache. He held the shovel in pain.
Clench your teeth tightly.
He refused to let himself cry out in pain. But there was still blood seeping between the teeth.
In the mouth, there is a fresh and sweet taste. Rebound. Huang Yi covered his head.
That heavy blow made him unstable and confused. His first time. What comes to mind is this pattern of killing. But before he could find a way to crack it, the suit's pupils trembled. He held his head in his hands even more exaggeratedly than himself.
Kneeling on the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs. It hurts so much. What is this? Why do I feel bad? Aha! Suit Gue held his head and cried. Tears flowed freely, rolling on the ground and shouting regardless of image. It was as if he wanted to vent all the fear that pierced his mind. This scene. Let Huang Yi be relieved. Also, he can calmly analyze the situation. He was sure. The damage he dealt was returned to him intact. He is very aware of his own harm. If not for the last moment to withdraw strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to stand up in a moment. Even death by suicide is not impossible. Huang Yi silently endured the backlash. Drops of sweat blurred his eyes. Chest rises and falls rapidly, greedily sucking in oxygen. Don't let yourself fall down. He held the shovel, but his eyes moved downward. Looking at the black blood clots attached to the shovel head, he laughed happily with relief. I don't know what method Wei Wei used. But even if it can reflect the damage, it cannot erase the influence of black blood. Because of his great care, he was directly exposed to the erosion of the evil god. Huang Yi had deduced it long ago. The blood above is from at least level 90, and believes in the evil god. Or rather, from the apostles of God. Huang Yi's eyes gradually focused, while breathing heavily. I also recalled the night conversation with Principal Chen Jiqing. The other party said that there are 3 divine messengers. It is the highest person under the gods. The divine plate is even higher than gold. If this blood comes from the evil god's apostle, it is not difficult to explain that just touching black blood will cause terrifying mental pollution. But at this moment, deeper doubts. But it appeared on his face. Anyone who can hurt a divine envoy must also be a divine envoy. Now he was doubtful. Deep in the consciousness, the final destination is a certain divine messenger. In other words, his coffin. Too many puzzles. I won't be able to figure it out for a while. It's time to kill him. Huang Yi braced himself up. He raised the shovel weakly with both hands. But he was very cautious. He used the shovel head to pierce the opponent's skin first. The expected rebound did not come. There was no stinging feedback on Huang Yi's arm. This made him feel calm. His eyes were stern. He immediately raised the shovel and was about to hit it hard. But he saw in shock. At the end of the corridor, there stood a man in a suit. He was grinning at him. How could it be? Huang Yi's pupils shrank. His face twitched slightly under the mask. He was very sure. He was not seeing things. But the fact was that the suit ghost was standing in front of him unscathed. On his face, he still had that flattering and annoying smile. Huang Yi's heart was shocked. He looked down. When he saw the man who had replaced the suit ghost and fell to the ground, his eyes narrowed. He saw it with a heavy heart. That figure was a familiar person. That was Li Tianqi, the roommate who had forced him to drink. When Huang Yi was still in the ruins of the riot, he had sent a message to remind himself not to come over. Now, he was dying in front of him with his head in his arms. My reputation in the industry is not bad. Someone is willing to die for me. The suit-wearing ghost was carefully tidying up his suit. His smile was rampant and his eyes were perverted. He was looking at himself expectantly. No matter what, you must become my client today. Okay? Huang Yi put down the shovel he had raised high after hearing this. His heart sank. Destiny, weird. Revived. Level 66. Exclusive skills, mixed into a unique killing pattern. Advantage, overdraw life, can use extraordinary unlimitedly. Huang Yi knew it very well. All the weird bodies are very fragile. But such unpredictable abilities. Let Huang Yi have a taste of not knowing where to start. Even can't find a flaw. The resurrected weirdness, all the exclusive skills, will be mixed into a unique killing pattern. If you don't understand it in advance, it will become a guessing game. Unless you use the high level to crush. And at this moment, it is Huang Yi's level that is suppressed. What makes him grit his teeth even more is that his classmates have been killed by weirdness. But in this situation, it seems that he has killed his roommate with his own hands. This ability. It always teases his nerves, and his eyes gradually become crazy. Okay. Qiansheng Hotel. In the men's room. Qin Feng and Yang Xingyu stood calmly in front of the window holding hands. The cool evening breeze blows. Silence. The two looked at the streets in the distance, and the neon lights turned on as expected. But on this pedestrian street, there were no lively people wandering around. All around was the light of fire reaching into the sky. This afternoon's graduation party was like a nightmare. They all hoped to wake up. You can also see the naughty and cheerful figures of the students. Or sleep forever. Meeting the dead in their dreams. The footsteps are approaching. Xin Feng's breathing became heavier. He squeezed Yang Xingyu's petite hand slightly. Speak softly. Yang Xingyu nodded gently and looked at the serious Qin Feng beside him with his clear eyes. He smiled and asked, "Are you afraid?" "I was scared at first." Qin Feng answered truthfully, "I'm much better now." "Why?" Yang Xingyu tilted his head. Qin Feng raised his hands with their fingers clasped together and said with a smile, "You are not alone on the road to Huangquan." Yang Xingyu smiled foolishly. Qin Feng was fascinated by it, as if he had never seen her look so attentive. He lowered his head slightly and took a deep breath. Creak boomed the sound of the toilet door being closed. Hit their hearts. Qin Feng's face was determined, and he led her close to the window and took her legs out. "Let's go." Yang Xingyu's eyes were gentle. "Okay." With that said, the two of them stood on the window edge. As long as they tilted their bodies, they would fall to the 7th floor and turn into two bright flowers. Their faces were calm, as if they were not afraid. Compared to being tortured by Li Wei, this way of death is actually the gentlest. But what surprised the two of them was that after the door was closed, the guy in the suit didn't walk in. There was silence for a long time, and there was a hint of confusion in the eyes of the two people. Didn't the trick come in? Qin Feng wondered if he heard wrongly. I also heard the sound of the door closing. The trap must have trapped us inside. Yang Xingyu confirmed his idea. It should be a trap. Qin Feng was very sure. Public toilets will have stone wall partitions. No one can see inside the toilet without being outside the door. So they didn't know whether Gui Jin came in or not. But at least, they didn't hear the sound of leather shoes approaching. But neither of them dared to gamble. Could this be a trap to lure them past? At this time, the atmosphere was frozen in place. Shall we dance now? Yang Xingyu was not sure either. She looked at the height of the 7th floor below her feet. Slowly, I felt flustered, and quickly looked away to calm down. The courage to commit suicide is not always available. As long as the stage of despair has passed, people will develop a sense of luck. Once they want to live, their survival instinct will drive them away from danger. Qin Feng's limbs were stiffened by the wind, and he was also frightened physically and mentally. He muttered, "If it doesn't come over, we won't go over." Curiosity killed the cat. "But it's a little cold up there. How about we stop by the window?" After Yang Xingyu hesitated in his eyes, he agreed to this suggestion. The two of them carefully stepped off the windowsill. His back was pressed against the window. But his eyes were staring straight at the partition in front of him. The two of them made up their minds. As soon as you see something strange coming, you immediately turn around and jump down. Wrong, there seemed to be other sounds outside. Yang Xingyu quickly noticed the noise coming from outside the door. But the voice was very suppressed. Can't hear clearly at all. It seems like there's a fight. Is it the sheriff's rescue, or is it a fight between the suit thief and the woman with a head? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. But he was still cautious and didn't get close. He was also worried that it might be a trap. Probably neither. Is there a voice that seems familiar? Yang Xingyu frowned his delicate eyebrows. Shaked his head. Then, she hesitated and bravely approached the partition, trying to identify it carefully. But the sound was getting farther and farther away. Until it disappears. Then what should we do? Qin Feng ran out of ideas for a while. Dilemma. Yang Xingyu looked back at the clean toilet. Naturally let go of the clenched palms. Go to the faucet and turn it on. Immediately a gush of water flowed down. Clear and cold. Just wait. There is a water source, although drinking it directly will make you sick. But it shouldn't be a problem if you stick to it for 3 to 5 days. Qin Feng looked at her decisive arrangement. There is no objection. Then, he seemed to think of something. Jump up in front of every men's room stall and inquire. What are you doing? His behavior aroused Yang Xingyu's confusion. Soon, Qin Feng let out a burst of surprised laughter. There is indeed a lighter. He reached over the stall in the men's room. Not only did he take out the lighter, but also a few cigarettes in the cigarette case. How do you know? Yang Xingyu was quite surprised. Everyone who smokes in school hides lighters like this. Qin Feng waved the lighter in joy,
as if he had forgotten that he was still in danger.
Is there any firewood? Yang Xingyu was slightly regretful. How can you boil water with just a lighter?
Qin Feng was about to shake his head and say no, but out of the corner of his eye he saw the wooden partition in the toilet. He was just getting happy, but he shrugged dejectedly. There is firewood, but there is no container for water.
Not necessarily. Yang Xingyu thought for a moment.
Then he walked straight into the toilet. He took out the ceramic cover on the toilet. Qin Feng extended his thumb.
Then pressed gently. The lighter clicked, igniting a weak flame.
The two looked at each other and smiled, welcoming the slightest warmth.
You seem more excited than me. Suit Gue had one hand in his pocket,
looking at Huang Yi, whose eyes were getting crazy.
His face stiffened.
But the smile on the corner of his mouth was so exciting that he was perverted.
I just think it's more tortuous to kill you. The more it satisfies me. Huang Yi's voice was low. The words seemed to be squeezed out from between the teeth.
He raised the shovel, then swung it down. Li Tianqi, who was lying on the ground with his head in his hands, had his neck cut off by the shovel blade. Even the muscles and bones are dripping with warm blood. It spread to Huang Yi's feet, and it was already cold.
Hey. So interesting. He is your classmate. Aren't you even going to spare the corpse?
The smile on the suit's face, he's long dead.
Now the possibility of him becoming your slave is not small. Huang Yi shook off the blood on the shovel head. Then he stepped over Li Tianqi's stiff body. The whole body is tense.
It seems to contain fatal potential.
Determinedly walked towards Su Qi. You killed your classmate. The man in the suit chuckled.
But there was a little more solemnity in those scarlet pupils.
Be cautious about Huang Yi. It feels incredible.
But on the surface, it still showed a sarcastic smile. It has long lost itself and has no divine disc. Today's personality is a mixture of many kinds of flesh and blood. Some, just the desire for new flesh and blood. And the spiritual food for fear provided by greedy humans. But it couldn't be felt at all on Huang Yi.
Huang Yi heard this. In the pupils full of bloodshot eyes. There is a trace of smile flowing. Then call all my classmates. I wanted to before killing them. Look at them again. The words just fell. Huang Yi said no more.
He raised his left hand, and dozens of thumbtacks shot out like points of light. And his figure brought up after images.
Follow the pin.
The shovel is charged at the back of the waist. The sharp pupils were aimed at the suit's neck.
Stab me to death. Suit's smile froze.
I immediately felt the threat of death. Especially the shovel, which brought a strong psychological shadow to it. Just looking at it is quite scary. But in the narrow corridor, it is inevitable.
Immediately he could only speak in a deep voice. Pang rang, but the next second.
What made Suit Wei's pupils shrink?
Huang Yi wearing a mask.
But he swept the shovel across and all the thumbtacks were knocked out of the corridor.
No trace. Hey, Huang Yi stopped in front of Sui Gue.
He stopped abruptly,
smiling foolishly.
Then, he slowly pulled off the wet mask. He revealed a crazy smile that made everyone in the suit feel frightened.
Huang Yi smiled ferociously and said, I know your killing pattern. It's your turn to die next, okay?
The strange smile in the suit suddenly stiffened.
Do you know my killing pattern? Suit Gue stiffened when he heard this.
The smiles on his faces turned sinister and cold.
Your client is quite humorous.
Loves to joke with the staff. Then, the corners of its mouth became more and more wild.
It doesn't believe it in its heart. How long have the two been in contact? How could he possibly understand its killing patterns without even saying a few words? Try. Huang Ye's eyes were playful. At this time, he stopped in front of the suit. There was only 1 meter between them. It seems that as long as you stretch out your hand, you can reach the other person.
These words gave the suit's scarlet pupils a hint of depth.
Its personality has long since been reshaped.
He is no longer a weird believer and has no exclusive skills. If the rules of killing are broken, all the answers have lost their meaning. And it, the examiner who set the questions, will also lose its advantage and the situation will become dangerous. Even ordinary people are not affected by their own killing patterns.
This is what at least wants to see. Boom!
But what surprised it was. Huang Yi, who originally stopped, suddenly picked up the shovel and took a picture.
Bring up the strong wind.
This move made him want to laugh.
Is this an act of seeing through the murder pattern? It was originally unwilling to dodge and simply withstood the blow. Reflect all damage back to Huang Yi. But that rusty shovel was too evil. Make it extremely fearful. Just being hit can make it extremely painful, and its soul and body are visibly weak. I still don't believe it. You're deceiving me.
The man in the suit narrowed his eyes slightly. He cautiously took a few steps back, avoiding the impact of the shovel.
But very quickly.
But he saw a thumbtack shooting out from Huang Ye's arms.
This combo makes it happy instead of angry. This time I no longer choose to avoid. Puff in an instant.
The thumbtack stabbed into its chest as expected.
Splashes of blood.
Feeling the personal pain, Sushi's face showed a sense of satisfaction. But something about it felt wrong. This attack was too gentle. It was simply pierced by a nail, with no subsequent damage. This discovery made him feel uneasy. The other party didn't seem to use all their strength at all.
Well, even so.
Huang Yi in front of him frowned. I felt a sharp stinging sensation in my chest.
He immediately covered his chest.
He recoiled with a pained expression.
Hey. Customer, your bargaining power is too low. It makes me boring.
The suit thief put one hand in his pocket and pulled out the nail stuck in his chest. The corners of the grinning mouth were full of sarcasm. But it had just finished speaking.
Huang Yi, whose eyes were indifferent, shot another thumbtack in a tricky way.
The area hit this time was the lower abdomen. Suit's smile became more and more cheerful. There was no avoidance either.
Just pull it out and throw it away.
But Huang Yi in front of him curled up his abdomen and bent his waist.
Yes, that's it. Customer, you are so understanding. It'll work out in one click. This loan contract has been signed. But the interest is your life.
Hey,
listen to its hearty laughter. Huang Ye's face was expressionless. There was no response at all. He just silently endured the stinging sensation caused by the two thumbtacks. That kind of pain is reproduced in myself.
His breathing became much heavier.
These two attacks are tests and ordinary throws. It doesn't have any skills attached. The damage is not high.
Some of it was just the pain of being stabbed, and no actual blood flowed.
This level is not difficult to bear. Huang Yi did not hesitate.
Hold the thumbtack again.
After a few seconds of silence, throw again.
Hey, but the man in the suit was slightly frowning. I felt a little bad. But that smile was still confident and perverse. He spoke as if provocatively, continue to assassinate me.
Huang Yi held a thumbtack between his fingers.
It was meant to be thrown. Words can be heard. But he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Withdrew his hand.
What's wrong? Do you dislike interest too much? That's not okay. I won't be happy if we break the contract.
The suit's tone was sarcastic and his laughter was arrogant.
But Huang Ye's next words made its pupils shrink.
His face was as cloudy as raindrops.
The order takes effect in 1 minute. The order needs to be issued again. Huang Yi let go of the hand covering his stomach. The body is slightly straightened.
The effect of the bloodthirsty skill slowly faded away. What comes is a heavier burden. Everywhere in his body was convulsing and shaking. But his calm words. But it seemed to have poked the suit's inverse scales.
Make it furious. What did you say? What are you talking about? The suit looks crazy.
Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on.
There is no more calm smile that controls everything.
Some are just gnashing of teeth in extreme anger.
You know what I'm talking about. Huang Yi did not say much.
Instead, he threw the puzzle back to the suit ghost. Now, it was up to him to guess how much of the opponent's rules he had mastered.
Damn it! You deserve to die.
I deserve to die too, all deserve to die. The suit ghost was furious. He actually rushed up directly. The suit that was originally decent on his body suddenly swelled. Like a muscular thug. Looking at the man who was pressing down on him, Huang Ye's eyes flashed with hesitation. The other party actually threw the option to him in an instant. In a few words, there were 2 orders.
1. You deserve to die.
2. I deserve to die too. An order is an instruction to give action, forming a cause and effect relationship. And the first rule of killing that Huang Yi summed up is that you can't do it. As long as you do it, there is a hidden cause and effect, and it will hurt the rebound.
I can't do it. Huang Ye's heart sank.
Although the action of the suit ghost was very simple, he rushed up after shouting. It seemed that he was attacking in anger, losing his mind, and exposing the fragile flaws of the strange body. But the hidden murderous intent and deception in it were extremely dangerous. It was completely tempting him to attack. And to trigger the other party's causal decree of I should die too. In a short moment, there were multiple games.
The complexity made Huang Yi's head slightly painful.
But in the end, he chose to believe in his own judgment, maintaining great restraint, while ignoring the shortcomings that the other party actively exposed. Just holding the shovel with both hands, and holding the shovel head horizontally in front of himself.
Not afraid of exchanging injuries for injuries.
At the same time, the right to choose was returned to the suited ghost.
Let it expose more shortcomings. But Huang Yi's heart was already full of resentment.
This was the first time he faced a strange ghost with a higher level than himself.
He couldn't even use extraordinary brute force to crack this dangerous guessing game of gambling. He could only passively join the chess game. This way of fighting,
while making him highly focused, he would also be extremely tired and powerless.
If he guessed wrong, he would be doomed. Bang! In a flash, the suit ghost made a move.
Its scarlet pupils were full of ruthlessness. This time, it did not hesitate. It chose to use its strong fist to hit Huang Yi's chest, causing it to dent slightly.
Puff! Huang Yi spat out blood and stepped back a few steps.
At the same time, he slammed the shovel head into the suit ghost's chest.
Ah! The next second, the suit ghost immediately covered his chest, rolling and crying. The blood from the high-ranking evil god believers inspired an extremely terrifying aura.
Endless mumbling made the suit ghost, who was in direct contact, wail miserably.
But soon,
the wail stopped abruptly. The suit ghost on the ground quickly tightened his gray suit. It made its figure look like a thin girl. Huang Yi covered his mouth from coughing up blood. Seeing the girl's face clearly, her eyes were also cold.
This person was the female monitor of Class 2, Grade 3.
She convened every class cadre meeting and was a lively and cheerful girl. Now, there was only a cold corpse left.
Da-da-da, the crisp sound of leather shoes.
It came again from the corridor in the distance.
Huang Yi looked up.
The figure of the suit ghost reappeared. It no longer had one hand in its pocket, and there was no flattering smile in its eyes.
Only ferocity and brutality. There was no smile on its face.
It just stared at him solemnly.
You can't refuse my order. You can't kill me. But I have a good plan. Let's each take a step back. Let's live in peace, okay?
The suit ghost was aggressive. Relying on the advantage of being tall, he looked down at Huang Yi. The muscles all over his body are strong.
The suit is slightly bulging.
The tall body and scarlet eyes give people a terrifying pressure.
Ahem. Huang Yi stared at the other party.
He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his palm.
No answer.
He just pulled the wet mask from his chin to the bridge of his nose again.
This time, he bet right and saw it right. The first rule of killing is not to do it.
Whether it is beat me to death, stab me to death, or assassinate me, they are all orders issued by the suit to himself, in order to rebound the damage. And, by throwing pins tentatively one after another, in order to hurt himself. It is determined that the effective time of the other party's order is only 1 minute. Then it is necessary to reissue the order. Of course, this perverted ability cannot be used unlimitedly. What is consumed is the weird life.
Hey! Are you listening? I'm talking to you. Answer me. Let's just pretend nothing happened, okay?
The suit-wearing man asked, but got no answer. It felt uneasy, and his veins were exposed. He roared fiercely. His twisted and nervous expression. At this moment, he seemed to be impatient.
He. Huang Yi still didn't speak. He just covered his aching chest and smiled gently.
But as soon as he smiled, he felt even more pain.
He coughed up blood.
The mask was stained with bright red.
The suit ghost saw this. His pupils shrank. The next second, he was furious. You guessed it. You actually guessed it. You can't live. You absolutely can't live. I want to die too. Everyone will die. The suit ghost looked at Huang Yi's contemptuous smile. He paced anxiously. But all the time, he could only be furious. At this moment, he was completely sure. This Huang Yi really knew his second killing rule. That is, don't agree. As long as you agree, it will form a new cause and effect. It can allow it to have a new body in front of the person of cause and effect. This is the case with Li Tianqi, and this female squad leader is also the case. And the earliest cause and effect connection between it and Huang Yi was that it answered the call that Huang Yi made to Li Tianqi. At the beginning, it said, he's dead. Many people died, it's delicious. The meat is so fresh and sweet. It's your turn next, okay? Huang Yi's answer was very sure, okay. And the second time, it chose to abandon Li Tianqi's body. The words it asked Huang Yi, "You must become my client today no matter what. Okay?" Huang Yi's answer was also, "Okay."
Now, both causes and effects have been used.
And under the resistance of the shovel, it failed to successfully kill the other party. All its attacks were broken.
Now it wants to establish a new cause and effect, but Huang Yi no longer answers itself.
This makes it feel a sense of crisis. Furious. Ha ha ha, Huang Yi just looked at it.
The laughter became more and more cheerful. He has seen that the other party is sure that he knows its two killing rules.
As for whether there are more, it doesn't matter anymore.
Just knowing these two causes and effects is enough to solve it.
Huang Yi still didn't reply.
His face soon calmed down. He picked up the shovel and smashed the head of the female squad leader who was lying on the ground with her chest covered. Since the other party was already dead. Then prevent the other party from turning into a corpse and plotting against him. Now, after sending the female squad leader to her death, Huang Yi's mood became more and more peaceful. He held the shovel and walked towards the suit ghost firmly and forcefully. This time, he would completely solve it.
"It's your turn to guess my trump card."
The suit ghost heard the words. His expression was panicked.
Seeing Huang Yi's undisguised murderous intent,
the shadow of death overshadowed its exasperation.
"Come here." It issued an imperial decree on the spot. It really stopped Huang Yi's steps. But its fear did not end there. 2 thumbtacks shot straight at its body.
And it could not issue instructions to objects that had already moved. It could not establish a causal relationship with Huang Yi.
Puff, puff. Suddenly, 2 bloodlights exploded on its body. But this time, the thumbtack was different from the previous one.
It contained the level 10 exclusive skill weakness breaking and the level 50 gravity control.
At this moment, it exerted its power. Huang Yi had been preparing for this attack. It was powerful. It made its soul suddenly fade a few points. But nothing happened to Huang Yi. This discovery made the suit ghost furious.
He had a more intuitive understanding of the lethality of the destruction path.
He was even terrified.
But the threat was not over. However, Huang Yi took out the thumbtack again.
This time, he didn't dare to bear such a blow again. He immediately shouted loudly, "Stab me to death."
But Huang Yi seemed to have predicted the suit ghost's move. The bloodthirstiness and gravity control made his figure suddenly explode.
In a flash, he came in front of the suit ghost. "Kill me. Quick!"
Seeing that the shovel was close to his head, the suit ghost's eyes were full of fear. He even screamed at the top of his lungs.
He had an inexplicable feeling of luck in his heart. He hoped to be able to bounce back this fierce attack. In this way, he could kill Huang Yi with one blow. He gritted his teeth.
He was also making final preparations.
But what made his pupils tremble was Huang Yi's hand wielding the shovel actually broke away from the wooden handle. He reached towards the suit ghost's body. Then, the world was spinning. A terrifying and evil aura contained a very solemn gravity, fixed its body firmly. It was as if it was hit with countless nails that were invisible to the naked eye. Even moving became extremely difficult.
Where is, the suit ghost felt uneasy.
Just because in front of it,
it was no longer the corridor of the future hotel full of corpses and blood in the dark night. It was a scene that he had never seen before. It was filled with morning mist. There was desolation in the distance.
In the mist, a cemetery was vaguely visible.
But just one look at it made him shudder. It was like a tomb buried in the mist, with a very high status, and even its site was not allowed to blaspheme. It was difficult to turn the sight. In front of the suit ghost, Huang Yi's figure appeared out of thin air. He stepped on the fine sand and soil. His eyes were cold and tired. The shovel was dragged behind him. It rubbed against the sand, making a terrifying sizzling sound.
Huang Yi's face was full of murderous intent. Gnashed his teeth, "Quick! Speak to me." This time, the identities of the two were reversed. Came to the field that belonged to Huang Yi.
His killing rules are the laws of the whole world.
Talk to me. It seems like it's always early morning among the tombs. The morning fog was thick, obscuring the distant view. Even Huang Yi.
They can only see within 30 square meters. He dragged the shovel. Standing in front of the suit thief, there was tyranny in his calm eyes.
This is the most special battle he has ever experienced. Being pulled into an endless guessing game by the high-level weirdness.
After testing for a long time, I finally figured out the rules of killing. Just now I had the opportunity to get close to the weirdness and pull it into my conscious space. But it doesn't come without a cost. The opponent's high level. It stimulates Huang Yi's nerves all the time. Makes his vision blurry. The spirit is extremely tense. Actually, he didn't have to take such risks. Can directly attack the weirdness? But Huang Yi was not willing to let the weirdo in the suit die easily. This was something that his classmates and the 3 years of high school could not explain. Not to mention, he also wants to test his limits. At present, the most extraordinary people he can bring in are within 70 levels. Even the suit is extremely forced. Fortunately, the SUV is parked downstairs. Otherwise I would never be able to afford it. Huang Yi looked at Su Qi, who behaved awkwardly. I was also relieved. Now, it's his turn. No, want, kill, Sutgui felt the terrifying gravity lingering around him. That panic of being stuck in a quagmire. The smile on its face no longer exists. Some only have a look of panic and fear. Even if it has already recovered. Lost myself. But in the body's instinct, the fear of complete death is greater than anything else. It stumbled and begged for mercy. His eyes were full of pleading. But who knows? After it finished speaking, Huang Yi didn't even hesitate. He agreed directly, okay. But that look in his eyes was extremely cold. Thanks, but Sutgui didn't have time to rejoice in the aftermath. What came towards him was the shovel stained with black blood. Bang! Huang Yi raised his head diagonally. It fell with a bang. He directly chopped Sui Ji's arm until it was bloody and bloody. Ah! Don't want! The next second. A heart-wrenching cry. Then he squeezed it out from between the blood-covered teeth of the suit. It's as if his heart is about to be broken. Here. All it has left is its ordinary body. Not extraordinary. It was as if he had been completely deprived of this space of consciousness. Even the pain is returned with incomparable clarity. Just one chop. Then it made its arms hang down weakly, with only muscles and bones visible. Coupled with the black blood invasion from high-ranking people. It even gave him a splitting headache. The pupils seemed to pop out. Under extreme pain. It lay down hard and rolled slowly on the ground. Don't want, kill me, the suit screams in pain. That sound is howling like a ghost. It keeps echoing in the cemetery, and the weeds sway slightly. They all seem to be dancing with joy. Bang! 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 But Huang Yi didn't care. His face was grim. He held the shovel high and continued to chop. Until one arm of the suit was completely removed, revealing the stark white bones. I promised you all. I won't kill you, so don't worry. Huang Yi expressed relief expressionlessly. Changed direction. The shovel was raised again and aimed at the other arm, cutting off any possibility of it coming into contact with the shovel. The next second, suddenly, it crashed down again. Bloody and bloody. Ah! Kill me. Quick! Kill me. The guy in the suit was tortured to the point of going crazy. The double invasion of body and mind makes it heartbreaking. As if here, its consciousness has become much clearer. But this kind of sobriety, under such inhuman torture, seems extremely cruel. Even if he loves to eat them alive. I can't bear this kind of torture. Please. Huang Yi pursed his lips. The tone was cold. But the slashing action did not stop. Until the second arm was completely chopped off. Every time it falls, he would silently recite the names of his classmates in his mind. Although there will be no resurrection from the dead. But at least it can make Huang Yi feel a little better. If he had stayed in the dormitory at noon today and accompanied them to the graduation banquet instead of returning to the ruins of the chaos, maybe they would not have died. Of course, Huang Yi did not feel regretful or distressed. He is emotionally indifferent. I also know that in these troubled times, everyone will die. I am no exception. Therefore, Huang Yi's emotions were more between regret and anger. He dismembered the suits in order to pay homage to their dead souls in his own way. Huang Yi doesn't like killing, but that doesn't mean he won't do it. Please. I beg you. Kill me. Kill me quickly. How about letting me die? I promise, this is definitely not a killing pattern. Here, I can't use the extraordinary. I really want to die. Please. Ah! Sudway's scream was heartbreaking. Multiple tortures made its body curl up and squirm like maggots. The gray suit is dripping with blood. It screams to the sky, eager to end this life.
I asked you to beg me. I didn't say I would agree. Huang Yi's calm words. Let Sui Qi completely despair. Then, it saw with fear. The shovel was aimed at his legs. Then, bloody and bloody. It's fine. None of my business. He promised me that he wouldn't torture me. You won't leave me to weird. I believe him. Not far away, Han Shuang heard this torture. My heart is full of fear and fear.
The kind of despair that reaches the bone marrow. It made her heart tremble.
Just listening to it makes me feel tortured. Luckily, I didn't hurt his family. Otherwise, what will happen to me? It's certainly not much better. I'm lucky enough to save a life. At least I'm still useful. Han Shuang, believer of destruction, level 53.
At this moment, there is only fear and joy.
Terrified.
Hearing the force of the chop to his legs, he felt extremely strong. He couldn't bear to close his eyes.
Constantly comforting myself. Good. Well done, son. If you make my child angry, you'll die. They all deserve to die. Damn it, why can't I move? I want to kill it too. Mom also couldn't move. I feel anxious inside. I wish I could do it myself. The weirdness of bullying one's own children will be peeled off by cramps. Call it took a few minutes. Huang Yi chopped the suit into a stick. Breathing slightly. There was hot sweat on my forehead. Then, he grabbed the collar of the suit with one hand. He dragged it, covered in blood and unconscious, towards the first rotting coffin. There was a woman lying there. She faced the coffin. It was pitch black all around and nothing could be seen. This person was the female driver who compensated Huang Yi for an off-road vehicle. It's just that after Huang Yi entered the consciousness space, he knocked him unconscious and threw him out. Don't let her hear what's happening here. Huang Yi has his own principles.
Although he is not a good person, he wants her car without her life.
Clang Huang Yi put the strange body in a suit. Throw it into the coffin.
There was a lot of obscenity flowing inside, and the smell was unpleasant.
Thinking about it, the female driver should have been frightened out after being imprisoned, unable to move. Huang Yi didn't care.
He just used the wooden walls of the coffin to limit the strange struggle.
There are too many words on the tombstone.
Huang Yi saw it unexpectedly.
That fell on the rotten wooden tablet on the ground. There are some extra numbers.
This made Huang Yi's expression change slightly. Gravedigger advanced ceremony, slaughter the city, kill 10,000 people.
Progress, 468 people. Huang Yi's pupils shrank slightly. Breathing is heavy.
He was not shocked, but surprised.
Killing the slaves counts?
In the ruins of the chaos, he killed many human skins. After returning to Contract City, many men without facial features were killed on the road.
But these don't belong to humans. This person refers to a living body? Huang Yi's face turned serious.
If this is the case, then he will have no psychological burden when he kills.
Let out a heavy breath. Huang Yi then withdrew his attention.
He picked up the tombstone from the ground and inserted it at the head of the grave.
Make it more visible. Once the numbers change, you can notice them. Immediately afterwards.
He then lifted the shovel that supported his body.
The back of the suit stuck in the coffin.
While dripping with blood, the black blood also invades its spirit all the time. Huang Yi didn't care how long it would last.
As long as it cannot survive until it dies, that is enough. Promise me. Hold on longer, okay? Huang Yi licked his dry lips.
The tone was cold.
But Sui Gue didn't hear it at all.
My consciousness was originally chaotic and I fainted. But the shovel directly pierced its suit, and the black blood came into direct contact with its flesh. Make it worse than death. He shouted until his throat was hoarse as if on fire. Please bear with me. Huang Yi walked towards Han Shuang, and his calm words made him blink wildly. It seems to indicate that there is no problem.
You won't disturb yourself. Huang Yi nodded.
Walking towards Han Shuang's mother, who had her back turned. There was some disappointment in his eyes.
There's chaos everywhere. Not sure where my sister is.
Perhaps the appearance of the strange realm can narrow the scope. I'll bring her back.
Huang Yi sighed slightly.
Then he exited the conscious space.
At his feet, lying down was the female driver who was thrown out by Huang Yi.
At this time, he had already fainted. The pants were wet and yellowish.
Sent you back.
I'll leave the car downstairs for you.
The matter of hitting me is settled. Huang Yi just glanced at it.
Then he withdrew his eyes. At this moment, he was standing in the corridor on the 7th floor of the future hotel. Through the corridor, you can clearly see the night of the 18th city, with fires everywhere. There were riots in many places.
The extraordinary aura keeps bursting out.
It seems that the sheriff and Weird are at war. The gloomy sky above his head was dyed with a layer of blood.
Huang Ye's eyes were calm. News of the death of a former classmate and roommate.
It was also completely digested by him. Becomes without joy or sorrow. It seemed that no more traces were left on his indifferent heart. Even when his mother and sister died, it was only a short period of pain. Then they accepted the fact that they had become dead souls. But at least 2 of the classmates survived.
Huang Yi looked back at the public men's restroom behind him.
Inside, he also locked 2 classmates. One is Qin Feng, Huang Yi's deskmate and study committee member. The other one was Yang Xingyu, the first girl to awaken when Huang Yi returned to school and led the team to the contract temple to confess.
Huang Yi adjusted his mask. This image now. I had no intention of going in and getting to know each other. He just glanced at it. He simply went downstairs.
When he comes back this time, his main target is still his sister. But the problem is that the cultists have broken through the 4 city gates, and there is killing and chaos everywhere. There was no way to confirm where my sister was. The 18 cities are too big and the possibility of finding them is extremely low. Looking for it as a headless fly will waste your energy in vain. But Huang Yi was the only thing he was sure of.
It's the weird location where you killed your classmates.
So, Huang Yi came over. He went from encountering a suit thief to solving him. Only 10 minutes have passed.
It's not a waste.
What made him feel slightly more at ease was, at least he arrived in time and saved 2 classmates.
Now you can look for it with peace of mind.
Huang Yi withdrew his gaze.
Go down from the 7th floor.
On the road, I saw many corpses. There were hotel service staff and students from other classes attending the graduation banquet. I've met before, but I don't know him.
Cross their bodies and come to the 6th floor.
5th floor. 4th floor. Suddenly, Huang Yi stopped.
Pupils slightly dilated.
From the railing, he saw the residential area in front of him, a terrifying bloody light rising up without warning.
According to Huang Ye's experience,
that was clearly the fluctuation of the strange realm.
It exudes a terrifying aura that stimulates the spirit, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. The real advancement ceremony has begun.
Huang Ye's eyes narrowed. He could sense it from a distance. Many powerful auras headed towards the strange realm.
Those auras were clearly the top powerhouses in the 18 cities. The chaos is preparing for the final sprint for the advancement ceremony.
Strange dead souls. They are all attracted to the strange realm. He lay on the railing and saw a lot of strange things, and also headed towards the bloody strange realm.
Huang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This will actually help him find his sister.
After all, the scope has been narrowed to the inside of the strange realm,
rather than the entire contract city. Roar! Huang Yi was about to turn around and go downstairs.
But I heard a terrifying beast roar coming from the sky.
That breath reaches heaven and earth. It exudes an aura that is hard to beat. This scene.
Huang Yi's head trembled. He had felt the power of such a contracted beast before.
I still have lingering fears. It was clearly among the ruins of the rioters. The Yanyan eagle encountered when trying to leave the strange realm. Just resist once. He gave up almost all his extraordinary abilities. Still hard to beat. Within an hour of driving back to the city. Just recovered a little. Is it support from the main city again? How many people are here? Why are contract beasts so terrifying? Huang Yi was stunned.
He didn't know that the only support coming from Contract City was Li Hongyi.
And Li Hongyi left the pet in the city. There are even as many as 4.
Each statue has gone through 2 rounds of evolution.
Reach level 70 or above. This is the source of the contractor's unparalleled power in the later period. Level 70, hell.
Looking at it before, it was very stressful. But now, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long in front of these beast pets.
My goal. It's no longer about saving my sister before the hell ritual is successful.
But in front of the pet, after finding my sister, leave safely. Huang Yi felt heavy. But he didn't hesitate at all. Run directly towards the blood-red strange space. Despite waiting for the opportunity to fish in troubled waters.
But the difficulty has skyrocketed.
If that hell didn't have the help of his teammates, he would probably fall directly. The old man I met when I was in my hometown.
Will he come? Huang Yi was slightly doubtful.
He still has the old man's cell phone number.
But he thinks it's unlikely.
Although both of them are from the same organization. But it is not in line with the style of the cultists to die like this.
But it should be. The utopia still has support. Huang Yi exhaled heavily.
Resolutely, he rushed into the bloody strange domain.
Here. It is the real advancement ceremony of the 70th level hell. Sister, in the strange domain. 18 cities.
The subway station in the city center. Principal Chen of the beast-taming No. 3 middle school had a solemn face. He stood on a tall building and looked around.
The major city gates were lost, and there were wars all around.
There won't be many strange killings.
But the chaotic scene is enough for people to kill. Chen Jiqing's eyes were deep.
White eyebrows were frowned. Although the subway station in the city center under his control seemed very safe for the time being. But as more and more people rushed there, this made him more and more uneasy. The more people there are, the more dangerous the situation will be.
No one can tell. Is it the cultists who deliberately drove the people to the center? Chen Jiqing paced anxiously.
Although the major cultists and strange dead souls were dealt with by the sheriff.
But Li Hongyi's contracted beasts did not listen to the official dispatch at all.
Their goal was very clear, only attacking the 70th level hell.
Even prevent the cultists from having new support.
As for other levels, they simply disdained to attack. Although this is considered by many sheriffs as watching someone die without helping. It will indeed cause a waste of resources and a shortage of personnel. But the senior officials know. In the overall situation, only the existence of these contracted beasts can deter the chess players hiding behind the scenes.
This plan against the 18 cities. The intention is sinister. Even at great expense. Chen Jiqing shook his head.
The most common reports he heard were that cultists were captured alive somewhere. Cultists were slaughtered somewhere. But it was still difficult to stop the unrest. Especially the appearance of strange ghosts, which made the panic of the people reach its peak. That kind of cruel killing method. It made countless people feel heartbroken and scared.
Everyone understood. This ceremony will end soon.
But the price, the 18 cities may not be able to afford.
Is there any new news from the front?
Chen Jiqing asked his subordinates with a serious look in his eyes.
At present, a level 63 monster was found in the North City cinema.
It has been captured by the joint efforts. The lawyer was killed and the principal of the second middle school was injured.
This news made Chen Jiqing's face even colder. He was silent for a long time. Just nodded calmly.
Indicated that he knew the news of his old friend's death. At his age, he has achieved such an achievement, so naturally there are no executives he is not familiar with. That lawyer is fair and just, and enforces the law strictly. But facing the unpredictable pattern of killing, everyone is very headache. It is impossible to guess what kind of puzzle the monster will give. Once you guess wrong, you will pay the price of your life.
Chen Jiqing sighed. I think even if I go there myself, it will not be good, either death or disability. The ghost control looks very strong, but it will not be understood until the later stage that people have been driven by ghosts. Any other news?
Chen Jiqing had no expression on his face.
The subordinates were excited when they heard this. Yes.
Mr. Li Hongyi has already taken the subway back to the city. It is estimated that it will take only half an hour to reach Shibuqing. Chen Jiqing did not feel optimistic when he heard this. Instead, he was quite solemn.
Another half an hour?
He looked in the direction of the shelter. I am afraid that those people will not be able to hold on for too long.
Cities everywhere.
There are shelters built.
Living supplies are complete. It is for unavoidable disasters like today. Now,
in the underground parking lot of a high-rise building,
the light is dim. Countless panicked people gathered.
They looked terrified. They were out of their minds. I think they must have encountered great fear.
There were cultists in my neighborhood, and they caused a fire.
So many people shouldn't have died, but a stampede happened.
It's such a pity.
I saw a strange ghost. I'm obviously higher level than it, but I didn't dare to do anything. We live too comfortably. When I saw the chaos, my first reaction was not to run away, but to watch, because too many people died like this. The evil spirits broke through the major city gates, and the sheriff couldn't handle it. I had a premonition that something big would happen, but I didn't expect it to be so big that it would directly enter the city. The college entrance examination has just ended. What should those candidates do in the future? It is said that many students from Shiba Beast Taming University came out to quell the chaos, but the probability of survival is so low that it's outrageous. Treating living people as part of the upgrade. The cultists are so hateful that everyone can kill them. Emotions of panic and anger accumulated in the underground shelter. But when I think of the terrible disaster, no one has the courage to face death. Many people sat numbly on the ground, praying to the god of contract, hoping that the disaster would end as soon as possible. Squeak 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 deep in the shelter. The circuit seemed to have poor contact. The lights kept flickering. It made people feel uneasy. Under the light tube, a man and a woman sat. They had a cold temperament and a gloomy face. All over their bodies, there was a message of keep away from strangers. Many people subconsciously stayed away from them when they saw them. I don't want to sit next to them. Therefore, a 5-meter natural isolation zone is left around men and women. Mom, it's so crowded here. I want to go there. The little boy sits in the crowd. I feel like breathing is not smooth. Pointing to the open space for men and women under the lamp. Pleading said. Unexpectedly, these words made the woman's heart tremble. He immediately covered the little boy's mouth. Reprimanded in a low voice, stop talking. Those two people look very strong. It shouldn't be ordinary people. I'm afraid I have official duties. Don't get into trouble. When the little boy heard this, he also looked curiously. Turned to the two men and women. When my mother relaxed, she asked loudly, brothers and sisters, are you here to protect us? These words almost frightened my mother to death. His eyes were full of panic and dissatisfaction. Sorry. Children are ignorant. I'm talking nonsense, I hope I won't disturb you. The woman apologized quickly. And this exchange also attracted the attention of others. Many people have actually noticed it. The pressure was vaguely released within these two people. The people present did not dare to get too close. Brother, which unit are you from? A middle-aged man took out his cigarette case, handed one over, and asked in a low voice. But the two people didn't respond. The man's eyes were dull. The woman lowered her head, her face buried in the shadow of her long hair. It seemed like he didn't see the cigarette being handed to him. Don't smoke? The middle-aged man stuffed the cigarette back into the cigarette case. I asked a few more questions. There was no reply, which made me feel like I was asking for trouble. Why is it a little cold? But the middle-aged man did not return to his original position. Instead, sit next to them naturally. But the chill that penetrated into my bones. He couldn't help but shudder. He looked up and looked around, but he couldn't find the source of the cold air. Both of you. I think you are also among the best. Can you tell me something? Which evil cult organized this siege? The middle-aged man shrank his body from the cold. Zelisu motioned to the cigarette in his hand. You don't mind, do you? After saying that, he started to mind his own business. These words made the man turn around. There seemed to be a little life in his cold eyes. Utopia. The man looks like he is in his mid-20s. Chinese character face. Looks very determined. There is a reassuring power. It's this temperament that is too cold. I don't know what the identity is. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard the reply. Vain surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The men and women that so many people dare not approach must be powerful, extraordinary beings. Now he actually replied to me alone. As expected, I am also a high-status person in the upper class. Utopia, what's that for? The middle-aged man chatted cheerfully. Hold a cigarette in your mouth and make a fire, all in one go. But who would have thought that the man with the Chinese character's face shook his head? I don't know. That's true. After all, cultists have brain problems. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Like a deep nod. Then, he asked in a low voice, what about this little brother? When will this disaster end? I still have a business to run. It's not big though. But I have more than 50 people in charge. If they don't go to work for a day, I will lose a lot of money. Said. The middle-aged man raised his hand. The suit sleeves automatically retracted to the arms, revealing the golden watch. The brows are tight. It seems that time is not passing by. But his money. The Chinese character turned his head when he heard this. It made the middle-aged people's hearts tremble. Then, he smiled. Teeth are dark and yellow, immediately. These words made countless people prick up their ears. It's also incredible. What do you mean? Will the disaster end soon? So fast?
There are still many evil spirits causing trouble outside. I just saw a lot of people crowding into the shelters, and they can hardly hold them anymore. Believe those two, they look extraordinary. Maybe it's support from the main city. Just looking at them, I feel thrilling. They must be very strong. The people are full of hope.
They were all discussed. They all returned their wishes to the contract gods and thanked them for their blessings.
What does it mean immediately?
The middle-aged man was also stunned for a moment.
I didn't understand what the other person meant at all. But after hearing what Guazilian said next, his body froze. The whole person was terrified. Lin Xiao, it's time.
There's enough chaos outside, and people are being driven right into the center.
As long as the mysterious realm unfolds, it will definitely satisfy your advancement ritual. It's time to start.
The Chinese character face has a sincere smile, which frightens the middle-aged people. The cigarette fell on his expensive pants. It was so hot that he woke up immediately.
Flee in panic.
He didn't expect that the other party meant that it would end immediately, not that the disaster would end.
But their lives are going to end. The disaster has just begun. This time.
In his subconscious mind, he could only run for his life.
It seems that as long as you stay away, you can survive.
But other people saw his gesture.
Also extremely confused. What's wrong with him? Why did you run away suddenly? Did they say something?
But the middle-aged man was frightened. It seemed as if no inquiries could be heard.
Push your way out of the crowd. He even used extraordinary powers.
The obese contract beast Xiong was even more frightened than him and squeezed away from the crowd.
Run! Run away! They are not human!
The middle-aged man screamed for his life.
Heartbreaking. But the people's attention was all on him. It's impossible to understand what happened. Baba and the men and women under the lamp.
But still maintains the original posture until I heard the man's words. The long-haired woman named Lin Xiao slowly raised her head.
There seemed to be a smile that couldn't be suppressed on that face. All the while laughing silently. Then it turned into loud laughter. Several bloodstains were suddenly torn open on the pale face.
The cracks spread from her face to her whole body, densely packed.
Half of his head lost its support and hit his back.
There was only some scalp adhesion, but my head didn't fall off.
Her laughter became more and more excited and enthusiastic. I have long, can't wait. The next second. That crazy laugh echoed in the cramped basement. In the blink of an eye.
A blood-red mysterious realm. Inside her broken head, it rippled out like water waves.
Any people shrouded in laughter and mystery.
He turned into a devastated slave on the spot. And the middle-aged man who was still running away also froze in place.
His expression was blank and his expression was violent. His beast pet also gradually lost its life as the contractor transformed. Soon it turned into bones. The strange realm quickly enveloped an area with a radius of 5 kilometers. This is a refuge area for crowds. The advanced conditions were met instantly. Level 70, Hell.
Advanced ritual, turn a city into a mysterious realm. Keypoint, in the strange realm, the more strange things appear, the stronger they will be, and the feedback from those who are promoted will be stronger.
Note, the highest weird level must not exceed those who are promoted.
The man with the Chinese character face saw this.
He just nodded calmly. There is no excitement or excitement. It seemed like he was just doing something trivial. You continue to devour the slaves. Hurry up. I'm going to help you keep those bugs out of your sight.
A word of caution from the Chinese character face.
He held up his knees. He stood up from the cold ground. Those deceitful slaves in front of me. It even retreated like a tide. Leave a channel for the Chinese character face.
No one knows whether the slaves were driven or instinctively frightened. This mysterious realm. Although the coverage area is not large. But it occupies a quite central area. It includes a large number of middle classes, residential areas with the largest number of residents, and subway stations.
Chen Jiqing is also included. It's over. The advancement ceremony is actually in this place. How can they hide here? Who on earth protected them and let hell in, now?
Chen Jiqing was shocked,
full of rage. Hell is hidden in a place like this.
It also displays the mysterious realm. Those with low extraordinary levels may not be able to withstand a single encounter and turn into walking zombies. Even if it is finally solved, the 18 cities will still suffer heavy losses.
These middle class are the real mainstay of the 18 cities, gathering a large number of top talents from various industries. But now, he was served from the same pot. I'm afraid that the future economic vitality will come to a halt. Who? Suddenly. That Principal Chen standing in the high-rise building.
But I saw a man with a Chinese character walking out of the underground shelter.
That man also noticed Chen Jiqing on the roof. Immediately showed a confident smile. The teeth are dark and yellow. This moment. Principal Chen was shocked. Destiny, nothingness. Level, 79. He had a premonition. The 18 cities may be destroyed. Where's the support? Are you here yet? On a high building.
Principal Chen saw the man with a Chinese character coming out of the shelter.
Inner urgency.
A strong sense of crisis arises.
Just look at it.
I felt great pressure to survive. The contracted beast in his mind told him to run for his life.
Chen Jiqing knew it very well. This cultist is definitely not something he can stop. On the way.
The bloody treacherous realm covers the sky and the sun. The subordinate used the radio to send out a signal for help.
Urgency written all over his face.
His consciousness gradually became muddier. The sight was filled with scarlet blood.
Chen Jiqing's eyebrows were solemn.
He stared at the man downstairs in fear. And in his contract God plate,
the pet animal that has been with him for many years even issued a panicked warning. Ask him to leave quickly. Escape? Absolutely not. I am capable of fighting. As a principal, we cannot give students the image of deserters.
Chen Jiqing's heart was beating wildly. His chest rose and fell rapidly, as if his survival instinct was about to come out. But he still restrained himself forcefully. He even refused the urging of the contracted beast. His face was solemn. Be prepared for a desperate fight. Before he falls, he must not let more people be turned into slaves.
You want to fight with me? Downstairs, the man with Chinese characters raised his head,
looking at Chen Jiqing contemptuously. The scary smile revealed dark and yellow teeth. Those words that are smiling but not smiling fell in Chen Jiqing's ears. Like a symbol of death, the pressure on the other party becomes heavier and heavier. On the road to transcendence, those who have mastered it are our teachers.
I don't dare to fight with you. Chen Jiqing let out a heavy breath.
He shook his head firmly.
My heart is extremely solemn.
But that look became more determined. But I have official duties, and there are some things I have to try. The Chinese character face heard this. There was a hint of emotion on the smile on his face. I admire you decent people very much.
A mouth full of benevolence, righteousness and morality.
And he's willing to put it into practice, even to the point of losing his life.
I can't do it.
Even those who obey me have never fulfilled my promise.
But those who rebel against me will perish easily.
Finished speaking with a Chinese character face. A slight coldness appeared on his entire face. He stretched out his right arm full of muscles, showing a grasping gesture from the void. The end of the tiger's mouth was pointed at Chen Jiqing. With his left eye closed, he seemed to be holding an invisible sniper.
Not good.
When this gesture is formed, Chen Jiqing had a crazy warning in his heart. A breath of dead silence.
It surged forward like an overwhelming mountain. Just feeling. Chen Jiqing was shocked to the spot. Pupils widened.
It was as if he had forgotten to escape.
Chen Jiqing. Level 65 contractor. Ouch! Just then. Behind the sluggish Chen Jiqing's head, a silver-white contract disc appeared out of thin air. A two-headed wolf sprang out in terror from the divine disc. But its action is not to escape quickly.
Instead, he bumped into Chen Jiqing reluctantly, his wailing sound conveying farewell.
Bang! Chen Jiqing hit the ground.
His forehead was bruised and blood oozed out. It also allowed his consciousness to return from the panic. After coming back to his senses, the first thing he wanted to do was get up and check on the two-headed wolf.
But that hasty action.
However, his body was unable to maintain balance and fell to the ground. At this time, he was shocked to realize. His entire right arm disappeared without a trace. There was no blood on it, and there was no pain.
Chen Jiqing's pupils trembled.
Touching the broken part in horror, there was nothing there. It's as if the arm never existed. He looked up in surprise. What's more, he couldn't feel the presence of his old friend, the pet, who had been with him for decades. Shall we? Chen Jiqing's eyes were full of fear. In that midair, there was no trace of the pet animal at all. There was only a handful of tail hairs, slowly falling down.
He was stunned for a while. There was disbelief in his trembling eyes.
And he stayed here. It was also grasped by nothingness and completely shattered. At this moment,
All Chen Jiqing could think about was running away. I can't die. Can't die here. I have to escape. Chen Jiqing had a cold war.
At this moment, the whole person came back from the shock.
His face was full of panic. Climb on the roof with one hand. The figure is stumbling.
But his strong desire to survive made him grit his teeth and persist.
I'm already a useless person.
The mission of stationing here has been accomplished.
No matter how hard you hold on, there's no point. There's nothing I can do. I can't die.
You must not die here in vain.
I still have a role. And years of promotion experience. Level 65 teaching level is a more important weapon than combat power. Even if I can't protect students in the future. But at least I can get down on the ground and pave the way for the kids.
In the ideal country, I, Chen Jiqing, am determined to teach the most powerful contract master in my life and slaughter him.
Absolutely. At this moment, Chen Jiqing's emotions have never been so excited, determined and sad. He held the tail feathers of the gray wolf and endured the pain of his left arm being hit by the broken stones on the roof. He walked towards the corridor. He was even more desperate. Just a face-to-face, almost completely destroyed. Even the contract beast of more than 60 levels could not resist the casual grip of the square-faced man. Chen Jiqing has taught for many years and has a lot of combat experience with nothingness believers. But such a huge gap. He couldn't think of resisting. As long as he can live, this revenge can be avenged. His mind, under the threat of death, runs rapidly. Abrupt. Finally formed the appearance of a teenager. That person has a golden faith god plate. He is calm. It is also his only hope now. Huang Yi. Where the hell are you? Please don't die. You not only shoulder the hope of reviving the 18 cities. Now. You will also increase my personal hatred. I beg you. Help me to avenge, help the little gray wolf to avenge. I am willing to spend the rest of my life praying to the god of contract for you. Looking at the old man's crazy crawling posture. The subordinates beside him were even more shocked. Mr. Chen. He had been struggling to resist the invasion of the strange domain on his body. The man's voice was vaguely heard from downstairs. The next second, Mr. Chen's arm was pierced. Even the two-headed gray wolf that had been born and died was turned into ashes. All this happened too quickly, leaving him no time to react. When he came to his senses, he had already seen the originally gentle principal. At this moment, he had become a crazy old man with a face full of struggle and embarrassment. Mr. Chen. I'm here, I'll take you away. The subordinate's voice trembled. He approached in panic. But in front of his eyes, the bloodlight was even thicker. Everything he saw was surprisingly blurry. It seemed that he could always hallucinate, and fresh pieces of meat appeared in front of his eyes. Between the wings of his nose, he could smell the sweetness of blood. On his neck, there was also a strong blood smell. It was rushing to his brain, making him gradually become painful and irritable. Xiao Lu. At this time, the subordinate heard Chen Jiqing's serious voice. In the words, it was cold and dissatisfied. The subordinate Xiao Lu's body stiffened. What happened? Chen Jiqing crawled on the ground. The old skin on his left arm was pierced by gravel. Blood seeped out. His eyes were serious. What level are you? Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment. As if he was recalling with difficulty. Finally, he slowly said, I am responsible for conveying information, a level 25 contract master. Chen Jiqing took a deep breath. His face was solemn. His tone was regretful. You are about to become a strange slave. I can't die. Do you know what I am saying? Xiao Lu heard this. He stepped back in horror. He raised his hands. Looking at them, there were double images. There were many cracks in his palms. Blood flowed on the surface of his body. But it did not fall. Xiao Lu felt sad. His expression gradually became numb. As if he accepted the reality. I know. Chen Jiqing said lightly, do you have any regrets? Listening to the familiar voice, Xiao Lu showed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems, not. As an information reconnaissance who has been through life and death. One of the conditions for joining the company. I want a non-commissioned officer without any worries. Xiao Lu answered resolutely, and then turned back silently. He staggered up the fence. At this moment, there was no fear in his heart. Only acceptance of the next fate. He already knew that he could not stand up to the invasion of the strange domain. Just standing on the fence. He had already used up all his strength. Xiao Lu was blowing the last evening breeze of the contract city. His body and mind were more happy than ever before. Principal Chen.
On my behalf, I would like to thank 18 cities for their care and trust in me over the years. At the same time, as a student of beast taming number 3 middle school, I did not bring shame to my alma mater.
Thank you all for your cultivation.
After saying that, he opened his arms without hesitation. He jumped down from the tall building.
Let the free fall.
But at this moment, his heart was filled with reluctance. Taking advantage of the last consciousness, he gritted his teeth. He shouted hatefully in the air, "Ice and snow unicorn crocodile, follow me to fight the enemy. Kill the cultists."
Suddenly, there was a sound of ice breaking. It exploded in the night sky. Then, behind Xiao Lu's head, an illusory bronze divine disc appeared. A weak crocodile also tried to roar with all its might. Roar! In the roar of the ice unicorn crocodile,
sharp icicles fell from the sky. The stone bricks were dented and damaged. But soon, they melted away like snow meeting fire. Melting together with them were the man and the crocodile in the air. Their existence is like a drawing board in the air, being gently erased with an eraser.
Good skills.
The man with a square face retracted his palm, wiped the ice crystals from his face, and praised sincerely, "It's better than raindrops."
It's a little cold. He looked back up. He didn't take Qin Jiqing seriously.
This was one of the top experts in the 18 cities, but it was not worth his while to go upstairs and kill him. Losing your pet also means losing all your means. I am afraid that even a contract master of more than 10 levels can bully a helpless old man at will.
Men have no interest in this.
His goal from beginning to end.
It will always be the support from the main city.
It is said that he is a powerful enemy.
Your opponent is us. Right now.
When the man with the Chinese character face just fell into thought.
But I heard it. There was a loud shout in the sky not far away.
Outside the bloody realm, there were several powerful auras.
Coming quickly. Are you finally willing to take action? You still think that just like us, hiding in the dark can deter our actions? Wrong.
Your hiding will only encourage our arrogance. The man with the Chinese character's face twitched the corner of his mouth. There was a confident and arrogant luster in his eyes. Immediately, his body slowly rose into the air,
heading towards the 4 contracted beasts that came quickly.
However, the Chinese character face felt somewhat regretful in his heart.
According to their information, these are Li Hongyi's contracted beasts.
This young man's contract godplague now contains the existence of 7 pet beasts. As long as you reach level 80, you can perfectly control 8 contract beasts.
His talent is as good as his father. Such a genius. It would be a shame if we couldn't meet. If Li Hongyi is here, you can try to kill. Erasing the top geniuses should be enough to cut off the contract city's luck, right?
It's a pity that Li Hongyi entered the situation alone and created an advanced environment for us, which also means exposure.
But an opportunity like this is really hard to resist. The ceremony has to be moved forward. A little rushed. But at least it's a safe landing.
I just don't know if Yu Weiman, the old man, can cause some trouble to the young people, soon. The man with the Chinese character's face floated to the edge of the mysterious realm.
Tall body. Stop all 4 pet beasts. Yes. You are right. Your opponent is me, General Liang, city center. Shrouded in blood.
Chen Yilin looked around and saw that even the walls seemed to be covered in blood.
Elusive and unreal.
But the threat of death is real.
Master, I can't do it anymore. You run away. Leave me alone.
A young man's vision was cloudy.
Confusion.
At this time, his body was shrunk into the kangaroo's pocket. The voice was weak and sobbing, mixed with unbearable pain.
Stop it for me, mother-in-law. When I take you on a mission, can I leave you and escape on my own? I don't have a tutor like this.
Chen Yilin, deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, immediately scolded him coldly. You can see that the young man's face is covered with split bloodstains.
Also very anxious.
His apprentice had just graduated. Although he is only level 28 now.
Not as good as level 37 Pansen, and far behind Li Hongyi.
But with the scarce resources in the 18 cities, to achieve this result is considered a genius.
But now.
However, under the invasion of the strange realm, he continued to get sick.
It made him anxious. Even worse.
Or the female spy chasing after her.
But I will only hurt you. Master. Let me die. I beg you. Put me down, you can escape. I'm about to become a slave. Even if I have the extraordinary power of the kangaroo to support me, I won't be able to hold on for long. I don't want to hurt you. The young man became more and more excited. He covered his face with his hands and cried bitterly. But what he saw before his eyes were blood marks on his palms. Extraordinarily eye-catching. Crack! The young man just finished speaking. But what came was not comfort. Instead, it was a heavy slap that made the young man's mind go numb. Roll! You are crying. Are you embarrassing my criminal investigation detachment? After you get out, write me a job transfer application immediately. I, Chen Yilin, don't have a useless apprentice like you. Chen Yilin's face was full of anger. But the pace was not slow. In the square of Central Park. Run away quickly. But no matter what, it seems that I can never escape the depth of darkness. Can't escape. You can only save the extraordinary and give it a try. Chen Yilin was panting. After swallowing, he turned back with a determined expression. Pa over there, a beautiful and youthful woman. Come barefoot. On her body, the red dress was eye-catching and sparkling, as if soaked in a lot of blood. With every step, countless blood will be shed. Accompanied by the black footprints. There was an evil breath. What made Chen Yilin feel heavy? It was the white candle inserted into the body of the strange ghost, but it ignited a black flame. If I was not mistaken. That was also a kind of strange domain. A level 40 strange, with a strange domain, was unheard of. You can't escape. Can you let me eat you obediently? I promise to be gentle. The female ghost raised her head. There was a deep crack at the corner of her mouth. There was a little cowardice on her beautiful face. The voice was soft and weak, but the cruelty in the words made Chen Yilin's heart sink. She was Huang Ruoying, the sister that Huang Yi was looking for. Chen Yilin stopped in the square. The musical fountain next to me was weakly spouting water. Under the influence of the bloody strange realm, what seemed to be gushing out was thick blood. He looked at Huang Ruoying, who was walking barefoot. He just looked solemn. There was no look of fear at all. Sun Fan. Just bear with it. Master will determine the winner as soon as possible. Chen Yilin's tone was heavy. Exhale slowly. The aura of the whole person gradually increased. It is extraordinary to have a level of 38 at the age of 35. But in front of this level 40 weird soul, he still felt stressed. Faced with the unpredictable riddle, both he and the contracted beast became cautious. Weak-hearted. Roar the kangaroo's cry is hoarse, as if it has a mouthful of phlegm. It placed young Sun Fan on the ground. He jumped to Chen Yilin's side. Those big round black eyes were full of concentration after encountering a powerful enemy. Kangaroo, get ready for battle. Chen Yilin's eyes were cold. The words are short and powerful. When Huang Ruoying entered the attack range, immediately issued an attack command, level 30 skill, Wuxiang Mingwang. The words just fell. The contract beast standing next to Chen Yilin. His temperament suddenly changed, and he became somewhat solemn. The thick tail stiffened. Send the strong body of the covering kangaroo to the female ghost. He kicked his leg so hard that Huang Ruoying staggered. Immediately afterwards, both fists continued to punch out like water, and the surging suppressive force made Huang Ruoying's expression painful. The black flames from the white candle stuck on her red dress became flickering and flickering under the constant blow. It seemed like it would go out at any moment. Her shortcoming is candlelight? Chen Yilin keenly discovered this anomaly. Whenever the female ghost is attacked, the black fire in the body will become disordered. The dead souls have a killing pattern. It is a mixture of exclusive skills and the spirit and flesh that are eaten. Therefore, it is difficult to detect based on personality, appearance, abilities and other aspects during life. I can only keep guessing in trial and error. Chen Yilin looked serious. But my heart was extremely nervous. As a living person, the cost of trial and error he possesses is ridiculously low. If you guess wrong, you may be in danger. Today, I saw the black flame flickering out again. This is also the only change that has occurred in this female spy. This is the only clue. We can only trace it downwards. Chen Yilin took out his pistol and baton. Also prepared for war. Such thoughts came into my mind. No more hesitation. He immediately opened his mouth and ordered, "Kangaroo covering the sky, continue to suppress the enemy. Be sure to extinguish every candle on her body." The words just fell. The kangaroo's originally weak boxing skills. Another violent surge. It gritted its teeth,
resisting the fatigue after the explosion, and continued to punch. Huang Ruoying was beaten until her body was dented, her nose was bruised and her face was swollen.
Final. In the roar of the kangaroo covering the sky, it raised its tail to the ground, glared with its legs, and finally kicked Huang Ruoying to the ground. Chen Yilin watched nervously. In the scene, he also ushered in the changes he wanted to see most. A candle flame was completely extinguished. The moment the firelight disappeared, a wisp of black smoke also rose. Chen Yilin and his contract beast both smelled a burning smell. What's going on? The mysterious realm seems to have become more intense. Chen Yilin had no time to rejoice. He saw that the smoke surrounding the female spy seemed to be getting darker. This moment, the uneasiness in his heart also reached its peak. This weird dead soul. It was completely different from what I had encountered before. The fragility of the body seems to have been deliberately compensated. The more you fight, the tougher you become. Afterwards, I realized that maybe the extinguished flame was the beginning of the nightmare. Back off. Just then, Huang Ruoying fell to the ground, slowly rising from the ground. It was as if the black smoke was supporting her body. There are 4 white candles around the female ghost's abdomen. 3 burns and 1 goes out. But under Chen Yilin's gaze, the candle that was extinguished seemed to be resurrected. And the aura on the female ghost's body, also more powerful. Chen Yilin shouted immediately. At the same time, he even pulled the safety bolt and shot at the female spy. Longing for physical power, it can deal a blow to the strange dead souls. But the facts proved that it was also useless. Roar, hear Chen Yilin's warning. The movements of the sky-covering kangaroo were also swift. With your legs bouncing, you have to stay away from Huang Ruoying's smoke zone. But its speed is still slow. Shrouded in black mist. Let out a strong roar of pain. Will is breaking down. Level 40 skill, sky shading bag. Chen Yilin gritted his teeth. He shouted immediately. Now it's time to fight. Their strongest ability to press the bottom of the box can no longer be left to deliver the fatal blow at the end. The most important task at this moment is to ensure that the heaven-shaking kangaroo is out of the influence of the black fog. Otherwise, it may encounter an accident. Wawa Chen Yilin's order was issued. The contract divine disc and the kangaroo are connected by blood. He immediately activated the heaven-shaking kangaroo's skills. The pocket on the abdomen. It swelled against the wind. It not only gathered the invading black fog, but also took Huang Ruoying standing in front of it into the bag. It was faintly visible. The blood-colored hell's strange domain nested in the periphery. A trace of bloodlight was also taken away. Will it work? Chen Yilin's eyes were dull. He was extremely nervous. This skill. It was the most lethal soul bead skill that he could find that was most suitable for the heaven-shaking kangaroo. Once the enemy was caught, he could continue to restrict the enemy. Turn the enemy into rotten pus. But in the face of such weirdness, Chen Yilin did not dare to take it lightly. He did not hold such hope. As long as he could consume the female ghost and delay it. Let her retreat under the instinct of survival. That's enough. Roar, but the next second. The roar of the sky-covering kangaroo was agitated. Chen Yilin's heart trembled, hearing the emotions in the pet's cry. As if telling himself, run away. But as soon as the cry fell. But I saw turbid black smoke gushing out of the sky-covering kangaroo. Countless smoke, from the pet's belly pocket, vented out. The kangaroo's cry was unusually hoarse. As if it was enduring great pain. Then, when all the black smoke left the pocket, it turned into Huang Ruoying's figure again. At this time, the blood-colored nightgown on her body, at some point, turned into a pitch-black skirt. Black mist lingered. And Chen Yilin was even more horrified to see. The 4 white candles were all extinguished. Thank you for helping me put out the candles and activating all my strange domains. With this black fog as a barrier, I should be able to avoid being noticed by hell. Even being swallowed up. Huang Ruoying's eyes. I don't know when they became extremely dark. There was a hint of gratitude on her delicate face. Although they were not bad. But she didn't feel any pressure at all. In her opinion, the only one who could make her lose the courage to challenge. The only one was her brother. She had been taken away and had seen the 70th level of hell. But it was very strange. The other party was obviously very strong and wanted to eat her as nutrients for promotion, but she was not afraid at all. Even she looked down on that kind of talent.
She had seen her brother's potential. She knew what a top-notch genius was. In her high vision. Although hell was strong, it was not the most desperate. If this is your last resort, the game should be over. Huang Ruoying put away her attention. On her innocent face, a little regret emerged. Although hell is advancing and devouring, I am also seeking greater improvement. It is okay to eat people, and it is also okay to swallow ghosts. This is a carnival of the dead souls, and it is also a hell for the living. Chen Yilin heard the words. His pupils shrank. The solid psychological defense line was instantly defeated. Isn't the candlelight a weakness? Instead, it is the switch to activate the ghost domain. Chen Yilin smiled bitterly. The whole person's temperament instantly aged by dozens of years. Became gloomy. I guessed wrong, and I lost. Not unfair. But he was very unwilling. Looking at the female ghost surrounded by black fog. He even raised a pistol. His face was fierce. Jitin kangaroo, take Sun Fan away. The farther the better. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of gunfire rang out. The swift bullet rolled up the black fog and the residual wind. But the body of the female ghost seemed to no longer exist. It couldn't hit the entity at all. Roar! The heaven-shattering kangaroo screamed in pain. Unwilling to say goodbye to its master. But facing the strong command from the contract god plate, it could only stuff the fainted young man into its pocket with tears in its eyes. Jumping farther and farther. Bang 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 bang. The bullets slanted out. When the magazine was empty, Chen Yilin's spirit was also taken away. His body shook, as if his spirit had lost support. He laughed at himself and was too lazy to put the pistol into the gun bag. He just silently put the baton on his shoulder. Ready to fight. Puff. But without the blessing of the contract beast. The fragile body of the contract master looked extremely ridiculous. Huang Ruoying had a cold expression. With a flick of his finger, a black mist, like a dragon and snake, directly pierced Chen Yilin's arm. The rubber baton could not be held steadily and fell to the ground dully. Chen Yilin's clenched teeth suddenly loosened. He screamed in pain. The black mist wrapped around him, tightening more and more. Chen Yilin fell to the ground. His face turned purple. He seemed to be suffocated to death. I'm going to eat now. For the freshness and nutrition of the food. I'm sorry I can't let you die early. I may make impolite eating movements later. Please bear with me. Huang Ruoying approached timidly, pursing her thin lips. The expression was panic, but it also revealed madness and expectation. It's like a bud waiting to bloom, and the shame of marrying a happy man. Subsequently, she mustered up the courage and knelt beside Chen Yilin. The pupils without whites looked around. The final location. Locked in those strong arms. If it hurts, please, be sure to shout out. Huang Ruoying took a deep breath. Then he reached out his hand expectantly and grabbed Chen Yilin's arm. The latter struggled angrily. But he was bound tightly by the black mist dragon snake, and his ribs were breaking. But he is very tough. He didn't beg for mercy at all, he just glared at Huang Ruoying angrily. Click, 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 immediately afterwards. Huang Ruoying's slender and white hands. As if he had found a treasure, he grabbed Chen Yilin's arm and slowly rotated it. Let the elbow joint make a breaking sound. It was like tearing apart the chicken wings of Orleans. The fresh and tender blood is like golden and crispy sesame oil. But at this moment, above the square, a bored urging came. Stop torturing him, give him a good time. The square was blood red. The fountain water was flowing weakly. Huang Yi came with a thumbtack in his hand, exhausted. Looking at the dying Chen Yilin, he just urged impatiently. He didn't like the heart-wrenching shouting, it was noisy. Are you, younger brother? Huang Ruoying heard the words. She turned back in astonishment. A trace of confusion and struggle flashed across her innocent face. This made Huang Yi's heart tighten, knowing that she had eaten a lot of meat during this period of time. Her reason and memory were both destroyed a lot. Huang Yi softened his tone, it's me. Come back with me, Mom is waiting for you. Huang Ruoying was surrounded by thick black fog. It was surging and rolling, as if it was showing her inner struggle. Finally, she stood up from her kneeling position with her head lowered. She looked lonely. Sorry, but I can't go back with you. Why? Huang Yi frowned. The elder sister smiled sincerely, her mouth stretched to her ears. I ate meat and became very strong. Once I go back with you, I can't eat meat. Look, even now, you are preventing me from getting promoted. So, Huang Ruoying became more and more frustrated, and finally, there was a little more dissatisfaction on her face. So, I can't go back with you.
Don't be so stubborn. Huang Ye's eyes suddenly became impatient when he heard this. The only remaining guilt in his heart.
He gradually became irritable in the resistance of his elder sister.
Now,
Huang Ye's sweater was stained with dried blood.
Even the duckbill cap was not spared. That day,
he killed his way from the contract city to the ruins of the rioters, and then killed his way back. His main goal was to find his elder sister.
After seeing the bloody strange domain covering the city center,
he rushed there as soon as possible. On the way, he met the blind strange slaves and the cultists, and slaughtered them mercilessly. Look at the destruction wooden tablet in the consciousness space again. The handwriting on it also changed. Gravedigger advancement ceremony, massacre the city, kill 10,000 people.
Progress, 1,001 people.
At the moment when he saw his sister Huang Ruoying,
Huang Ye's advancement ceremony has reached 1/10. I'm not being irritating. I'm really super strong. I can protect you too. Huang Ruoying became more and more excited.
Her reason was gradually becoming turbid. As if on the verge of collapse.
Huang Yi heard this.
But he approached with a scolding tone.
I don't need it. What strength do you have to want to protect me? Come home with me. Huang Ruoying's face was full of pain in an instant. Struggle and suffering.
It made her consciousness chaotic and uneasy. The black mist on her body was cold and cruel.
She said in a low voice, "Can you not be fierce to me?"
Huang Yi felt the brutality surging from her body.
Just narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, "Why? If you are mean to me, I will want to kill you too." Huang Ruoying's pupils were dark, emitting a fierce luster.
The 4 extinguished white candles inserted around her lower abdomen.
Even more shaky, rising dark flames. Okay. Sister's answer. Huang Yi rarely refuted. Just stopped. The look he gave his sister. There was more heartache and indifference. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can beat me, I admit that you have the ability to protect me. I won't stop you from eating meat and force you to go home with me. Huang Yi spoke calmly.
Tear off the hood of the sweater that was pressed on the cap.
Make your vision wider.
This, Huang Ruoying's dark pupils trembled when she heard the words. As if she had heard some terrible topic. She was frightened and returned to rationality. But she heard her brother's voice just fell. Huang Ruoying was horrified to see the other party's figure, pressing at a very fast speed. The baseball cap was blown by the strong wind. It flew to the ground. It left a trail of afterimages and quickly approached her.
Wait a minute. Huang Ruoying panicked instantly.
The black mist on her body became restless. She hurriedly used the black house dragon snake, as if to cut off Huang Ye's attack.
But the next second, Huang Ruoying's body and mind sank. The black mist covering the hem of her skirt was immediately controlled by gravity. It actually collapsed and fled directly. Destiny, destruction. Level, LV60.
At the moment when the black mist dissipated, Huang Ruoying saw in horror a pair of blood-stained palms
breaking through the smoke blockade, reaching directly to her face. The terrifying suppression force made Huang Ruoying full of fear, and she couldn't move. She could only see it.
That hand grabbed his head and smashed it onto the floor.
Boom! The tiles dented and fragments flew everywhere. Huang Ruoying's pupils were dilated and her consciousness blurred instantly. Her body was stiff and she fainted completely. She didn't even have the slightest power to fight back.
This single blow made Chen Yilin, who was standing by, feel heavy-hearted. He had already tried his best to deal with the female ghost and had tried everything. But still can't crack the killing pattern.
Doomed to fail.
But now, the female ghost was defeated directly.
The stimulation brought by this rough sense is very strong. Should I run away now? Chen Yilin tilted his head. He asked himself inwardly.
Looking at the scene of being crushed unilaterally, covering the hole in his arm, he gasped in pain.
Then, he saw the man slowly walking towards him.
I should thank you for not letting me die in pain. Chen Yilin did not struggle, and he didn't even have the strength to sit up.
He lay on the cold square floor.
On his purple face, there was sincere gratitude. Huang Yi.
Huang Yi paused.
I heard that Chen Yilin revealed his identity. There was also some surprise in his eyebrows. I thought you would pretend not to know me.
It's useless. Chen Yilin shook his head.
The weak face was full of sincerity. I saw your sister's appearance. If I were alive, With my professionalism, I would definitely investigate the life of the female conspirator, and then I would definitely trace her to you.
Now you stopped her from killing me. But it doesn't mean that you will let me go. I can understand what you're doing.
So, it's me who should thank you for letting me die with dignity.
Huang Yi nodded in agreement. I like smart people.
Chen Yilin smiled sadly and coughed a few times. I'm not as smart as I thought, I'm just observant. At least, I saw that you had a secret when I first met you. But I never dared to think that you were really suspected of killing Pan Senior. On the contrary, I made a mistake.
Chen Yilin originally wanted to say.
On the contrary, it was his disciple Sun Fan who was still chasing clues about Huang Yi that night.
It was confirmed that Huang Yi was not in the dormitory that night. But everyone, including myself, was led astray by the inertia of thinking. He even personally rejected the possibility of continuing to pursue Huang Yi.
All colleagues in the criminal investigation team believe that this newly born contract believer still has the Jinpin faith. Even if he had contact with Pan Senator, but it's not worth the effort at all, so the suspicion is naturally eliminated. Unless, Huang Yi is stupid in public and reveals his destruction ability.
But Chen Yilin paused for a moment.
But he moved the topic lightly. Concealed Sun Fan's situation.
But he also knew it very well.
Under Huang Yi's multiple concealments, it was basically certain that he was an innocent passerby. It has nothing to do with Pan Sen's death.
Suspicion is almost zero. Today's situation.
On the contrary, Pan Sen is suspected of colluding with the cultists. Pan Sen's death has already led the cultists to cross rivers, demolish bridges, and kill people. The blame should indeed fall on the dead.
This is a reasonable guess. Politically, it is the result that the executives of the 18 cities want most. The main city can be dragged into the water.
By confusing matters and sharing power and responsibility, the losses caused by senior executives' negligence will be reduced.
Eventually it became a confusing account. It is also a conclusion that everyone can accept.
Even though Pan Sen was once a genius and was valued by many high-level officials. He also has the top animal pet, the Su dog, which is the 12 zodiac signs.
But the effect of a dead genius is even stronger than that of a living genius. If he died, many people could live. Suspicion? Huang Yi smiled softly. Not a murderer? Chen Yilin also laughed and kept coughing. Whether you are a murderer or not should be determined by the law. My duty is only to find the suspect.
You have found the suspect now,
Huang Yi said calmly. Chen Yilin regained his breath. The pain of suffocation is gradually getting used to.
He struggled to hold himself up, but still couldn't. Lying helplessly on the ground, he narrowed his solemn and deep eyes. I want to know, was it really you who killed Pan Sen? Although he has identified Huang Yi as major suspicion.
But Chen Yilin still wanted to get the exact answer from the other party.
Sometimes, the truth is just unacceptable.
Huang Yi was indifferent.
I work in criminal investigation, and the thing I'm not afraid of the most is the truth.
Huang Yi looked at Chen Yilin's confident eyes calmly.
After pausing for a second, he satisfied his curiosity. I killed Pan Senior. Chen Yilin's eyes trembled. This result did not surprise him.
Just not sure why. His pet can read minds. Hearing this, Chen Yilin smiled silently. There is endless emotion in my heart. Judging from the contact time between the two, it was less than 1 day. Huang Yi decided to take action.
It can be seen that his mind is quick and his attacks are ruthless. Now Chen Yilin learned that Pan Sen's contracted beast could read minds, which answered many of his doubts. No wonder Pan Sen asked Huang Yi what gods he believed in. Which way is the apostle?
It can only be said that cleverness leads to mistakes. A death not unjust.
Chen Yilin looked at Huang Yi haggardly. But there was a moment of silence. Then he stopped smiling. His face became serious and solemn. Even though you are a believer in destruction. But in fact, it is also a belief in contract gold. Huang Yi just smiled silently when he heard this. Chen Yilin didn't mind at all. You must understand my little thoughts. But I want to believe that you have been a full-time student in Contract City since you were a child. I chose to stay in Contract City again. I definitely prefer the atmosphere and livable environment here. I hope that you can lend a helping hand when the 18 cities are in crisis in the future.
The words fell into Chen Yilin's eyes. A little more depth.
There was shock and disbelief in those eyes. Li Hongyi is a genius of a generation. Not only the most talented person under the contract god. Even among the younger generation, he is among the best. But you, Huang Yi, you are the most special. They are gifts, and you are a miracle.
Chen Yilin's pupils widened. He didn't hide his horror. He did not forget that some time ago, they served as escorts. When I saw Li Hongyi get out of the car, I felt insignificant and ashamed deep inside. But it was completely different from what Huang Yi had. Under the watchful eyes of the two gods, we can live in peace and harmony. And you can get a gold-grade divine disc. This no longer belongs to the category of talent. But no one can understand it, deceiving gods and ghosts.
But it also means danger. Huang Yi did not refute, but explained his situation truthfully. These words made Chen Yilin think.
Actually, as long as you don't reveal your ability to destroy, you'll be fine.
And you are being watched by two gods.
Although nothing is happening at the moment. But the anger and dissatisfaction of the gods will come down sooner or later. This is a curse. After you recite the divine teachings, you are destined to be unable to escape.
He was thinking about Huang Yi seriously. Then, his eyes became serious. He sincerely advised, "How about you surrender to the contract wholeheartedly? You don't need to look at me with sarcastic eyes.
This is my selfishness and my sincere advice.
As long as you keep using the extraordinary power of the contract.
At least, no one will think you are a cultist until you suffer the backlash.
And in our 18 cities, we can have a top talent. If someone can pretend to be a good person all his life, then he is an out-and-out saint. Huang Yi would naturally not be fooled by him."
But Chen Yilin was right. He does enjoy living in a peaceful environment more. Without any intrigue, life and death. Huang Yi just responded calmly, "Are you trying to win over me?" Chen Yilin said firmly, "Yes."
"Aren't you afraid of me?" Huang Yi smiled half-heartedly.
"Afraid?"
Chen Yilin smiled hoarsely, "I just hope that I can help you find your way back before you die.
Contribute more to the city that gave birth to me and raised me." Huang Yi nodded, "Let's talk about it later. After all, you can't say for certain,
I will be exposed one day in the future."
The one who was ordered to get rid of me was Contract City. Chen Yilin's eyes narrowed.
There was an inexplicable tremor in my heart.
He stopped talking.
He knew very well that this was extremely possible. If Huang Yi really becomes a top contractor in the future, the 18 cities responsible for cultivating him will bear the most important responsibility.
Not only will they be held accountable, but they will also risk being removed from the list.
If Huang Yi causes great trouble, then the 18 cities will have to bear the judgment of mankind.
Enter the ruins of chaos forever.
In terms of the joint system, only the 18 cities will be dispatched.
Chen Yilin's heart was deep. His face struggled. This moment. He wants to live like never before. Under balance.
The risk of wooing Huang Yi is far greater than the gain of getting rid of him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yilin's attitude changed. Due to the decisive decision of the Deputy Criminal Investigation Team, he had vaguely given up on the idea of wooing Huang Yi. But I was excited and wanted to tell the executives this information. Get rid of Huang Yi at all costs. That's the only way. 18 cities are the safest and safest. Perhaps we can also avoid even more terrifying disasters in the 18 cities in the future.
No, too much. It only brings pain.
Huang Yi sighed slightly. I saw the change in his expression and attitude. It seems that you also realize why I want to kill Pan Sr. Chen Yilin's face at this moment.
Desperately vicious.
His eyes were fixed on Huang Yi. Gritting his teeth, "You are a freak, you don't deserve to live.
You know what? Many people may die because of your specialness." Huang Yi had no emotions in his heart. No bitterness.
There is no intolerance.
Not even the slightest struggle. I just want to live well. Who won't let me live? I won't let anyone live. If this was a subway problem, then I would definitely pull the handle in the opposite direction while lying on the track.
I'm tired of the law of the jungle, but survival of the fittest is indeed the truth.
It's effective enough. Huang Yi squatted down.
In the grasping palm, there are dozens of thumbtacks.
Thumb push.
Push a nail between the index and middle fingers.
Calm explanation, no more unpleasant topics. At least, I came at the right time.
Saving you from the cruel torture of death.
You should thank me.
But Chen Yilin stood up suddenly. His face was cold.
Enduring the pain, he pinched Huang Yi's neck.
He wanted to kill Huang Yi with all his strength.
Now,
he forgot the fear of death. Not even afraid of the pain of Ling Qi, I just want to kill Huang Yi before he dies.
Even if this is an almost impossible task.
He also fought tooth and nail.
Go to me, Chen Yilin shouted ferociously.
But those words stopped abruptly. Along with the disappearance of the sound, there was also the breath of his life.
Bang Chenyilin's pupils were dilated, falling heavily to the ground.
On the forehead, there was a hole punctured by a weak point. Blood gushed out from the back of the head. The ground was red and white.
Huang Yi did not add gravity control because he respected his professional ethics. To save Chen Yilin's face. I said it.
The truth will only make people unacceptable.
Your attitude. You told me the answer again. Huang Yi calmly put the thumbtack back into his pocket.
He picked up the pistol that Chen Yilin had dropped on the ground. The bullets inside had long been emptied, and the shells were scattered all over the ground.
Huang Yi didn't mind.
After playing with it for a while, he stood up expressionlessly. He saved the other party from the pain of being eaten alive, and told him the truth. The other party's attitude changed from gratitude, relief, to madness, unacceptable, and even wanted to kill him. This 180-degree change was not unexpected to Huang Yi.
I accept your gift. He put the pistol into his consciousness space as a return gift from Chen Yilin. Looking at the other party's gradually cold body, he also responded softly, "Now, we are done with each other. Go with peace of mind."
Then, Huang Yi took his sister's body
into his consciousness.
After enduring the stinging pain for a moment, he picked up the baseball cap that fell on the ground.
He patted the water stains. He left the scene without any regrets.
Only Chen Yilin was left beside the music fountain, with his eyes wide open and unwilling to close.
Jumping contract 18 cities. A kangaroo dances wildly in the bloody night. Strong legs. Stepping on the stagnant water on the street, we headed firmly towards the edge of the strange realm. There are many scars on it, dripping with blood and bloody flesh. These are all left behind by the treacherous slaves encountered on the road.
But the kangaroo that covers the sky has no intention of entanglement at all. He tried his best to escape the encirclement.
Those wounds hurt. But it didn't have the sorrow in its heart, and it was even more painful.
Roar the sky-covering kangaroo roared unwillingly.
In its perception, the aura of the master Chen Yilin has completely disappeared.
This means that he will not live long either. But the kangaroo still refused to give up. Enduring his grief, he tried his best and resolutely carried out Chen Yilin's final mission. It is necessary to take Sun Fan, who is about to get sick in his pocket, away from the realm of mystery.
Crack after a few minutes.
In the desperate escape of the level 40 sky-shrouding kangaroo,
it finally arrived at the edge of the bloody realm. The body swayed.
But he didn't dare to fall down. Carefully placing the dying Sun Fan in his arms on the ground, he collapsed from exhaustion. The breath also quickly became weak. It looked at the young man beside it, and the pain in its heart rose like a tide. Let the kangaroos that cover the sky let out a shrill cry. But I only dared to vent for a few seconds. Then he forcibly restrained his emotions.
It's clear. This young man actually couldn't hold on for long.
Chilu had whimpered and moved closer to the young man. The long tongue licked the bloodstains on Sun Fan's face.
Gently heal the latter's wounds.
He also passed on the extraordinary power left in his body to him. I hope it can help Sun Fan get through this difficult time.
Well, Sun Fan's tightly closed eyes twitched. The originally stiff fingers also had some reaction.
He is in the chaotic depths of consciousness. I felt the roar of the sky-covering kangaroo and the transmission of extraordinary power. Even more warmth leaves moisture on the face.
Gradually, Sun Fan's consciousness is also gradually returning. After a long time, young Sun Fan weakly opened his eyes.
What he saw was the sky-covering kangaroo dying in front of him. His limbs were stiff and his body and mind were numb. Even opening his eyes became extremely difficult. But he was unwilling to fall asleep and tried his best to open his heavy eyes.
Just that sad emotion. It cannot be retained on that numb face. On the handsome face. Unknowingly, 2 tears fell silently. Heartbroken, master, father. I found my sister. Maybe I should also consider it for myself. Huang Yi stayed away from the empty square. Come to the alley with dense buildings. Avoid drawing too much attention to your whereabouts. He has peace of mind.
Not only did he save his sister when hell advanced, he also saved the lives of 2 classmates. Although there were regrets during this period, many classmates lost their lives, and even the head teacher Lu Feng died in strange hands. But this is already the limit of what Huang Yi can do. He is not hard on himself. There's just a lot more urgency. Before the college entrance examination,
Huang Yi's attitude towards all teachers and students. All gentle and calm.
Even when facing Principal Chen, they are equal and neither humble nor overbearing.
Because he himself knows it.
He has such confidence in level 60 destruction.
To put it bluntly, this is a posture of looking down. I have confidence in my heart and won't worry about it.
Now, as soon as he graduated, society gave him a blow. Just as he was about to embark on the path of spiritual practice openly and no longer hide his identity as a cultist, he saw countless extraordinary beings who wanted to compete with him.
Once you suffer a loss, the price is your life. There was no way to keep the peace. The opportunity is rare. You may not have this opportunity next time. Huang Yi breathed out.
A black blood shovel appeared out of thin air in his hand.
At this time, his head was still slightly swollen. There is a new understanding of the limitations of conscious space.
It's very difficult to load a car into it.
It's also very difficult to pretend to be a 60+ level weirdo. You can only choose one of the two.
It can be seen that the volume and weight of a vehicle are considered a type of energy. They cannot be inserted at the same time.
Otherwise, I will definitely have a splitting headache. It is simply impossible to devote oneself to thinking and fighting. If I advance successfully, will you give me more permission?
Huang Yi carried this expectation.
Holding the shovel, he walked into the bloody night and followed the sound of people laughing maniacally not far away.
As level 60 destruction,
Huang Yi cannot be the first to massacre the city. Being targeted by the 18 cities would definitely be a disaster.
But you can definitely occupy the magpie's nest and rob the resources of hell.
Slaughtering the slaves is also an advanced part of the gravedigger. The living are transformed into slaves.
It is better to keep these resources for hell than to eat them yourself.
I want to grab this blessing too. Huang Yi had a clear idea and made a decision in an instant. There is no trace of sloppiness.
He once said that if given the chance, he could kill even the 70th level hell. This is not a show of force, but his true thoughts. It's just that the level 60 destruction that has not been advanced is indeed very reluctant. The last hit is more than enough, but facing him head-on is full of dangers.
Buzz buzz on the road.
There was a dull engine sound.
Huang Yi walked through the narrow alley. From a distance, I saw a bus driving fiercely on the street. Ha ha ha. Everyone get in the car. My skills are superb. Absolutely fast and fierce. Is there a traffic police officer? Ha ha ha. I'll hit you to death. The driver pulled down the window and laughed maniacally. Then, the fated blue bus crashed straight into the police dummy model in the middle of the road. Dragged the dummy for tens of meters. Finally, it hit the stone pier of the guardrail and stopped. In the driver's seat,
the uncle driver was honking his horn crazily.
The laughter is extremely crazy and exciting.
Huang Yi looked at the uncle driver who looked somewhat familiar.
That face and hands.
There are bloodstains flowing from them, and they have undoubtedly become part of hell.
Became an irrational slave. Huang Yi squinted his eyes.
Looking at this familiar bus model. The license plate number looked even more familiar, and he had not forgotten it. I once made a memo on the mobile phone given by my class teacher Lu Feng.
This is the only bus that travels between Changnan subway station and school. Now, Huang Yi is happy from the heart. Advanced ceremony. Let's start with you. Huang Yi's eyebrows were peaceful.
Approached the car with its wheels spinning with a shovel in hand.
He raised his hand and said, "Hello, master, open the door, I want to take the car." Take a car? Okay. The driver uncle heard this.
His expression was startled.
The face covered with bloodstains was smiling happily. Underneath, there is a luster like magma flowing. The uncle greeted warmly, "I'll pick you up right now." Finished. He stepped on the accelerator pedal desperately.
The head of the car hit the stone fence, the wheels spun wildly, and the worn tires made ruts. The exhaust pipes emitted billowing black smoke. But the car and the stone pier were still at a stalemate. The uncle driver was also full of surprises.
"I want to turn around, is it so difficult? Why can't this thing be knocked open? Gone. For a broken stone pier, does the quality have to be this high?"
His scarlet pupils flashed with irritability and violence. He slapped the horn fiercely.
Then he stuck his head out and said, "Young man, don't panic. There's something wrong with the car. When I get off the car and move the stone pier, we can turn around." Huang Yi approached with a shovel. Listening to the words is also a rare relief. Reminder, why don't you try reverse gear? The uncle driver was stunned and asked seriously, "What is reverse gear?" This time, it was Huang Yi's turn to freeze.
His expressions hardened.
It seems that this uncle driver has become a slave. There is still some instinct left,
but most of the memory and reason have long been lost in empty.
Fine. I'll come up and fix it for you. Huang Yi waved his hand. Without further explanation, we arrived at the front door of the bus. The driver's uncle was also full of joy. Okay. Young people today are still enthusiastic. Back then, I often repaired other people's cars. Put the parts on my car and it will fit perfectly.
Then he pressed the door switch. The heavy retractable door made a loud crash and spewed out strong gas.
Create a path that can accommodate one person through.
The driver's uncle had an expectant smile on his beard. But deep in those eyes, there was deep malice. But when he saw Huang Yi stepping on the bus pedal, that fat body trembled with horror. His face looked horrified. His eyes were full of fear.
Hey, young man. Talking about you. Dangerous items are not allowed on the bus here. Don't you know?
The uncle driver looked stern but has a soft heart. He spoke with lack of confidence to reprimand.
I want to drive Huang Yi out of the car.
He just saw the black blood shovel in Huang Yi's hand.
I just couldn't help but feel terrified.
The padded cushion engraved with the best fit for his hip shape seemed to be filled with needle points at this moment.
Make him restless. How can I repair it for you without tools? Huang Yi seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Go up to the money box.
He even took a look at the layout inside the car.
The windows are extremely tight and the spaces between the seats are narrow. Every time you sit on it, it looks like a small bench. And that aisle can only tolerate one person passing through.
There was still human vomit on the ground, which had not been cleaned up and was stuck together, exuding a strong stench.
In the nook and cranny.
There are also fallen moldy spicy sticks, scattered hair, paper towels stuffed in the gaps, etc., hiding dirt and evil. Opening the storage bag behind the backrest, you can see all kinds of leftover garbage wrapping paper.
I don't want you to fix it for me. This car belongs to the public. Rough and durable. Isn't it just that I can't find the reverse gear? As long as it has forward gear, I can drive it home. It doesn't matter whether you have that thing or not. The company has a dedicated maintenance technician. I don't need you anymore. The uncle driver was sweating profusely.
Deep down in his heart, there is no greed for flesh and blood.
Instead, it sparked intense uneasiness.
It seemed that what he saw was not a docile cat, but a ferocious giant tiger with steel teeth and sharp claws. Suddenly, he huddled in the driver's seat. Eyes filled with horror.
I just want to send this plague god away quickly. That won't work. I'm already in the car. Nothing will go down.
Huang Yi looked at the familiar scenery inside the car. He also withdrew his gaze. He pulled the bloody mask on the bridge of his nose. Now, all he could smell was the sweetness of blood, instead of the stuffy smell in the car. He was quite satisfied. These words made the driver uncle panic.
Good guy. Overlord forces himself into the car?
He immediately waved his hands, as if to drive away annoying flies. Then I won't play with you.
Get down here. I have to go home, otherwise my wife will be cruel to me.
I'll go back right now. The driver's face suddenly became a little panicked. Just wait until I think about it. Where is my home? Who is my wife? It's over. Why didn't I think of anything? By the way, who am I?
Severe panic appeared on the uncle's face. Stand up from the driver's seat. At a loss.
In various storage compartments, I searched blindly and nervously for objects that could prove my identity. But his move didn't start long ago.
But I heard behind me, there was a violent sound of chopping.
The sound was quick and powerful, like a baseball bat hitting the thin rolling door.
The driver was startled. He turned around in astonishment.
But he saw the young man covered in blood, using a shovel to break the anti-collision column of the bus. The glass of the whole car was shattered in an instant.
The fragments flew like thunder. How dare you? You dare to chop my car? The driver left the driver's seat immediately. He took Huang Yi's arm and begged, Young man, what are you doing? Is this how you repair a car? This is the guy I make a living with. Then I won't look for the reverse gear. Don't smash the car.
Huang Yi was amused when he heard this. Don't worry, you won't have to eat anymore.
Why? You've changed to eating people. Huang Yi shook off the driver's arm. He was left with a blank look on his face. Bang, bang, bang.
He chopped down several times.
The cross-section was neat and clean.
Soon, the bus turned into a roofless open top. The compartment that Huang Yi had been complaining about for a long time finally had air.
The stinky smell in the compartment seemed to disappear in an instant.
Only the sweet fragrance of the air was left. It made Huang Yi quite comfortable.
Looking at the stiff driver beside him, he felt a little lonely. A cultist's advancement ceremony broke the originally peaceful rhythm of life.
The speeding driver became a strange slave and was considered dead.
He didn't empathize with the dead.
But he completed the thing he had been thinking about for 3 years in high school. Not only did he not feel a sense of accomplishment, but he felt bored. In the future, he would go to the beast taming university to learn more about contracted beasts. He would not go back to his hometown. Naturally, there was no need to take this bus to go back and forth between school and the subway.
I'm afraid I will never take this bus again. You always sent me before. It's my turn this time.
Huang Yi approached the driver with a dull face. The latter listened to the familiar voice.
Seemed to remember something.
Looked at his blood-stained hands in disbelief. Blood-colored tears fell silently in his stunned pupils.
What?
The driver replied subconsciously. His face was full of confusion.
Huang Yi patted the other's shoulder and said calmly, I'll send you on your way.
Hearing this, the driver's pupils trembled. Emotions suddenly became intense.
But soon,
when he saw Huang Yi's calm face, he strangely regained his calm.
He remembered something.
Although the other party was wearing a mask, his impatient eyebrows did not change at all. The uncle vaguely remembered that in the past 3 years, every weekend and holiday, there would be a student with an indifferent temperament sitting in the car.
As if he was always out of tune with the surrounding environment.
Although he appeared friendly when he said goodbye to other students at the school gate, the driver could see that the student who put on a mask after getting on the bus had a natural barrier between him and other people. Being approachable was just his disguise. He observed that this student was very interesting, and he also vaguely learned from other students that this boy came from the ruins of the riot. Therefore, every time the boy got on the bus, he would deliberately drive fast, trying to tease the young man to be happy, experience speed and passion, and hope that the other party would be excited.
But to his disappointment, he always got a gloomy face.
But the driver also found new fun. It was actually quite fun to deliberately make him angry, especially when the other party was obviously very unhappy, but he kept it in his heart and refused to say it, and he couldn't get rid of himself. Every time he stopped the car, he could see Huang Yi's irritable back, and he couldn't help laughing.
The mood of the day would become brighter.
At least the boy's angry mood was what a normal person should have, and it was real. But the most important thing is that the ruins of the rioters should be very far away.
Although I have never been there. But if I drive faster, their family can be reunited as soon as possible. More time to spend together.
The driver looked at Huang Yi's familiar stinky face. Past memories flashed one after another. Immediately he smiled with relief. Okay, young man, then you should be more efficient.
I am old and afraid of pain.
Then, I saw a shadow falling quickly, and blood was splashed. P.S. In Despair and Wasteland, occasionally a light chapter is inserted, and some small foreshadowing is collected by the way.
I personally like this rhythm. I don't know what you think. Gravedigger progress, 1003 people. Huang Yi calmly left the bus. Walking inside the dead and silent strange domain. Looking around.
All the houses and trees were splashed with a layer of blood that made the eyes uncomfortable.
He looked inward at the destruction wooden tablet. Also slightly silent. The area I am currently in.
It belongs to the edge of the strange domain. But it is also a residential area, with a large number of strange slaves. He looked at the townhouses around him. In his eyes, a sense of satisfaction arose. It seemed that what was wandering there were not terrifying undead, but rich treasures.
No wonder there is such a thing as human resources.
For cultists who need advanced rituals, it is pure fuel.
Huang Yi felt fortunate.
He had contact with the ritual tombs in advance. He also determined the advanced rituals of the gravediggers.
If he was still ignorant.
According to his calm temperament, in order to protect himself, he would definitely stay away from disputes. Then this good fortune was delivered to his door.
He could probably only sniff a few. There will be more transformed slaves in the center of the weird domain. But there is no need to be too aggressive. The resources needed by hell are only higher than mine.
If I can take the surrounding resources, it will be enough to break through the limit of level 60.
Huang Yi was very sober.
If he was greedy and aggressive, he would only need hell in advance. The level 66 suit-wearing ghost had already exhausted Huang Yi. If he faced the level 70 hell who had awakened the weird domain, he would have no chance of winning. Hualala, he fished out a few thumbtacks from the consciousness space. He stuffed them into his trouser pockets and the long pockets of his sweatshirt.
Huang Yi held the shovel in one hand. He walked into the community without security. A tiger among the sheep.
That night, he was covered in blood. His socks were full of wet and sticky blood plasma.
Gravedigger progress, 1,500 people. Progress, 2,000 people. Progress, 2,500 people.
What he killed. All were walking corpses who had lost themselves. He was at ease and had no scruples. As he walked along, corpses were everywhere, like a bloody killing god. His eyes were more scarlet and indifferent than those of the strange slaves. At the edge of the strange domain, a square-faced man stood in the air. He was in a battle with two beast pets, and it was difficult to separate them. His name was General Liang.
Level 79, Fate of Nothingness.
After fighting for half an hour, the calm and confident look on his face was no longer there. What was left was only solemnity and unwillingness.
Are these beasts so hard to kill? General Liang looked irritable.
He used the exclusive skill of nothingness. It could kill people without a trace, and could not be distinguished by the naked eye. But every time he used it, he was easily avoided. As if he had been prepared. He did not cause any damage to the contracted beasts in battle. Instead, he used a lot of extraordinary power. He made the situation evenly matched. This was something he had not expected. It was an incomprehensible battle experience, and the heavy feeling accumulated in his heart. He could not believe it at all. He was actually delayed by two beast pets of more than 70 levels that had not yet been commanded by a contract master. You know, without a contract master to provide extraordinary amplification, the power of the beast pet will only be greatly reduced. It is already very good to have 50%. And now, he and the two contracted beasts are evenly matched. If Li Hongyi comes back, what will happen? He no longer dares to think about it. This is not the first time that General Liang has fought with a late-stage contract master. His Void Extraordinary is very suitable for long-range sniping, and has special attacks on contract masters with weak bodies. But Li Hongyi was not at the scene at all. He gradually began to doubt. Was the strategy of leading Li Hongyi away wrong? Although the main force went to the ruins of the rioters. But the other party had no worries at all. There was no chance to attack at all. Burn! All the cultists should be burned to death. A lizard fire dragon, with an excited and high-pitched voice. From a mouth and nose full of sparks, a long rainbow that filled the sky was sprayed. The terrifying high temperature can melt steel. Monster, lizard fire dragon. Level 76. Major direction, air combat, bombing. Soul bead skills, on the ground. A monkey with long golden hair, holding a red oil paper umbrella under his armpit, clapped his hands excitedly, expressing his approval of the lizard fire dragon's opinion. Roar, 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 my eldest brother is right. And the golden hair on its body, like countless silk threads, swept towards General Liang with its fangs and claws. It caused great restrictions to the void. Monster, long-haired golden monkey. Level 71. Major direction, control field. Soul bead skills, General Liang's face turned cold. He stretched out his hands. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Is this the end?" In an instant, the golden hair that was overwhelming and pressing down on him was suddenly broken into a huge gap. He must first solve the monkey that was restricting him. He was tired of being restrained. But his hands that were stretched out to the long-haired golden monkey. But he didn't feel the real feeling. His pupils were stunned. But he saw that the long-haired golden monkey, carrying a red paper umbrella, avoided his fatal blow again. Appeared on the other side. Then, a golden river like a waterfall poured up again. General Liang clenched his fist. Forced himself to restrain himself. Stay calm. His purpose was to cover the advancement of hell. There was no need to entangle with them. When he was about to retreat to the edge of the strange domain. But he saw a torrent like magma, spraying towards him from a hidden angle. Ha 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 ha. Distract you. Watch me burn you to death. The lizard fire dragon laughed wildly. The fat belly seemed to be filled with magma and fire. Let the scales on the body be bathed in fire. Something is wrong. General Liang narrowly turned this attack into nothingness. He was also annoyed by the entanglement. Looking at the two soul beasts that were the main attackers. He also realized the problem. There are still two contracted beasts that have not joined the battle. One of them may be able to predict my actions.
General Liang's pupils shrank. The whole person's sense of crisis suddenly broke out. In his impression,
there are only 12 zodiac animals with such a supreme talent for pets.
At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. In his heart, there was only one firm thought. With murderous intent, Li Hongyi, you must not live. Bang 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 in the distance.
An old subway slowly drove over. After stopping, a handsome man with a wolf's tail walked out leisurely. He patted the dust on his body. Looks in a good mood. The matter of the rioters and ruins has been temporarily resolved.
It's time to end this in the 18th city. On the shoulder, the golden-red Yanyan eagle also cooperated with a chi. The call was as clear as a bell. Let's go. Let's go see another hell in the ideal country.
Li Hongyi walked out of the subway station confidently and got on the bulletproof car that had been prepared long ago.
Yan Yening, Gigi, I will definitely not let you down this time.
Li Hongyi smiled when she heard this, looking around gracefully.
Doctor. Is the doctor here? I feel so uncomfortable.
If I can't survive, come and save me. The lights in the hospital are scarlet, and the surroundings are filled with the smell of disinfectant.
In the emergency room, a man was holding his stomach and wailing in pain on the hospital bed. Creak then, the door was opened, and a figure covered in plasma appeared. Are you a doctor? I can't hold on any longer. Isn't that right? I'm asking you something.
The man sitting on the hospital bed asked with an excited roar.
Huang Yi stood outside the door and replied after hesitation, I can be.
These words made the man seem to grasp at straws. Immediately he lay down on the bed excitedly, and then straightened his knees.
He couldn't wait to shout, hurry! Hurry up! My baby is about to be born.
Hurry up and deliver the baby to me, doctor. My stomach hurts so much, I feel so uncomfortable.
What are you still doing?
Huang Yi frowned slightly and approached the excited man. He shook his head regretfully. Sorry, I'm not good at delivering babies. The man's expression froze and he stared at Huang Yi.
He became even more angry. Then what kind of doctor are you? Why are you here?
Hurry up and find a professional doctor.
Are you going to hurt me to death?
Huang Yi thought about it and said, I should be considered an anesthesiologist. You'll be pain-free soon.
Bear with it.
When the patient heard this, he was happy. Good. Hurry up, I'm already split in pain.
My child, wait. The man, who was covered in bloodstains, urged excitedly.
Then, his eyes widened and he saw Huang Yi raising the shovel high.
Is this anesthesia? Doctor, please wait a moment, boom.
Before the man could finish his words, the hospital bed beneath him shook into two pieces under the huge impact of gravity.
The patient's stomach was bruised and bloody.
The blood and internal organs turned into minced meat and spattered everywhere. Huang Yi slowly took back the shovel. Looking at the other person's eyes that were gradually losing focus, he confirmed, I've seen it, you don't have children.
You can leave the hospital. Afterwards, Huang Yi left the emergency room without any regrets.
Looking inside the wooden monument in the space of consciousness. The beating of the heart was half a beat too fast.
Gravedigger progress, 9900. Huang Yi saw this. Also slightly relieved. In the southeast, the extraordinary battle there was extremely anxious.
Whether it was the pet animal or the unknown cultist, Huang Yi felt very dangerous. He didn't go near that area. Only the surrounding areas where the slaves gathered were cleared.
This night, I gained a lot.
Seeing it, it is coming to the end of the advancement ceremony.
The feeling of urgency has just eased slightly. There are not many people in this hospital.
There are only about 300 of them, and I have already solved them. Change the place. With the shovel behind him, Huang Yi quickly walked down the stairs.
Arrive at the entrance of the hospital.
Those lying on the ground were all slaves whose flesh and blood were festering.
No sound, no more movement.
If these were pure living people, even Huang Yi, who claimed to be indifferent, would not be able to bear such a heavy blood debt. The desperate wails of tens of thousands of living people were enough to tamper with his character.
Lots of karma.
But now they are long dead and have become the walking zombies.
Huang Yi didn't have any psychological burden.
Whether it is the cruelty of the slaves or becoming the nourishment of hell, it will cause great turmoil in the gathering place of the people.
I can be considered as doing something good for the people.
Huang Yi straightened his back slightly, feeling a little proud.
But looking around, I felt bored.
The harm is gone, but so are the people.
Never mind.
Find another community and do home visits.
That's almost it.
Huang Yi shook the shovel filled with blood.
The weight of it. It seemed to have sunk a bit.
But the swing became more and more smooth. I walked onto the street and found a residential complex that looked pleasing to my eye, so I touched it. There was quite a bit of expectation in my heart. I don't know either. What would be the gravedigger's exclusive skill? Tonight's 18 cities. Extreme chaos. Various vehicles fled, blocking the roads. Each driver stared at the information on his mobile phone, frowned, and smoked heavily. The women also held the children's hands tightly, their faces flustered. Some children felt panic and cried in this silent atmosphere. Naturally, there are also big-hearted children running and playing in the heavy traffic. Xiaobao, don't run away, come back. What time has it been and you are still making trouble? Is there any news from the city center? The call hasn't been completed yet? What the hell, those cultists are doing this at night. Stop complaining, just stay alive. You don't know that the place near the subway station in the city center is terrible. Fortunately, I escaped early, otherwise my whole family, the main cause of road congestion. Or the main road is blocked. No vehicles are allowed to enter the express lane at all. There are also sheriffs on the scene who maintain order with a cold face and push the traffic to the sides in advance. Even crawling at a snail's pace is very difficult. There is anger and dissatisfaction about this. It is also the biggest emotional catharsis of this trip. Is the road specially cleared to let the executives escape first? Why can't we enter this road? What if cultists appear here too? Aren't our lives lives? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. My parents are still in the city center. Let me enter the main road, I want to go back, please. But whether it is reprimand or pleading, the sheriff is indifferent. It's like a machine with a heart as hard as a rock, firmly carrying out the tasks of the superiors. But the sheriffs are not feeling well. When have their comrades and even their families not fought in the city center? They would rather go back and die on the battlefield than face the pain and desolation of the people. But they have no choice. Life cannot be violated. All kinds of life happened one after another on the crowded road. Everyone was worried. It was not until a team of security cars arrived and sounded the alarm that the crowd started to stir again. What kind of big pipe is this? There is also a motorcade escort. This direction doesn't look like leaving. Is it going to the city center? Who is in the car? There were discussions on both sides of the road. Everyone looked up and watched the luxury bulletproof car passing by quickly. But the groups of sheriffs in front of them seriously blocked the curious peeping of the people. Whoosh whoosh, there was a faint tire noise in the black car. Li Hongyi sat in the back seat, leaning against the headrest, looking at the nervous and panicked eyes of the people outside the car window through the privacy bulletproof glass. His face was confused. When he heard the report from the co-pilot, even more upset, 60-level Pang Liqiu, identity lawyer, died. 63-level Xin Fei, principal of number 2 middle school, seriously injured. 58-level Wang Chunchen, logistics chairman, died. 65-level Chen Jiqing, principal of number 3 middle school, disabled. Mr. Li, the above is the situation of the top combat power. Now I will report to you the rough casualties of the people. The bulletproof luxury car drove through the expressway, bringing waves of cheers. Don't say it first. Li Hongyi looked angry, sat up, picked up the collar of the co-pilot, and asked, I ask you. I made arrangements when I went to the ruins of the rioters. Not only did I put the main force in the 18th city, I also submitted reinforcement information to the main city, so that they would appear when necessary to control the situation. Why didn't the superiors respond? No reinforcements arrived. There was even a 79-level void. Whose responsibility is this? At this moment, Li Hongyi's handsome face was flushed with anger. His previous confidence was gone. What he had was only the anger of being deceived. Why did the main city have to watch the lives of the people being destroyed and remain indifferent? Do you really think I can teleport? Sorry, I don't know. The reporter was grabbed by the collar. He was also panicked. He knew very well how important this person who was being transported under heavy protection was. Wu Yong, the lord of the 18th city, said that all of them in the transport convoy could die. But he must be sent to the battlefield as quickly and safely as possible. Although Li Hongyi was the highest combat power here, they were the ones who were protected. But the reporter knew. Li Hongyi's extraordinary power could only be consumed on the battlefield. What did Wu Yong say? Li Hongyi also knew that it was meaningless to be angry with the reporter. He loosened his palm. Wu Yong was the first person responsible for this city. The other party also knew the information about reinforcements.
Now that there is no news from the main city, he will only be more concerned than himself. City Lord Wu has replied. All the high-level combat forces in the 18 cities will fight to the death to stop the spread of the disaster. As for the other party's senior officials, it will be up to Mr. Li to take action. The reporter responded timidly. Li Hongyi heard this, but his heroic eyebrows twisted. His fist hit the soft car mat. Are you a good-for-nothing? I want to rely on them to stop the strange domain? I mean, what does the main city say? Li Hongyi cursed angrily. He was always calm and indifferent, but it was rare for him to get angry. He was very sure that the reinforcement information had been sent and checked with City Lord Wu. And he also received a receipt from the contract city. But for some reason, it was not approved. This also directly led to accidents and the subsequent stability maintenance of the 18 cities. Tens of thousands of deaths and injuries. Who will take this responsibility? He couldn't believe that he had just returned to the 18 cities and sat in the car, and the news he received was like this. Li Hongyi urgently reviewed the decisions made along the way. He believed that there were no mistakes or omissions in any link. Hell advancement, correct. 18 cities for advancement, correct. The riots and the ruins were to lure him out of the mountains, also correct. Li Hongyi did enough risk management and control, and everything turned out as he planned. Although I didn't expect that this little-known cult group would actually have level 79, void, believers, it was a small accident, but it was still not out of control. For the sake of safety and security, he took the initiative to declare reinforcements in advance, and there was more than enough time for reinforcements to arrive. Li Hongyi attached great importance to this battle and did not overestimate it. Realizing that the other party's opening of warehouses to release food was actually trying to divert the tiger away from the mountain, he left the 4 main contracted beasts in the 18th city to deal with it. He also took the initiative to submit reinforcements and only asked for reinforcements to ensure the safety of the people. The high-level officials of the cult could be left to him to handle. Li Hongyi has her own self-confidence. Even if you face 2 weirdos in one void at the same time, you can still kill them. It just takes a little more effort. But he didn't expect that the big mistake was in the direction of the main city. Messages for help will not be approved. No reinforcements have arrived. Li Hongyi bit her lower lip, bleeding slightly. It's really incomprehensible. Although it was not him who was at fault, the declaration procedures were in compliance with the rules and regulations. But the reinforcements were not timely. If something goes wrong, as the person in charge of this operation, he cannot escape the blame. Faced with such heavy casualties, how should he explain to his father? What else does he have to say to himself? That, Master Li, my subordinates will contact the main city for you immediately. The reporter came to his senses. His body trembled. This Li Hongyi wants to hold the main city accountable. He immediately took out the radio nervously. No, it's too late. Li Hongyi closed her eyes upset. Face as cold as frost. But that voice was a little cold. If someone from above wants to mess with me, let me take the blame. Then I admit it. The responsibility does lie with me. But I will go to the main city myself. Why is there such a big mistake? If someone wants to fight for power, this is to put pressure on my father and risk the lives of tens of thousands of people to create gangs. That's damn it. His cold words. The atmosphere in the entire carriage was solemn. The escorts and reporters in the front and rear rows all had their bodies straight, full of tension. When they heard this, they immediately realized that this was something big that was about to happen. It's not something they should understand at their level. They are sure. Li Hongyi was not so angry that she lost her mind, she had no cover. Instead, it was deliberately revealed to people like them. It is spread through their mouths and records. The reporter looked stiff. Just dare to stare at the road ahead. Look steadily forward. I didn't expect that this matter could actually be involved in the main city. How much water is there in here? It's low-level personnel like them who don't understand the stormy waves. Early morning. Smoke rose from the kitchen. Honey, come and have supper. Our children smell so good. The wife shouted softly. She held a vegetable shovel in one hand and elementary school math problems in the other. His face was full of excited smiles. My wife is great. My cooking skills are amazing too. You brat, you can turn your cocoon into a butterfly. The husband came from the meat chopping table with a happy face. The scarf was covered in dried blood. From behind, he hugged his wife's belly and rested his chin on her shoulder. Very warm and sweet. But the next second, the door was kicked in, and a masked man covered in blood broke into their happy home.
The husband seriously picked up the bone-chopping knife and said, "Who are you?" The wife hid behind her husband in fear and screamed.
Huang Yi looked at the young couple. But he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is it just you two? I also want to tutor your child." Gravedigger Progress, 9997. Listening to Huang Yi's dissatisfied words, the husband suppressed his anger and sternly refused. "Get out. Be careful, I'll chop you up too." But it's different from his anger. The wife behind him was overjoyed. As if seeing a savior, he waved the paper in his hand. "Are you a tutor? Great, my child is saved. His teacher at home. Wait a minute, the kid is naughty and hiding. I'll look for you, please wait." Wife is looking for it on the chopping board, digging in the trash can. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the hot oil pan. The aroma is overwhelming. The wife was immediately intoxicated. Huang Yi followed their gaze. Also lost in thought, "Would you mind adding a pair of chopsticks?" His wife's scarlet pupils lit up. "Just like when your cooking skills are recognized, you are ecstatic." "No problem. Very good. Be sure to taste it. My child is so adorable." The husband muttered, his face dissatisfied. But his attitude has also softened a lot. "Next time I tutor, don't be so late. It will only disturb my child's rest." Huang Yi stood outside the broken door, looking at the couple, putting down the knife and picking up the chopsticks. He also walked in silently. Seeing how tired they were, he was considerate and allowed them to rest forever. "Aren't there any other children?" Huang Yi searched again, but the room was empty. Slightly regretful, he looked inside the sea of consciousness and saw the words on the wooden tablet. "It's also unbearable to be restless." Gravedigger Progress, 9999. There is only one person left to advance successfully. He is looking forward to the level 60 exclusive skills. Level 30 Unable, the exclusive skill effect is to recover injuries at a multiplier. About 50%. Every 10 levels, continue to stack. Now that I am at level 60, I can recover from physical damage 3 times faster. Huang Yi was both looking forward to it and feeling depressed. It's just the finishing touch, but the last piece is missing. It made him feel itchy, and the effect of level 40 Wu Tian is even more amazing. The same efficiency is 50%, stacked every 10 levels. What can be restored is extraordinary power and soothing spirit. These two skills are very special, both are passive triggers. It is also the exclusive skill that Huang Yi is most satisfied with. This is also the main reason why he can continue to fight. The passive triggering of the two can resist the negative effects caused by the exclusive skills of level 20 Crazy Outlaw. This seems to Huang Yi. It was as if the universe had condensed and exploded again. While full of absolute violent beauty, it also has the ability to repair itself. These two abilities complement each other. It's very self-circulating. If we insist on speaking, these two passives are the path to destruction, the most original and core ability. Huang Yi left the fragrant living room. He knocked over the pot of meat with a shovel without even bothering to look at it. What is inside is the expectation for the new abilities that will come next. If you insist on being passive at levels 30 and 40, make a difference. Huang Yi is definitely more interested in the extraordinary power of recovery at level 40. At least this way, he had a chance to fight for his life. Just like picking up a bullet again, as long as it can be fired, it is possible to turn the tide of the battle. Instead of having to repair his injuries, he could only sit back and wait for death. After the advancement is successful, destroying your destiny will gradually escalate. It takes a lot of time to acquire new skills. Huang Yi walked down the stairs from the top floor. This is a private house. He cleaned it carefully. Even the public toilets were not spared. Meow on the corridor, a black cat ran past. The pupils were covered with bloodstains. Huang Yi didn't get out of the way, and the blood all over his body frightened the mutated cat. He turned around and ran away in panic. Puff, a thumbtack shoots out. The strange black cat died on the spot. But Huang Yi shook his head, it's really useless. Along the way, he has seen many cats and dogs and basically tried them all. It will not increase the number of people. According to the understanding of the word wooden tablet, it has to be relevant to people. For example, living people, weird people, or believers in other ways. As for animals or monsters, they are not included in the gravedigger's burial list. But I can contract a slave cat. Huang Yi discovered this phenomenon. I also found it slightly interesting. Through observation, Huang Yi noticed that contracted beast pets require mutual trust and cooperation from both humans and animals. Then we can fight together.
And those who want to control ghosts, even those who are unconscious, only need the contractor to be stronger than the opponent.
Huang Yi stepped over the cat corpse. Continue walking downstairs. His eyes were slightly thoughtful.
I'm about to get a new exclusive skill. In the foreseeable future, it will be difficult to acquire new skills and breakthroughs.
But the contract pet.
You can quickly reach level 10 with only a small amount of experience points.
Inlaid with soul beads. Huang Yi nodded secretly.
He found it most interesting. That is, you can choose the skill type for your pet. Enjoy the joy of nurturing. And the most important thing is that you can use your own strengths to offset your own weaknesses.
But destruction is strong in all aspects. Each level 10 is of moderate to above average or even upper level intensity.
It's really hard to decide which aspect I want to make up for.
Huang Yi hesitated slightly. The whole person fell into thinking.
The dull footsteps echoed lonely throughout the narrow stairwell.
Feet feel clammy.
Every step will leave a mark of blood.
Little handsome boy. Are you looking for someone? Just then,
a girl who looked like a college student walked towards me. Smiling like a flower, her voice was charming. Look, can I do it? Boom. When Huang Yi heard this, his body's instinct was to slap the shovel down.
Make holes in the wall. Lime putty is flying.
Ouch, that's so rough, handsome boy.
Don't be so anxious, the female college student nimbly dodged the fierce blow.
There was a hint of surprise hidden deep in her charming eyes.
But the peach blossom face was still teasing calmly. But this result made Huang Yi's pupils shrink.
The sense of crisis suddenly expanded.
The blossoming flowers are like the teasing sound of a bell.
It's like a fear that strikes straight into the soul.
Huang Yi's expression condensed. Who are you?
The female college student has slightly exposed shoulders, long flowing hair, and seductive eyes. My name is Lin Xiao.
The name sounds nice.
When Huang Yi heard this, his expression became even more solemn. As soon as he made contact, he had a premonition. But he was really sure of the other party's identity, and his heart sank even more. In the corridor outside his hometown, the old man mentioned that the hell where rituals were held in the 18 cities was called Lin Xiao.
Huang Yetsuan has the old man's number.
The old man also entrusted himself to inform Lin Xiao to cancel the advancement ceremony. Judging from the terrifying fighting outside the strange realm now,
I'm afraid that old man doesn't even know that there are followers of nothingness in the utopia. Maybe you know it, but you don't say it explicitly.
I don't know.
Huang Ye's eyebrows were alert.
His hands tightly grasped the wooden-handled shovel covered in blood.
Like facing a formidable enemy.
He knew very well that this time, he would not be able to leave easily. Even if he takes out the old fisherman's mobile phone number. To prove himself, he joined the cult.
There is no room for change in the contradiction between the two.
Because what you are robbing is the other party's resources. Even if they are in the same camp, they should turn against each other and face each other to the death.
He.
Lin Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled.
Then he laughed louder and louder.
Even my hands can hardly cover it. Half of the head was broken with laughter and leaned back, leaning against the back, trembling wildly.
Ha. You stole so many toys from my sister and you still want to beat me.
Now he says he doesn't know me again. You kid, you were so bad that I like you so much. In the cramped corridor, Lin Xiao was torn all over. Traces of blood were densely spread all over the body. The snow-white dress on her body was stained. It was not just the walls and railings that were broken together.
Huang Ye's stiff body was also bursting with blood at this moment. Kacha in the narrow and dark corridor.
The sound of tearing was heard. The cement and steel bars roared.
It seemed as if it was being twisted and stretched by an inexplicable force. Huang Ye's pupils widened. Watching the wall tearing apart, falling blinding lime. He was swaying and unsteady on his feet.
I know that this staircase is also cracking rapidly and will collapse soon.
Can't get entangled here. Huang Yi was full of urgency.
Just encountering level 70 hell head-on is already an extremely dangerous situation.
If the venue is still restricted.
If he cannot exert the power of the shovel, he will have no chance of turning around.
Escape first. Between the electric light and flint.
Huang Yi then made the most correct decision. He once faced off against the monster Yang Yenying in the mysterious realm of the old fisherman.
The opponent's strength will only become stronger. But if you are hit, you will still be affected.
Now, Huang Yezi has some confidence and is not as desperate as before. But as soon as he made a move, he just turned around.
It caused pain in the abdomen.
The sudden and intense feeling felt like being slashed by someone.
He looked down. The bloody sweatshirt on his body tear open a hole, revealing the scarlet and bloody internal organs underneath.
Just by moving, Huang Yi could feel that Chang Zi seemed to fall to the ground.
This is definitely the true body.
The severe pain caused Huang Yi's face under the mask to twist in shock.
Didn't expect that at all. Just one face-to-face encounter, and he was so seriously injured. Moreover, his body was not just disemboweled.
There were tears to varying degrees on the chest, legs, and even the face.
Pain. But I can bear it.
Huang Yi silently covered his broken belly.
Stumbling back. The body and mind are tense and strong adrenaline is secreted. The body is heating up.
A lot of sweat dripped out. Warm up all the dried blood clots on your face. It seemed like his whole body was bleeding.
He didn't hesitate, turned around and ran towards the roof of the building.
Ding-ling dang song. His running caused the thumbtacks in the long pocket of his sweater to scatter.
Play a crisp sound. Are you going to run away now?
I don't think you are that afraid of me. Lin Xiao smiled charmingly and cut off her broken head. Help him back to his original position. He covered his mouth with both hands, and the crazy and excited pupils could be vaguely seen between his fingers. She stepped on the crooked and crumbling stairs. He smiled softly and ran up. It's like the bridesmaid chasing the groom for red envelopes.
Did. Huang Yi's steps were quick.
He endured the pain of tearing, but his reason was very clear.
Belly under his palm.
Repairs are being made that are visible to the naked eye.
Destiny, destruction. Level 30, unable. Exclusive skill, body repair, passive skill.
Effect, as long as consciousness remains, you can continue to heal yourself. This building, located in the city center area, housing prices are out of reach. The result of every inch of land being valuable is that the house will grow upward. It is 13 stories high.
Crazy outlaw, bloodthirsty.
Although Huang Yi can endure the pain,
but the body's functions don't allow such an escape.
It tugged at his nerves all the time.
He didn't hesitate. Directly use active skills to let the body's senses block all discomfort. The posture is also quite strong. Level 20 exclusive skill.
Effect, at the expense of sanity, it improves comprehensive performance such as damage, speed, pain, and defense. But Huang Zhizhi was not optimistic.
The further up you go, it looks more like a dead end. But he had no choice. Hell follows closely behind. Once it stops, it will be attacked again by unpredictable attacks. Can you still run? The self-healing ability of destruction pathways. I'm actually a little envious.
But to give you a little spoiler, my recovery ability seems to be not bad behind.
A female voice laughed.
The wall is tearing apart again. The steel and concrete are crumbling.
Huang Yi vaguely noticed a bone-penetrating wound on his back. It was as if there was an invisible knife hidden in that laughter.
It was chopping at his body. If he is not the path to destruction. If there is no level 30 passive recovery skill. He was probably a corpse the first time he encountered it.
Almost reaching the top floor. Huang Yi's face was solemn. Not a moment's pause.
Even if the top floor was a dead end, he could only climb up regardless of his own safety.
Just open fields. There is no limit to shovel talent.
He has the qualifications to fight hard.
Don't run away. Be a good slave to Sister Lin.
You destroyed all my toys, but you are strong, so it's not impossible. Being my slave and my new toy will make up for the loss.
Come join me. I can feel it, it will be really fun.
It's particularly suitable. Lin Xiao was excited. Covering his face with his hands, he followed up with a vigorous posture. As if she had been a ballet dancer, her steps were very graceful and agile. She smelled the fear and solemnity floating in the air. Her face was also full of intoxication and joy.
I don't know why.
The emotions of the man in front of her were particularly fascinating. She felt a little bit reluctant to turn Huang Yi into an emotionless slave just to have a full meal. If she kept him and provided emotional value all the time,
maybe it would be more worthwhile. It's a pity. After Huang Yi used the bloodthirsty skill, no more extra emotions flowed out. What was floating in the air was tyranny and murderous intent. Soon, the two rushed to the top floor. Huang Yi had already been injured.
It seemed that just listening to the female ghost's speech would hurt people with words. There was no intact skin on his body. Every step he took, blood splashed out. Even with the level 30 physical repair, it was difficult to maintain such an exaggerated expenditure balance. The whole person was in a serious deficit.
Boom! On the top floor, the iron door was locked. But it couldn't stop Huang Ye's gravity kick, and it was directly sunken and bounced away. The next moment, he rushed to the roof first. Under the cool and cold night sky, there were silent raindrops. Huang Yi held the shovel in one hand and just turned around silently.
Looking calmly at Lin Xiao, who was standing in the corridor, and slightly restrained his smile. "Now, I won't run away."
Lin Xiao covered his mouth and smiled softly. "Then what?" Hearing this,
the frustration along the way burned violently.
Huang Ye's eyes were cold and his tone was violent. "One of us will die."
The heavy breath. Blow off the mask with the elastic rope cut off, exposing his good-looking face, but covered with Shuijia's face.
Lin Xiao's eyes slightly complained. "Brother, you are not cute like this, or you should be my slave obediently." "Huh? I will taste you piece by piece." Feeling Huang Ye's seriousness,
Lin Xiao also curled her lips regretfully, a little helpless.
"One dead? Are all believers of destruction so crazy? Why don't you just obey me?" 13th floor, top floor.
The corridor was dim, coated with the bloodlight of the strange domain. Lin Xiao looked up and looked at Huang Yi, who was blocking the way to the rooftop. She also smiled. There were naturally many cultists of the path of destruction in her organization. She was also quite familiar with the exclusive skills.
After reaching level 20, the bloodthirsty skill can devour rationality and block pain.
It also brings a significant improvement to oneself.
But the difference between the two is 10 levels.
Lin Xiao didn't take that little enhancement seriously. She smiled. The only thing she cared about was the shovel that Huang Yi held tightly. With her eyes, it was impossible for her not to notice the thread attached to the shovel.
"You are younger than I thought. How about this, little brother? Give me the shovel and I will let you go. How about that?"
Seeing Huang Yi's indifferent expression, Lin Xiao also pleaded. She said pitifully, "Just consider it as an apology.
You killed so many of my slaves.
It can be considered as damaging my origin, so this deal is not a loss." As she spoke, her footsteps moved a little closer.
"Are you sure?" Huang Yi's cold face.
There was a little struggle. From beginning to end, he remained restrained. He did not let himself fall into mindless and brutal killing. He did not let the passion of the madman really affect his own thinking. "That's for sure, sister, I am the most trustworthy."
Lin Xiao's eyes were happy.
The footsteps moved up again. The two were only a few steps apart, less than 2 meters.
"Quick, give it to me." Lin Xiao moved her hand away from her face. He stretched out his hands excitedly and tenderly.
His eyes were full of expectation. His voice became cautious, as if he was afraid of scaring Huang Yi.
"I trust you once." Huang Yi hesitated.
As if he had made up his mind, he reluctantly handed over the shovel.
Okay. Little brother, I will definitely let you go." Lin Xiao laughed his head off. The violet laughter tore the rooftop open. Countless wind blades that were invisible to the naked eye.
The body of Huang Yi, which had just healed not long ago, was torn out new blood again.
Buzz! Huang Yi's speed was also very fast.
While pretending to hand over the shovel, he suddenly stabbed the shovel head into the chest of the female ghost. The brewing gravity also burst out at this moment. The laughter of the female ghost was slightly stabbed. But his movements were still slow. He failed to exceed the speed of sound of the laughter. As soon as the fight started, he was hit hard again, and even his neck was cut.
Puff puff puff. He frowned in pain and threw out a few thumbtacks. Stabbed at the half-broken head of the female ghost, and a sonic boom sounded as well.
The nails with weakness burst into gravity control attached to them blew several holes in Lin Xiao's body. But what shocked Huang Yi's pupils was
the opponent's body full of bullet holes. In just less than a second, it was restored.
The healing speed was incredibly fast.
Huang Yi's heart sank. He stepped back while holding his neck, feeling that his breathing was leaking air.
But fortunately, the aorta was not injured. The passive body repair at level 30 was also healing at the speed of a caterpillar, with visible scabs. But compared with the hell in front of him, it was a world of difference.
Huang Yi had a premonition. "I'm afraid that even if I reached level 90 destruction, I can't achieve such a terrifying healing effect. Is this the terrifying increase brought by the weird domain? Every weird believer. There is a chance to revive the weird domain.
Just like the awakening talent skill of the beast pet, it is an extremely talented existence. When the weird reaches level 70,
the weird domain will be 100% revived. Each weird domain has its unique effect. It is also like a guessing game. If you can't get the information in advance, you may not even know how you died. Huang Yi looked solemnly at Lin Xiao, who walked out of the corridor, stepping into the rooftop. The effect of her weird domain is probably the ultimate self-healing. Hee, I know your stinky brother is not honest.
Lin Xiao laughed triumphantly. The awning above her head was cut and collapsed, directly exposed to the light rain at night. She looked at Huang Yi, who retreated cautiously and stepped lightly into the rooftop, fingernails painted with red oil. She shook Huang Yi jokingly, as if she was pointing out the secret thoughts between lovers. You agreed so easily. I must have been on guard. Although I died once, my fused memories are very good, and I haven't lost my mind. Such a sudden turn of events, you can't fool me. Fate, weird. Level 70, hell. Exclusive skills, combined with the weird domain, mixed into a unique skill. Effect of the weird domain, immortality. As long as you are in the weird domain, your body will heal super fast. Weakness, can be suppressed by powerful extraordinary force, annihilating activity. Restrictions, none. Sizzle crack. Huang Yi stroked his neck with one hand, feeling the flesh and blood slowly healing under his palm. When retreating, the tip of the shovel hit the concrete floor, making a sound of metal clashing. But his silence seemed weak and powerless. Facing Lin Xiao's slightly flirtatious words, Huang Yi only felt a strong sense of danger. Be wary of the other party's every move. There is nothing to say. At this moment, he felt deeply powerless. There is a huge gap between level 60 and 70. At this time, it is truly concrete. Originally thought that the opponent could also be defeated, and even be killed. But the current situation makes Huang Yi unable to start, even if there are bullets on hand. But the opponent is a deep pool, not afraid of the evaporation of firepower. Instead, it can be replenished and repaired at any time. Under Lin Xiao's terrifying self-healing speed, Huang Yi knows that there is no way to kill the opponent. The only countermeasure is the shovel. It's still the shovel. But it can only hurt, not kill. Lin Xiao approached playfully. The running shoes on his feet showed youthful vitality. But the other party ignored him completely. He felt bored. You are quite boring. You don't know how to please girls at all. Okay, let's stop playing. My sister has something to do. Have you made a decision? Huang Yi put down his palm. White and tender skin granulation grew on his neck. The wound healed initially. What decision? Give me the shovel. Lin Xiao spread out his right hand, with a playful warning on his little face. Don't cheat. Huang Yi's face was gloomy. Indifferent. He naturally didn't believe the other party's nonsense. But this Lin Xiao seemed to be quite afraid of the shovel. This was also his last confidence. Now that he has found his sister, Huang Yi has no worries. He is not worried about delaying time. No. Actually, I still have a trump card. The next moment, Huang Yi looked up in astonishment. But his brows were particularly solemn. Gravedigger progress, 9,999. He was just one person short. And he also had a candidate. That was the suit ghost who became a human stick in the first grave. Although it was no longer tortured by the black blood of the iron shovel. But its soul was already thin and it could be shattered at any time. Despite this, it also became a key component of Huang Yi's advancement ceremony. But at this moment, Huang Yi could only concentrate. Dare not relax at all. In front of hell, even if you concentrate, your body will be cut. If you are stunned for 1 or 2 seconds, this is an absolutely fatal low-level mistake. If it weren't for the suit ghost, then in order to successfully advance, the only candidate who would be sacrificed in order to succeed would be Han Shuang. Ouch, you seem to have a little more confidence. Have you thought of a way to deal with me? Lin Xiao approached slowly and forced Huang Yi to the edge of the rooftop. He was also smiling. Huang Yi leaned against the edge of the wall. He also felt a chill in his heart. This was the first time he experienced such a passive situation. But he still held the shovel with both hands, and was ready to attack. At least there is a possibility of trying. Then it seems, you chose to stir the puddle with a wooden shovel, Lin Xiao pouted, thinking. Then he regretfully lifted the long hair in front of his forehead. The luster of his pupils became more and more scarlet. I don't know the depth. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Xiao took the lead. His figure was like a ghost, rushing swiftly in the upside-down Red Bull ghost domain. Huang Yi's pupils widened, and he was used to the speed increase brought by bloodthirstiness. He thought he was very sensitive to high-speed moving objects.
but he saw the opponent's actions. But it was like a flash. He was completely dazzled. Bloodthirst. In an emergency crisis, Huang Yi immediately activated the skill amplification and quickly stacked a layer of buff skills on himself. While the blood was surging, a heavy gravity field emerged around his body. Gravity control. Buzzing. The air actually condensed. And in his scorching sight, he could also vaguely catch Lin Xiao's whereabouts. But he saw that the other party was grinning. The sharp blood-red nails had already scratched his face, as if to tear his entire face apart completely. No explanation. Huang Yi quickly lowered his head and clenched his left fist. He punched out. Bang! Huang Yi's arm was broken. In the surging collision, his lower back hit the fence. He spit out a mouthful of blood. And Lin Xiao's face changed. The claws he swung out were hit by the fist. He also felt real pain. The slender knuckles were broken and painful. Although it was not fatal and did not matter, the pain that the main body could feel was real. She will also feel pain. Huang Yi's face condensed. In this punch, the weak point is broken and gravity is attached. It is not only the attached thumbtack that can be used. On the contrary, pure fists and feet are the most ferocious physical weapons. Steady and powerful. The opponent's attack is forced back in one fell swoop. Huang Yi immediately blocked the pain. Chased out without hesitation. The muscles between my legs and lower abdomen were tense until they were cramping. The huge driving force blasted him towards level 70 hell. There are spider patterns on the edges of the wall. The shovel swings and brings strong wind. You're not cute at all. It makes me so angry. Suddenly, Lin Xiao shouted excitedly and angrily. Swing away the heavy sound waves. It was as if a basin of water was poured out, causing terrifying ripples in the air. A strong sense of impact. Huang Yi's attack was also stopped. He gritted his teeth. He only felt that countless people were surrounding him, slicing him indifferently with invisible knives. Just a meeting. The skin was scratched every inch. Soon the flesh and blood became bloody and the internal organs were destroyed. Huang Yi's pupil shrank. Although there is no pain, death is imminent. Put him on extreme alert. Stop trading injuries for injuries immediately. Put the shovel head across your face to block the fatal damage. Blah, blah, blah. Huang Yi's hands trembled slightly. He felt over the shovel head. Being chopped down by an invisible sword. Make a heart-wrenching sound. Huang Yi seemed to be able to smell the evil aura escaping from the black blood. It became even more difficult for him to stay rational. He is sure. If he had just insisted on attacking. I'm afraid that before hurting the other party, I will be killed first. You deserve to die. Lin Xiao's face was full of coldness. Looking at the twisted fingers. The next second, the knuckles twitched like snakes and insects, but they soon corrected themselves. But right now, Huang Yi, who had resolved the death crisis, actually came to kill him again. Between his hands, the shovel disappeared. Returned to the space of consciousness. And he also chose the most suitable hand-to-hand combat with destructive skills. Boom! Huang Yi is not slow. The fist is like a slingshot stretched to the full moon. Hit it head-on. But in Lin Xiao's eyes, the speed was still a lot slower. Phantom cutoff. Lin Xiao's figure flashed, as if the frame was stuck. But the next moment. But it appeared on the side of Huang Yi. The sharp palm reaches directly to the waist. Although I don't know how Huang Yi hides the shovel, but the opponent does not have such a powerful weapon as the shovel, which is a perfect opportunity. Sooner or later he will have to pay the price for his stupidity. Gotcha. Lin Xiao is very fast. There is a cruel and fierce light in the eyes. With extreme physical and mental calmness, it only takes a moment to end a fight. But at this moment, Lin Xiao's eyes were dull. She was shocked to see it. That Huang Yi actually turned around forcefully. Strong potential energy. The opponent's spine can't bear it. Break suddenly. But there was no pain at all on Huang Yi's face. He twisted his body 90 degrees and hit his head fiercely with his fist. And Lin Xiao's light movements were suppressed by the gravity field. Getting laggy again. It was as if I was rushing into a passionate current, and my running pace was a little awkward. Snort! Lin Xiaoqiang frowned. He immediately threw his head back and fell backwards. Half of the face was directly lifted up and pressed against the back of the neck. In a strange way, he avoided Huang Yi's self-destructive fist. This is not over yet. Lin Xiao's counterattack is also going on. Her waist seemed boneless, like the most professional dancer. He leaned back on the ground with his left hand and dexterously threw his lower body into the sky. And her legs were lifted up. He even kicked away Huang Yi's fist. You're going to lose.
Lin Xiao moved faster, landing on his feet first, with a cruel smile on his face.
In her syllables. The terrifying sonic blade cut Huang Yi's body invisible again.
At this time, the most important part of the attack is.
It's Huang Yi's eyes. Puff, puff. Although Huang Yi couldn't feel the pain.
But the vision in front of me suddenly became dark, and I couldn't see the slightest light.
It made him inexplicably panic.
At this moment, he clearly knew that his eyes had been cut by the wind blade. What made him even more nervous was that his body felt like it was being hit. The whole person fell on the rooftop, with the cool wind blowing through his heart. At this moment, Huang Yi clearly felt that life was passing rapidly.
Your heart is so hot it's still dancing. Huang Yi's body felt cold.
The blood surged up crazily and gathered in the throat.
He choked and coughed up blood.
There was no light in front of him.
No matter how I turned my head, all I saw was pitch black.
Perhaps, there is still a little bit of reddish color. Huang Yi was confused and listened to the girl's voice of surprise in his ears.
Like a girl in love. I received a gift from my beloved boy. Huang Yi horse.
Choi Shui couldn't reply, so he just followed the voice. He tried his best to grab the opponent's slender and strong wrist. In Huang Yi's touch, Lin Xiao's palm indeed penetrated the bones of his chest. And grabbed hold of his fragile heart. Oh, after Huang Yi was stunned for a moment, he smiled weakly. Blood slowly gushes from the corners of his mouth.
Is it funny?
In his ears, the girl's curious and expectant questions came.
Huang Yi judged from the coolness blowing in his ears.
Her lips should be close to her ear, and you can hear the joy contained in them.
Funny, Huang Yi spoke hoarsely.
Lin Xiao pressed down on the young man who fell on the ground, showing slight disdain. He still held the opponent's heart in his hand. Just by touching it, the heart was already freezing rapidly.
If it continues.
The passive skill of repairing the destroyed body is also powerless.
This is Lin Xiao's first time.
Feel the intensity of destruction firsthand.
Wrong.
It should be said that Huang Yi is difficult to deal with. If it were other people on other paths, they would have been killed and injured many times.
Moreover, many of Huang Yi's injuries were fatal.
Even though he was in the treacherous realm, his speed, damage, and recovery abilities completely overwhelmed his opponent.
But Lin Xiao couldn't be proud.
The other party was a level below me and caused a lot of trouble.
Really good.
If Huang Yi was really allowed to grow up, he would really be no match for him. Lin Xiao smiled. Just when I was about to make a joke, I suddenly screamed violently. The ultimate evil god's ravings caused her extreme physical and mental pain. The petite body is peeling off pieces of flesh at this moment. Cracked all over. It seems that even the bloody strange realm above the head is becoming thinner and unstable.
Huang Yi fell to the ground and couldn't see anything.
But to summon a shovel, you don't need your eyes. He held the shovel in his right hand and thrust the rusty shovel head hard into Lin Xiao's shoulder blade from behind. With his left hand, he still held Lin Xiao's wrist hard. His face was as pale as death. But he smiled weakly in his heart, because, I bet my life and finally caught you, and... When Huang Yi grabbed the opponent's wrist just now, Huang Yi took a gamble. With a stunned look on his face, he returned to his conscious space and completely slaughtered the weirdo in the suit.
I even saw new changes on the wooden tablet.
Changed from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock by Shinhe 5 times.
Reason, content makes AI uncomfortable.
Also Snake Huang Yu 003D.
Huang Yi is in the consciousness space.
His body is intact, and his eyes are not damaged.
He is like an independent existence.
After he solved the suit ghost in the coffin, he also took a quick glance. He saw new words appear on the wooden tablet.
Destiny, destruction. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 62. Gravedigger advanced successfully. Exclusive skill, material explosion.
Effect, any creature or object has energy, mass and even origin, which can destroy the inside.
Huang Yi only took a glance.
He also noticed that there was new information on it. The tomb owner has achieved the achievement of a gravedigger.
Skills can be remelted. Gravity control, proficiency 86%. Matter explosion, proficiency 60%. Huang Yi was shocked.
But he didn't dare to investigate it in detail. He did not forget that his main body was still in a life or death situation. He immediately grasped the shovel and returned to reality together. His eyes became dark again, so Huang Yi could not see anything. But the pain from the core made him realize that he was still being tightly grasped by someone. There was a chill, and the blood was surging. It seemed that if he squeezed it hard, he would die violently. Huang did not dare to hesitate, and immediately summoned the shovel, grasped the handle of the shovel, and stabbed it hard into Lin Xiao's back. In his ears, the other party's crazy screams immediately rang out. Ah ha ha! What is this? You cheated me! You actually cheated me with your life! Lin Xiao had a splitting headache. Her brain was like being violently stirred by countless bayonets. It caused her body and mind to spasm violently. The evil god-like mumbling was madly injected into her consciousness. Countless terrifying pictures, a wave of anger invaded her nerves. For a moment, Lin Xiao could not tell whether it was reality or illusion. He could only scream at the top of his lungs. Prove that he was still alive. Material explosion. Realizing that he had controlled Lin Xiao, Huang Yi would never miss this opportunity. He shouted in his heart. He used the gravedigger's exclusive skill that he had just acquired. Extremely brutal power. It was transmitted to Lin Xiao's hand through Huang Yi's palm. Her grasping of the core was bounced back in response. She groaned in pain. Huang Yi's eyes were only dim, but he sensed the loosening of the core. He knew that he would not be in danger of being squeezed. He launched his bloodthirsty skill brazenly, covering up all the pain. He directly pulled out Lin Xiao's palm that was holding the core. While his knee hit his lower abdomen, he knocked Lin Xiao over. He immediately pressed her to the ground. He did not give her a chance to react. He drained the remaining extraordinary power in his body, and the strong gravity field at the explosion. Lin Xiao's struggle was stagnant. Puff! Suddenly, Huang Yi held the shovel handle with both hands, ignoring the darkness in front of him. Relying on his sense, he cut the shovel into Lin Xiao's slightly rusty white group, splashing out smelly blood plasma. Ah-ha! It hurts so much. What the hell is this? Lin Xiao's face was hideous. Both body and mind were struggling. She had lost her previous calmness. There was only fear and wailing. Her head was loosely separated from the eyes and mouth, and fell to the ground weakly, with only a little bit of the head sticking to each other. And the meat chopsticks on her body were like a ball of mud, constantly peeling off. Is it enough, to please you? Huang Yi's face was weak, and his laughter was hoarse. His whole consciousness was chaotic. It seemed that he would fall down at any time. But his hands were tightly holding the shovel handle. His knuckles were so hard that they turned blue, and each one was clearly visible. Bending over, giving the weight of the shovel body. Using all his strength, he tried to pierce the arc-shaped shovel head into Lin Xiao's core. An eye for an eye. The battle just now was a matter of life and death. He deliberately exposed his flaws, gave up the shovel, and used his body to attract Lin Xiao's attack. Although life and death are on the line, the core was damaged. But gambling with his life is Huang Yi's only chance of winning. If the enemy cannot be lured out of the bulletproof car, then Huang Yi's last bullet will not be able to hit the opponent's eyebrows. At least. I won the bet, he cough. Huang Yi coughed violently. Blood foam sprayed out. It was stuck on Lin Xiao's screaming face. Although Huang Yi could not see it. But in his heart, there was also a strong sense of revenge. At this moment, he was quite fortunate. After advancing to the gravedigger, he could sense that his recovery speed had accelerated a bit. The wounds were repaired, the caterpillars were trembling, and they grew into ants that continued to climb. The speed was visibly improved. Even the cold core was warming up again, beating vigorously. Fresh granulation tissue was also growing rapidly on the damaged chest. The retinal nerves in the damaged eye were gradually healing. The eyes were itchy and swollen. What Huang Yi saw was no longer pure darkness. Instead, it was a hint of blood red. After he advanced, his level soared directly to level 62. Those who should have been responsible for the killings this time were all slaves with extraordinary abilities. A very deep backlog of experience. You lunatic! You are crazy! I must cut you into pieces, here. There was a piercing scream. Lin Xiao was also struggling fiercely. But under the mental pollution of the shovel, it is impossible to lift the extraordinary. It was as if a strong man was being continuously subjected to electric shock, unable to organize an effective resistance. Lin Xiao at this moment. There is only endless fear and suffering. He shouted until his voice became hoarse and his hands and feet twitched. And the meat chopsticks on her body were falling off even faster. The bones are already visible. Have you done anything yet?
Huang Yi blurred the concept of time. Every second of persistence feels doubly painful. He didn't know how much time had passed. It seems very fast, yet it seems like a long time. The fluffy drizzle turned into large water droplets. Hit Huang Yi.
The air gradually became colder and damper, and the vision became blurry.
Like a blind man.
But at least the eyeball is healed. And Lin Xiao underneath him had stopped moving.
Huang Yi didn't dare to take any action. Just turn the handle.
But there was a heartbreaking sound. It was like a shovel head scraping against the concrete floor.
Huang Yi probed cautiously. Reach out and touch the body underneath.
To the touch, it feels like hard bones. There was a little bit of flesh and blood hanging on it.
He frowned.
At some point, the level 70 hell turned into a skeleton.
This transformation.
Huang Yi was not happy, but inexplicably frightened.
She's not dead, she escaped. Huang Yi's gray eyes widened. A strong uneasiness arose in my heart.
Unwilling to do so, he smashed the shovel down hard. But only the dull sound of iron tools colliding with ribs was heard. This made Huang Yi finally confirm that the other party had really disappeared.
Huang Yi stood up stiffly. There was an ugly solemn look on his face.
He held his breath and stepped back, trying to get away from the ominous skeleton. But he stepped on a pile of sticky minced meat, directly causing him to stumble to the ground. The palm of his hand subconsciously rested on the ground, but he felt a soft mass.
Huang Yi was stunned.
Picking it up, the touch felt very familiar.
Put it in front of your nose and smell it. The smell is strong and pungent. Huang Yi gritted his teeth.
Standing up slowly, he was surrounded by fog with no sense of direction. He tested the ground with his shovel. When I reached the edge of the wall in the dark, I felt at ease when I landed.
Then hell is definitely not dead.
But she's not here either.
Did she leave? Huang Yi murmured to himself.
The discomfort of losing his sight made him feel very insecure. If the other party really leaves, this will naturally be the best outcome.
But he didn't dare to gamble.
It is even more dangerous here and you must not stay for long.
Huang Yi calmed down for a moment. Force yourself to regain your composure. Concentrate and listen to the sounds around you.
But all that reached his ears was the whistling of the wind, mixed with the ticking of falling rain. He also has extraordinary powers. He recovered 12 out of 10, which was his confidence. But it's impossible, just use it to explore the road and squander it.
It's not safe here. That female spy may come back at any time.
You have to get out of here first. Huang Yi felt the black red light in front of his pupils. Use the shovel as a crutch.
Knocking on the ground. He cautiously walked towards the divided corridor in the dark.
The state of mind is high, like the embarrassment and uneasiness of walking on a tightrope. When he came into contact with the broken wall of the ceiling.
Also take a deep breath. Hold the shovel firmly in front of you.
Then, holding onto the wall, he stepped onto the narrow stairs and walked down cautiously.
The space is tight.
The sound of his own footsteps echoed dully. He still remembered that one of the stairs collapsed.
This made Huang Yi, who was temporarily blind, an extra layer of tension.
At least not above the 10th floor.
Huang Yi held onto the wall and walked faster. Stay away from broken fences. 12th floor. 11th floor. 10th floor. Huang Yi's heart gradually became tense. He knew that the next section of the road would be extremely difficult and full of damage.
He could only grit his teeth.
Continue to step down cautiously. The shovel didn't dare to be used to test the road surface.
Only by protecting it in front of you would you not be afraid of being snatched away.
Step. 2 steps. 10 steps.
The longer he missed, the faster Huang Yi's heart beat. The corridors were covered in dust. It made his breathing difficult for several minutes. He tilted his head hard. Let your ears take over the role of your eyes. Come and hear about the possible changes in pace. The wall touched by his hand also showed reinforced concrete. It made him frown slightly.
Huang Yi was hesitating whether to use gravity control. Go test and give feedback in the corridor ahead. There are possible defects.
But soon, he firmly rejected it. Use a small amount of extraordinary power.
This is ammunition that can make a living, used to explore the road. It is too extravagant.
No one knows whether there will be new dangers. Clatter, clatter, stepping gently and slowly, he stepped on the long stone steps.
Body weight. Start to loosen the steps slightly. Let out a fragile whine.
Huang Yi was stunned by this result. He sensed it and soon reached the collapsed floor. If you are not careful, you may fall down several floors. It is possible to hit your head, or even be pierced by a steel bar, or the shovel falls off. At least after such a smash, it would probably take a long time for him to recover. Huang Yi took a breath. Then he held it in silence. I didn't dare to stay any longer. I could only escape as soon as possible. The body pressed against the exposed brick wall and rubbed downwards. His footsteps continued to take tentative steps. The dull sound echoed again. Clatter, clatter, da-dee. Da-day. Suddenly, Huang Yi looked up in fear. But in front of me, I can't see anything. But he heard it clearly. In the corridor, a second set of footsteps sounded. It's impossible to tell whether the sound source comes from upstairs or downstairs. At this moment, Huang Yi's heart tightened again. Gives birth to intense phantom pain. She's still here, city center. A convoy of vehicles, traveling a long distance, finally arrived at the war zone. At the edge of that strange realm, a huge lizard fire dragon, and the void believer, fighting in the air. The anger has been unleashed and blood is splattering. Master Li, we're here. There was an unknown fluctuation in this strange realm before. It seems to be a lot more stable now. I think it's that hell who has successfully advanced. When Li Hongyi stepped out of the limousine, a commander came immediately to report. I see. Are there any people who haven't evacuated yet? Li Hongyi collected her thoughts. Speak calmly. Looking at the blood-red strange realm in front of him. Like an upside-down transparent bowl in the city center. There should be. The weird intensity inside is very high. Ordinary people will only become new slaves if they go in, and the strong ones have been scattered to suppress the rebellion caused by the cultists. We can't send any manpower now, so go in and provide support. The commander replied with an ugly expression. Li Hongyi just nodded. Nothing more was said. Summon the level 75 star swallowing lion and the level 65 spiny mountain turtle at will. You have entered a strange realm. The target is the hell believer. Go ahead. Li Hongyi seemed to be in no mood to talk. He ordered the sun eagle and the star-eating lion. Just give instructions. Qiji Yan Yenying flew from Li Hongyi's shoulder. After recuperating. He has a great attitude of showing off his talents. Crying excitedly, he took the lead and rushed into the bloody treacherous realm. Then I'll go too. If anything happens, just shout. The star-swallowing lion shook his mane and took an elegant and vigorous step. He also entered the realm of mystery. Xiao Li. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The spiny mountain tortoise with the diamond-shaped tortoise shell on its back immediately expressed angrily. Good. Li Hongyi touched its smooth head. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, looking at the respectful and shocked commander beside him, you tell Wu Yong. After this is over, let him publicly denounce the main city and put the 18 cities in trouble. No matter what the plan is. Or difficult. I will not listen to the explanation and make this matter bigger. At least we can get more subsidies to settle people. The commander was suddenly surprised. He didn't know what was going on inside. But he understood that Li Hongyi came from the main city. And these words. But it openly embarrassed the two contract cities. It has even become a joke in major cities with gods. Why is this? Master Li, this is, the commander doubted his own ears. Li Hongyi didn't explain, just turned around and left. Just tell him it was my idea. He'll understand, soon. Li Hongyi took the spiny mountain turtle to the fighting area. Suddenly, a mouse crawled out of the ground. Excited squeaks. It is gray all over and has short, stiff hair. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary mouse. Except it's a little bigger, it's about the same size as an ordinary penguin. Well done. With your prediction, the injury will be kept to a minimum. Li Hongyi held the mouse in her arms. Gently stroked the sand from its fur. His face was slightly cold. Look up to the sky. Face to face with the believer in nothingness, next. Just leave it to me. I'm here to increase your talents. This farce must end. When Li Hongyi came to the battlefield, the pressure on the void believer suddenly doubled. How to fight this? General Liang gritted his teeth, full of panic. Li Hongyi flashed the golden contract disc. Give several beast pets in their 70s and above levels a terrifying increase. The situation took a turn for the worse. He has been hit hard. And that prediction skill is no longer used for dodge. And when Li Hongyi used it as a means of attack, it was like a violent storm. Blocked all General Liang's attacks and retreats. Soon he was seriously injured.
I don't believe that I can't kill you.
General Liang's mouth was full of blood and he shouted to the sky.
The breath of annihilation forcibly locked onto Li Hongyi. As long as you hit it, the balance of victory will be completely tilted. Is this a gamble?
Li Hongyi's eyes were slightly cold. In his prediction, this level 70 exclusive skill covers a wide range.
And it was killing him. No matter what, it's hard to avoid. Since you can't hide, then don't hide.
Li Hongyi's heart trembled. Immediately from the hands of the long-haired golden monkey, he took a red oil paper umbrella and opened it slowly.
Immediately afterwards, in the sky above, 3 oil paper umbrellas appeared again,
slowly rising and falling,
like flowers blooming out of thin air.
In the blink of an eye, 3 more oil paper umbrellas appeared. After a while, the surrounding sky appeared.
Oil paper umbrellas are densely packed. The colors of the umbrella covers are all different and bright.
There are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, purple, black, white, etc., all of which emit an evil luster.
Weird, oil paper umbrella. Level 70. Uncanny realm, 1 chi transforms 3 purities.
The weird body is hidden under many umbrellas.
Every 3 seconds, 3 more umbrellas will be added. If you can't find the weird body,
there will be unlimited reproduction.
In the deceptive realm, the enemy's extraordinary fluctuations will be restricted.
The more umbrellas there are, the stronger the suppression force.
The moment the umbrella appeared,
the fluctuation of nothingness has already arrived.
Move Li Hongyi's position on the spot. Complete annihilation.
The red umbrella disappeared, and Li Hongyi who was holding the umbrella also disappeared without a trace. But the number of oil paper umbrellas around is still increasing frequently. General Liang's face suddenly turned ugly. This blow had a huge damage range and also took away a lot of his extraordinary power. But the scene in front of him didn't look like he could kill the opponent at all.
He actually controls ghosts. It's still 70 levels of hell. The main city of the contract will not restrict him? At this moment, Guozi Lian was in crisis. It's clear. If I don't leave, I'm afraid I will really die here.
That Li Hongyi who controls 5 pet beasts.
No flaw can be found at all. Lin Xiao. Quickly absorb the slaves and weirdness, and advance. Then, run away with me.
Within the blood-red treacherous realm.
In a certain residential complex. In the cramped corridor, Huang Yi held his breath. The stairs underfoot are slightly loose. Just step on it.
The fragile steel bars will groan in pain.
It could collapse at any time. She's nearby. Huang Yi's heart beat faster. There was still chaos before my eyes. Losing his eyesight made him feel uneasy. He gritted his teeth. Take a firm step down.
At least he had to tell whether she was upstairs or downstairs.
Clatter footsteps fell. Huang Yi listened intently. But he didn't hear any new footsteps at all.
This situation made him feel nervous. The inexplicable panic made him grip the shovel tightly. Around the body, violent gravity manipulation and material explosions are brewing.
Clatter since the footsteps did not follow. Huang Yi no longer hesitated. Continue to step down tentatively.
There was a wave of gravel beneath the stairs. It was obvious that we were about to reach the collapsed stone steps.
Da-day. Just then,
the light footsteps moved.
From upstairs.
But the source of the sound did not stop.
But coming towards Huang Yi.
The footsteps are getting faster and faster. The rhythm of Huang Yi's heartbeat, followed by the sound of trotting footsteps, was beating drums one after another.
He looked back and opened his eyes hard.
But I saw a ray of white light shining through the black and red.
Sight is returning. But it's too late. Must escape. Huang Yi was worried. Jumping in the dark. The body suddenly flew into the air.
According to his vision and control, it should fall in the corridor.
But suddenly.
But he bumped into a soft body.
Huang Yi's expression changed. My heart skipped a beat. He didn't dare to hesitate, and the extraordinary energy he had accumulated suddenly exploded. All we can do is fight for our lives.
But what made him even more desperate was that the body in front of him suddenly exploded under his own bombardment.
Ouch, it actually hides a lot of extraordinary things, but if you gave it all to my slave, wouldn't it be too wasteful?
Upstairs, Lin Xiao's footsteps did not slow down at all. She smiled foolishly while speaking. But her face was filled with extreme disgust.
If you want to live, show me the way. Huang Yi's heart trembled. He immediately summoned a ponytailed woman from his consciousness space. That person was Han Shuang. As soon as she appeared, Han Shuang quickly reacted to her own situation. Especially when she saw Lin Xiao, who was emitting blood in the corridor. Her face was full of fear. In Han Shuang's sight, in the dark corridor, a pool of ragged flesh and blood appeared. It was as if the flesh and blood were randomly pasted on the skeleton. Like mud. And that weird, the hands were pinched out of coordination. The eyes were all stuck on the face. Half of the head was even growing on the chest. It seemed to be randomly spliced together. What on earth have you encountered? Why are you fighting with hell? Is this why you found your sister? Han Shuang's face turned pale, and he wailed in his heart. She stepped back in fear subconsciously. But she bumped into Huang Yi. She felt Huang Yi's strong and powerful palm on her shoulder, and her body trembled. She was terrified and cold. She knew that if she had any wrong thoughts, she would be thrown back into the consciousness space. What awaited her in the future would be endless torture. She knew even more clearly why she was called out. She was the only outsider in that space. She didn't dare to let her mother and sister be swallowed by hell. At the same time, she was also the strongest. Take me away. Huang Yi's low voice came from behind. He couldn't see the road. If he wanted to grope his way forward, he would waste a lot of time. Okay. Han Shuang took a deep breath. I wanted to say, you really think highly of me. But I also knew that the situation was critical now, and even I might die directly. I immediately carried Huang Yi behind me on my back. I threw out a gravity field. I restrained the pace of hell and then ran madly downstairs. She was injured by me. Although she won't die, she is also completely lost. She is in a very bad state now. Otherwise, she can't deal with me. You have to use the slaves carefully. There is a chance to escape. Huang Yi spoke tiredly and told the whole situation. But these words made Han Shuang's face full of shock. It was more shocking than seeing hell. Level 60 destruction can hurt level 70 hell? Is this something a human can do? Han Shuang's mind went blank, feeling the man who was recovering behind her. She was so frightened that her scalp went numb. At first, she thought Huang Yi was so bold that he dared to touch hell. She never expected that she could really find her sister. But now, not only did he do it, he also seriously injured hell. Even the supernatural was lost. Han Shuang felt weak in the legs, and the man behind her became terrifying. The hell above is in the advanced stage. It actually has the existence of the strange domain. If you want to hurt the other party, you have to crack the strange domain code. And you have to challenge across levels. Even the late-stage contract masters can only be strong in the same realm. Only very few people can challenge across levels. Han Shuang was flustered. The ponytail trembled nervously as she ran. The hands holding Huang Yi's knees tightened subconsciously in fear. As a cultist, she has been in the ruins of the rioters for many years and has traveled to many places. She heard that only the geniuses can challenge across levels and survive. Even geniuses with excellent talents find it difficult to cross the gap. If it weren't for the quick glance just now, seeing the tragic situation of hell with her own eyes, Han Shuang would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. There is actually someone who can challenge across levels and severely injure the opponent. Although Huang Yi was also seriously injured. But that achievement is really shocking. I thought I overestimated him. I didn't expect that my level was too low. I was wrong. Han Shuang bit her red lips, her face full of shock. She carried Huang Yi on her back, still walking briskly, quickly reaching the 6th floor, 5th floor, and 4th floor. There was a little fear in her pupils. Can Li Hongyi do it? When she thought of this question, Han Shuang's mind stagnated. Subconsciously, she thought that such a comparison was too outrageous. That Li Hongyi, with top talent, is the undisputed number one. Among the younger generation, she is even ranked at the top. But to challenge 10 levels, it is a fantasy, it is impossible. Even if he is alive, he is extremely embarrassed. As a means of destruction, Huang Yi can withstand extremely serious injuries and recover by himself. This is the gap that Li Hongyi can't match. Unless there are other powerful people who can heal his injuries in a very short time. Otherwise, he will be dead or disabled. When Han Shuang thought of this possibility, she was shocked. Subconsciously, she compared Huang Yi with Li Hongyi. This was enough to show that the talents of the two were on par. The first genius under the god's messenger. Suddenly, Han Shuang's face became solemn. Her heartbeat quickened. Her breathing became unstable. If Li Hongyi was the first person in contract, representing the first talent under the god's messenger. Then the man she was carrying at the moment was the first person in destruction. It also represents the top talent. In the future, it may not be impossible to become a new messenger of destruction. Don't go. Please don't go. Give me some more time. Please. I really want to kill you. Upstairs, Lin Xiao was like a madman. Seeing the two of them leave quickly, she screamed. She was faintly crying, and her extraordinary fluctuations were disordered. She hurriedly chased. She was even more at a loss to adjust the pieces of meat on her body. She wanted to put it back to its original position. Otherwise, the effect of the strange domain would be greatly reduced. This time, Lin Xiao fell into a big fall. She was attacked by the iron shovel and her consciousness was blurred and she was not conscious until now. In order to get rid of the evil god's whispers, she took the initiative to give up her body. Became a pure dead person. Revived again. But this is not without cost. The flesh and spirit she had eaten were madly entangled with herself. Made her extraordinary and abnormal. Give me some more time. I will recover. I'm fine, I can still fight. Don't run. You stinky brother, you are so bad. Let me eat you. Lin Xiao's voice was shrill. Hurry up. As she put her limbs back in the correct position. The surroundings were turbulent again, and the terrifying fluctuations of hell. And the strange domain seemed to have found its owner again. But it was not very sure, and only tentatively provided some supplies. Let Lin Xiao recover his body. But the speed was still too slow, and the two people in front of her were about to leave. She was both excited and crazy. She could only watch them and ran out of the towering building. I won't let you go. No. Come back soon. Lin Xiao beat her chest and stamped her feet, tears streaming down her face. But there was no response at all. But soon, she stopped chasing. Quietly standing in the corridor on the third floor, slowly splicing the flesh and blood on the skeleton. The madness in her eyes subsided a bit. She just looked coldly at the figure rushing out of the community downstairs. She seemed to have regained some rationality. I haven't been so embarrassed for a long time. Lin Xiao tore off half of the head on his chest. He put it back on his head steadily. Then, he tore off his left hand and put it back in place. The extraordinary fluctuations on her body expanded rapidly. The strange domain seemed to have determined the main body. It quickly and excitedly repaired the eroded flesh on its body. It became smooth and pink. As long as you are still in the strange domain, you can't escape. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, but he was not in a hurry. A few breaths of time. The flesh and bones fit perfectly. Her breath returned to the 70th level of hell. And it was still rising. Within the range of the strange domain, those transformed strange slaves and released strange dead souls have been absorbed. Like swallowing ice cream, it slowly melted in the mouth. The next second, reached the level of 71. She also broke through the limit, and her breath climbed upwards. But at this moment, a loud voice. It resounded outside the strange domain, causing Lin Xiao's delicate eyebrows to frown. Lin Xiao! Quickly swallow the strange slaves and strange things, and advance. Then, run away with me. She recognized that voice. It was the member of the organization who assisted her in her advancement. Level 79 Void Apostle. What happened to him? Why is the voice so cramped? Could it be that Li Hongyi is back? Lin Xiao bit her red lips. She was very unwilling. She should have been very proud of her advancement that night. But she met someone who dared to steal her resources openly. She went to her door and was extremely humiliated. She didn't kill Huan Yi, but had to flee in embarrassment? She was unwilling. Bang! Lin Xiao jumped down from the building. She fell into a puddle of mud. But after a breath, it instantly recovered. His figure was ghostly, running fast in the rainy night. He clenched his teeth tightly. Give me some time. Just 1 minute. I can't accept it, let me kill them. He has become the person I, Lin Xiao, hate the most. I want to kill him more than that old man. But the next second, Lin Xiao saw flames rising to the sky. Cry! A whistle circled above his head. Lin Xiao looked up in astonishment, but saw a golden red bird turned into flames. Diving down, Lin Xiao's pupils shrank. Escaped. I have left the strange domain. How do you feel? The rain was getting heavier and heavier, washing away the blood in the 18 cities. Han Shuang escaped from the strange domain and was also panting. Turning back to ask, he saw Huang Yi behind him.
His face was calm. His eyes looked at him indifferently. The four eyes met, and Han Shuang's heart was shocked. Very shocked. I didn't expect the other party to recover so quickly. Just looking at each other, I felt inexplicably afraid.
Still, do you want me to carry you? Han Shuang's voice trembled inadvertently. He asked tentatively. P.S. The advancement is completely over. In this war, the protagonist is out of the center. The writing will be side by side, and no detailed fighting will be done. Huang Yi and Li Hongyi's encounter will not be so fast. I want to challenge myself.
I hope that the characters I write have their own thoughts and character lines, rather than shallow and pale supporting roles with no memorable points.
Ask for a 5-star praise, and, do you still want me to carry you?
Han Shuang's body stiffened, and she spoke timidly. No, Huang Yi was silent, and then calmly refused. After jumping off her back, he felt as light as a swallow. Now, his injuries have mostly recovered. The most important thing is that his eyesight has returned. His heart, which was hanging in the air, finally settled down.
Then, what should we do now? Han Shuang's face was unnatural.
Being with Huang Yi made her feel inexplicably cramped. What she had in her heart was fear. She had not forgotten, in her consciousness space, the horrible scene that had happened before. That was Huang Yi chopping the suit ghost into a human stick, and continuing to attack with a shovel. The screams that lasted for several hours made her nervous. Han Shuang swallowed her saliva. She had to cast her panicked eyes to the bloody ghost domain behind her. She was full of fear. She had never thought that she would have a direct encounter with a level 70. She also escaped from the other party.
I owe you a life. I can give you a certain degree of freedom. Huang Yi did not say anything to thank him. But he knew the difference between gratitude and resentment. Although the two had conflicts before, they did not necessarily have to make peace. But he would keep this favor in his heart. The tombs have many treasures, and they can always pay it back. Are you going to let me go? Han Shuang looked stunned. Her pupils trembled. She was level 53 and had spent 2 years in the cult. With certain qualifications and strong strength, she became a small role as a leader, responsible for recruiting new members. And she chose to join the ideal country not for warmth. But both sides knew that they were using each other. Han Shuang hoped that when she went through the level 60 advancement ceremony in the future, there would be an organization to escort her. And the cult also hoped to recruit strong people. Expand the range of strength. Let them complete some trivial tasks. But there are conditions for advancement. There are assessments, assassination tasks, and queuing by contribution. Now, she has disappeared for a long time, and was not there when the 18 cities were in chaos. She is definitely not trustworthy. She can't go back. She is 28 years old and was born in the ruins of the rioters. Her parents were killed by gangsters in the street when she was young, which left her with a deep shadow. The fear of death is deep in her bones. In order to protect herself, she has been seeking power since she was a child, so she believes in evil gods. Perhaps it is her desperate piety that she obtained the silver-grade destruction god disc and has excellent talent. But she has been helpless since she was a child, which has made her lack a sense of security. She joined various cults, but they were all cleared and attacked. She also saw that human life is like grass. She knows that she is not a good person, and she will be quite disgusted every time she performs a killing mission. She desires power and hates the loss of life. She often laughs at herself for being both a self-righteous and a self-righteous person. But more of a reason is that she wants to seek support. And Huang Yi in front of her made Han Shuang's eyes flash. He is the absolute potential stock she discovered. Without advancing to level 60, he can severely damage the hell with strange domain of level 70. Such talent is shocking. Moreover, he is only 18 years old. His future achievements may not be worse than Li Hongyi. He may even become a new messenger of God. Although he will feel uneasy following Huang Yi. But such a startup company with huge potential has a better future than that cult group. Even from a selfish point of view, she is unwilling to leave. Now he hears Huang Yi say that he will give her freedom. Han Shuang is worried about gains and losses. You know my specialness. I can't let you go. Huang Yi frowned and said coldly. Although the other parties saved him once. But his own tomb group is special, not only can it hide living people, but also can block the perception of gods. Infiltrate the contract city. Maybe other ways will be awakened in the future. Let Han Shuang go, he is worried. What is that certain degree of freedom? But Huang Yi is not clear. When he said this, Han Shuang's eyes lit up. She felt relieved and excited. She knew that she had been recognized by Huang Yi. Her life was absolutely guaranteed. In that tomb group, I can give you the authority to move freely.
As soon as Huang Yi finished speaking,
Han Shuang's heart trembled.
As if she had heard some shocking truth. She had been in the consciousness space for about a week. She was sure that the boy in front of her had no authority in this regard before.
Because his mother was also unable to move. Have you gained stronger control? Han Shuang asked tentatively with rapid breathing.
Now she has been completely convinced and automatically joined the ranks of the same camp. Such a terrifying growth rate. It amazed her and accelerated her heartbeat. Although Huang Yi had put her in danger just now, Han Shuang knew very well that if she did not take risks, she would not be worthy of trust. And that hell was severely damaged by Huang Yi and had no ability to keep them. It was just a close call. But the rewards were enormous.
Once Huang Yi truly reached the peak of transcendence, he would have a great backer. She saw it clearly. This was an opportunity that others didn't have, but she got it.
Yeah.
Huang Yi nodded. He had a little more trust in him. Then, he looked at the iron shovel in his hand that had been washed clean of blood by the rain.
It seemed that ordinary blood was not worthy of being attached to the wooden handle for a long time. When he killed the suit ghost, he successfully advanced to the gravedigger.
The iron shovel gave a lot of feedback. Like a trickle of water, it flowed into his brain.
Let Huang Yi have a deeper understanding of the consciousness space.
His current identity.
To the consciousness space, he is no longer a tourist who accidentally broke in.
Instead, he has become the administrator of the tomb group. He has initially opened up the authority to manage the space. Not only does it allow Huang Yi to accommodate more items and extraordinary personnel, he is also adept at using the laws of space. With this ability, he can lift the restrictions on Han Shuang and let her move freely inside. Similarly, it can also be reversed. Let more laws cause stronger suppression to the enemies pulled into the consciousness space. If the level 66 suit ghost is pulled in again, the opponent will definitely not be able to move.
I won't have a splitting headache. Even if I put in an off-road vehicle, it won't be affected.
This time's advancement. Great gains. What surprised me most is, I can also contact the enemy. Pull out the tombs and suppress the extraordinary people in the real world. Huang Yi exhaled in amazement.
A rare look of joy appeared on his calm face. Of course, this kind of suppression effect is definitely not as evil and terrifying as the black blood shovel.
But it is also an extra control skill. It's hard to guard against. This is an all-round improvement for Huang Yi. Moreover, this shovel recognizes its owner. Even if others get it, they can't get the same authority as me. It is indeed the only key to the consciousness space.
And it is specially designed for gravediggers.
Huang Yi is in a good mood.
Looking at the shovel in his hand again, he is extremely satisfied. Although the black blood of the god on it can also cause harm to himself. But I have the ability to teleport at any time. The possibility of losing this shovel is very small.
Okay. Then send me back. Han Shuang's tone was relaxed. Huang Yi heard this and laughed dumbly. You don't blame me? Han Shuang was very heroic and free and easy.
He said frankly, I was wrong before.
Not now.
If you set up a team in the future, I hope to be your first member.
Han Shuang said.
She closed her eyes. 2 shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth.
Huang Yi squinted. It can be seen that the other party really thinks so. Huang Yi said nothing. The 53-level destruction is indeed a strong boost.
In addition, this time she cooperated very well and performed very well. It is indeed possible to give more trust.
But not now. Huang Yi patted her shoulder. The next moment,
Han Shuang returned to the consciousness space again. Now is not a good time to give freedom.
After all, I just got the authority. Not familiar enough. Huang Yi looked back.
I saw that the strange domain in the distance had new changes. As if it had absorbed a lot of blood, it became more and more scarlet. I think it should be that Lin Xiao, who has become much stronger.
Devoured more undead. Who will win between her and the beast pet? Huang Yi frowned. It's really hard to say.
Lin Xiao is extremely difficult to kill, and her recovery speed is amazing.
It won't be so easy to die. But if the Yanyan Eagle has other support, the situation will be one-sided. Huang Yi shook his head and was too lazy to think about it. It's rare to escape.
This matter has nothing to do with him.
He has no intention of participating. This time, Huang Yi not only saved 2 classmates, but also found his sister. And successfully advanced. He also obtained the identity of the Consciousness Space Administrator. This night, he gained a lot. However, what he cared about most was the new prompt on the wooden tablet: you can resmelt the skills. It means to resmelt, it is to combine the exclusive skills I currently have, regrouping. This new change made Huang Yi very excited. If it can be improved, his trump card will be even deeper. This is truly getting stronger. It's not a good time to stay here for a long time, I have to go. Huang Yi withdrew his gaze towards Weiyu. Taking advantage of the rainy night, we left the city center. Subconsciously walk in the direction of school. I seem to have graduated. Huang Yi was stunned and worried about gains and losses. But still follow the habit. On the way to contract number 3 middle school, we walked into a hotel. With the outbreak of advanced rituals and the intrusion of cultists, residents are panicked. They all hid in shelters, and the buildings were empty. There was no one on the huge street. Huang Yi broke into the hotel. He walked into the bathroom unceremoniously. He took off his blood-stained clothes and threw them into the consciousness space. Washed the whole body repeatedly. I used half a bottle of shampoo and shower gel to barely suppress the smell of blood on my body. Just sleep here. The school luggage is all packed. After the college entrance examination, the school was also closed. There's no point in going back. Huang Yi put on dry clothes and found an empty room by the window. With his head resting on the pillow, his tense body suddenly relaxed. Rapid fatigue came over me like a tide. Huang Yi's eyelids were heavy. After opening and closing it a few times, he fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. I vaguely feel that this night. So long. So tired. A few hours later. The clouds parted. The sky was filled with milky white morning light. It seems to indicate that everything is as usual. The young man Sun Fan woke up from a coma. Pupils are dilated. Despite being washed away by a night of rain, traces of wet tears can still be seen. Hajime opened his eyes. It is the dull seeing, and the strange realm is eliminated. And in front of myself, there was also a corpse lying on the ground. It was the master's pet, the sky-covering kangaroo. This picture cruelly revealed to him that what happened last night was not a nightmare. Immediately, his nose felt sore. His whole body began to tremble slightly. The dejected expression also became exciting and heart-wrenching. But he didn't break out. He just endured it silently, then turned over and supported his broken body. Uncle, we will be reunited. Even if Master is only a skeleton, we will be reunited. Sun Fan murmured silently and carried the kangaroo's body on his back. The body staggered and followed the square in memory. Stepped through standing water. He saw it numbly. In that reflection, there were deep blood scabs on his face and neck. It's like a tattoo that invades the skin and cannot be removed. Sun Fan's face was ashen. Not the slightest mood swing. When he returned to the square, he saw a middle-aged man in a windbreaker lying beside the fountain. This moment, Sun Fan's dead heart beat again. Sadness emerged. He quickened his pace, thinking he had shed all his tears. At this moment, the embankment burst out again. Looking at the middle-aged man with a pierced forehead, Sun Fan's expression was painful, with tears streaming down his face. He gently placed the kangaroo on his back next to Chen Yilin. Subsequently, he knelt down heavily and said, "Master, Xiaofan has taken you home." As the strange realm disperses, the police officers with guns had just entered the center. Various special vehicles. Vast and vast. Searching for any remaining threats. It's finally over. What a nightmare. I don't know how serious the damage will be in the central area. Too many people died in the strange realm. The official has issued a notice and you can return home in the afternoon. Fortunately, my family is not in the refuge in the strange territory, otherwise, thank you for the contract. There was congestion in many places, and people burst into tears when they received text message notifications that the danger was over. I shed tears of gratitude towards the contracted gods. The city gates everywhere were once again taken over by the sheriff and sealed tightly. And those cultists who failed to escape in time. He was even beaten and maimed, dragged under the statue of the contracted god, and publicly executed. Eliciting sincere cheers from the angry crowd. To appease the people. Miserable. What a tragedy. 2 magistrates, walking together. Searching for survivors in the troubled area as much as possible. This is not within the realm of mystery,
but it is also the pedestrian street most disturbed by cultists.
The weirdness is so cruel. Everyone is missing arms and legs. The dead will not be spared. A dark and thin police officer with an ugly face. It seemed like it would spit out at any moment.
Under their feet were stumps of limbs and arms, and corpses strewn about.
Blood paint was splattered everywhere in the streets.
Even if you walk or step on the floor tiles, blood will be splashed.
Is there anyone else?
We are the police officers of the 18 cities.
Coming to save you.
The other just frowned. Holding a steel gun, he shouted loudly, but could not hear any response.
They should all be dead.
It is said that a level 66 weirdness was detected here before. It is impossible to leave any survivors.
The dark and thin man's face was heavy. Is there anyone alive? We have to go and find them first. Maybe someone fainted and escaped.
The two passed the pedestrian street where the corpses were still cold and came to a tall and solemn hotel. The white paint on it was sprinkled with eye-catching blood red. Both of them were shocked. Looking at each other, they could see the timidity in each other's eyes.
According to the intelligence,
the level 66 weirdness appeared in this Chinchang hotel.
Go up?
The dark and thin man's voice trembled slightly. There was a sense of retreat.
The other person was obviously calmer.
But he hesitated for a few breaths. Go up.
Although this place is the most terrifying, we can't miss any possibility of survival.
And the weirdness disappeared last night.
It should have been swallowed by hell.
The two reached a consensus. Carefully searched from the hotel lobby all the way up.
They refused to let go of any room. But the pile of bodies inside made the dark and thin sheriff vomit. Are you okay? The companion asked with concern.
It's okay, the search is almost over.
Let's continue. The two came to the corridor on the 7th floor.
In the narrow corridor, there were also students' bodies lying. At the end of the corridor, there was a public toilet. Except for the rooftop, this was the last place that had not been searched.
Let's go.
The calm companion cautiously pushed open the door of the men's toilet.
Combat boots were dull, and he walked in.
But he saw charcoal left by burning firewood on the ground. In front of the open window, a pair of young men and women snuggled together and fell asleep. In the girl's hand, she was still holding the ceramic cover of the toilet. The morning sun broke through the clouds. From the window behind them, the golden morning light sprinkled in. Bringing new vitality, everything revived.
It seemed just an ordinary day. P.S. Dear readers, you will definitely give the author a 5-star review and a free gift, at noon that day. The hot sun evaporated the accumulated water in the city, bringing a hot feeling.
Everyone's face was full of fatigue and irritability. Now it was June, the first day after the college entrance examination, and the flowers were blooming beautifully.
But no one was willing to stop and appreciate it.
This time, the impact of the advancement of hell was huge. Everyone hurried, and the whole city was mobilized. They were all urgently carrying out post-disaster reconstruction work.
All parts of the 18 cities were in full swing.
The loss this time is too great. Yes, according to preliminary statistics, there are as many as 40,000 casualties. There are only more than 600,000 people in these 18 cities.
To do this, the labor force is insufficient. This is not the end of the college entrance examination, and those unawakened students can just fill the vacancy. It takes time to get familiar, right?
Residents from all over the country drove their cars and returned to their residences at a snail's pace. Like a great migration.
The cicadas on the road could not suppress the irritable sound of the horn.
Of course, there were also people who were interested in this battle.
More attention. Have you heard? The support from the main city is too strong.
One person suppressed 2 cultists.
A great victory.
It's a pity that the 2 cultists wanted to leave, but they were only seriously injured.
Not a single one was left. As long as the main city's strongmen are given more time, they will definitely be killed.
It's already strong enough, a 71 level hell and a 79 level nothingness. Only a late-stage contract master can suppress the opponent so quickly and stably. I already regret letting my child believe in preservation. In fact, most people's talents are just mediocre.
How many people can reach level 50? Belief in preservation is the most cost-effective choice.
The resource investment is not that exaggerated.
Alas, you are right. People talked about it and felt quite sorry. As many citizens returned home, the whole city gradually regained its vitality.
Although the streets were cleaned by the sheriff, a lot of disinfectant was also sprinkled.
But everyone could still smell the faint smell of blood in the city. Mr. Chen, you should rest. You are seriously injured now. No need to run around, just leave it to the sheriff. On the way to the education hall, an accompanying secretary advised worriedly. Chen Jiqing blared and shouted, "What are you resting for? Who dares to rest now? I am just useless, not injured." The secretary's heart sank. Watching Chen Jiqing rush into the office in a hurry, she could only stop and wait.
She hadn't seen Chen Jiqing, whom she assisted, for a few days.
The whole person became like gunpowder, extremely irritable. She didn't understand it at first on the phone.
Why did Chen Jiqing, who was always gentle and elegant, change his temperament so drastically?
She worked actively and seriously, and didn't make Mr. Chen unhappy? But until today, she saw Chen Jiqing's empty right arm.
It seems that he has understood what Chen Jiqing has experienced during this period. The only people who can make a level 65 contract master survive with a broken arm are probably the cultists. Looking at the back of the old man who is no longer energetic, the secretary only has respect and worry in his heart.
Old Chen, what are you doing here? Don't we have classes for the first and second grade today? Aren't you going back to take charge of the overall situation? In the office, the leader of the education hall stood up in shock and hurriedly poured tea. I'm not needed there. Chen Jiqing's face was cold. He just glanced at the hot tea on the table in front of him. He didn't reach out. This made the leader frown. Why is this? Chen Jiqing patted the broken arm. I'm not feeling well. I can't afford so many young students. I'm old too. I don't have that much energy.
The leader's face was solemn. He came to Chen Jiqing and straightened his chair for him. Sit down first.
Chen Jiqing didn't say anything.
Sitting on the solid wood chair, the atmosphere in the air became quite solemn. The leader looked at his posture and sighed slightly. I know you are very resentful.
You have paid a lot for this city. In this regard, the organization will not treat you unfairly.
Chen Jiqing looked at the leader who was a few years younger than him calmly.
But he denied it and said, I don't need any compensation. I just have to step down. Now I don't have the ability to continue to serve as the principal.
Whether it is self-evaluation or from the perspective of the development of the 18 cities, it is the same. The leader was worried. Looking at such an aggressive Chen Jiqing,
it was very uncomfortable for a while. But he could only slow down his tone. He said earnestly, Are you really going to give up the position of principal? You will retire next year. Chen Jiqing's face was numb. What else can I not lose? Let's do it this way. I came here today to report to you. After I step down, I will not recommend other candidates. The education hall will make all the arrangements.
The leader listened to his resolute words. He walked back to his seat.
He picked up the tea and put it to his lips.
And then he put it down helplessly. He knew very well what happened last night. Not only his own disability, but also the changes in his family. The leader looked at Chen Jiqing.
His eyes were sympathetic. What are you going to do next? After a moment,
Chen Jiqing came out of the office indifferently.
The female secretary immediately followed him. You don't have to follow me.
From now on, I am no longer the principal of contract number 3 middle school.
As for your work arrangements, someone will tell you later. Chen Jiqing walked past the secretary without looking back.
These words made the secretary's pupils widen.
Never thought that this gentle old man would become so unfamiliar.
The two have worked together for many years. They are extremely sensitive to changes in relationships. In the eyes of the secretary, Chen Jiqing seemed to have lost his soul.
He had died once. Okay, I will listen to Mr. Chen's arrangements, the secretary murmured. Chen Jiqing just paused and nodded. Then he left without looking back. Public Security Court. Criminal Investigation Department. Smoke and fog everywhere. Everyone stood or sat with a solemn expression. On their desks, documents piled up like a mountain. Too many people died last night.
Many people were so evil that they took advantage of the chaos to commit crimes. I checked the surveillance and found that a resident in the city took advantage of the chaos to kill his neighbor. There are even more beastly ones who killed their target. I have a bizarre case from a female white-collar worker. I have to record her statement later. Everyone was at a loss and looked haggard.
There were too many criminal cases last night. Even some residents were joining in the carnival.
This made colleagues feel like they had nowhere to start.
At this moment,
the discussion suddenly stopped. They all looked at the man with bandages all over his body walking towards the door. In his hand, he held a cigarette unskillfully. All colleagues had mixed feelings. The bandaged man walked into the criminal investigation department. He also sought his colleagues with complicated looks. He nodded. His smile was forced. It was just a greeting. Then, he put out his cigarette in someone else's ashtray. He walked straight into the office of the criminal investigation captain. Alas! Things have changed. I didn't expect Xiaofan to. I'm afraid he can't accept Captain Shen's sacrifice. In this department, sacrifice is too normal. Many times when investigating a case, a powerful superhuman is found, and he may die at any time. I hope he can cheer up as soon as possible. Colleagues had complicated expressions. They didn't know how to persuade him. They all knew. After Sun Fan finished his internship at the university, it was Chun Yilan who led him and established a deep master-disciple relationship. It will definitely take time to adapt to such a blow. Just don't think too much. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Fan knocked on the door. After hearing the come in from inside, he also pushed the door open and walked in. Why don't you take a break? What are you doing here? The chief captain of the criminal investigation detachment asked with concern. But when he saw that Sun Fan took out a piece of origami from his pocket, he also frowned. Captain Liu, I am not qualified for the work of the criminal investigation department. After careful consideration, I am here to submit my resignation letter. Sun Fan solemnly spread out the origami and handed it over with both hands. Captain Liu stood up. He did not take it. Instead, he looked serious. Have you thought about it? Maybe I will change your position or department. Sun Fan's eyes dimmed. In his memory, Master Chen Yilan had scolded him. He told him to write a transfer application after he returned. The criminal investigation detachment was not suitable for a loser like him. But he still did not accept the advice of his master before his death and resolutely chose to resign. I've thought about it. Looking at Sun Fan with a bandage on his face, his calm eyes, Captain Liu sighed in his heart. Just now he took the resignation letter. Put it on the table without even looking at it. No more persuasion, your choice is right. You just graduated, you have a great time. Staying in the public security court will only waste your talent. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Sun Fan nodded gratefully. I have thought about it. Captain Liu patted Sun Fan's shoulder heavily. There was warm power on his broad palm. I won't ask too much, we are all adults, I believe in your own choice. Thank you, Captain Liu. Sun Fan left the office without any reluctance. Name: Peng Jia. Gender: can't you see, I'm a woman. The criminal investigation team member glanced at the other party impatiently. Why did you report the case? What's your attitude? What's wrong with your impatience? Peng Jia choked back dissatisfiedly. The criminal investigation team member sighed and felt a little headache. Just answer what I ask you. Don't talk nonsense. How many people were killed and injured last night? That's a big case. It's good enough to have time to record your statement. Peng Jia was very dissatisfied with the team member's perfunctory attitude. He crossed his arms and stopped talking in anger. The criminal investigation team member immediately put away the paper and pen and was about to leave. This made Peng Jia's voice sharp. Where are you going? I'm reporting a case. I only take criminal cases here. If you don't have anything to say, please leave. Don't bother me to take a homicide case. Put away your stubborn temper. No one here will tolerate you. The team member also responded without hesitation. This made Peng Jia look ugly. But when he thought of what he had experienced, he was filled with fear. The tone softened instantly. It's like this. I was on my way home from get off work and was robbed. A masked gangster stole my SUV. He also imprisoned me in a narrow place. It was scary there. My face was facing the wooden floor and I couldn't move at all. And last night, I was knocked unconscious and thrown on the 7th floor corridor of the Qiancheng Hotel. Peng Jia said, with horror on her face. What made her even more panic was that when she went downstairs in the morning, she saw her SUV. There were bodies everywhere on the road, and there were keys in the car. She drove away without thinking. Then what? The criminal investigation team member sat down again. His face was solemn. According to the time, this happened before the chaos. Maybe we can get some useful information. Female driver Peng Jia briefly told what she had experienced, but saw the criminal investigation team member frowning slightly. Sir, what's wrong? She felt a little guilty.
Is there no more information?
The team member put away the paper and pen.
In her description.
Only his height and low voice, which must be deliberately compressed. His appearance was obscured by the mask and the cap.
How could he solve the case? Yes, there is more. Peng Jia's mood tightened.
He immediately remembered the scene he saw when he was imprisoned. I saw many ants under the hole in the wooden floor, ants as big as fists. They also used their antennae to test my face. These words made the security team members look stunned.
An ant as big as a fist? In this extraordinary world, many creatures will mutate. But smaller insects, due to their neurological and physical limitations, keep them at the lowest end of the food chain.
Including bacteria, there is no possibility of evolving to the extraordinary.
If there really were ants as big as a fist, they would indeed be worthy of study. Do you remember where you were imprisoned? The female driver's face froze. I don't know.
The criminal investigation team member looked helpless and stood up tiredly. Okay, then you go back and wait for the notification. Then, he left with an annoyed look on his face. In this police case, there is no information except the height of the criminal and the presence of ants.
It's completely an unsolved case with no outcome at all.
The person who stole the car was not even sure whether he was a cultist or not.
Because the other party only imprisoned the female driver for one night.
Then he knocked her unconscious and finally let her go.
And there is no robbery of welfare sex.
Such a small case, with more than 40,000 casualties in the city, is as harmless as losing a takeaway.
It's not even worth investing in reconnaissance. Being safe and sound is the best outcome. Huang Yi woke up. It was the hot sun outside the window. Awakened by the radiation.
He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. But just such a simple movement made his whole body ache.
The sequelae are quite strong.
Huang Yi sighed slightly and muttered. The curtains were quickly drawn, blocking most of the sunlight. After pushing away the white bedding of the hotel, he closed his eyes again. But his consciousness sank into a certain space.
Morning mist spreads there forever.
As if it has never changed. He came to the first tomb and looked at his mother, sister, and Han Shuang who were frozen in the surroundings.
Can't wait to exercise administrator rights. And, skills will be refined soon. Destiny, destruction. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 62. Gravity control, proficiency 86%. Material explosion, proficiency 60%.
The tomb owner has achieved the Gravedigger achievement and can remelt the skills.
Huang Yi looked at the information above.
He also felt something. After he obtained the administrator privileges of the tomb group,
he was very good at controlling this place. Remelt the exclusive skills of the path of destruction. Huang Yi half crouched down.
His right hand touched the wooden tombstone. He recited silently in his heart.
Then, he saw the words on it. Weird distortion.
Huang Yi carefully pulled his hand away and watched the fonts change. Active skill of Madman, Bloodthirsty. Passive skill of No Way, Physical Repair. Passive skill of No Heaven, Extraordinary Power Recovery and Repair of Spirit.
Can be smelted 3 in 1?
The effect will be greatly improved.
Looking at the information in the font, Huang Yi suddenly realized something. It was as if an invisible energy had penetrated into his mind.
It had irrigated him with the terrifying effect of this exclusive 3-in-1 skill.
Very strong. Huang Yi stood up with a look of astonishment.
His body and mind were trembling. The effect of this 3-in-1 skill was far beyond his imagination.
And,
in the description of this tombstone, the quality of the bloodthirsty skill was only excellent silver. The other two passive skills were only good bronze, which was balanced and not weak. But in the message conveyed by the wooden tablet, the 3-in-1 skill raised the grade of the skill to a terrifying level.
Smelting. Huang Yi was determined and spoke impatiently.
And what moved him the most was the effect of the 3-in-1 skill, which was too amazing. As soon as Huang Yi finished speaking. But the words on the wooden tablet changed again.
Smelting success, immortal golden body. Quality, gold grade, top grade. Function, eliminate negative effects of bloodthirsty skill. Amplification in all aspects, double amplification. Duration, double the level, 12 minutes. Repair effect, greatly enhanced. Double the original effect. Huang Yi's pupils trembled. Looking at the text description on it.
And the conceptual effect in his mind.
He also exhaled heavily. Although these 3 skills have become one, the effect is too strong.
It made Huang Yi difficult to digest for a while. What he felt most incredible was that the bloodthirsty skill was unprecedentedly strengthened. The original effect was to sacrifice sanity to enhance the comprehensive performance of damage, speed, strength, defense, and shielding pain.
After the time is up, the negative effect is doubled. Now, you can also sacrifice sanity to gain enhancement, but the negative debuff is completely cancelled. And the effects of all aspects have been doubled.
Even the duration has been increased from 1 minute per 10 levels, 6 minutes, to 12 minutes.
If Huang Yi were to fight Lin Xiao again at this moment, he would be even more calm.
Even the passive effect has been integrated into the new skill. If the repair speed after successful advancement is that of an ant climbing, now after smelting, it is the speed of a centipede, a visible improvement.
Huang Yi's heartbeat accelerated and he exhaled heavily.
Although it was not as exaggerated as Lin Xiao, all injuries could be restored in an instant.
But it was already shocking enough.
After all, the main purpose of this gold item, Immortal Golden Body, is to increase comprehensive force. And the healing speed is also not slow, which definitely breaks the cognition of the path of destruction. Originally, Huang Yi thought that even if he reached level 90, he would be far behind Lin Xiao's repair speed. Now looking at it again, it may not be too much worse. It is already quite impressive. After all, destruction is not good at self-healing.
But it can heal actively and passively, which is really terrifying. Huang Yi exhaled solemnly.
Such an improvement is beyond his imagination. And the most incredible thing is that such a smelting improvement, it actually comes from the tombs of the consciousness space. Thinking of this, Huang Yi's eyes changed slightly. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel fear or fortunate.
The specialness here is even more exaggerated than he imagined. In the end, he still acquiesced to such a gift. Although he didn't know what kind of chips he would pay in the future. But at least, the current improvement is real. He also has a strong enough ability to resist risks. Wait until I reach level 90. I want to dig up all the tombs here. See what secrets are hidden. Huang Yi held the shovel. Looking around, there was a little provocation between his eyebrows. Even if this consciousness space wants to bury himself, he will smash all the coffins that pretend to be ghosts before that. But this gold grade skill is really strong. Huang Yi retracted his gaze. He made a sound of tsk tisk. If he were asked to summarize the effect of the new skill in one sentence, he could even describe it as no injury output. The later the game progresses, the more powerful this skill can be. For the smelting of this skill, Huang Yi was satisfied, and his expectations were not in vain. After a night of running around, this harvest was enough to wash away his fatigue. No, there are more words. Huang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked. But he saw that on the wooden tablet, some more words were written in a flamboyant style. After reading it, he felt his heart surge. When the tomb owner reaches level 65, you will get the opportunity to smelt skills for the second time. Condition: the proficiency of gravity control needs to reach 90%. Based on the ability to glide continuously in the air. The new words made Huang Yi happy. He hasn't been so happy for a long time. It's like getting a good harvest. All the hard work and efforts are worth it at this moment. Does it require 90% proficiency? Huang Yi frowned slightly. Based on gravity, he naturally had some ideas. It is easy to imagine that when gravity control reaches a high level of precision, it can be vacated in place. The 10-meter tower of the south gate will no longer be an obstacle. But the requirements are still harsh. All gravity needs to be stored in the limbs and bones, and it must be maintained every second. Any extra movement will destroy the attachment of gravity. Now he can do it, attaching the whole body. Even the internal organs are difficult to integrate. Fortunately, the requirements of the wooden tablet are that it can glide continuously. This condition is not difficult to meet. Huang Yi has a sharp mind. Every time he stands on a high building, he has the urge to jump down. He is eager to try how accurate the gravity control can be. But the previous passive repair of the flesh body is average. Once it is not controlled well, it may fall into a meat paste. Now he has obtained the immortal golden body. The previous idea immediately became active. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Huang Yi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Slowly stood up. At this time, he looked down from a high place and looked into the rotten wooden coffin that seemed to have been gnawed. On the filthy residue, there was a cell phone. If Huang Yi remembered correctly, it should belong to his roommate Li Tianqi. It was carried by Suit Ghost at the beginning. Now it has turned to ashes and dropped here. Just treat it as your grave. The faces of his classmates flashed through Huang Yi's mind. He felt a little sorry.
He also noticed that there were many holes around the wooden coffin of the cell phone. But he didn't care too much. He just cast his eyes on the 3 women who were frozen by the law of space. That was Mother Lu Xiaoxiao, Sister Huang Ruoying, and, the only team member, Han Shuang.
It's time to give them the authority to act. Huang Yi held the shovel. He walked slowly towards them with a relaxed expression. Sorry for the wait.
In the consciousness space, the grass was desolate.
Huang Yi came to Han Shuang with a relaxed tone. Han Shuang blinked. It seemed that the other party was in a good mood. The next moment, her pupils widened.
She felt the invisible shackles around her,
slowly retreating.
She seemed to hear the sound of broken glass.
Then,
her body suddenly felt relaxed.
Looking at the light hands, it was unbelievable.
This Huang Yi really controlled this strange space.
There is really no extraordinary power.
Han Shuang felt it carefully. She also frowned strangely. The specialness of this place is far beyond her imagination. After all, she is also a level 53 destruction path, but here, she is just like an ordinary person.
It will be much easier if you can move. In the future, you don't need me to bring you food.
Huang Yi spoke slowly. After he advanced to become a gravedigger. The activity space here has become much larger. Directly came to the range of 50 square meters. Unfortunately, it is still a little distance from touching the next grave.
Yeah.
Hearing this, Han Shuang felt inexplicably nervous.
He lowered his head. During the college entrance examination, he was willing to cooperate with Huang Yi. Provided information and intelligence from many channels. Preliminary trust.
Also got the permission to occasionally go out to eat, drink, defecate and urinate.
Now the old things are brought up again. It is inevitable that it is a bit embarrassing.
But Huang Yi is right, the activity range here is not small.
And there are a lot of furniture.
As long as there are tools, digging out a dry toilet or building a wooden house is not a difficult task.
Han Shuang looked at the other 2 weirdos. They were still frozen in place and couldn't move. Han Shuang was just hesitating. When the time comes, should I give them a portion of the food?
After all, she is also good at home-cooked meals. I just don't know if the weirdos will be unaccustomed to the oily and salty food.
You don't have to worry about them. In this space, everyone, including me, has been suppressed.
And my family's desire for flesh and blood has also been suppressed.
They have even become more rational. It's a good thing that they can communicate.
Huang Yi looked at his sister who had returned and explained.
Okay, I understand. Han Shuang nodded immediately. Huang Yi said no more and hesitated for a moment between his mother and sister.
Finally, he came to Huang Ruoying.
At this time, Huang Ruoying's image was still weird.
The skirt returned to blood red. As if it was full of blood. 4 white candles were inserted around her lower abdomen. The wicks were blackened, but not burning. When Huang Ruoying saw her brother coming towards her,
the pure black eyes suddenly showed a humane joy. But the next second,
it suddenly dimmed,
full of self-blame. As if she was too ashamed to see Huang Yi. Your talent is stronger than I thought. Maybe it's my fault. I suppressed your ability. But what Huang Ruoying didn't expect was
what her brother said. It was not a blame for herself. But it was a deep reflection. No, you don't let us eat meat for our own good.
Huang Ruoying said nervously.
But as soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned. I don't know when, I was able to move and speak. But she still lowered her head. The tone became more and more low.
Blood and flesh really can't be eaten by you. Too serious pollution. I'm afraid you will completely lose your humanity. Huang Yi said in a deep voice. Huang Ruoying listened and nodded in disappointment.
He picked his nails nervously with both hands.
No words.
But the next words of her brother. But Huang Ruoying raised her head in astonishment, but there is no problem eating the same kind. At least it is clean and pure. And the pollution level, and there is room for improvement, are stronger than human flesh.
Huang Ruoying widened her dark pupils. I didn't expect to get this answer.
She thought her brother would not agree to her becoming stronger.
After this period of support,
her upgrade speed even exceeded her imagination. Not only did she quickly reach level 40, but she also obtained the resurrection talent of Guiyu, which was invincible in the early stage. Even though she was weak, she was stubborn and couldn't bear to give it up.
Now she got Huang Yi's positive answer.
She rarely showed a look of surprise. Before, I was afraid that you would cause trouble, so I didn't let you eat your own kind. I was also selfishly worried that your appearance would be exposed and implicate me. Now, I'm in college and have a lot of time. There's also enough time to feed you weird slaves. As for whether you want to become stronger, it's up to you to decide. Huang Yi said frankly without hiding anything. Now, he has also figured it out, it's better to open it than to block it. My sister has tasted the sweetness, if she still restricts her like my mother. It will only waste her extraordinary talent in the weird domain. This is an ability that can only be obtained in the 70th level of hell. Even if it was him, he couldn't bear to be covered in dust. Okay, the elder sister smiled sweetly, her mouth stretched to her ears, then I want to become stronger. I can protect you too. Huang Yi just nodded. Then he simply passed his mother and came to the second mausoleum where Myrtle existed. During this period, he couldn't feed flesh and blood. He also wanted to see if there were any new changes. Then Mother, Huang Ruoying followed Huang Yi happily. But seeing her mother unable to move, she was also surprised to remind her. Huang Yi glanced casually, let her move before I leave. One person and one ghost came to the mausoleum. Han Shuang, who was standing far away, knew that she was not qualified to go there. She looked around and said, Huang. Boss. Ha? Huang Yi looked back in confusion. Han Shuang said loudly, I need farm tools and wood here. If you have time, I hope you can provide some. Huang Yi nodded, but threw the shovel in his hand directly over. This scene frightened Han Shuang. She took a step back, fearing that she would be hit by the shovel. She was even more shocked. She knew the power of this shovel. Even the level 66 suit ghost would be worse than death if touched by black blood. But such a precious extraordinary item was handed over to me? Do I use this? Han Shuang couldn't believe it, and her voice trembled. You use it first. Huang Yi said calmly, and then stopped paying attention. Now he has administrator privileges. This shovel key is under his exclusive control. Even if someone else gets it, not only will they not have the privilege, but they can also be catalyzed by him and backfire on the person holding the shovel. So Huang Yi is not worried. Thank you, boss. But Han Shuang didn't know. At this moment, she was almost moved to tears. Full of excitement and gratitude. Even the hands that touched the shovel were nervous and trembling. After getting it, he ran to the side and worked hard to dig out the dry toilet. This shovel is very dangerous. If you use it carelessly, it may backfire. Huang Yi finally gave a warning. Cut off the other party, the treasure disturbed people's hearts. Hearing the reminder, Han Shuang was even more devoted. Even such a treasure was willing to be given to himself, how much trust it must have. Fruit, is it ripe? Walked to the side of the myrtle. Huang Yi was slightly surprised. I saw the myrtle rooted in the black coffin tomb. There was a thumb-sized berry. It was golden in color. It was very different from the purple-black color he had expected at first. It was full and round like a golden bean. It exuded an attractive fragrance. But Huang Yi frowned. Is this thing really edible? Why can't you eat it? Hearing his younger brother's murmur, Huang Ruoying timidly approached. Asked quietly. She often picked these berries and ate them when she was little. Like finding a treasure. But most of them were snatched away by his younger brother. When she thought of the way she looked at Huang Yi in the past, she felt a little aggrieved. Although Huang Yi was constipated for a long time that night. She was slightly angry about this, but the regret of losing the snack came back today. Don't know why. Huang Ruoying looked at this myrtle and always felt it was very special. Just by looking at it, you can seem to smell its unique fragrance. All the extraordinary power in his body is ready to move. It's as if you want to get the berries right away. How about, let me try it? No, Huang Yi simply refused. Everything here is always weird. Even if you become an administrator, you have some permissions. But he didn't understand many things. If you eat it rashly, you don't know what accidents may happen. There is nothing wrong with being cautious. Oh, Huang Ruoying immediately turned away and grabbed the hem of her skirt sadly. Huang Yi didn't notice his sister's mood changes. He just frowned. Carefully bypass the red coffin and come to the stone tablet. Since the words on the first tombstone will change as you improve. An information prompt appears. Then this second tombstone may also have new hints. Really? When Huang Yi came to the tombstone, his pupils widened a bit. He quickly squatted down and looked at the words on it, his body and mind were trembling. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes.
Are you okay? What are you looking at? Huang Ruoying's dark pupils caught a glimpse of his younger brother's solemn look. He also asked nervously.
Although his younger brother is very fierce, he is actually very kind to himself.
Look at the words. Huang Yi replied casually. But that gaze was still deeply attracted by the tombstone.
These words made Huang Ruoying curious. She carefully came to the stone tablet and looked at it carefully.
Then asked, where are the words? You're illiterate, why are you joining in the fun? Huang Yi said disgustedly.
Although I can't read, I also know the difference between whether there are words or not.
Huang Ruoying was angry and retorted stubbornly. What's the meaning?
Huang Yi was stunned and turned back to look at Huang Ruoying. My sister also squatted down, and the candles inserted around her lower abdomen suddenly bloomed like petals. It didn't hinder her squatting position. She pointed at the tombstone seriously. There are no words on it.
Huang Yi looked shocked.
Then his eyes turned to the mother who was still frozen.
This is also an illiterate master. Never mind. Han Shuang, come here. Ah? Call me? Han Shuang was digging a hole hard. After losing her extraordinary power, she is just an ordinary woman.
I was so tired that I was sweating profusely.
But being full of spirit is a recognized strength.
Hearing this, he also came over in astonishment. In order to avoid suspicion, the shovel was inserted into the soft soil.
What does it say? Huang Yi pointed to the tombstone and stared solemnly at Han Shuang's heroic face.
These words made Han Shuang stunned.
She clearly saw that there was no writing on the tombstone.
Looking at Huang Yi's expectant eyes, he also smiled bitterly. I didn't see the words.
Okay, keep busy. Huang Yi waved his hand to drive him away.
For the situation where neither of them can see the font.
Not only was it not confusing. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied.
In other words, the words on the tombstone are only shown to yourself. Then when he is not in the tombs, or when more people come in, he doesn't worry about others knowing more of his secrets.
Okay, boss.
Han Shuang also glanced at the bright red myrtle in the coffin.
This fruit is very filling. The taste is also quite sweet. But for some reason, I felt that this strain was extremely unique. That round golden berry. Looking salivating. She swallowed, not daring to look further. He quickly turned around and left. Then, what is written on it?
My sister's face was full of curiosity and her heart was itchy.
What is written is a big secret.
When Huang Yi heard this, his eyes were filled with surprise, and then were filled with shock. He looked at the stone tablet again.
My heart is beating a drum. Spirit, myrtle. Berries, golden quality. Edible quantity, 1 piece.
Effect 1, increase the probability of monster evolution, can be superimposed.
Effect 2, repair sanity, repair consciousness, can be superimposed.
Effect 3, lower the advanced conditions and can be superimposed.
Note, the effect can be specified by the administrator to take effect. The other 2 effects will only become nutrients for supplementation.
Looking at the content on the stone tablet, Huang Yi was greatly shocked. The surprise was so great that he had trouble sleeping and eating.
He stood up stiffly. Even the brain went blank for a short time and lost the ability to think. He walked up to Han Shuang.
Watching her resting with the shovel, he immediately grabbed it and said, I'll do it. Afterwards, he dug hard and regained his sanity.
Okay, boss.
Han Shuang was frightened by his state.
Couldn't help but take a step back. She could sense the huge changes in Huang Yi's mentality.
Although the expression is very solemn. But he couldn't hide the deep surprise in his heart. It was like she had seen ordinary people win big prizes. They were extremely excited, but worried about being targeted.
No one dared to say anything and could only hold back their ecstasy.
Huang Yi in front of him seemed to be in this state.
Don't call me boss, it's very uncomfortable. Huang Yi vented for a few minutes, and his exhaustion allowed him to resume his thinking.
Pushing the shovel to Han Shuang, he walked towards the stone monument again.
Then, call me boss?
Can Huang Yi return to the stone monument?
I have vented my inner shock. It is still unbelievable to see the heaven-defying effect written on it. Every effect above. All extremely amazing.
Although it does not take effect at the same time, you can choose it yourself. Then my mother and sister can eat meat.
Not even losing your mind. Just swallow myrtle berries and your sanity will return.
Moreover, contracted beast pets can also increase the probability of evolution and can be superimposed. Even the conditions for the advancement ceremony can also be superimposed.
What level of item is this? Are the berries alone of gold quality? Excellent. Huang Yi exhaled in shock. Chest heaving. The self that possesses this unique aspect. You can even form a cult. And the kind that doesn't require an advancement ceremony. The only consumption is to feed myrtle flesh and blood. But this, isn't it the same as holding an advancement ceremony for it? Huang Yi was slightly stunned. But compared to its berry effect, the consumption of myrtle is negligible. When he slaughtered all Han Shuang's subordinates, only a dozen of them, he was able to get a piece of fruit in exchange. It's like raising chickens and laying golden eggs. It seems that all we need to do is feed the corpses of extraordinary beings. You can get high returns. Huang Yi kept this information firmly in his heart. I can't wait to find the extraordinary person and kill him. This myrtle can even help the family survive the advancement ceremony safely. It is of great significance. Say it quickly, I'm going to die. Huang Ruoying burst into tears and stamped her feet unwillingly. It's really annoying that I can't see it myself. Huang Yi was also annoyed by the urging, you don't know how to read it yourself. After hearing this, Huang Ruoying was filled with anger and ran to her mother crying. My brother is really annoying. You are already a ghost, and you still don't know how to feel sorry for others. Huang Yi was too lazy to answer. His gaze continued. There was another message underneath Myrtle, which concerned him very much. Hidden effect, trigger condition not met. Myrtle's last sentence was difficult for Huang Yi to understand. What other hidden effects does this spiritual creature have? Huang Yi was quite irritable. I thought about it for a long time, but got no information. I could only scratch my head and realize the torture my sister had just suffered. We can only wait until it is unlocked later. Huang Yi's heart was full of itching, which was very unpleasant. Read on. Own list of contract pathways. There are also new changes. Path, contract. Tomb owner, Huang Yi. Level 10. Contract beast, not in progress. We are detecting nearby contract beasts that can be signed. Huang Yi looked at the slate. This tombstone is related to the contract, and the font is very regular. Unlike the first coffin of destruction. The handwriting is blurred, the pen is erratic and sharp. Huang Yi still needs to identify it carefully. Looking at this easy-to-understand calligraphy in block letters, I feel very comfortable. But there was also surprise in his heart. Am I level 10? Huang Yi frowned slightly. He himself didn't know when he achieved the achievement. Maybe it's time for Gravedigger to advance. Completed by the way. And contractors have one thing that is very special. If you have not signed a pet at level 10, your experience will no longer increase. So Huang Yi was happy, got stuck in level again. Fine. Experiences don't disappear anyway. Huang Yi was optimistic. But soon he became depressed again. Back to the most troubling question, how to choose a contract beast. Naturally, he wanted Pan Sen's top zodiac sign. Talents are extremely special, and every one of them is a magical skill. After he obtained the qualification as a contractor, he became even more jealous of the other party. You can randomly sign such a top animal pet. Even if it's not a zodiac sign. It's also okay to have a pet with gold talent. Huang Yi was slightly depressed and prayed in his heart. He had tutoring during the college entrance examination. Knowing that the 12 zodiac signs are top animal pets. Only one creature of each type can be born. Just like dogs, even extremely powerful beasts like the three-headed hell dog. It can't compare to the 12 zodiac signs chosen by heaven. Of course, this does not mean that the 12 zodiac signs are invincible. In fact, there are many beast pets who are close to being chosen by virtue of their own or racial talents. For example, ancient beasts such as Phoenix, Qilin, and Xuanwu also belongs to the top column. It's just that at the personal level, it's slightly inferior to a natural god. It is said that the 12 zodiac signs are the original pets of the contract gods. But at present, there is no way to study it. The 12 zodiac signs are the chosen ones. There's just no evolutionary bottleneck. You can join the contractor to break through all the way. And has a unique talent. Different from ordinary people. But the zodiac signs that can't grow. That is, a dead dog. Huang Yi was slightly disdainful. To cover up the sour lemon inside. He learned about it from the top animal pet directory on campus. The 12 zodiac signs will never be cut off. If one dies, it will be reincarnated again. In other words, new shoe dogs will be born again among dogs. I am destined to be a dog. I hope we can meet again in reincarnation. Huang Yi sighed slightly. But in my heart, I actually felt comforted.
He looked at the myrtle with blooming flowers and fruit in the black coffin that represented a wasted death and a short life. He is also pretending to have his own expectations. As long as there are ripe berries, the probability of evolution can be superimposed. Even a pig can evolve to level 60 and have a smooth journey. I still hope I can find a good pet. Even if the card level is high, it won't be that uncomfortable. Huang Yi stroked the stone tablet and rubbed away the condensed dust on it. Make the gilded words underneath more conspicuous. But at this moment, serious shouts came from the side, which made Huang Yi's eyes narrow. Careful! There are living things here. Han Xuan quickly retreated from the dug earth. His face was filled with fear and solemnity. Holding the black blood shovel, he looked ready. This reminder made Huang Yi stand up in shock. Why didn't I know that there were living things in this consciousness space? However, Huang Yi quickly turned around. Looking at the myrtle with blood-red petals in the black coffin. It's also heavy on the heart. Myrtle is a living thing. Even the sparse grass underfoot is a kind of life. There was mist all around and the moisture was extremely high. The land is also quite wet and soft. In addition, in the conscious space, it seems to be always early morning. It does have an environment for growth. I was the one who made the fuss. This place is already weird. The area I have detected so far, or rather the area I have come into contact with, is still too small. Only 50 square meters. Huang Yi's face was solemn. Maybe this is not necessarily the best habitat. Perhaps only when I gain high enough authority and can access more tombs will I be able to see more things that are difficult to explain. Is the secret of the consciousness space really in the dirt bag? Huang Yi looked at the tombs that were looming in the morning mist. I can't help but think so. But now that the situation was urgent, he came to Han Xuan worriedly. I saw a few panicked ants crawling out from underneath. They are fist-sized. The whole body is pitch black, as if equipped with hard armor. Stretching out its tentacles, it patrolled back and forth in the excavated earth. Leaves behind unique pheromones. This tells subsequent companions that there is no food and no danger here. This kind of ant looks very much like one I know. The name is totally different. Huang Yi's eyes were solemn and he didn't dare to make rash contact. This type of ant. It only exists in the Xia Federation and is a unique species. And Xia Federation. It is the joint name of the four forces, Contract City, Suanhu City, Fuyao City, and Eternal Life City. Hiss, a completely different ant the size of a fist. The grinding sound of teeth was even loud enough to be clearly audible. After they returned to the cave. After a while, a huge soldier ant appeared. It is about the size of a human torso. It has huge mouthparts, like large pliers. The armor on the body is horny, hard and thick. Like black ink, glowing with light. Its appearance made even the soil bulge a lot. Huang Yi, with his curious sister and fearful Han Xuan, cautiously stepped back to make room. He knows it very well. None of their group is extraordinary. But these native creatures are all mysterious. Huang Yi's face was solemn, ready to evacuate at any time. He suddenly woke up. Why was the first wooden coffin so rotten and broken? There are traces of being chewed. It turns out that the completely different ant is the culprit. Not even the bottom of the coffin was spared. But what surprised Huang Yi was that the giant soldier ant, which was as huge as a human torso, after a brief inspection of its surroundings. Then he returned to the deep ant nest with a dull head. Huang Yi's group seemed not to be noticed. Soon after, those fist-sized worker ants came back again and again. He worked hard and moved the soil, slowly closing the gap. Huang Yi learned from their actions. Read out a message. Even the ants are unwilling to expose themselves to this strange environment. Stop digging yet, stay away from here. Huang Yi took back the shovel. He quickly returned to the second tomb. When he saw the ant colony, he had an idea. I have not forgotten the font that once stood out on the stone tablet, detecting nearby contract beasts that can be signed. Shashasha. Huang Yi stepped on the soft ground and quickened his pace. Can't wait to check it out. When he stood in front of the tombstone again, the font on it had indeed changed. Look at the changes on the stone tablet. Even if Huang Yi has experienced the shock of myrtle. Still feeling heavy breathing. Detection results. Monster beast, all different worker ant, black iron quality. Can be contracted. Detection results. Monster beast, all different soldier ant, bronze quality. Can be contracted. When Huang Yi saw this, his face was also full of surprise. Then he looked solemnly at the filled pit. Not only was he shocked that ants could exist in this consciousness space, it also broke his inherent cognition. It is the consensus of the extraordinary world that it is difficult for ants to achieve transcendence. They have fewer nerves and are smaller in size.
As if to the changes in the world. Not aware at all.
Always living in his own world.
Repeated labor, reproduction, and eating. Does even the most common worker ant have a black iron grade? Huang Yi felt a little heavy.
Even though it is the lowest grade, it is only about the size of a fist.
But the number is huge enough. Very threatening.
Huang Yi has observed that Quan Yi looks stupid, but his hunting ability is top-notch.
Most ants cannot hunt grasshoppers that are jumping around and can fly, but they can. Not only do they feed on seeds, they are also omnivorous ants.
If they had just attacked our side.
If they don't choose to exit the consciousness space, they will lose their transcendence. An absolute disaster. Monsters and beasts also have gods. Huang Yi thought of it during the high school compulsory course Supernatural.
There are rough descriptions of various gods. I also learned very early on that all monsters are controlled by gods.
The name of endless life is reproduction. Think of this sentence.
Huang Yi's head trembled. If there are worker ants, then there must be a queen ant.
Little worker ants are black iron. The soldier ant is bronze level. What about the queen ant, silver? Huang Yi's head is on fire. Regardless of whether the queen ant is silver or not, she is a huge profit. As long as he contracts the queen ant, he will get the entire colony. Contractors are keen on studying ant colonies and bee colonies.
Naturally, we value the coordination and cooperation of insects, as well as the absolute dominance of the queen ant and queen bee.
But for countless years, no extraordinary ant colony has been discovered. It is even more impossible to cultivate success. And even a bronze-level queen ant.
With the feeding of myrtle, it is not impossible to break through the upper limit of evolution. When the queen ant reaches a higher level, the ant colony she gave birth to will also be improved.
Group evolution. Han Shuang. Huang Yi came to Myrtle and vomited out the shock in his heart. Boss, what's the matter? Han Shuang was wary of the ant colony. Heard shouting.
It was also a mixture of surprise and nervousness. She did not forget that she chose the address herself. An extraordinary creature that was just dug up.
See that golden berry? I saw it.
Han Shuang stared at the plump and round star with surprise in his eyes.
That sweet aroma.
Just smelling it made all the cells in her body wail with desire. She swallowed subconsciously. Although she didn't know what was special about this myrtle. But it can affect your own temptation.
But it is extraordinary.
The extraordinary world contains not only living things, but also plants. Things are rare and valuable, and the value of extraordinary plants is astronomical as she could never imagine.
The first berry is for you.
Huang Yi pointed at the golden berries and spoke calmly. Decided to lower her advancement conditions.
Ah! Han Shuang couldn't believe it. I wonder if I heard it wrong. Do you want it? Huang Yi urged. Can you really give it to me? Han Shuang's heart beat violently. Looking at the mouth-watering berries.
Also secretes saliva like crazy. All the cells in the body are ready to move at this moment. Before I regret it.
Huang Yi's tone gradually became impatient.
Han Shuang saved his life when he was blind and faced hell. After escaping, I kept it in my heart. Thinking that there are many people at the tomb, I will make up for this favor sooner or later. When he saw the power of the berries, it was determined that it could help Han Shuang survive the gravedigger ceremony smoothly. After all, his life deserves such a reward. But she never thought that the difficulty of future rituals would be reduced for her so quickly. At least take care of your family first.
Let them completely regain their senses. Although this space can suppress weird emotions.
But he always shows madness occasionally. But now, Han Shuang has made another great achievement and discovered a contractable ant colony for himself. It is also very possible that there is a queen ant inside. This achievement was so great that Huang Yi no longer hesitated. She can eat the first berry first, but it is not without cost, that is, she has to bear unknown risks, and she also tests the poison for their family. Moreover, the difficulty of feeding myrtle is not high, and it is not irreproducible.
Good. Thank you, boss.
Hearing this, Han Shuang was excited. Unexpectedly, he got into trouble and dug up extraordinary creatures.
You can actually get rewards.
Thinking of this, Han Shuang frowned slightly.
She's not stupid. He even suppressed his body's instinct to try. She grew up in the ruins of chaos. Intrigues make it difficult not to be suspicious. But she still chose to believe Huang Yi. If the other party really wants to die, no need to go to such trouble. Immediately, she hesitated no more. Bending with anticipation.
Carefully, he reached out his hand. But the next second, he shrinks his hand in pain, his fingers are in unbearable pain. It was like a poisonous sting. At the fingertips, traces of ulcers can be seen faintly. Did Myrtle absorb the vitality? See this situation. Huang Yi also frowned solemnly. Quite unexpected. He walked towards Myrtle and extended his hand solemnly. Be prepared to be sucked out of life. Pinch the right berry. His pupils dilated. It's okay? Could it be because I am the administrator? Huang Yi thought like this. But when he wants to pluck the fruit, but found it to be unusually strong. His hands clenched into fists. The fruit cannot be pulled off. This result was beyond his expectation. But soon, the administrator's authority gave him the answer. A warm message flows through the brain. Let yourself choose one of the effects before picking. Effect 1, increase the probability of monster evolution, can be superimposed. Effect 2, repair sanity, can be stacked. Effect 3, lower the advanced conditions and can be superimposed. Huang Yi suddenly realized. I didn't expect that even picking is so particular. But he soon came to his senses. This is also unique to consciousness space managers. Even if you put unfamiliar people into the space in the future, don't worry about the other party and can destroy it at will. Just like a shovel. Even if someone else takes it away, they will only suffer backlash. Very considerate. Huang Yi commented silently. Then I chose effect 3, first lowering the conditions for Han Shuang to advance. Note, the effect can be specified by the administrator to take effect. The other two effects will only become nutrients for supplementation. Huang Yi heard this and looked at the stone tablet. Sure enough, I saw the block letters above. There are changes again. Spirit, myrtle. Berries, golden quality. Edible quantity, 0 pieces. Huang Yi silently withdrew his gaze. He looked at Han Shuang, whose face was sore and his fingers were still ulcerated. He said slightly apologetically, my mistake, this is for you. If I send you out now, you can regain your transcendence. Recover passively. Han Shuang bit her lip and couldn't hide her surprise as she took the berry. Immediately, the world was spinning and he appeared in the hotel. Ah! You, my good daughter. You're finally back, how could you move earlier than me? I'm so worried about you. Listening to my mother's excited cries. Running towards her sister Huang Ruoying. Huang Yi just had no expression on his face. He had anticipated this crying scene in advance. So the decision was made from the beginning. Before leaving, I just let go of my mother's restrictions. As soon as they heard the cries of each other hugging each other, they simply exited the space of consciousness. As for the whereabouts of the Ant Queen, Huang Yi was very concerned about this, but he also knew that it was definitely hidden deep underground. It can't even be found overnight. At the very least, careful planning is required. Next time you come in, capture the contract. Huang Zhiyun suddenly moved. His consciousness returned to his original body and he immediately opened his eyes. Looking at the excited Han Shuang standing beside him. In the hotel. 4th floor. Han Shuang stood on the concrete floor again. Immediately trigger the destruction, passive to repair the wounds between the fingertips. What does it feel like? Huang Yi opened his eyes. Also sitting up from the bed. Looking at Han Shuang with a face full of pain, he asked. He was also curious. What will happen if a non-administrator touches Myrtle? It hurts. Like pins and needles, constant. Han Shuang grabbed her index finger with one hand. Want to ease the pain on it. But the tingling sensation was like countless needles pricking into her fingertips. It made her tremble both physically and mentally. Passive physical repair cannot shield the negative effects of Myrtle at all. Aren't you going to activate the bloodthirsty skill? Huang Yi was confused. Obviously it can directly block the pain. Why are you still holding on? But these words made Han Shuang's eyes flash. A hint of panic emerged. That won't work. The negative effects of bloodthirsty will only be repaid twice as much. Huang Yi looked at Han Shuang, who had beads of sweat on his forehead. No more talking. Instead, he was reflecting on himself. Have you never considered the negative effects of hysteresis? Although it can make your whole body sore and stiff,
but he will always activate his bloodthirsty skills when facing enemies.
The negative effects of hysteresis are not considered at all.
He just needs to live, everything else is secondary.
But now, the bloodthirsty skills have been remelted. Became an immortal golden body with gold great skills.
There are no more side effects. Huang Yi thought calmly.
A bed of roses. When you open it again in the future, your body and mind will feel less burdened. And after level 65, it can be smelted a second time.
Maybe it will be a gold level skill again. Eat?
Wait until she calms down slightly.
Huang Yi just reminded.
He was also curious about the berry effects of myrtle.
I don't know if it's really that magical.
Good. Han Shuang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his shoulder.
Eyes expectant. Put it carefully into your mouth. He closed his mouth slightly and squeezed out the golden liquid. Finely chopped seed particles. Like melon seeds, it exudes a rich fragrance after chewing.
Waves of warmth emerged from it, sliding into her throat from her dry mouth, and then rushed to her limbs and bones like an electric current. Her body felt like it was surrounded by a bonfire, filled with warm joy. In Huang Yi's watching eyes, he saw a blush on Han Shuang's face, as if he was drinking alcohol. He has also heard that there are ordinary farmers who soak the picked berries in wine. It is said that it is very sweet and has a high alcohol content. Although Huang Yi has never drunk it.
But seeing Han Shuang's state, I felt tipsy.
His eyes were blurry and slightly wandering.
How does it feel? Huang Yi looked at Han Shuang, who was intoxicated and reminiscing. Asked. Sweet but not greasy. Very unique feeling of fullness.
My whole body is warm and I feel very comfortable. It seems that in this life, I only have these few seconds to gain relaxation and relief. Han Shuang immediately cheered up after hearing the question.
Savor her feelings carefully and express them. This sense is extremely fascinating. Just eating one will leave you with an endless aftertaste.
As she spoke, she subconsciously looked at the ulcerated palm that had not yet been completely repaired, with lingering fear in her heart. Although she didn't dare to pick it. But the horrible erosion of the myrtle was too fresh in my memory. Just the mere contact is heart-piercing.
This is my reward for saving my life.
I will help you get through your level 60 gravedigger ritual.
Huang Yi said calmly. There is no regret in my heart. His life is more important than those plentiful and easy-to-grow berries.
Moreover, according to the progress of 13 corpses, 1 berry was obtained. Taking an advanced ritual that kills 10,000 people and using it to raise myrtle, it can harvest more than 700 fruits.
You can even do both.
The killed corpses are also offered to myrtle, and the rate of return is astonishingly exaggerated. Or to put it another way, Huang Yi was not helping Han Shuang. Instead, he used Han Shuang's advancement ritual to work hard for myrtle. Huang Yi's mother and sister are still too low in level. At the level of 30 or 40, not advanced level. Although I can also regain their sanity for them. The return on investment is really pitifully low. There is no level 53 Han Shuang at all, and it is very cost-effective. Anyway, he has no plans to release them from his conscious space for the time being.
It doesn't matter whether you eat or not.
Moreover, Huang Yi did not say it clearly. He wanted to test it on Han Shuang to see if there were any negative effects.
What? Han Shuang didn't know what Huang Yi was thinking.
After hearing this, his eyes just widened.
Extremely shocked.
She clearly knows the advanced rituals of cultists. How cruel and dangerous it would be. I have also seen Huang Yi's miserable situation when he advanced. The reason why she joined the cult was to get a place for advancement.
Get the support of your team.
Now that she heard Huang Yi's personal promise, she couldn't believe it, but also doubted it. After all, this time the whole city was mobilized for the 18th city. Even the main city sent support. It's not that Han Shuang doubts Huang Yi's strength, but that the difficulty is too extreme. In the future, Huang Yi will definitely be able to protect himself.
But now he is only over level 60, can he withstand it? Do you know the effect of this spiritual object? Huang Yi asked instead of answering. Han Shuang shook her head truthfully, I don't know. But she understood that there are few plants in the world that can possess extraordinary abilities.
The effect of berries. It can reduce the conditions required for advancement. After thinking about it, Huang Yi replied, 1. It can replace almost 5% of the amount. In other words, in the future you only need to kill 9,500 people to complete the advancement requirements. If you continue to swallow, you only need 20. You can become a gravedigger without any threshold and naturally.
Huang Yi didn't mind telling this secret. If bound by interests, the other party will only be devoted. After tasting the sweetness, her subjective initiative will be completely activated. Achieve a win-win situation. She will just win more. After this advancement, Huang Yi knew clearly. The focus of the gravedigger ceremony is not to massacre the city, but to kill tens of thousands of people. 10,000 people, that is the size of a small town. But Han Shuang took a step back in fear after hearing this. Pupils widened. Handsome chest rose and fell violently. Mind was blank and confused. She couldn't understand at all. Could such a secret, such an effect, really be told to herself? At this moment, she was left with only confusion and fear. Biting her lips tightly, bleeding, she didn't know what to say at all. Each extraordinary plant is rare in the world. But I never thought that the effect of this myrtle could be so shocking. Can it really exist in this extraordinary world? Berries change fate. Even under the seat of the gods, such extraordinary spiritual objects are not ordinary. At this moment, her mind went from numb to active. Her eyes were slightly red. Gratitude choked her throat. She was full of gratitude that her men had tied Huang Yi's mother and daughter to the basement. That ghost-controlling contract master also let the wolf into the house. This is not a wolf, it is simply the lucky star of the cultists. I regret it. The vest man was killed too early. If he is killed now, it would be great to use it to raise myrtle. She saw with her own eyes that Huang Yi buried his men in the coffin. With this kind of work intensity, I can do it for a lifetime. Han Shuang was stunned for a long time. Finally, he loosened his pale and bloody lips and teeth. Slightly relieved the shock in his heart. Murmured and asked, "Boss, myrtle should not be restricted in food, right?" "Weird. Can it be eaten?" Huang Yi nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Okay, Han Shuang slowly recovered his thoughts. If weird can be eaten, then weird slaves can also eat it. This time, if there is still hell to be advanced, I have to go and grab it. Boss Huang. I will go through fire and water. Looking at the other party's serious expression, Huang Yi smiled dumbly. Just nodded calmly. This time, Han Shuang can be completely trusted by himself. After all, the berries can only be picked by me. And the consciousness space can only be transported by me. With such attraction, Han Shuang has no chance of betrayal. My growth means the growth of the other party. The interests of both are completely tied together. At this time, there was a hurried sound of footsteps downstairs. The tone was complaining. Huang Yi looked at Han Shuang and knew that someone was going upstairs. What bad luck! I can finally come back. The disaster should be completely over, right? I ran in such a hurry that I didn't even dare to take my luggage with me. Who isn't? I really don't want to come to this broken contract city. Who knew that on a business trip, you could encounter such a terrible thing? The conversation downstairs became increasingly clear. Footsteps echoed. It was obvious that these were residents, walking upstairs. Han Shuang's face turned cold. Kill? Perhaps myrtle needs flesh and blood. Huang Yi, looking at Han Shuang's serious face. Huang Yi also looked stunned. Go crazy. The aftermath of Contract City is beginning to settle, but it has not yet passed the limelight. Just killing a few tenants, isn't this a shot in the arm? You cultists just don't have any brains. Huang Yi was dissatisfied with the criticism. Isn't this telling the 18 cities that there are still cultists here? Han Shuang looked stunned. I really want to say, aren't you also a cultist? But she didn't dare. Then, don't kill? No killing. Huang Yi replied. Stand up from the iron frame bed. Okay. Han Shuang was slightly regretful. Immediately, he saw Huang Yi tapping his shoulder. The next moment, she returned to the conscious space again. Trampling on the soft grass. I can't wait to rush to Myrtle and admire it quietly. His eyes are full of love and expectation. Completely ignoring the ant next to me who was crying and complaining about her grievances. Only follow Boss Huang. My life is valuable. Han Shuang subconsciously touched the heel palm. There is a vague phantom pain. But he was stupidly happy. Not only did she make a contribution, she gained precious trust. This should be the most correct decision I have ever made in my life, right? The other party not only has talent comparable to Li Hongyi, but also possesses such a treasure. He becomes the god of destruction, very stable. I, Han Shuang, have advanced to level 80, so I should be fine, right? She squatted beside Myrtle in all her glory. He held his face in his hands, his eyes filled with longing. Squeak. Huang Yi came to the windowsill silently and gently pushed the window open. The warm sunshine, accompanied by a pleasant breeze, blows in your face. Very soft and comfortable. It made him feel slightly better. What happened last night seemed to be forgotten. The probe looked out calmly. There are vehicles approaching in the distance. They should be people who have fled the city and are returning one after another. Now, only half a day has passed since hell advanced. The height is right. Huang Yi lowered his head and looked down.
The height of the fourth floor was not dangerous to him. But it can be used to test the gliding ability of gravity control.
He didn't forget. The requirement for the next skill smelting is to reach 90% proficiency.
Today, he's only at 86%.
It's not far either.
Licking his dry lips, Huang Yi stepped on the window edge without hesitation and jumped. The strong wind of free fall suddenly sounded in my ears, while his face was solemn. Gravity, like a magnetic field, immediately surrounded his body. Immediately afterwards, gravity condenses on the limbs and bones. It's like being plated with a layer of invisible armor. It slowly penetrated into the skin and made him feel light. At this moment, Huang Yi subconsciously thought that he had become a feather. It paused briefly in mid-air and slowly hovered.
He's in the air.
But this effect did not make Huang Yi look happy. Instead, his face flushed slightly. Just staying in the air made his blood surge.
Like the resistance between sky and earth. It fell hard on him. Squeeze your whole body. Call Huang Yi's pent-up breath finally relaxed. The body slid down slowly like a wingsuit. Soon, after landing, he took 2 steps forward. Take the stress off yourself. It's the first time I've tried it, and it's pretty smooth. Huang Yi evaluated himself objectively. Then, just like an ordinary pedestrian,
walking aimlessly in the increasingly noisy neighborhood. But when he looks inside the sea of consciousness. But I saw a gratifying change on the first tombstone.
Gravity control, proficiency 87%. Improved by 1 point. The increase is small, but the results are gratifying. Huang Yi was very satisfied. Just practice more. 90 proficiency will only come earlier than the progress of level 65. Ding dong. On the streets, the water has not yet dried up. After the sheriff's overnight cleaning, the road was still clean. Huang Yi hadn't taken a few steps yet.
Then I heard the beep of a mobile phone coming from my trouser pocket. He was surprised.
Isn't the mobile phone out of service due to arrears? Did the operator send a message to remind you?
When he took out his phone and looked at it, he frowned slightly. Your mobile phone number has been recharged with 10,000 yuan. Please check carefully after restarting.
Looking at the text message, Huang Yi silently turned on the computer and restarted. Who is so generous and gives him so much money? But he had a vague hunch. There are 3 people in total who know his number. Class teacher Lu Feng, roommate Li Tanqi, principal Chen Jiqing. 3 people died and 2 died. It was just one night. He sighed slightly. He looked at the restarted phone.
Many unread text messages and missed calls popped up immediately. They were all from the principal Chen Jiqing.
Beep beep soon, the phone could finally be answered normally.
It was Chen Jiqing's call.
Huang Yi took it and put it to his ear. He could clearly hear the other end of the phone sighing with relief. My phone was turned off last night. Huang Yi took the initiative to speak.
He didn't know the situation on the principal Chen side. He just heard the other party was slightly tired.
I'm glad you're okay. Chen Jiqing exhaled heavily. His heart finally relaxed. There was a little fragility in that cold and stubborn voice. Where did you go last night?
Hearing the question, Huang Yi was about to say the reason for the fabrication.
The other side immediately interrupted. It doesn't matter. Where are you now? Huang Yi looked around and it was an unfamiliar area. I'm wandering on the street. The other side obviously choked. But at least, he could let go of the ice in his heart in front of Huang Yi. I need you to come over. Huang Yi nodded. Okay, give me the address.
Chen Jiqing was silent for a moment. Martyrs Cemetery. Hearing this, Huang Yi narrowed his eyes.
Got it.
Buzz buzz buzz. Huang Yi is cash strapped.
To go to the Martyrs Cemetery, take a bus.
It costs 1 yuan per kilometer, so Huang Yi traveled 72 kilometers and took more than an hour to reach his destination.
The same depressing environment in the carriage made his face look ugly. I can bear it, but I really don't want to. Although he was recommended to the local contract university.
Also committed to high school and college. Provide scholarships and grants, free tuition, and other benefits.
It is said that there will also be executives from the 18 cities. Cash rewards will also be given.
But this is the end of the college entrance examination. It's not that fast yet, let's put it into our own hands.
You shouldn't have just focused on the advancement ceremony last night. I visited so many homes.
We should search it to see if there is any federal cash.
Huang Yi breathed the cool air. Slightly regretful.
During last night's advancement ceremony, many vigilantes were in the strange realm and had no time to escape.
All died in the line of duty. This grand and solemn memorial ceremony was designed for them.
But because Huang Yi arrived late, the worshippers had almost dispersed. There were only a few crying people being helped out. Huang Yi looked at this scene. His face was impassive.
There is no emotion in my heart.
Looking at the coordinates provided by Chen Jiqing, he walked quickly inside.
10 minutes later.
In front of a newly erected tombstone. Saw two figures. An old man with a broken arm stood silently. A young man knelt silently. After Huang Yi approached. I was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Principal Chen to look like this.
Haha, I made you laugh. Skills are inferior to people.
Chen Jiqing heard footsteps.
Also looked back.
A warm smile suddenly appeared on his tired face.
He patted his empty right arm nonchalantly. The young man did not look back. He just knelt in front of the tombstone blankly. Driven to distraction.
Huang Yi saw the other party's profile. Also recognized him.
It's someone I've been in contact with. You should have seen it.
He, Sun Fan, even went to school to interrogate you.
Chen Jiqing introduced it like a joke. Huang Yi nodded.
Come to the tombstone and look at the photo above. He also squinted slightly. In the photo, the middle-aged man is neatly dressed in security uniform. His face was serious.
This is the dog, Chen Yilan. Sacrifice in the line of duty is the fate of most criminal investigators. Chen Jiqing is slightly heavy.
Then he looked at the silent kneeling young man with a smile.
Fortunately, Sun Fan woke up quickly and decisively chose to resign. At least save one life.
He spoke harshly and did not hide his disdain. He admired Chen Yilan's behavior of sacrificing himself to save his colleagues, but also regretted it. But Sun Fan was not angered by this. But he looked down upon Sun Fan's behavior as a deserter. He obviously still has some energy left and possesses a certain amount of talent, and can make greater contributions to the 18 cities, but he chooses to retreat from the battlefield and stay away from danger. He has never taught such students like this. He was even more dissatisfied with Chen Yilan for teaching such a disciple. This is also his own failure. When Sun Fan heard this, his body trembled unnoticeably. Pursing his lips. Nothing was said. But his stubbornness made Chen Jiqing frown uncomfortably.
Stop kneeling, he can't see.
If he were still alive and looking at you for being such a coward, if he didn't slap you hard, I would slap him hard.
I've never had a tutor like this.
Chen Jiqing urged tiredly, let's go quickly, show off to someone.
Huang Yi and I still have something to discuss. Top secret.
Sun Fan's eyes were dull.
Come to your senses.
He stood up lonely and bowed deeply, Master, Xiao Fan has returned. Chen Jiqing looked at Huang Yi with a gentle breeze. Explaining that he was in a bad mood. He did not respond to Sun Fan's words.
She didn't even look at him.
Sun Fan had no expression.
He just passed Huang Yi silently. Like a bereaved dog, stay silent and stay away.
Huang Yi looked at him passing by. There were bandages on his face, body and hands. There was dried blood on his forehead. There are also fresh blood stains. It seems that the knock was quite serious.
It's good that the eyesore is gone. I also asked my daughter-in-law to take my granddaughter to primary school. No one can disturb us now. Chen Jiqing smiled happily.
It seemed that only by Huang Yi's side did he feel confident.
Able to relax completely. Condolences. Huang Yi didn't know how to comfort him. Just looking at the upright Chen Yilan in the photo. A slight silence. The opponent's police pistol was still in the first wooden coffin. No more bullets. Have you found the contract beast yet? Today I used my connections to select a lot of pet animals for you. They are all stronger than each other.
Chen Jiqing said with a smile.
The wrinkles on his face are blooming.
He mysteriously and vigilantly took out a piece of paper, looked around suspiciously, and then handed it to Huang Yi.
This is the list I made today.
Although I have recommended the first pet before, it is mainly for defense and treatment.
But we still have to respect your personal wishes.
We have also prepared pets for strong attack, group damage, and control for you.
Look at the list and see if there is anything you like. If not, I will continue to find it for you. Huang Yi keenly noticed the changes in Principal Chen. Although he was enthusiastic before, he was very measured and reserved. And the stability of those who are often in a superior position. Now his personality has changed drastically. It seems that he has become an ordinary old man next door. He is crazy about providing snacks and toys to children. He is so enthusiastic that he is a little uncomfortable. Major changes. Huang Ye's eyes swept across his empty right arm. He also felt something. Although there is still a level 65 extraordinary aura in the other party's thin body. But the threat from the contract master is extremely thin. It seems that he has lost something important, and his spirit has become weak. It is very different from before. Looking at the photo in front of him again, Huang Ye's eyes dimmed slightly. He did not forget that he killed Chen Yilin himself. He did not take away the body. Instead, he confirmed that he was a member of the cult. He participated in this advanced chaos. He killed Chen Yilin in the same way as Pan's senator to prove Pan Sen's death is to silence him. He crossed the river and destroyed the bridge. And the result was as he expected. Pan Sen's death was completely attributed to the cult. Whether it was true or not, Pan Sen was the insider of the cult and the driving force behind the disaster in the 18 cities. He was always labeled as an enemy spy in the file. However, although Huang Yi killed Principal Chen's son with his own hands, he did not feel any guilt. Huang Yi was never a good person. He was just a cultist hiding in the contract city. Even if he obtained the contract god disc, he never thought that he was a part of any decent force. Born in the ruins of the rioters, and as a believer of destruction, he also had an indelible past. The other party remembered my sister's appearance. Through years of criminal investigation experience, he was keenly aware of my figure and tone. Recognized himself. Pan Sen must die, and so does Chen Yilin. But at least, I saved him from torture and told him the truth. The resentment before the other party's death will not leave a shadow on Huang Yi. He hides the secret in his heart. Turning over the list of beast pets handed over by Principal Chen. There are many types among them. It can be seen that a lot of effort has been put in. Beast pet, spring jellyfish. Talent quality, silver. Level 13. Healing monster. Recommended major, healing. Beast pet, rock bull. Talent quality, silver. Level 15. Defense monster. Recommended major, defense, meat shield. Beast pet, electric tiger. Talent quality, silver. Level 17. Strong attack monster. Recommended major, group damage, single burst. Huang Yi glanced at it. All kinds of beast pets are very good. The talent level is also at the silver level. It means that the tribe has high talent and the upper limit is not bad. Any list on it is worth a lot of money. It should cost a lot to buy it as a beast pet. Huang Yi folded the paper. He was glad in his heart. If he hadn't discovered the all-different engineer ants today, he might have guessed that there might be a silver queen ant. He might consider this. Controlling a pet beast can gain the temptation of a tribe. It's really too great. I already have a target pet beast. It won't be weaker than the above. Huang Yi said seriously. He returned the list to Chen Jiqing. This is not out of guilt, nor is it a guilty conscience. It's just a simple comparison. He doesn't like these pet beasts that are ordinary in silver quality. This made Chen Jiqing look stunned. Then he laughed. I believe you won't joke about the future. Your choice is also my choice. His eyes changed. Obviously he wanted to ask what kind of pet beast it was, but he restrained himself. Humble smile. P.S. I think villains are not those who kill the famous and upright people in an instant and become enemies with the world. Instead, they have their own thoughts and psychological activities, and make reasonable choices after weighing their interests. I like Kuang Biao very much. I have read it 3 times. I really want to write a life like Gao Qixiang, with both gains and frustrations. This will make the characters in my works more realistic. I hope that the protagonist can think, instead of simply becoming a puppet in the author's pen, serving the refreshing plot. Good night. In front of the martyrs' cemetery. The hot afternoon sunshine is filtered through layers of clouds. Become weak and lazy. Sprinkled on the water-filled ground. Huang Yi noticed Chen Jiqing's depressed mood. He didn't speak either. Let this silence continue to extend. I asked you to come here because I have something to ask for. Finally, Chen Jiqing touched the necklace on his chest and sighed with an old voice. What's up? Huang Yi looked at the tombstone without looking back. I guessed it in my mind.
If there was nothing important, he would not ask himself, an outsider, to come to his son's cemetery.
You don't seem surprised.
Chen Jiqing looked at Huang Yi with appreciation, smiling bitterly. This child was the most talented he had ever seen. It is also his last hope now.
Subsequently,
his face gradually became serious. He said loudly, Huang Yi, I want you to promise me.
Find the believer of destruction who killed Quan Zi and avenge me. This is my only request.
Huang Yi was not surprised. When I saw Chen Yilan's black and white photo, I guessed it.
Kill him? Huang Yi asked calmly.
After hearing this, Chen Jiqing's expression changed slightly.
Thinking while pacing. That's best. But you are still weak now.
You must not come into contact with the believer of destruction.
Pan Xin is dead, Chen Yilan is dead, you can't die anymore. What I expect from you. If you are able in the future, you will avenge me. Huang Yi said nothing.
Chen Jiqing thought Huang Yi was hesitating. Also slightly dissatisfied. His eyes were a little cold. Can't you do it? Huang Yi stared at the principal. I'll try my best. Chen Jiqing nodded with satisfaction.
Hope comes back to his face. As if a burden has been lifted. Don't blame me for putting too much burden on you. I have been teaching for many years, and you are the only one.
If nothing can be done, remember to protect yourself.
Huang Yi said okay expressionlessly.
Chen Jiqing patted Huang Yi on the shoulder. His face was filled with relief. But I still reminded him, the characteristics of this cultist. I'm used to using thumbtacks to carry weak point break and gravity control. Before you grow up, you must escape first. He looked at Huang Yi, who nodded silently.
I couldn't help but feel sour in my heart.
But he still kept his desires deep in his heart. There was a pause. Then he talked about his future arrangements.
I have resigned from Contract 3. Removed the responsibility of the principal.
From now on, I will use the contacts I have accumulated over the years as the principal to help you. Every major contract city has my students.
There are also gold products. Chen Jiqing's tone was solemn.
But when he turned around, he only saw Huang Yi with a calm face. This scene also made him speechless.
He once again secretly praised Huang Yi's maturity.
Even with such promised resources, he is still unfazed.
This is definitely a mentality that only a few people can have. This is the main reason why Chen Jiqing values Huang Yi's future.
The golden divine plate is added with this kind of character.
The space for imagination is really too big.
Chen Jiqing continued, moreover, when receiving support from the main city, I also persuaded the president of the Beast Control University. He agreed and will favor your resources. The reason why I resigned as the high school principal is that I hope to assist you wholeheartedly during your college years.
Huang Yi still had no reaction.
This situation made Chen Jiqing inexplicably tired.
Numb expression.
Although the other party's indifferent temperament is good. But Chen Jiqing was quite worried about Huang Yi and failed to understand the stakes. He suddenly said sincerely, don't underestimate the golden divine plate. The value will only be higher than you imagine.
It represents endless possibilities.
As strong as Li Hongyi, who is in the gold rank, the world is still uncertain, so you may not be too far behind him.
Huang Yi was keenly aware of the unfamiliar name. Looking back at the principal, he opened his mouth and asked, who is Li Hongyi? He had never heard of this name. But the reason why they care so much is because the other party mentioned before that they would receive support from the main city. He is the most talented young generation in Contract City.
When you go to college and participate in contract competitions,
I'm afraid I'll run into him. Under the introduction of Chen Jiqing,
Huang Yi knew for the first time the identity of the people guarding the 18 cities. Li Hongyi, level 71, owner of 7 animal pets. This made Huang Yi very sure. The level 70 Yangyan eagle he encountered for the first time was the opponent's pet. However, according to Principal Chen's account, the man had already returned to the main city. It is said that he looked very unhappy when he left. Many people speculated that Li Hongyi was angry not because she failed to kill the cultists,
but to go back and hold people accountable. Accountability? Huang Yi was stunned.
I didn't expect such a top-notch person.
Still the son of the main city. With such an identity, who should be held responsible?
Yes. He wants to go back and pursue the main city's negligence. Chen Jiqing chuckled, with complicated eyes, so many people shouldn't have died in this battle.
His arrangements also include the people.
I calculated everything accurately, but failed to calculate that there was no response from the main city. From the principal's description, Huang Yi felt troubled.
This person is extremely talented and thoughtful. Now, I am not even qualified to fight. Even if he faced Yang Yenying again, he might not be able to get a good deal. Only level 70 destruction, with its high damage, high burst, and high self-healing, can barely fight against level 70 contractors. This late-stage profession is so powerful that it's really disappointing. Don't belittle yourself either. He's confident but not conceited. You are calm and decisive. Both of these two categories are really strong minds that can make it to the end. Li Hongyi is extremely talented and can develop such a character. I'm not surprised. As for you, Principal Chen said with relief. But that expression became more and more solemn. Looking at Huang Yi, he really couldn't see through this quasi-freshman who had just awakened the contract god plate. Why can you have such a top-notch character? As a principal, he has seen many talented people. But there is no matching character. It will only obliterate everyone and become a withered skeleton on the road to transcendence. Chen Jiqing squinted his eyes. Suddenly the conversation changed and he asked, "When was the first time you killed someone?" Huang Yi looked back calmly and remained silent for a while. Answer truthfully, 4th grade of elementary school. These words made Chen Jiqing's eyebrows frown even deeper. My heart stopped for half a beat. Elementary school, 4th grade? Isn't this the age when you are still clamoring for sweets? Where was he killed? He was killed while taking the subway back to the ruins of the rioters. Chen Jiqing paused. How to kill? Huang Yi's eyes flashed. No more answers. He only vaguely remembered that after getting off the subway, an enthusiastic aunt hugged him. She said it was her aunt who wanted to send her home. At that time, I was too weak and had not yet awakened to transcendence. Therefore, there was no resistance, and she called Auntie expectantly. The woman was so happy that she hugged her in her arms. Then, he took out his pencil and stabbed the opponent's fragile aorta again and again. The pencil broke and the woman fell in a pool of blood. Huang Yi was also surprised that his young self was not afraid at all, let alone ran away. Instead, he picked up a sharp triangular stone on the roadside and smashed the opponent's life. There was horror and disbelief in the woman's eyes. Still vaguely remains. The other party seemed to want to speak, but his throat was smashed. When he returned home covered in blood, his father found out about this. Instead of being angry, he praised himself for growing up and being able to protect himself. He happily told himself that the woman was indeed his father's distant cousin, who had come to pick up Huang Yi for him. Just do it and agree to lend money. Huang Yi saved him a lot of money, which made his father very happy. That night I went to a neighbor's house and borrowed a lot of ingredients. That meal was the best meal he had ever eaten. Later, when he grew up, he realized from the meat of his mother and sister that those who made the dishes were his neighbors. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Chen Jiqing no longer asked, but waved and took Huang Yi out of the cemetery. Actually, it was just a mistake. Huang Yi replied. It doesn't matter whether it can dispel the other party's doubts. He. Chen Jiqing obviously didn't believe it. He started killing people in the 4th grade of elementary school, so calm and ruthless. It made him feel frightened. But it's also predictable. Only extraordinary experiences can cultivate extraordinary character. At least he was satisfied with Huang Yi. The two of them stepped on the cleaned marble obsidian floor. Walking towards the martyrs' cemetery. Chen Jiqing got Huang Yi's promise. A burden all over. They all landed hard. Although I don't know when the other party can complete the task of killing the cultists. But thinking about it, I can survive until that time. Even if you die early, you can still learn from the spring. What level are you at now? The two walked side by side. Chen Jiqing looked at Huang Yi, who was half a head taller than himself. Just like home. Have no idea. Huang Ziyi was absent-minded. Then it's time for you to test your experience points. Chen Jiqing reminded, before level 10, sign up for a pet as soon as possible. Card level experience, although it seems to have no impact. But it will delay the time for you to get familiar with your pet. The hidden costs are still quite high. Huang Yi nodded, student understands. But he was powerless. The queen ant hiding in the consciousness space has a very deep whereabouts. After all, even the tombstone in front of the second coffin failed to detect the other party's extraordinary fluctuations. Want to contract it? It still takes some time. This is for you. The two came to the bus stop outside the cemetery. Chen Jiqing took out an envelope from his arms. What's this? Huang Yi took it and touched it. Very thin to the touch. It doesn't look like there's cash stuffed inside. Bounty.
Seeing the confusion on Huang Yi's face, he smiled. If you ask an extraordinary person to take action, you will naturally have to pay for it.
This is the rule. Subsequently, he smiled and asked, "Can you pick it up?" I took it. Huang Yi was not polite. He really lacks money.
Although he won't kill himself or his sister. But the contract path grows very slowly. To reach the level of fighting over 50 levels of destruction,
that will take a long time.
Even finding a random destruction to get by is not possible. I didn't misjudge you.
Chen Jiqing's smile became more and more kind. But how much ridicule was hidden in it? Only he knew.
He valued Huang Yi's future.
But he didn't really entrust the task of killing over 50 levels of destruction
to an apprentice beast master who had not yet contracted a beast pet.
This hatred. He couldn't wait.
Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a return bus slowly drove up.
Huang Yi saw the area it passed through written on it.
He also said goodbye simply, "Then I'll go back first."
Chen Jiqing nodded kindly. "If you have any problems, come to me. I will definitely solve it for you. See you at university." Watching the car go farther and farther away, Chen Jiqing put away his waving arm. The enthusiastic smile on his face also slowly faded. He became gloomy and fierce again. "Mr. Chen,
the people have been arranged. We are searching for the whereabouts of the cultists." Soon, an executive car drove up and the driver whispered,
"Yes." He nodded heavily and sat in the back seat. Students are all over the world.
Students who are willing to help him get revenge.
They can be found at any time.
Chen Jiqing can't wait for the day when Huang Yi grows up. He is even more unwilling to let him really take risks.
Huang Yi is the seedling he values. Too fragile.
Just give him a goal and a motivation to move forward. Bounty delivered, contract reached.
I'm afraid I'm crazy. Ha ha ha.
Even his own students are calculated.
Mr. Chen,
you have tarnished the word of being a teacher. In the back seat, Chen Jiqing laughed loudly. They were all confined in the car by the soundproof glass.
Laughing with tears, extreme hatred. On his neck, there is also a necklace.
On it, there is the tail hair of his dead contracted beast.
A piece of paper. A photo. A savings card. There are only these two thin things in the envelope. Huang Yi looked at the photo. He was stunned for a moment. Then he silently put it back into the envelope.
Then, he looked at the back of the savings card, where the withdrawal password was posted.
It seemed to be a date. Huang Yi recalled a little and remembered.
It was the day when he registered and contracted the god plate. The next day after registration, he was taken to see the principal by the class teacher Lu Feng. Finally, he took out the piece of paper. The information written on it was a hospital. A very substantial bounty. A very sincere arrangement.
It's a pity that the murderer is me.
Huang Yi sighed slightly in his heart. Sitting in the narrow seat, hugging his chest and abdomen, holding back the stuffy air. After shaking for more than an hour.
Just returned to the bustling city center from the martyrs' cemetery in the suburbs. Huang Yi is quite used to this car. Although it is also stuffy and smelly.
But at least it will not accelerate or brake randomly.
The nausea will not be too severe.
Driver, stop the car. After getting off the bus, Huang Yi came to the ATM, withdrew a sum of money. No longer waiting for the bus, he called a taxi directly and rushed to the hospital.
500,000 federal coins.
Sitting in the air-conditioned car, Huang Yi felt a little relieved.
When he withdrew the money, he glanced at the amount.
It was very generous for him. But to kill a level 50 destruction, it was far from enough reward. After thinking about it for a while, he understood what the other party meant. He smiled dumbly. This is not a bounty.
It's for my living expenses. P.S. There are about 2 chapters left, and a new chapter will be opened. Can you give a 5-star review, please? This is really helpful to the little author. Can't there be only 100 or so kind people who read my 200,000 words? Isn't the hospital here yet? Huang Yi was sitting in the back seat of the taxi.
Looking at the slow-moving vehicles, he urged.
It's not like you don't know. How many people were killed or injured last night? The corridors of the hospital are full of patients. Traffic jams are so normal.
The driver held the steering wheel with one hand and spoke leisurely.
You don't seem to be in a hurry? Huang Yi said. Why should I be anxious? No one died in my family.
The driver clicked his tongue and looked at the traffic, feeling addicted to cigarettes.
That shouldn't be the reason, right?
Huang Yi recalled briefly, although I haven't taken a taxi a few times. But I know you don't just charge based on mileage.
Also charged by time.
The driver smiled, it doesn't cost much. Huang Yi stopped talking, pulled the car door and found it was locked.
The driver saw this scene in the rearview mirror. The smile is even more rampant, our company has requirements.
For the safety of passengers, opening doors in the middle of the road is not allowed.
I am the most contractual person, and I guarantee that you will be sent to the hospital safely.
Then, he heard the sound of the door lock being opened. He turned around in shock.
Your door doesn't seem to be locked.
Huang Yi opened the car door, stood in the traffic, and stretched out $100 bill from the passenger side. Urged, give me change. Impossible, the driver refused.
You kid ran away and left me here stuck in traffic? Where can I make money?
Huang Yi casually pulled the passenger door. He said suspiciously, the door on your side doesn't seem to be locked, driver. Huang Yi took the 30 yuan recovered. Came to a breakfast shop.
I bought some food and headed to the hospital. This section of the road is less than 1 kilometer. Huang Yi quickly arrived at the location given by Chen Jiqing. Found an ordinary ward. It should be right here.
Huang Yi put away the note. He pushed open the door to the ward. Then, I saw a total of 2 beds in the small ward. Those lying on it were all his classmates. Xin Feng, deskmate and study committee member. And Yang Xingyu, who is unknown in the classroom.
Kanano-san. Yang Xingyu was the first to notice Huang Yi.
There was a hint of anger in those numb eyes.
Mr. Yi, I knew you were not dead.
Xin Feng stood up from the bed even more excitedly. Face full of surprise.
Maple Dog, didn't you agree not to use random nicknames?
Huang Yi smiled hoarsely, closed the door and walked in.
Isn't that why I'm happy to see you? How did you find this place?
Xin Feng, his deskmate, couldn't help hugging Huang Yi's chest. After feeling the other person's heartbeat. The panic last night has now calmed down a lot.
I'm happy too.
Yang Xingyu smiled sweetly and narrowed his eyes.
Huang Yi nodded kindly to him.
This girl is quite impressive. But I didn't think of the other person's name for a moment. I simply didn't say hello.
How I found you is not important.
Huang Yi shook the food in his hand happily. I brought you soy milk and fried dough sticks.
Xin Feng looked dissatisfied. Is this what you're going to eat this afternoon?
Huang Yi nodded seriously. It's cheap. Xin Feng smiled after being stunned. Then, he covered his face and cried bitterly. Human life is cheaper. The teachers and classmates didn't say a word, they were all dead.
You know what?
His excited words made Yang Xingyu on the side couldn't help but moisten his eyes.
Huang Yi's face turned gloomy.
Put the soy milk fried dough sticks on the table. He pulled up a stool and waited for his deskmate to finish crying.
I see.
The shape of the ruins of the rioters is like small towns.
There is no wall to block it. It is a gathering place for humans in danger.
Likewise, these areas, in the belief system of gods, are treasures worthy of development. But there is a mixture of fish and dragons, and there are also evil people. The work of the clergy has not been very smooth.
What a bunch of unruly people.
If you eat and drink, you don't believe in God. Why are you so stubborn? They have provided so many resources, but they don't feel grateful at all. If it weren't for our protection, they would have become the advanced fuel for the cultists.
This is how land reclamation works, you just get used to it.
A bus was walking on the Lus road, its body shaking and sending dust and sand all over the sky. There are sparse trees on both sides of the dirt road.
All you can see is desolation.
The clergyman in the car returned home defeated.
He criticized with an angry expression.
From their excited expressions, it was obvious that the results of this promotional trip were not ideal. But very quickly, there was a sudden break.
Completely suppressed their comments.
The clergyman in the car stood up and down, also startled.
How do you drive a car? Don't you know how to stop slowly? Why are you braking so hard?
In the carriage, dissatisfaction suddenly arose. The cry of crusade arose. But the driver didn't respond. Instead, his pupils looked at a man floating in front of the car in horror.
He was about to say a reminder.
But his pupils suddenly turned red, looking at the clergy behind him. It was even stained with a layer of blood. He was distraught to see that the entire car was stained with blood. He felt sad in his heart. How could there be hell here? The bus stopped on the dirt road.
It gradually turned off.
A trace of blood flowed out from the door. But soon, the car started again. But that journey. It was a return trip, like a fierce but clumsy giant bear.
Your strange way.
The eating scene is really disgusting. A square-faced man sat in the driver's seat. Looking at the bloody scene in the rearview mirror, he sneered and ridiculed. Drinking big mouthfuls and eating big mouthfuls of meat.
Isn't it the happiest and most carefree moment in life?
A smiling answer came from the rear of the car. But the sound of chewing and swallowing.
It was too wild. But I envy you too. As long as you can eat, you can recover quickly.
General Liang sighed slightly.
This is a realm he can't envy.
He looked down at his chest, where there were scars and bones. Luckily he didn't die, but he was also seriously injured. That Li Hongyi completely gave up defense, and the attack was really breathless. If Lin Xiao hadn't been summoned at the end, using the strange domain against the strange domain, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape.
You can also convert to the strange way. I believe in your piety. The achievements after death will definitely be higher than now.
Lin Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Teasingly said.
She was ragged and had traces of being burned by flames. She showed her shoulders and occasionally showed a rosy glow.
Me? Forget it. I can't bear to be served by the two evil gods.
General Liang laughed and shook his head. Lin Xiao heard this and chuckled. You are so disrespectful.
General Liang looked indifferent. The path of nothingness is not only about ability, but also about mentality. Believe that you are nothing, the world is nothing, the gods are nothing, and everything is nothing. This is written in the doctrine.
It is a guiding light for believers to practice.
Now you should explain it to me. What's going on over there? General Liang drove the bus
away from the city of preservation and returned to the ruins of the rioters. This area is the central area of the 18 cities of the contract and the 131 cities of preservation. It is more than 200 kilometers away from the two major cities of gods.
It is also their base camp. He asked coldly. Nothing.
Lin Xiao's face turned cold when he heard this.
As if he didn't want to say more.
Ha, the destruction path robbed you of your advancement resources.
You call this nothing?
According to estimates, you should have been level 72, but now you're only level 71.
How much did your advancement cost the organization? Don't you have any awareness?
General Liang was still bleeding, his expression grim. This threat made Lin Xiao pout unhappily. His face was cold, and he felt ashamed. Truly said, he escaped.
Run? He killed so many people, it must be a gravedigger's ritual.
There's no need to go through so much trouble for level 70 destruction.
Don't tell me, you can still let him run away when confronting a level 60 gravedigger?
General Liang slapped the steering wheel angrily. The car honked fiercely.
It was like a whale.
Lin Xiao pushed away half of the corpse in dissatisfaction. He sat in the parking space in boredom. The scarlet pupils flickered with irritability.
No longer in the mood to eat.
He retorted bluntly, Li Hongyi is only level 71, and the two of us still fled in a panic. But the other party is jumping levels.
General Liang gritted his teeth.
The empty belief was broken by anger. It was because of Lin Xiao's delay that he had to kill the rat that robbed resources.
In the end, not only was he bitten. Even he, who assisted her in advancing, was in a mess.
Throughout the ages, there have been many people who can jump levels. Lin Xiao retorted, stubbornly raising her pink but blood-stained neck, do you think Li Hongyi can jump levels? These words made General Liang's excited expression
suddenly cool down.
His pupils trembled, and his face became extremely complicated. Even the speed of the car was slowly decreasing.
Do you think that the believer of destruction is a genius? Destruction, how can there be a genius? They are just a group of lunatics with self-destructive tendencies. How many of them can reach level 90? It's basically extinct.
Even the envoys of God in their path are trying their best to bury everyone. The square-faced man was full of anger.
Lin Xiao retorted, then is your nothingness better than destruction?
General Liang said bluntly, at least it's better than being neither human nor cunning.
Lin Xiao smiled. No more quarreling.
Instead, he exhaled slightly. There was still fear in his eyes.
The believer of destruction has good talent and strength. But it's not at the level of Li Hongyi.
The reason why he can fight against me is entirely because of an extraordinary item.
I feel scared when I think about it now. General Liang did not dwell on the details.
Hit the brakes. Pressing the door button, he said coldly, no matter what the other party does.
In the interests of the organization. We don't have much choice.
Find him and absorb him, otherwise, get rid of him. The car door opened slowly. Folds for storage.
A gap was left. Then, a white-haired, hunchbacked old man appeared, carrying a fishing rod and a pony. He walked into the car cheerfully. "What are you talking about so happily?" Subsequently, he looked at the blood all over the carriage and licked his chapped lips as if looking at plum blossoms to quench his thirst. "You're late. I forgot to leave dinner," Lin Xiao said with a chuckle, but his eyes were full of resentment and malice. "Tsk, you girl, you have become a hell, you don't respect me enough. The world is really in trouble. I held that Li Hongyi down for you for more than an hour, both alive and dead. It's really chilling to treat me like this." Yu Weiman put down his objects and then sat on the love seat. The stalled car started again. "Ah, that's really a hard work on your old bones. All of Li Hongyi's main forces are staying in the 18th city. You only delayed it for such a short time. How can I thank you?" Lin Xiao grinned, eyes full of sternness. "Stop arguing. I'll have something to say later. Talk to the boss." General Liang calmly stopped the hostility between the two. He knows it very well. Weird way, cannibalism. These madmen all regard each other as rich food. If not restricted, there will be unnecessary non-wartime attrition. Dududu Yu Weiman also regained his coldness. "Will look pale. Move away from Lin Xiao." Just then, he received a call. The number is unfamiliar. One city contract. Legend has it that it was the wasteland where the contract god first settled. Use this as a base. Establish a lofty contractual belief. It has become a true holy place in the hearts of all contract masters. Contractors come to worship every day, taking the subway that extends in all directions. "Uncle Mo, why are you here to pick me up?" Li Hongyi got off the subway. "When I got on the shuttle bus, I was also surprised and took off my sunglasses. But he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the back seat. The temperament is warm and moist. But that extraordinary strength has reached the terrifying level 87. I didn't pick you up. I just arrived a little earlier than you." Uncle Mo, who had a gentle beard, smiled implicitly, looking at Li Hongyi, full of appreciation. "You look like you're in such a hurry, where are you going?" Li Hongyi heard this. But he smiled coldly. "Meet my dad." Uncle Mo didn't seem surprised. "He is waiting for you at the main temple." "Then go to the main temple." The car was parked outside the main temple. Main temple. The construction is magnificent. Every building and landmark is built with unusual symmetry, exuding solemnity and majesty. Even the plants and flowers seem to have obsessive-compulsive disorder and grow evenly. Li Hongyi was not in the mood to appreciate this realm that amazed countless people. Instead, he was walking at a turbulent pace. He pushed open the door to the deepest office in the main temple. There is the office area of his father Li Changqing. Is the mission accomplished? Father Li Changqing didn't even raise his head. The tone is majestic. He was wearing a gold-plated robe, looking elegant. Li Hongyi knows. It was actually an extraordinary item left by the contracted god to his father. Invulnerable to all laws. Releases a powerful sense of oppression. Just looking at it makes me want to kneel down. That's what I'm here for. Li Hongyi did not give in. Suppressing his anger, he walked towards his father. "Are you here to hold me accountable?" Father Li Changqing burst into laughter and put down the document. 40,000 casualties are a serious matter. I don't want anyone to use me to engage in partisanship. Li Hongyi was extremely serious. "No one is pressuring me. Those who can do it have already gone to repent to the gods." Li Changqing smiled, full of calmness and confidence. These words made Li Hongyi quite uncomfortable. But he also knew that his father definitely had such great strength. "I'm just dissatisfied. I obviously apply for support, but no one went to the 18 cities." Li Hongyi's tone subconsciously softened a little. He didn't forget. Taking a car from the ruins of the rioters, on the way back to the battlefield of 18 cities. The desperate and painful faces of the people I saw. The support has arrived. Li Changqing laughed and said. The face of the handsome Li Hongyi showed surprise. City Lordly is right. The support has indeed arrived. Just then, an elegant middle-aged man came behind him. Li Hongyi looked back. Surprisingly, it was Uncle Mo whom I met in the car earlier. But the people I went to support were not the residents of the 18 cities. But you. So, I will come back a little earlier than my nephew. Uncle Mo's explanation made Li Hongyi's pupils tremble. He then looked at his serious father at the desk. The next moment, He instantly understood. The one who did not allow people to support the people was his father. But why?
Li Hongyi clenched his teeth tightly.
You don't look satisfied with my arrangement.
The lord of the main city, Li Changqing, glanced at his son. His serious eyes were filled with admiration and pride.
You call this dissatisfied? Li Hongyi's faith collapsed when he heard this. His tone was agitated. What are those 40,000 people? Hearing his intense words, the elegant Uncle Mo beside him spoke.
It's not the lord of the city's fault.
It's because we are on guard against the evil cult.
The information you have access to is not as extensive as ours. In fact, it's not just the advancement of the strange path, but also the fooling path. This made Li Hongyi's eyes condense. The fooling path originated in the West. It is regarded as one of the righteous gods. And the only one who needs to make such a scene is the 80-level chaos.
Destiny, fooling. Level, 80.
Advanced ceremony, chaos of over 100,000 people, reached 10 times.
Seeing Li Hongyi's eyes full of deepness, Uncle Mo, the 87th level contract master, also spoke slowly. It seems that you have figured it out. This is the lord of the city caring about you. There are two captains in the Utopia. The one who is hiding behind this time and really wants to advance is their deputy leader. I don't know the name, I only know that the code name is Abyss.
This time he will advance. He is hiding behind the scenes, the substitute creature of those faceless men. It is his extraordinary item.
God's envoy level, breeding staff.
It can transfer the protected person to a certain creature without facial features. It has a stronger life-saving effect than your strange umbrella.
Li Hongyi's face changed when he heard this. His oil paper umbrella was just hidden in the strange domain.
But the other party's was transferred, and the effect was very different.
Thinking of this, he understood that the old fishing man who lured him to the ruins of the rioters was probably not dead.
And the information of these words also gave Li Hongyi a great shock.
Shortness of breath, chest heaving. He didn't expect that a small city of 18 was actually visited by the 70-level, weirdness, and the 80-level, fooling. So, let me go to the 18 city.
The real goal is not to provide support,
but to draw out the 80-level chaos hidden behind? Li Hongyi thought of a deeper meaning.
His expression was slightly cold. He was a very popular contract genius. It was indeed important, causing the cult to come out in full force.
Uncle Mo nodded apologetically, yes. This is the arrangement of the city lord. If the other party attacks you, then I will keep them all. Solve the ideal country in one fell swoop.
Li Hongyi gritted his teeth slightly, but they didn't attack.
So 40,000 people died in vain?
There was a sound of documents slapping on the table on the desk. But the city lord Li Changqing leaned back in his chair with an unhappy look, as if he was dissatisfied with him getting stuck in a dead end.
This is a necessary sacrifice for the people. I am the supervisor of all contracted cities. Eliminate evil and allow more people to live in peace and prosperity. For this, I've put you on the line. I'm sincere enough.
Listening to his father's cold and solemn words, Li Hongyi just adjusted his breathing heavily. All his senses were shocked. He could understand the practice of using him as bait. If it had been clear in the beginning, he would have been more willing to cooperate. But using the people as pawns and losing 40,000 people in a bet was hard for him to accept from the education he received since childhood.
What's the difference between this and the cultists? But this is a treasonous statement. He didn't say it. People can be reborn after death. But there are only 3 God's messengers. My expectation for you is to grow into a God's messenger. You don't need to bear the pressure from the people. Father Li Changqing's tone softened. Knowing the truth, it was a bit too cruel for this kid who was about to be a junior. There's no difference between humans and beasts. They are all breeding species with strong adaptability and can give birth at the age of 14. If life is regarded as data, during the prosperous period, the population has been growing rapidly. This is also the reason why most decent main cities continuously support the ruins of the rioters. In an unsafe environment, with sufficient food, human nature is numb, and love becomes the only pastime, and the population will not be cut off. Conversion of faith is only secondary. But all this still requires Li Hongyi to understand and continue to temper his character. Considering too much in his heart, it is not conducive to his growth. Li Changqing has high expectations for his children. He does not hope that he will take the people too seriously and get into a dead end. But the other party's next words make the city lord frown. Sorry, father. I can't do it. Li Hongyi left a word. Turned away coldly. The city lord snorted. His eyes were dissatisfied. You can't be a god's messenger. Or can't let go of the people? Li Hongyi pushed open the door of the main temple. No answer. In the empty and solemn office, only two middle-aged men were left. The atmosphere was silent. Uncle Mo, who was growing a beard, sighed slightly. My nephew has grown up. Having your own ideas may be a good thing.
Li Chongqing retracted his gaze. He picked up the document again for approval. He looked indifferent. I think it's just a belated rebellion.
Uncle Mo hesitated for a moment. My nephew's progress in the development of the steps to God is slow. Do you want me to urge him? Li Chongqing didn't even raise his head. If he wants to go on vacation, let him. He can only rely on himself for this matter. 18 cities. Hospital. Xin Feng was tired of crying. Sitting on the hospital bed, his whole face was numb. You cry so badly. Huang Yi said with disgust. Handed over the soy milk and fried dough sticks again. My deskmate Xin Feng shook his head with a sad expression. I have no appetite anymore. Huang Yi looked at the female classmate. Do you want to eat? Yang Xingyu listened to the two bickering. It was also ridiculous. But when the attention came to himself, I was quite uncomfortable. I'm not hungry either, thank you. She was very quiet and silent in class. He is a small character who is well behaved and not outstanding in any aspect. Few people can notice him. Then I am really fed to the dog. Huang Ye's expression was indifferent. He threw it into the trash can in front of his deskmate. Xin Feng laughed dumbly. In normal times, he would definitely fight back. But the heavy heart and the death of teachers and students made his unrefined ridicule choke in his throat and difficult to say. His deskmate sighed. He looked at Huang Yi seriously. The graduation banquet yesterday afternoon. Where did you go? I went to look for the contracted beast. Huang Yi replied indifferently. This made Xin Feng even more silent. After a long time, he nodded in fear. That's a good thing. Luckily you didn't go. Huang Yi glanced at him. What would happen if I went? Xin Feng's expression was serious. I will avenge you. Huang Yi smiled lightly. Just you? Looking at the ridicule from the psychological committee, Xin Feng's face flushed. What's wrong with me? I am also a study committee member after all. It's still a silver faith. Going to a top 10 university, there is no problem. This made Huang Yi stunned for a moment. He fell into thinking. It seems so, his deskmate's talent and ability are not bad. In the eyes of others, he is a genius. But why do I always ignore him? Huang Yi looked at Xin Feng solemnly. Looking at the seriousness on the other's young face. Retracted his gaze again. Sighed slightly. Still too weak. By the time he becomes strong and avenges, his urn will be cold. In the ward. Falling into a brief silence. Xin Feng took two tissues and blew his nose. The eyes lost their spirit. There was a kind of numb determination. Huang Yi. I'm glad you're alive. Really? But Yang Xingyu and I have decided. In this life, we must avenge teacher Lu Feng and the others. What about you? Huang Yi nodded. His eyes were empty, but he didn't speak. Yang Xingyu cast a glance. Looking at the two very conspicuous boys in the class. He didn't interrupt. Don't you want to? Xin Feng asked. Yes. Hearing the answer he wanted. Xin Feng smiled. Then it's decided. We are the only ones left in class 2 of senior 3. If we don't seek justice for them, no one will redress their death. Xin Feng patted Huang Yi's shoulder heavily. In a serious tone, student Yang is of bronze quality, not weak. You can trust him. I am of silver quality, you can trust me with your back. We will not hold you back. Huang Yi looked up in astonishment. Looking at the determined eyes of the two classmates. After a long time. A smile bloomed. Okay. Getting the answer. The two classmates who survived the disaster also showed a satisfied smile, falling into the vision of the future. Huang Yi felt that they were too optimistic. Even if he joined them, I am afraid they don't know what kind of enemies they will face in the future. So, he took out the album from the envelope. On the way, I printed 2 more copies. Huang Yi handed it over. Xin Feng looked at the photo, and his nose suddenly became sour. Looking at Huang Yi in astonishment. On it were the graduation photos that Lu Feng, the head teacher, arranged to take before they attended the graduation banquet. All the classmates in the class. All smiled.
facing the vision of the end of the college entrance examination,
and the relief of high school life. All are frozen in a small picture. On it, only Huang Yi has a faint smile. Between his slightly frowned brows, there is a hint of anxiety.
This is, Xin Feng's voice choked.
Huang Yi stood up. I just think you are too blindly optimistic. Look at the photos, you can cry for a while. Xin Feng was completely devastated. He punched Huang Yi hard. But Huang Yi, who stood up, dodged. You bastard. I've been crying for a day and a night. What kind of graduation photo is this? Damn it. Fuck.
Xin Feng suddenly started wailing.
Looking at the smiling faces of the classmates in the photo, emotions surged again. Yang Xingyu, who was sobbing quietly, also hid in bed, crying bitterly. Psychological commission. Yuawawa, you're so bad. Huang Yi looked at the two people who collapsed.
He walked out of the ward contentedly. After closing the door, his expression slowly became cold.
He was standing in the corridor. All around were the sick and injured coming and going.
Weeping and shouting can be heard in many places, which is a completely different scene from hell. But there are angels in white, rushing back and forth nervously, trying their best to save it.
Drop DD drive, trough. Block it up. Huang Yi leaned against the fence, looking at the street outside the hospital. Traffic jam. Peace of mind. In that almost stagnant traffic, Huang Yi saw a familiar figure.
It was a bus with a missing roof, as if it had been chopped down with a sharp weapon. It turned into a convertible and was now blocked on the road.
Very conspicuous. What's wrong with this bus? Why is the roof gone? Where did you bring back the rags? The glass windows are all broken.
There are blood stains on it. It seems that a lot of things did happen last night.
Why is this slave so cruel? He won't even let the bus go. Now that the roof of the car is gone, will it still be used to pick up passengers?
Then this is too dark.
What a waste management company. It's so hot and wet in the sun and rain. The appearance of this car attracted the attention of many drivers and passers-by. Listen to their discussions about their works. Huang Yi smiled knowingly.
This also reminded Huang Yi, who took out his mobile phone and deleted the license plate number recorded in the memo.
The mood returns to calmness.
Then, close your eyes. Consciousness returns to the inner space of the head. We came to the first rotten coffin with signs of being chewed.
In that coffin,
there was a police firearm, no bullets. Next to the gun, there was a mobile phone lying quietly.
That was the cell phone of the roommate Li Tianqi who Sui Gue had brought in. Huang Yi picked it up. After pressing it, there is still a lot of power.
There was some filth left in the coffin.
There are still many holes underneath. It should have been chewed up by extraordinary alien ants. He just stayed quiet for a while. Nor did he say hello to his family.
Holding the new mobile phone, my consciousness returned to its original state. Looking at the slowly moving roofless bus, Huang Yi dialed the phone.
It's me, Pantheon.
On the other end of the phone, the old fishing man received a strange phone call.
He also frowned. He couldn't remember who could get through this phone number.
But soon, Yi Weiman remembered. At number 499, a number was given to a believer of destruction who wore a mask.
I'll call him.
It's to make him identify himself. Remind Lin Xiao that the advancement ceremony can be postponed.
Because I don't know if there is a stronger existence behind Li Hongyi. After all, we can free Li Hongyi. It's questionable in itself.
But Lin Xiao still held an advancement ceremony. It shows that the deputy leader did not stop it. So that this disaster continues to spread.
So, did that kid convey my thoughts? Yi Weiman didn't answer. Let the phone ring. Caught in doubt,
he looked at Lin Xiao sitting in the parking space covered with blood,
frowning.
Soon, he grinned.
This guy is interesting.
Dare to steal the resources of level 70 hell.
And escaped. You are really brave and resourceful.
The happiest thing is that Lin Xiao was defeated. Before he got in the car, he naturally heard the conversation between General Liang and Lin Xiao.
I don't bother to ask about the details.
But for those who destroy believers. He was quite appreciative. Thinking about it, he should have advanced to become a gravedigger. I didn't expect that all the hard work made by everyone was to make a wedding dress for him. After all, you can escape from Li Hongyi's Yan Yinying before you advance.
This kid is amazing.
It's not in vain that I sacrificed many slaves to let him leave.
Then, he answered the phone with a smile.
He listened silently as he announced his home address.
Sen smiled coldly. He had already guessed it. This Pan Sen's name is probably also fake. He remained calm. What's the matter?
Huang Yi lay on the railing, the cold evening wind blowing the tips of his hair.
Slowly swaying.
His tone was indifferent. I want to join the utopia.
Give me a chance.
P.S. The transition plot is over, the causes and consequences have been explained, and most of the foreshadowing has been taken back.
I am very satisfied with it.
It has also paved the way for a new main line. Continue to ask for 5-star reviews. This is really important to young authors. If you are able, please contribute some free gifts. Thank you. Give me a chance.
The bus was on the Lus Road.
The bus was shaking and bumping.
The old fisherman huddled in the love seat. He smiled. What you did? How can I give you a chance?
He glanced at Lin Xiao, who was tearing the meat strips elegantly. His eyes were cold. To be honest, he didn't mind Huang Yi snatching Lin Xiao's resources.
On the contrary, he was gloating.
After all, they were both weird, and the best medicine was the other party.
But Yi Weiman still showed his face. This kid is very dishonest and must be severely punished. I have no choice. I have been stuck for a long time. It just so happens that I am in the range of the weird domain. In the hospital corridor.
Huang Yi changed his posture and leaned his back against the railing. Looking at the patients and doctors coming and going in the corridor, he said helplessly, "There is nothing but fat meat in front of me. I can't bear it, and there is no reason not to." Now calm down. I just hope to have a chance to atone for my sins. These words are so sincere that Yi Weiman just wants to laugh.
He doesn't believe it at all. Cultists will feel guilty.
Being able to rob high-level resources and escape.
No matter how you look at it, you should be proud, so how can you atone for your sins?
The old fisherman hesitated for a moment. But he didn't intend to expose it.
As a cultist, what does it matter if you believe it or not? Do you still need to talk about human relationships in a life and death struggle? Getting resources and advancing to a breakthrough is a skill.
Using each other is the unspoken rule that everyone knows. But if someone deliberately pokes a tile house and embarrasses everyone under the same roof to take shelter from the rain, it will be considered a taboo. But the problem is that Huang Yi is not in this roof. Instead, he took some tiles away after passing by and hid from the rain alone.
As a retail investor, it is understandable to be selfish.
Of course. Although he agrees with Huang Yi's approach. Even if it were him, he would also prioritize himself. But he would not show his agreement. After all, grabbing resources is not decent no matter how you say it.
Atonement? Are you going to join the utopia? Then apologize to Lin Xiao?
The old fisherman said teasingly. Lin Xiao, who was tearing the meat strips, stopped.
He looked over in confusion. I don't know who he was chatting with, and he even talked about himself. Forget it for now. I'm afraid she will eat me. Huang Yi sighed calmly. Now he is still a long way from the 70th level hell.
Even if he can challenge across levels and fight for multiple rounds,
he can even escape more calmly. But the gap between the extraordinary is so large that Huang Yi cannot kill the opponent. Coupled with Lin Xiao's terrifying healing ability, he is really helpless.
Huang Yi can challenge the enemy beyond his level, but he can't kill him.
Then any deliberate planning is meaningless.
Before you are sure of killing the enemy, try not to meet him.
Get some cultists to feed Myrtle.
This is the most cost-effective approach at present. It's not easy to find them by yourself.
But if you get into the organization, you will find nutrients everywhere. This is what Huang Yi is thinking at present. How come I can hear that you don't seem to be afraid? Yi Weiman's face was stern.
After completing the task of delaying Li Hongyi, he left the ruins of the rioters number 499.
As for what happened in the 18th city, I don't know anything at present.
The few words I heard before, I'm afraid they are also explaining.
Lin Xiao not only lost some of the advanced resources, but also suffered a lot? We fought. I barely escaped. Huang Yi's frank words, Yi Weiman's heart trembled.
His eyes were very solemn.
They actually fought and escaped? This is a battle that jumped a whole level.
Although Lin Xiao is crazy, her strength is definitely not weak. Combined with her killing pattern, it can be inferred that the effect of Lin Xiao's strange domain must be abnormal. But Lin Xiao, who successfully advanced, failed to keep the believer of destruction that he ran into in the ruins of the rioters that night? Yi Weiman knew it very well. There are many people who can fight with Lin Xiao. But they definitely do not include the level 60 gravedigger. Yi Weiman was silent for a moment. Then he said seriously, "Have you found your sister?" He did not forget that Huang Yi said that he broke into his strange domain to find his sister who was taken away by the management. He felt depressed. He doubted that this kid's sister would be eaten by Lin Xiao during the advancement ceremony? Then he would sneak into the organization to avenge his family? Yi Weiman's eyes were erratic. Reasonable speculation. But Huang Ye's next answer made him a little surprised. Thanks to your blessing, my sister is safe. The family is reunited. Huang Yi said truthfully. He easily resolved the other party's temptation. As long as his family is safe, he will join the ideal country without the concept of personal hatred. After all, no one knows. He is still a student. Choosing to join now, on the contrary, carries a meaning of seeking shelter from the organization. Your vigilance will also be reduced a lot. In that case, then I should pay a visit. Apologize for someone. He and Lin Xiao don't get along well. But it doesn't stop me from checking it in her name. After that, he asked easily, is it convenient for you to see? Convenient. But I'm afraid the food isn't very good. Huang Ye's eyebrows relaxed slightly. No rejection. He could hear it. The old man didn't mind joining the organization himself. Not to mention robbing hell of its resources. And there are all kinds of dissatisfaction with him. I think there are also factions among the other party's senior leaders. But the old man was obviously a little worried. If Huang Yi hadn't mentioned looking for family members at the beginning, perhaps there wouldn't be such a process. But once a family member gets involved with a cult group, he might even die at the hands of a cult. This is probably an assessment factor that cannot be ignored. You don't have to worry. Just meeting the parents. To express concern, it's also a good idea to ask them what they think about you joining the organization. Yi Weiman's chuckle sounded on the other end of the phone. Huang Yi also twitched his lips when he heard this. The skin smiles but the flesh does not smile. These remarks were too much for the occasion. He had no desire to respond. Actually, I'm quite curious. Your sister can be taken away specially. It shows that the talent is not bad. I will also check then to see if there are any internal records of your sister. But what Yi Weiman said next seems enthusiastic and proactive. But it revealed a hint of threat. This made Huang Yi's heart sink. He straightened up and no longer leaned on the railing. Her sister, who is at level 40, already has the unexpected realm, although it is at the primary stage and not fully formed. But it is already a rare talent. This is also the reason why Huang Yi wants to let go of control over his sister. But the other party also wanted to investigate the reason in detail. This made Huang Yi feel irritated. I am sincere. You're not sincere, are you? Huang Yi narrowed his eyes. No more playing tricks on the spot, asking questions directly. Now he is level 62 and has new exclusive skills. Plus the immortal golden body after smelting. Even if you can't defeat him, there is no problem in protecting yourself. He didn't believe it. The top executives of the Utopia can travel with their younger brothers every day. If you see one, just kill a whole bunch. Their base area is actually not difficult to guess. Jiangshan City must also know its location. There has even been penetration. But it is very costly to eradicate the cult and annihilate the enemy's top leaders. Perhaps one action can only kill some insignificant younger brothers. Even more afraid of being taken advantage of. Therefore, the big forces are underweighing. As long as the other party doesn't go too far, basically let it go. But there will also be new leaders of powerful forces taking office, who will put on a show of political power. Eradicate the evil cult to improve your reputation among the people. But most of the righteous forces choose to turn a blind eye. They even use cult groups to do things that are obviously inconvenient for them to do. The situation is complicated. It is not a simple distinction between good and evil. Mutual utilization, resource exchange, and putting interests first are mature practices. Huang Yi had no worries about having his home stolen. At worst, just kill a wave and then leave. As long as evil gods exist, cultists will spring up like mushrooms after a rain. Continuous growth. Your intentions are not pure. No way. Old man, I am greedy for life and afraid of death. I am very worried about you. Facing Huang Yi's questioning, Yi Weiman raised his eyebrows lightly. Said rather regretfully. Until now, this kid has not been willing to tell the truth to himself. In this case, there is no need to continue talking. I want to kill Lin Xiao. Is this purpose pure enough? Huang Yi stopped covering up and answered coldly. Immediately, he heard the wild laughter coming from the phone.
Ha 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 ha. Is it funny?
No, but appreciation. On the bus, Yi Weiman stopped smiling. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was staring at him indifferently. Feel free in your heart. He was very satisfied with this reason.
But, isn't your sister safe? Why do you want to kill her? Listening to Yi Weiman's joking words, Huang Yi was completely sure.
The top management of the other party is also divided into factions. This old fishing man. It was very difficult to deal with Lin Xiao.
Subsequently,
Huang Yegu made an irritated tone. I robbed her of her resources, and she fucked me.
I am very unwilling and want to kill her. Is this an acceptable reason? These words not only did not make Yi Weiman happy. Instead, it once again aroused the other party's vigilance. Yi Weiman frowned. A strong alert arose in my heart. He did not forget that this Pansin could injure Li Hongyi's pet before he advanced. Now it is directly facing the level 70 hell. This growth rate is really amazing. Now you want to join the Utopia just to kill the other party? Even family members are still alive. What kind of evil spirit of revenge is this? And talent? What qualities do you have? Yi Weiman's tone was a little more serious. A little more respect. Gold. 3 extraordinary years, level 62. Huang Yi knew it and couldn't hide it. Now is the time to show your worth. At this critical stage of being open and honest. Being modest will only attract people to look down upon you. But these words hit Yi Weiman's heart hard. His face was full of gloom. The fishing rod that is held tightly makes a creaking sound. The pupils trembled even more. God of destruction, gold quality? It's hard for him to believe. Are there really people who believe in evil gods and would do their best? With such piety, it would be no exaggeration to call him a lunatic. What's more, what makes him even more jealous? 3 extraordinary years, reaching level 62. What a talent this must be. How old are you? Yi Weiman spoke anxiously. Full of solemnity. 20. Huang Yi deliberately reported his age. Misleading the other party and inferring one's own wrong life trajectory. But nevertheless, still making Yi Weiman stand up suddenly. In the bumpy car, I paced anxiously. Panic and fear. Under his command, there are also believers who are destroyed. The one person he can take a second look at is 26-year-old Han Shuang. Level 53, good potential. He was no less generous than he was back then. But what age is he on the other side of the phone? 20 years old? What kind of monster is this? Really rare. Although it is not the most terrifying talent Yi Weiman has ever seen. After all, Juyu comes first. Then Li Hongyi, 20 years old, almost a junior, level 71. But the other party has been practicing since he was a child. But Pansin on the phone has been extraordinary for 3 years. Does this mean that the two actually have the same talent level? Even if it's close, it's not too much. Did you underestimate it? Yi Weiman asked fiercely. They have met. Huang Yi was wearing a mask at that time, but the exposed eyebrows and eyes showed that they were indeed similar in age. With strong vigilance and composure. But he was still worried and threatened through gritted teeth. All right, Huang Yi sighed. Actually, I'm almost 21. Yi Weiman nodded with satisfaction. But there was still shock hidden in his heart. He is about to be 21 years old, although he is a little older than Li Hongyi. But the talent is indeed top-notch. This gave the old fisherman a lot of ideas in his heart. More importantly, I still value it. He paced for a long time. The man with the angular face is terrible at driving. I can't even stand still. Disturbing thinking. Finally, he picked up the fishing gear and said, Lao Liang, I'll get off here. Immediately, the vehicle squeaked and slowly stopped. We haven't reached the base area yet. General Liang, who was bleeding from his chest, reminded him. But he still opened the car door. I know the way. Yi Weiman left a word before stepping out of the car door. But Lin Xiao was half blocked. Lin Xiao's eyes were slightly cold. How do I feel that you are plotting against me? Does the old cow want to eat young grass? Yi Weiman smiled and replied, I think so. The blood food of level 70 hell is still too tempting. Then, he knocked Lin Xiao's shoulder away and jumped out of the car door. Then Lin Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled, I happen to be the same. Then he winked. General Liang, who was in the driver's seat, looked solemn. Closed the car door. Step on the gas pedal and drive the bus forward. Looking at the two people facing each other tit for tat in the rearview mirror. He didn't stop it and couldn't stop it. Although they all belonged to the same organization.
But he respects the law of cannibalism in weird ways.
This cannot be stopped by the Chinese character face. After all, in the advancement ceremony of hell, what is eaten is the slaves and weirdness used to complete itself. This is a headache for all messy cult organizations. But no matter how you usually target it, as long as it doesn't delay the organization's important tasks, it doesn't really matter who ate whose limbs. Although the weird body is fragile, but it's hard to die. It can also be repaired automatically. Lin Xiao, it's time to drive, it's time to sit tight. General Liang reminded me.
Oh, after hearing this, Lin Xiao returned to her seat coldly.
He wanted to kill me. He's planning something against me. General Liang was non-committal. Aren't you the same?
Lin Xiao smiled playfully. That's right.
I'm also level 71. I'm not afraid of him anymore.
Then, the bus started awkwardly,
spurting out scalding heat. Yi Weiman held up the phone and saw it on the back seat.
Lin Xiao's face was pressed against the window, staring at himself coldly.
He smiled back, unafraid. Bang bang, Yi Weiman already knew.
The other party sensed a hint of threat.
The face pressed against the car window also released deep hostility.
In response, he just smiled indifferently. He calmly looked at the bloody bus and bumped away. Lin Xiao and I were in the same car just now.
I've gotten off now. Did you hear anything from our conversation? Yi Weiman asked with a smile.
The most feared thing about the strange path is not the contract master's control of the strange,
but cannibalism. Huang Yi also stayed away from the crowded corridor, walking in the hospital yard. It's good that you know.
The natural enemy of the strange path is only the strange.
Yi Weiman grinned.
Carrying a small stool and fishing gear, he stood hunched in the yellow sand.
So? Then how can I join the ideal country? Huang Yi did not forget his purpose. Old things were brought up again.
But the other party's next words. But he frowned.
Your talent. Joining this organization. It's a waste. Yi Weiman said seriously. Huang Yi was silent for 2 seconds. What do you mean?
In the distance, the sound of a bus whistle came. The dust that was raised also slowly settled. The old fisherman took a step forward, smiling confidently. I am optimistic about you.
I also want to invest in you.
You can definitely form your own team. We have no grudges or hatred.
This is a friendly beginning of our alliance. How? Huang Ye's silence deepened. The two of them now reached a tacit understanding. But he didn't want to agree casually. What benefits can I get? Is it enough to kill Lin Xiao?
Old Man Yi stepped on the dirt road,
splashing fine dust. Huang Yi shook his head.
Since both of them were talking openly, then Huang Yi didn't intend to be passive.
Not enough. I just want to kill her.
And you want to eat her.
My efforts and benefits are not proportional. Yi Weiman smiled.
He was not afraid that Huang Yi would not cooperate. He was only worried that there would be a gap between them. There were some things that were inconvenient for him to do, but Huang Yi could.
And, killing Lin Xiao.
For him, it was a real improvement. And for Pansen, it would cost a lot.
Yi Weiman really got a great advantage. You kid are really mean. Tell me, what else do you want? Huang Yi did not answer immediately. There were many complicated reasons why he chose to join the Utopia.
You could say that it was for the dead classmates and teachers. You could also say that he took the commission from Principal Chen. You could also say that he was seeking revenge on Lin Xiao, the culprit. But if you think about it carefully, it was actually none of them. He didn't have strong emotions in that regard. For him, his classmates were dead, so they were dead. At most, he felt regretful. The emotions were so indifferent that even he felt helpless. After all, his family had died before. He couldn't even make him cry, he just remembered that he was upset that night. Even his mother and sister were taken away. He just felt irritated. He also chopped meat to vent for a long time, still waiting for the sunset without rushing. He never broke down and cried.
Principal Chen took him to the martyrs' cemetery. He just didn't know what to say. Facing Chen Yilan's tombstone, he didn't even have any regrets.
Instead, he felt that he was a soft-hearted person. At least he didn't let Chen Yilan be eaten alive. He also told the truth and kept the body intact. This afternoon, he met two classmates and looked at their excited and angry expressions.
Huang Yi was actually indifferent. He also thought that their crying was too ugly and noisy. But did he want revenge? A little bit.
It was mainly because of his own injustice. After all,
That night, he was tortured by Lin Xiao. He was very unwilling. After practicing for so many years, it was only that night that made him so powerless. The reason for joining the ideal country. Actually, it's for myself. Huang Yi examined himself. He came up with this answer. It's not surprising. Myrtle needs the flesh and blood of extraordinary people.
It can provide her with no threshold to upgrade within level 70.
Even lower the requirements for advancement.
It can also restore sanity for her family.
Where is the impact of killing the least? That must be the cultists entrenched around his hometown. Huang Ye's idea is very simple. It's also very selfish.
It's so cold that he himself is a little melancholy.
Why am I not a sentimental person?
I heard that gloomy boys are very popular with girls.
But the next second, Huang Yi frowned slightly in confusion. Why do I want girls to welcome me? Why don't you talk? Is it because I can't do it?
Yi Weiman urged. His tone was quite dissatisfied.
Even if you are a genius who is one level lower than Li Hongyi, you shouldn't have ignored my question. You better show me some respect, kid. I'm also a level 70 hell after all.
It's just that when I was advancing, I didn't have the same good conditions as Lin Xiao.
I'm one level lower than her. But I'm also about to upgrade. I have to provide for my family and they have to eat meat. Huang Yi gave a reason why he couldn't find a flaw. This answer made Yi Weiman frown. Aren't you afraid that they will lose their minds?
I have lost my mind. Huang Yi shrugged and strengthened his hatred for Lin Xiao in front of Yi Weiman. But the existence of Myrtle was greatly concealed.
So do we need extraordinary people? Yi Weiman laughed. Cultists are the best.
They are relatively concentrated and will not cause big forces to pursue them. Yi Weiman looked ugly.
It seems like this kid wants to join the organization. Just for the sake of sneaking around. Fortunately, I was tight-lipped and didn't agree. Otherwise, my men would have been tricked to death.
But he had no objection.
There was no objection either. Recruiting new members is not difficult for a medium-sized organization like Utopia. As long as the level requirements are not so strict.
Now that preliminary cooperation has been reached.
I want to meet you.
At the end of the conversation, Yi Weiman made a request.
Huang Yi inhaled slightly. He knew very well that this meeting would not only involve temptations. More will be dangerous.
Yi Weiman must test whether he has the qualifications to become an ally.
But he also knew that he didn't have enough ability and wanted to cross over to cooperate with Hell, which was just wishful thinking. Thinking of Lin Xiao's difficulty that night. His scalp was slightly numb.
But this time, the possibility of life and death is extremely low.
Yes, but I will choose the time and place to meet. Ha, you are quite cautious, no problem.
Yi Weiman was also very straightforward. After we meet, I will arrange tasks for you.
Even though we have an alliance. But for now, your actions will represent my team. Huang Yi nodded heavily.
Despite becoming a non-staff member of the Utopia.
That's enough.
At least he had contact with the core members of the cult group.
This will make your own actions. It will be smoother. No problem. The two fell into a brief silence. Yi Weiman walked on the road. Cars passed by.
The dust and smoke stirred up made him slightly dissatisfied. But he did not kill at will. Only the arm holding the fishing gear blocked his mouth and nose.
Speaking of which, is your name really Pansen?
My name is not Pan Senior Yi Weiman, Huang Yi said with relief. The name is not important.
It's just a code name.
It will not affect our cooperation. If you want to cooperate with me, show your strength first.
Yi Weiman snorted dissatisfied and hung up the phone.
Due to listening to the sound, Huang Yi stuffed the phone back into his conscious space.
Looking up from the yard. That's the direction of Qin Feng and Yang Xingyu's wards. But he had no intention of visiting again. This summer before freshman year. We probably won't see each other again. Can I kill Lin Xiao before going to college? He was slightly unconfident. But at least Huang Yi has an additional goal besides improving himself. Brother student, where are you going? Huang Yi opened the door of the taxi parked in the middle of the road, and the driver asked enthusiastically. Chengnan subway station. Are you going to the ruins of the rioters? My hometown is over there.
I didn't expect you to be so talented but come from such a rough background.
I'm really jealous of you. Can you drive? To be honest, my car broke down and I'm waiting for rescue.
If you're not in a hurry, just wait for me for 2 hours.
Huang Yi slammed the door coldly and left. Metro rail car. He walked coldly and firmly through the dark tunnel. The light flickers on and off, shaking the sparse crowd in the carriage. Now there are heavy casualties in the 18 cities.
In the strange realm, there are even more people dying in empty buildings. There's so much cash and items, it's really eye-catching. It's a pity that they were all confiscated.
You also make money from dead people? Why can't you get rich? Even a living person's coffin will be remembered.
But the 18 cities are heavily guarded, so it's hard to take action. You are stupid, you are rioting in the ruins, and many people have died as well.
Although there is little oil and water, a little adds up to a lot.
I estimate that there are many unscrupulous people who have already taken over the magpie's nest. If we don't hurry up, even the vegetable field will be cleared away. In the carriage, there was a small and excited discussion.
Huang Ye's ears were very sensitive and he heard everything they said. It really gave him new ideas. There is an opportunity to move now. Moreover, the space within the tombs is not small, but it is extremely desolate.
Digging a dry toilet can dig up extraordinary creatures.
It's really time to buy a new home. Huang Ye got off the subway, looking at the heavily guarded subway entrance. Also calm.
He found that none of the familiar employees could be seen.
All were replaced. And judging from his stance and temperament, he was clearly a professional security guard. It should be the impact of advanced events.
To be able to secretly put in such a large number of cultists. All security personnel must be strictly checked. Huang Yi came to the ground, and there was no propaganda from the clergy around him.
The homeless people were evicted. Cold and deserted.
But Huang Yi's gradually surprised eyes also turned cold.
No. Something is wrong. I overlooked something. Pansen's contracted beast is the zodiac sign that can read minds. You can't hide your inner thoughts in front of him. But with such security conditions, why can cultists sneak into the 18 cities? Huang Yi's heart sank.
He took another step after the pause.
His face was gloomy.
Maybe there was something that he had overlooked.
Pansen can read minds. From the main city. He is a genius.
After I killed him, there were strange traces.
Why did the strange thing appear at the scene of his death? Huang Yi quickened his pace. He walked hurriedly. A ripple appeared in his calm mood. It shook him slightly uneasy. Unless the cultists enter from the major city gates. But this is impossible. The 4 city gates are jointly defended by different departments.
You can force your way in, but if you want to sneak in secretly, you have to buy a lot of spies.
And the easiest and most convenient way to enter the 18 cities. Only take the subway. Or, enter from the tunnel. And if you want to hide in the 18 cities quietly,
this method has the highest cost effectiveness.
Even if you have to bribe the security personnel, it is the least expensive. But if there is an insider, there is no cost at all. In the evening, the sun was setting. The bleak sunlight was weakly sprinkled on the messy and unplanned ruins of the rioters. Huang Yi walked on the bumpy ground. He was getting more and more irritable. He not only has the background of the main city, but also the back of the cult?
And what made him feel most urgent?
There is a possibility. Maybe Pansen didn't die at all. In the weird way, it is not difficult to come back to life. There are also such abilities in other ways. If that's the case. Although Pansen's zodiac sign died.
He lost his ability to read minds. But he knows that I am the one who destroyed believers.
Once it's exposed, I can't stay in Contract City. And all the resources promised by Principal Chen will be suddenly cleared. Huang Yi gritted his teeth. The more he thought about it, the more urgent it became. What's more, this possibility is not small. Pansen, if you are really the cult's insider. Maybe you didn't find me to threaten me. But you wanted to win me over? Huang Yi laughed in anger.
The other party might really want to cooperate.
But the other party deserves to die because he had to test me. You can really cause trouble for me. You can't rest in peace even if you die.
His face gradually became ferocious. Rarely did his emotions fluctuate greatly. Although the possibility of the other party's complete death is greater.
But as long as there is a possibility, it is a sharp blade that cannot be ignored. Always hanging over your head. If you are still alive.
The biggest possibility is to change your path.
Bear the gaze of the 2 gods?
Not only does it mean that your spirit will be dissolved, but there will also be a new transformation after being tortured.
Is it worth it? Can you die completely? Huang Yi was irritable.
He was worried. He walked into the neighborhood that had been looted by Yi Weiman's strange domain. There, the death toll was huge.
Most of the people turned into human skin. They also became snacks for Yi Weiman.
The venue was much vacant, fully furnished, and there was a lot of cash hidden.
Huang Yi came to the scene. He saw many people excitedly moving chairs, benches, and furniture. Some people even attacked and killed people in the street, just to grab a better house.
There was chaos in front of him. But what was even more chaotic was Huang Yi's heart.
Can I only find the answer in the cult? Huang Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold. He was extremely resentful.
Utopia, you really deserve to die. In the ruins of chaos.
The sunset was bleak.
Huang Yi stood on the street, looking at the people in front of him, noisily grabbing supplies in empty houses.
There were even stabbings in the street. I just feel upset and angry. If Pan Sen is really an internal agent of the Utopia,
then the old man probably doesn't know about Pan Sen's existence.
I haven't even heard the name. Because I said the name and he didn't react at all.
Some people just suspect that the name Pan Sen I provided is fake.
Noisy ahead. Huang Yi held his breath and walked back.
The murderous intention gradually became more awe-inspiring, but that doesn't mean that Lin Xiao has already lurked in the 18 cities.
Have no idea. Huang Yi took a deep breath. Chest heaving.
I just feel like these rats in the gutter are really making people miserable.
I just want to find a stable environment to live in. Is it so difficult? You have to mess with me.
It has to be you,
Lin Xiao.
Huang Yi's steps were hurried. Aimlessly, but subconsciously, I walked in the direction of my hometown.
Just came to the community.
I heard the sound of cursing.
Maid, bad luck.
Why is the smell of blood here so strong? It doesn't look like a resident at all, turning into a slave.
More like being mutilated.
The most dissatisfying thing is that there are so many rooms and they are all so poor. Especially the room on the 3rd floor, it seems that it has experienced extraordinary battles. I can't even pick off the bloody foam.
In the setting sun.
With a long shadow, Huang Yi returned to Ping'an Community on Xingfu Street. When they met, they saw several young people walking down the corridor with unhappy faces.
Huang Yi glanced at it.
From their conversations, I'm afraid this group of people has visited my hometown again.
He really used his house as a public toilet. There's no stock. You don't have to go.
Several strong young men blocked Huang Yi's road. Looking at the thin Huang Yi, it seems that he wants to see if the other party has any tickets. But soon, he shook his head again. He is probably also a poor guy.
You have something on you. Take it out and let me check it out.
Several people had unkind faces.
Street robberies seem to be rare in this area.
Yes, I have.
Huang Yi had no extra expression. Before long, several people showed expressions of surprise.
But a beautiful woman appeared in front of them. The man's pupils were dark, and the skirt on his body was like black mist. There are 4 candles inserted around the lower abdomen.
It seems to represent the extraordinary level of 40. What's this? It's weird. Are you a contractor? Let us go. Several people were immediately frightened and knelt down to beg for mercy. Their feelings of fear. It also drifted into Huang Ruoying's mind.
She looked blank for a moment.
He immediately showed an expression of satisfaction and enjoyment.
Just now, she was still in her conscious space, telling her mother what she had experienced after being taken away. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in a familiar neighborhood. Without the suppression of the conscious space, her spirit returned to confusion and struggle.
Don't kill. I don't like to hear it.
Huang Yi summoned his sister Huang Ruoying. Then he passed a few people and walked towards the corridor. My sister looked at Huang Yi's back. I just wanted to express my dissatisfaction. But the fear deep inside. She didn't dare to disobey, so she burned several frightened young people into ashes with just the light of fire. The swords and axes in their hands were melted into molten iron. Then, the will-o'-the-wisp went back and flew back to the candle. She couldn't help but let out a small burp, and then covered her mouth nervously. His eyes were panicked, and he looked cautiously at his brother's back.
What are you doing standing around? Go home.
Huang Yi stood in the dark corridor and urged.
It seems like she doesn't mind eating people anymore.
Now it has the incredible effect of myrtle.
No matter how many people eat, they will not lose their rationality. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Huang Ruoying hesitated inexplicably.
But in the end, it was my sister's sense of self that took over.
She held up her black mist-like pajamas and followed nervously.
With every step, there are black marks on the feet, small and light.
Don't these people have any morals at all? How can you just enter other people's homes?
Huang Yi held the smashed door lock. His eyes were distressed.
Aren't you going to let Mom out? My sister stood quietly behind me and then asked tentatively. She's noisy. It can be quieter in there. Huang Yi replied, opened the door and entered.
The main reason is that the myrtle has not been cultivated, and there are not enough ripe golden berries.
But my sister's self-control is pretty good.
Although I have acted stupidly and thought I could kill myself. But after being taught a lesson, he no longer acted like a monster.
Oh, Huang Ruoying pouted and did not dare to refute.
When she entered the familiar environment, she saw that all the furniture had been removed. She knew where to go and had seen them all in her conscious space.
It's just that it's not powered on and can't be used. Looking over, the wall is full of extraordinary traces.
Peeling and breaking, as if it had experienced the flash of a sword.
She still has an impression.
A few days after Huang Yi returned to school for the college entrance examination, his home was visited by a group of cultists.
A fierce battle broke out, and both he and his mother were taken away. Although only a week had passed. It felt like a lifetime ago. Maybe I ate too much flesh and blood, which led to confusion. She thought with a little regret. But soon, she cheered up.
Hope flashed in her dark eyes. Her brother told her about the miraculous effect of the myrtle. It is estimated that in a short time, her and her mother's thinking will return to normal.
Huang Ruoying smiled happily. Then,
a trace of seriousness flashed across her little face. Brother.
What's the matter? Huang Yi turned around. Huang Ruoying hesitated and asked, have you awakened the second extraordinary power? Huang Yi was not surprised. Nodded, yes, the contract.
He mentioned this matter when he took his mother home. He said that he awakened the contract god disc and was admitted. This touched and satisfied her mother, and soothed her trauma of being taken away and imprisoned.
Han Shuang didn't know about this.
Although she could be trusted, Huang Yi was not a person who would confide in her.
Then you can contract me.
I have the weird domain, which is super powerful.
Huang Ruoying's little face was full of seriousness. Stop messing around.
Huang Yi also gave his sister a cold look when he heard this.
Lying on the holy sofa. Put your legs on the armrest.
Nor did he mind the dried blood on the couch.
What's wrong? I'm not bad, am I? Huang Ruoying sat next to Huang Yi's head angrily. Attitude towards his younger brother. Depressed and confused. How can you help me when I encounter a strong enemy? Be beaten for me, or die.
Huang Yi held his head in his hands and closed his eyes to rest. These words also made my sister lower her head. His face was full of grievances. After all, she is only level 40, so she really can't defeat someone even her younger brother can't beat.
I really have no choice. But, don't you want to live in Contract City? My level is impressive enough. Huang Ruoying had an idea. I think my reasons are impeccable.
A level 10 contractor who can sign level 40 weirdos is indeed very competitive. At least in college, I can compete with my elder sister and reach the first tier level. Huang Yi spoke calmly, but his sister's eyes dimmed. But every ghost master must undergo endless scrutiny and questioning. After Yu Gui, you are completely untrustworthy. The cap is blocked. There's no need for me to take that risk. My sister looked disappointed. He pouted and stopped talking. At present, it seems that I am still too weak. Even if you have a strong talent, if you haven't grown up, it's really not worth entrusting you with your back. Even on the battlefield, it would affect his younger brother's energy. It can be said that Huang Yi is very sensible. She was so calm that she was quite depressed. That's up to you. I will become stronger. Sooner or later I'll catch up with you. My sister encouraged herself with a stubborn look on her face. But that tone was very unconfident. Obviously, at level 40, you have the secret realm that can only be obtained at level 70, but in front of my younger brother.
There is really no confidence. Haha, Huang Yi couldn't help but laugh.
This earned my sister a very angry cold look.
You're so annoying. Huang Ruoying stood up directly and returned to the empty boudoir.
Her clothes were all moved into the conscious space by her mother. There was only one big bed left, and she lay down on it without caring. Covered with a bloody quilt. He sulked and scolded his brother for his coolness.
My mentality is not good. Not of much use.
If I create an organization, she will also do the logistical work of doing laundry and cooking.
Huang Yi sighed slightly. He never thought about signing up his family.
Although this may look perfect, the risk factor is too great.
If you really encounter a strong enemy, Family members occupy the two most important contractual positions. Should we summon them to come out to face the enemy? Injury is a trivial matter, but what if you die? Just like Principal Qin Jiqing, who can't accept the death of the contracted beast for decades and the sacrifice of his son, has his character changed drastically? After all, once signed, it cannot be cancelled. Even if the pet dies, it will still occupy a spot. Of course, Chen Jiqing is fully capable of signing new animal pets. After all, if the specialization is blocked, you can switch to a multi-pet route. But the contract disc is very special, and the contract will not be changed because of the sacrifice of the pet. From the moment you sign a new pet, you are destined to lose part of the nutritional supply of the contracted god plate. For example, Chen Jiqing's specialized gray wolf has 100% of its resources allocated to a single pet. If you sign the second pet, you can only get 50% of it for each pet. Even if the old pet dies, 50% will remain unchanged. Therefore, the route of multiple animal pets is really not something that ordinary people can take. Although Principal Chen can still sign a contract for a pet. Even stronger than myself. But it's all in theory. Huang Yi understood very well. Powerful monsters are also the offspring of gods, breeding. The more tyrannical he is, the higher his intelligence is, and it is not unusual for him to speak human words. You would never choose an old man with no potential. This is equivalent to cutting off Chen Jiqing's escape route. Those who sign weakly will take a long time to grow. A powerful animal pet, but he looks down on Chen Jiqing. To say it is useless is an understatement. If I want to control ghosts, it needs to be at least level 70 and above. My age and talent are enough to tempt them. Like that old fishing guy? Huang Yi opened his eyes and frowned. But after thinking about it, it was almost impossible. Contractors and beast pets form a blood alliance. Both gods will supervise. Those who signed it cannot betray it. But the strange path is different. The higher the level, the more human nature is lost. I am completely unfamiliar with what the spirit of contract is. Even the situation of turning against guests and trying to control people often happened. Become a different kind of slave. So we can't blame Contract City for taking strict precautions against ghost masters. If a high-level contractor is really controlled by some trickster, life will be ruined. Let's just be honest and contract the queen ant. The potential is not bad. It is also the strongest pet I have encountered so far. The 12 zodiac signs are too far away. Huang Yi closed his eyes again and waited for night to fall. And with the maintenance of Myrtle, the queen ant can also evolve smoothly. The future prospects may not be worse than those of the ultimate monster. Number 530 is the ruins of the rioters. It is located in the central area of the 18 contract cities and the 131 preservation cities. It is 200 kilometers away from the two major cities. The difficult part is going over mountains and ridges. The road is rugged. During this period, we have to pass through many dangerous areas. If you are not an extraordinary person, you will not be able to pass through them. Buzz buzz, but today, a light truck broke into this overgrown road. The sound of engines brings about the village located in the forest. They all woke up, exuding a fierce murderous aura. According to the criminal investigation information, there is a spy here. Item category. The level of ferocity is in silver. The young man's eyes were solemn. This weirdness was quite forced for him. But he had no intention of backing down. Demon cat, come with me. Then, he exhaled heavily. He opened the car door and summoned a civet cat. Monster, three-tailed civet cat. Level 30. Major direction, main sensitivity, deputy reconnaissance. Features, as the level increases, the tail shape increases. As soon as the cat appeared, its hair immediately exploded. It seems that a terrifying threat has been discovered. It jumped on the young man's shoulders. Make threatening noises. Want to protect the safety of the owner. I'm just afraid of dragging you down. The young man rubbed the cat's little head. The smile is doting and lost. Meow. The three-tailed civet cat also rubbed its head against the young man's warm palm. His sweet cry expressed his emotions. If you want to die, I will die with you. Sun Fan's eyes heated up. Immediately he let out a heavy breath, heading firmly towards the dilapidated village made of mud and bricks. After a long time, the young man's shrill screams rang out in the village. Painful and forbearing. I don't believe it. I can't contract you. Follow me. Demon sword. Accompany me to take revenge. I need to control ghosts. You are the stepping stone for me to join the cult.
Sun Fan screamed in pain. The sound caused the birds and beasts to scatter in the evening village. Finally, he returned to the pickup truck dejectedly. Sit in the driver's seat. Eyes full of fatigue and out of focus. There were more than a dozen hideous wounds on his body. Hee. He coughed up blood but couldn't help but laugh. In his hand, there was a rusty hatchet. Now, he has completely contracted a second animal pet, or a trick pet. Weird, demon-destroying sword. Level 35. Characteristics, strong lethality, with corrosive effect. Sun Fan waited for a long time and his face turned pale. But the corrosion on the body gradually disappeared in reverse. He gained the demon sword's approval and absorbed the corrosive effect back. But the knife wound was still hideous. At least he won't die. Sun Fan lit the ignition and turned on the halogen high beam. The turbid yellow light slightly illuminated the mountain road. This is the ruins of the 530 rioters. It should be the base of the utopia. With his eyes firm, the truck returned to the main road, roaring towards the distant town. Master, wait for me to accompany you, said. He was in inexplicable pain. I remembered Chen Jiqing's misunderstanding that day in the martyrs' cemetery. Completely collapsed and cried bitterly, I didn't defect, let alone a deserter. I just want to avenge Master in my own way. Ah! It seemed that he felt his master's excitement. The three-tailed civet cat took the initiative to appear. But at this time, 2 of his tails were broken, and there were also bloody wounds on his body. The breath is sluggish. It nestled on Sun Fan's thigh. Rubbing his belly gently, meow, don't cry, I know, meow. The sun sets over the western mountains. Huang Yi had rested and slowly opened his eyes. Those extraordinary beings who defected. It should have been concentrated. He put on his mask and changed his clothes. By the way, the sister who was asleep in the bed or suffocated by lack of oxygen was brought back to the conscious space. Walking out of the corridor, he looked at the lavender moonlight above his head. Also full of energy, it's time to move and find some resources. It's time to nourish Myrtle. Hunting the extraordinary tonight. Huang Yi was lying on the railing of the corridor in front of his house. Level 53 Han Shuang was released. Han Shuang was stunned and looked at Huang Yi's familiar attire. Fear subconsciously. But the next second, his expression became excited, okay boss. Promise to complete the mission. She ate the golden berries for a while. My body feels warm. It seems that countless hidden diseases of the body have been removed. Relaxation and pleasure that I have never experienced before. The boss also said that he would become a gravedigger. The positivity is really overwhelming. Let's go. Huang Yi threw over a vacuum-packed mask. He jumped straight down and finally landed lightly. Whenever he gets the chance, he exercises gravity control. Aim to reach 90% proficiency as soon as possible. Han Shuang saw this scene. His face stiffened. It would be impossible for her to fall to death if she jumped. But it will hurt. Boss, are you adapting to gravity flight in advance? But this gravity control seems different from what I know. Many believers of destruction in the later period achieve the effect of levitation or flight by changing the surrounding gravity environment. But I didn't feel any signs of gravity coming out of the boss's side. Han Shuang frowned slightly. The result of this gliding slightly conflicted with her knowledge. It's as if all the gravity is hidden within the body. It didn't escape at all. Is it really wrong to practice gliding or flying like this? Maybe my level is too low. She sighed slightly. He looked downstairs at Huang Yi, who was looking at him in confusion. Also slightly trembling. Looking at the height of the 3rd floor, I hesitated for a while, but finally chose to walk down the stairs honestly. Both of them covered their faces. Taking advantage of the darkness, he returned to the strange territory area. The lights gradually come on here. At night, I occasionally hear happy laughter and orders to drink. It seems that this disaster did not cast a shadow on people. On the contrary, it is a rare opportunity to get rich. There is no one who can live here who is not cruel and ruthless. Those who are weak at picking up leaks choose to move things away. Don't dare to stay long. Anyone in this area can be killed as you wish. Huang Yi pointed to an area. His expression under the mask was dull and numb. Boss, do you want to kill the elderly and children too? Han Shuang looked serious, but still asked. Are they extraordinary? Huang Yi asked back. I see. Han Shuang nodded and put on a mask. Resolutely, he turned around and walked into the shadows.
If the elderly and children are also extraordinary, they can be killed. They are cultists. The advancement ceremony was even more cruel and bloody. Those who are soft-hearted will not survive now. This is for you.
But before she took a few steps, she saw a small gadget thrown towards her. She was shocked to see that it was the mobile phone she had used earlier.
My number is stored in it, as well as notes. If you have any difficulty, call me.
Listening to Huang Yi's cold words, Han Shuang felt happy.
This shows that I am completely trusted.
I am no longer afraid of contacting Utopia privately. Of course, she won't either.
I am lucky to have the future and vision I have today. Okay, boss.
Brothers, you are doing a great job, occupying such a big villa. Several men were sitting on the sofa, hugging the scantily clad woman and laughing heartily. This was originally a rich man's house and was usually protected by a contractor. Naturally, they dare not provoke these escaped extraordinary beings. But now, they are all in the center of the treacherous realm and have become slaves of the treacherous realm. The house has naturally become ownerless. After killing a few unsighted guys, he naturally occupied the most luxurious villa.
That's not why we are strong.
We are at level 20 or 30, and we are considered strong no matter where we are.
A bald man catered and said, hugging his female companion and kissing her hard.
Ignore the woman's resistance and rejection. On the contrary, he was even more excited.
Taking the initiative, there is no feeling. Like crying and crying. We are the ones calling the shots around here now. Do you want to charge some protection money?
A woman with charming eyes suggested.
If you can be protected by extraordinary beings, you will be able to enjoy success in the future.
She is very proactive and cooperative.
If we do this, wouldn't we become a cult? Some people frowned and looked embarrassed. What's wrong?
Our situation is not to the point where people dislike dogs.
What's the difference from a cultist?
Brother, if you are worried, let's change the name.
Protection money is really outdated. It's called property fees and management fees.
A rough man grinned. These words also caused everyone to laugh.
Whether it's sincere or just for fun. At least this gang is also running in the direction of the cult group with no way back. Now that it's decided. Then I'll vent my anger first.
There was a bald man carrying a resisting woman beside him.
Walk towards the room. Let me go. Please, let me go. I'm married. Don't do this. Ah.
The woman was screaming and begging for mercy. But the bald man was even more excited.
Keep your attitude. Otherwise, I won't feel it when I play.
He grabbed the woman's hair and pulled her towards a room.
But it attracted ridicule from his male companion. Trash? Can't you do it in the living room? It must be too young. I'm afraid of feeling inferior. Ha 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 ha.
The words of everyone made the bald man look embarrassed.
I like it private.
He kicked open the door as if to vent his anger. But at this moment, a woman walked into the living room.
She wore a high ponytail and a bra wrap.
Exposing the flat belly is a healthy wheat complexion. The body is well proportioned and contains a sense of strength.
But in the eyes of everyone, he is like a cheetah.
Just looking at it makes people feel quite heart palpitated.
Would you like to play with me? I'm very resistant too. Han Shuang walked into the splendid villa living room from the night.
With heroic eyebrows, he looked at the extraordinary person in front of him. In the joy, there was a little contempt.
Who are you? Why did you break into our home? Are you looking for death? As if facing a formidable enemy, several big men suddenly became fierce and angry.
They don't think that some people come here with masks on for the pleasure of men and women.
Even the bald man who kicked open the door.
He also had panicked eyes and let go of his hand holding the female companion's hair. The other party's words were obviously directed at him.
Brothers, please don't be cowardly. This is the territory we have established. Let's go together.
The bald man spoke urgently to spread the hostility.
His words. It also made everyone's eyes flicker, and their temperament became much colder. Subconsciously falling into the bald man's language trap. In a critical situation, I can't think too much.
No matter what the origin of the other party is, if you dare to provoke them, you must suffer.
Superior. Don't kill her. Let's play together. Several extraordinary beings suddenly exploded the divine disc.
All at once, North Korea and Han Shuang came to kill them.
There are those who protect, those who contract, and those who deceive. But mostly in black iron and bronze quality.
I don't even need to use the divine disc amplifier to kill you. Han Shuang smiled confidently. In front of them, I found the long-lost confidence. In front of Huang Yi, she was suppressed too hard.
I always thought I was a waste.
Now I see these peers who are in their 20s and 30s.
I just woke up and realized that I am also a genius.
In the utopia, serve as team leader.
Subsequently,
she moved her hands.
The extremely strong gravity distorts the light.
All the men and women were pressed to the ground in fear and pain.
Gravity control. It's the path to destruction. Still level 50. Don't want. Let me go. Just one move made the extraordinary beings beg for mercy and fear.
All were adsorbed to the floor. It was as if there was an endless suction force in the cracks of the bricks, trying to swallow them in.
The bones creaked under the influence of gravity.
Soon the ribs were broken.
Vomiting blood at the mouth. Keep your vicious attitude. Don't ask for mercy.
Otherwise, I'm really afraid that I will feel guilty if I kill you. Han Xuan looked around and saw that they were all full of weaknesses. It seems that wherever it hits, it is fatally wounded.
Auntie, I beg you. Let me go.
There are old and young in the family, and I am the only one left to support them.
I'm willing to be a cow or a horse.
Spare my life. Everyone wailed in pain. He begged for mercy in a hoarse voice.
It seems that I have found the only way to survive. Shout loudly.
Their extraordinary abilities are not strong. It is difficult to resist such terrifying oppression. If this gravity does not stop, their chests will collapse.
Hee, I lied to you.
Han Xuan opened her long, slender legs. Then he stamped on the man's head. The bones were cracked and the blood was white. If you don't beg for mercy, I will kill you.
Puff, puff, puff.
A crisp sound exploded in the empty villa.
Han Xuan's posture was casual.
Just like crushing a watermelon, his face does not change color.
This doesn't seem to work. After she crushed all the men. But suddenly he realized something. Deep frown.
The surrounding gravity field is also rapidly weakening.
Thank you, benefactor. I was forced. Can you let us go?
Your kindness and kindness will never be forgotten by this little girl.
We are only a few levels up, and we are no match for them. If it weren't for you, we would have been forced. Gravity disappears from the women. Immediately burst into tears. Like being reborn.
In the hands of those powerful extraordinary beings.
There is no resistance. Han Xuan didn't say anything either.
Looking at the corpse on the ground, he waved his hand in disgust. It seemed to be urging them to leave quickly.
Thanks. Thank you, benefactor. The women rolled around, got up and left in embarrassment.
Only then did they realize that their legs were weak and embarrassing obscenities were leaking out.
Under this oppression, they survived. But when he saw the man on the ground, his face turned pale. Benefactor, I only follow the strong. I can do anything. A woman took the initiative to approach, looking pitiful.
Han Xuan's face turned cold when he heard this. Get out quickly.
The woman's expression changed and she felt the violent gravity. Also shut up and stop talking.
Supporting each other, they left the villa gate. But when they walked into the yard, a strong gravity suddenly appeared.
Let them crush the hard marble pavement. Ah. Well, it hurts.
Suddenly, the sounds of pain came one after another.
Han Xuan walked into the courtyard with a cold face.
A fist with a weak point to break hit every woman on the back of the head.
Disrupt their brains and blood. All died of intracranial hemorrhage.
Afterwards, she stood in the dim courtyard and looked gloomily into the living room of the villa.
Look at the blood flowing there. Slightly annoyed, I forgot, the boss loves cleanliness the most. I guess I have to mop it myself.
I don't think before I act, bother.
But now, it's not the time to clean.
Han Xuan simply gathered the men and women together.
The face is full of joy of harvest. Since they are all extraordinary beings, they are naturally welcome to come. Even if it's only a few levels, Myrtle isn't picky about food anyway, so I can't be picky either. Keep hunting.
Han Xuan fucked her waist for a while, feeling satisfied.
This hunt lasted for 2 full hours.
The area is so big that Han Xuan spent a lot of energy just searching back and forth. But she got better and better. Full of joy. During this period of time, she has killed hundreds of extraordinary beings. Although the level is not very high. But the advantage lies in large quantities and full control. The coverage area of this mysterious realm is probably at least 3 kilometers. That's all, it's hard to do business. Han Xuan picked up the mask and walked into a private house. And her traces have also been widely disseminated. For a time, people everywhere were panicked.
Did you hear that? There is a mad woman who kills people everywhere.
Why are you so crazy?
Aren't you afraid of being targeted by Contract City? There is zero tolerance now.
It is to destroy believers, so you are called a madman. You dare to commit crimes even if you haven't even passed the limelight.
I'm afraid the contractor is already on the way.
Don't wait, that madwoman has already killed us.
Run away quickly. Tonight, the extraordinary ones are terrified.
The bold civilians were even more panicked. They all took advantage of the darkness to take the valuables they found and left quickly. Afraid of being targeted and bringing disaster to Chiyu.
What a mess. The cultists are so audacious. How dare you stand up to the wind and kill someone? We just commit crimes, no matter how big or small. Once they are caught, they will die.
Several groups of people walked towards the main express road in unison. As soon as they met, they were filled with panic and complaints.
Yes.
But the cultists are crazy, as long as we are not crazy.
Hurry up and leave overnight. If we don't leave, it will be too late. Maid, is this the gravedigger's advancement ceremony? So above board? Several people were in a panic. Not even thinking about joking.
His face was extremely solemn. It was dark, and so was the neighborhood. The ruins of the rioters are quite large. From a bird's eye view, there are only sporadic lights. The biggest light source is the lavender full moon above the head.
Like a round eyeball, watching all living things indifferently. Several people walked in a hurry. Walking down the damp happiness street with big bags and small bags.
It was lined with collapsed houses.
Extremely tragic.
But they haven't gone very far yet. But he saw a male figure sitting on the collapsed building stones.
Where are you going?
The man on the stone spoke.
Calm and ordinary words.
But it made everyone's heart tremble. They knew very well that those who dared to kill indiscriminately in the cult city and block the main road. They were either accomplices or powerful people. At least, they were much stronger than their group.
I'm from the 18th city. These are the items I looted. I have no other request, just let me live.
A man struggled and decisively threw away the package on his body.
His face was tense.
Huang Yi took advantage of the night to look. Sensing the other party's level, he also frowned.
Why is it only level 8? Isn't this occupying the memory of my consciousness space?
Then Han Shuang, it shouldn't be that bad, kill everything for me. She should understand the principle of catching the big and letting the small go.
Right? Okay, then let's go. Huang Yi nodded silently.
I don't care if he stays or goes.
He didn't even bother to throw it into the conscious space if he didn't have level 20.
Just like if you want to fill a suitcase with limited space with cash, don't put napkins. The value is not high and it takes up space.
There must be a choice.
No. This is what I worked so hard to kill.
Can't give it to you.
A skinny man with a face full of struggle. After taking a few steps back, he immediately turned around and fled. When the others saw this, their expressions trembled. He immediately became silent.
During the contact with frightened eyes.
I also want to see the scene of this man dying for money.
What kind of information can be revealed? At least, can know what level the person blocking the road is. Available in the next second.
All of their pupils widened.
I can't understand at all what happened.
I saw the body of the running man behind him suddenly exploded. It was as if there was a silent bomb inside the body, which was detonated the moment he escaped. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere,
falling on everyone.
Their pupils were desperate and their minds were completely blank.
Looking at the masked man sitting on the stone. Looking dull.
I can no longer understand what kind of method this is.
You can't leave. Huang Yi took back his palm with regret. The one who wants to escape.
The level was stuck at level 19, which made him a little confused. But after hesitation, he still chose to give him a home.
Destiny, Destruction. Level, 62.
Title, Gravedigger. Exclusive skill, Material Explosion. Effect, any living thing or object has energy, quality and even origin, which can cause internal damage. Huang Yi looked at the exploded man in silence.
Also thoughtful. This is the second time he has used this skill.
Directly detonating the extraordinary energy in the fleeing man's body was like lighting a spark on the explosive that was ready to move.
The first time.
I remember it was against Lin Xiao. She grabbed my heart and I exploded her hand.
Spread her fingers. I just avoided the other party.
In desperation, he directly crushed my heart.
Huang Yi ignored the stunned crowd. I feel something in my heart. For this skill, and then practice the path of destruction, I have a unique understanding.
If the gravity control at level 50 is compression, then the explosion of matter at level 60 is expansion.
This state of stretching and lifting is very much like the birth and destruction of a planet. No. It's more like the beginning and end of the universe.
Buzz Huang Yi thought of this, and suddenly felt a strange warmth.
Quickly gathered in the mind.
Let him have clear ears and eyes.
Immediately afterwards,
this warm current turns into hot and rushing blood, flowing through the whole body from top to bottom. As a result, he saw the wooden monument in front of the first coffin.
More amazing changes: gravity control, proficiency 87% 89%. Material explosion, proficiency 60% 70%.
This improvement made Huang Yi's pupils tremble.
The thoughts become more clear.
It seems that the cultivation method I have been exploring is not wrong.
This time I am even more determined.
If you want to improve quickly, you must not only practice, but also understand.
Huang Yi breathed out heavily.
Then he looked at the lavender night sky. There are stars.
He thought of a possibility. The nature of this destruction could not be more than the destruction of planets. Or the entire universe?
God of destruction, don't be too crazy.
Huang Yi suddenly frowned.
Under the mask, he grinned. Huge headache.
If that's the case, what's the point of his practice?
He doesn't think that gods are existences that he can touch.
Even the thought of killing gods is blasphemy.
Wish for other gods.
It can stop the destruction.
Thinking of this, Huang Yi's face froze. Other evil gods wouldn't have the same extreme ideas.
Groove. Mighty. Put the stuff here.
Then let's go first. Those people honestly threw away their packages.
Precious metals and even cash were everywhere.
But they don't feel sorry at all, they just want to use their money to buy their lives. That kind of death was too shocking.
Although I haven't reached level 20, there is always a time to compromise in life. 19 is 19, you're lucky. Tonight, Han Shuang was so deadly that the cicadas dared not sing. Huang Ye wandered out of range.
Be prepared for the possible arrival of contractors.
Occasionally, extraordinary beings of the appropriate level will be eliminated.
These people burned, killed, looted, and killed.
The black eats the black. No psychological burden. Huang Yi was quite indifferent.
When he advanced, he had seen too much flesh and blood. I have long been immune to disgust and nausea. And he also found an acquaintance among the escaped extraordinary beings. That was the owner of the previous fruit stand. A watermelon the size of a human head was sold to him for 135 yuan.
Last time I sold my melons and melons.
But the person should be familiar.
Huang Yi felt quite friendly and split the other party in half with a shovel. It was 4 o'clock in the morning.
Han Shuang had killed more than 500 extraordinary people.
Huang Yi was a little restrained and had some restrictions on the level.
But there were nearly 100 people. After all, the people in the area within a radius of 3 kilometers had been cleansed.
People poured in again. The number was still considerable. There would be no innocent people in the ruins of the rioters. The law of the jungle and no order are the rules here.
Han Shuang and Huang Yi both grew up in the ruins of the rioters.
There was no obstacle to integration. Boss, can only more than 90 bodies be stuffed in?
Han Shuang looked at Huang Yi, who had a slight headache.
He was also quite worried. No, I'm starting to have a headache. In the villa. Huang Yi covered his head and shook his head.
The first ones to be stuffed in were all high-level beings. There were several bodies of more than 40 levels. They naturally gave Myrtle the best nutrients first.
Then these corpses, will they rot after being left for too long? Is it okay?
Han Shuang was worried. She didn't mind being in the same room with the corpses. She was just afraid of losing nutrients.
It should be okay. But it's rotten, which is annoying. Huang Yi hesitated slightly.
He didn't want the same rotten corpses floating in his consciousness space. Then, he waved his hand. Mother and sister both appeared in the living room of the villa in surprise.
Huang Yi sighed. Sitting on the sofa, eat if you want.
With the existence of Myrtle and the suppression of the consciousness space,
you won't continue to lose your mind. But normally, it's safer to hide in the consciousness space. The mother and daughter looked at the tired Huang Yi.
They also looked at each other. Then they turned their heads to look at the yard, which was full of fresh blood and flesh. They all couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Supernormality was constantly stirring in their bodies.
Ready to move. If you don't want to eat, go back. Huang Yi just raised his hand.
But the mother and daughter's pupils were panicked. He suddenly pounced on him like a hungry tiger. The scene was bloody.
Han Shuang felt nauseous.
She was good at killing people, but this scene was really uncomfortable. I apply to return to the consciousness space.
Then the second coffin.
It can only hold 4 bodies, which is a waste of space.
Listening to Han Shuang's words, Huang Yi didn't even open his eyes. Just holding his forehead, then what do you want to do?
Han Shuang thought seriously and answered happily, if I chop the flesh and blood into meat sauce and remove the skeleton.
It can save more space and put in more nutrition. Myrtle will definitely like it. Besides, boss, you don't have to work so hard. Huang Yi opened his eyes in astonishment.
Looking at the expectant Han Shuang, he also felt a sense of strangeness. Looking at the scene of his mother and sister wolfing down the food, his brows tightened, as if he had an even bigger headache.
Are all my teammates so perverted? The next day. The sky was clear.
A thin mist rose from the ruins of the rioters. Han Shuang, tired, emerged from the consciousness space, looking at the mist in the yard, almost thought she hadn't come out yet.
I'm almost tired and confused.
There is no extraordinary power in the consciousness space, and I am just a weak woman.
Han Shuang collapsed on the sofa.
She also felt sore in her waist and limbs. Until the return of extraordinary power and the recovery of passive skills.
She gradually caught her breath. He. Huang Yi closed his eyes and rested. Hearing this, he just sneered.
Looking inside the consciousness space, Han Shuang swung the shovel so hard that it smoked.
Not to mention his family.
After eating all night, his body was broken several times.
Under unscrupulous eating. He completely lost his mind. If Huang Yi hadn't taken action, I'm afraid the mother and daughter would have eaten each other.
Now, they were all thrown back into the consciousness space.
Directly imprisoned their movements. After they lost their minds, even their consciousness space could not suppress their brutality. Fortunately, Han Shuang's efforts were not in vain.
On the myrtle, more than 10 fruits grew gold powder.
It is gradually maturing. Huang Yi and Han Shuang are very satisfied with this result.
They are more optimistic about the future.
Boss, why don't we settle here first? The house is big enough, luxurious and spacious.
It can store a lot of corpses.
Han Shuang was physically and mentally exhausted, but her face was satisfied.
Since joining the cult, she hasn't laughed from the bottom of her heart for a long time. But just to be on guard against danger, and even to guard against team members. Only with Huang Yi, she has a sense of honor for the team. And she also has a share of the harvest.
This is the benefit of being a founding team veteran. Choosing to follow Huang Yi, she made the right bet. Huang Yi heard the suggestion. After hesitating, shaked his head, it's good. But it's too conspicuous. Everyone can notice it. Huang Yi got up and walked through the yard.
A pond there was stained with blood.
Then, he pushed open the gate of the villa. Let the morning sun in the distance shine into the gloomy and bloody courtyard. Huang Yi smiled,
pointing to the towering community live opposite.
The location is very good, and it's still high. It's a mid to high-end community. And it's easy to observe.
Once a supernatural person chooses this villa.
If they come, we will come. Han Shuang's eyes lit up. Boss, you are still vicious.
Huang Yi's face turned cold, put on a mask, and quickly left the villa.
Did I say something wrong?
Han Shuang was slightly startled and felt a little flustered.
No, someone is coming.
Huang Yi's figure crossed the street in front of the gate of the villa.
Breaking into the alley. Who? Han Shuang's face was also solemn.
Although she didn't sense it in advance. But she unconditionally believed in Huang Yi's judgment. Immediately pulled up the blood-stained mask. Fortunately, the boss slowed down her pace, so she could barely keep up.
Smell, should be a contract master. 10 minutes later. A group of people broke into the villa.
They were wearing black windbreakers and looked solemn.
It was indeed done by the cultists.
There are still blood and flesh residues on the ground. Lu Zhenghong, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, squatted on the ground. He twisted the minced meat with his fingers. His eyes were full of disgust.
It's too late.
The deputy chief of the Public Security Court also arrived. He walked into the villa surrounded by the sheriff. Other colleagues were even more indignant.
This is really too arrogant. Just after tossing the 18 cities, you are causing chaos and ruins.
It's worthy of being lawless.
It's just a group of crazy people who treat human lives as grass. Captain Liu, I apply to send troops to arrest them. Listening to the angry words of his subordinates, Liu Zhanghong said nothing. He knew that going to the criminal investigation was a death sentence. For this truth. Not worth it.
Chen Jiqing stood at the gate.
The breeze blew his half-empty sleeves. He just looked at the scene coldly. Then he turned and walked away.
He made a phone call in a hurry.
After several rings, the other side finally answered.
This made Chen Jiqing feel relieved.
At the same time, he became more dissatisfied. Huang Yi, didn't I tell you not to go back to the ruins of the rioters? Why don't you listen to my advice? Do you know that another tragedy happened here? More than 500 extraordinary people died overnight. You are a gold product, why take the risk? Aren't you afraid of being targeted?
This bloody scene was caused by weirdness.
He lowered his voice, full of resentment. Squeak. Huang Yi sat on the sofa in the high-rise building, leaning against the window. Gently opened the curtains.
Looking at the door of the villa in the distance, the tiny figure of Chen Jiqing pacing anxiously.
Sighing slightly, my home is right here. No matter where I go, I want to come back. I am in Shibucheng, I have no home. Chen Jiqing was very disappointed. Furious. I have applied for housing for you, why don't you move in? Many people died in the 18 cities. A lot of houses are available. If you have immediate relatives, you can transfer the real estate certificate directly. But most people go with their whole families. Their property has been taken over by the 18 cities. And the death area is still in the center.
House prices are high and the decorations are luxurious.
Some are foreclosed and some are for sale.
There are also many, which are officially awarded to top students who are willing to stay in local universities.
What I can apply for you must be the best. Do you understand?
Huang Yi put the phone slightly away from his ear.
After a pause of silence, calmly replied, people have died in the house, I'm not used to living there. You, Chen Jiqing almost jumped in anger, are you such a fragile person? You've killed someone too.
You're still in the 4th grade of elementary school. He stayed away from the sheriff, holding his cell phone in his hand, wishing he could spit on Huang Yi's face through the cell phone.
I was ignorant when I was young, you don't know how to kill someone?
I was threatened, and my tutor is quite special.
Stop talking nonsense and hurry back to the 18th city. Oh. Chen Jiqing took a deep breath. Only in this child.
He re-experienced the powerlessness of raising a child.
That heart is solid as ice.
It will be melted by submarine volcanoes at any time.
He didn't even realize it.
Chen Jiqing thought that all thoughts were lost. In fact, there has always been a trace of humanity retained. But he had long ignored it. Thought this was taking advantage. In fact, it comes from the care of the elders. Even if he thinks he is risking his life again, there is still someone who can mobilize his emotions at any time. Your reward will be distributed in a few days. Rewards from Beast Control University, Contract 3 Middle School, and 18 cities will all be given to you.
Enough for you to buy a villa and settle down in the 18 cities. Don't be stubborn. Come back quickly. Huang Yi sighed slightly, I understand. Then hung up the phone. Boss, you look annoyed.
Han Shuang was slightly worried.
Yes. I'm going to get a scholarship.
From what the teacher said, it should be worth several million.
Huang Yi felt a little melancholy. Going to college solved the original tight financial problem.
With this large sum of money, you won't have to worry about it for a long time.
But he worries about gains and losses. I feel like my life has lost some direction.
What scholarship? What teacher?
Han Shuang looked stunned.
Soon, she reacted. He stood up with a look of horror on his face. Shocked. It was as if I was meeting the man in front of me for the first time.
Completely shattered 3 views. Damn it. What do you mean, you are still in school when you are riding a horse? Don't you look like him?
Looking at Han Shuang's extremely surprised look,
Huang Yi's eyes turned cold, feeling a little offended.
It's just that I feel, the student identity doesn't quite fit your temperament. Han Shuang smiled in surprise. Looking at Huang Yi's young face, she felt dazed. I always feel that this world has gone crazy. A gravedigger who just held a ceremony to kill 10,000 people to advance.
Going to school and getting a scholarship, is there still justice in this world?
Compared to being shocked, she was more confused.
How did the boss get past the security check and enter the God City to go to school? Han Shuang knew it very well.
The security checkpoints in major cities make it difficult to enter, let alone go to school.
An accident is considered a very low probability event. Transcendents entering the city must show the God plate.
If they can't show it, they need to recite the God's teachings. The act of praising his God is equivalent to betraying one's own beliefs. This is an extremely terrible torture, which can lead to pain and madness at the least and death at the worst.
How could he be like Huang Yi, who was so calm and at ease?
I was still very well behaved at school. Speaking of this, Huang Yi looked satisfied. He seemed quite satisfied with his disguise. But in Han Shuang's opinion, he could only smile awkwardly.
He dared not comment.
However, the more mysterious the boss was, the more it showed that he had followed the right person.
Thinking of this, Han Shuang's smile became more sincere.
Beep, the phone vibrated, and Huang Yi thought it was a supplement from Principal Chen. But when he saw the sender, he frowned.
What's wrong? Han Shuang keenly caught the change in Huang Yi's expression.
He also put away his smile. He was warned. The old man I mentioned to you before sent a message.
Huang Yi held the phone tightly and stood up with a serious expression. You mean Yi Weiman?
Han Shuang was frightened when she heard this. She was the leader of the Utopia, and above her, there was a supervisor. Above the supervisor, there were the top corps. Han Shuang had met Yi Weiman in a meeting and left her name on his list. She received a message from Yi Weiman at this moment, which immediately reminded her of his gloomy horror. Looking at the phone in Huang Yi's hand, she felt a huge pressure.
It's him.
Huang Yi also got the name of the old man fishing from Han Shuang.
And added a note. What did he say?
Han Shuang knew that she shouldn't ask this, but she couldn't help but speak.
To make Huang Yi look like this.
The content must be very difficult.
See for yourself, Huang Yi said in a heavy tone. He stuffed the phone in.
He also came to the edge of the curtain and opened a gap, staring at the distant villas in the right direction with flickering eyes.
At the gate, there were many sheriffs surrounding them. The tiny Principal Chen looked even more lonely and helpless. This is... Han Shuang looked at the phone and his pupils shrank.
In the message sent by Yi Weiman, there was not much content.
But the amount of information is huge.
The meeting ceremony has been cancelled. The ideal country seems to be facing a major crisis and is about to move its position.
I need you to do something for me now. The specific content will be discussed when you come to the 530 riot ruins for a meeting. I will only tell you one piece of news.
Lin Xiao is going to carry out a new mission. I can't meet him without the leader's arrangement. If you can't arrive within 3 days, our alliance will be cancelled.
Han Shuang looked at the information.
From it, she read a lot of information. But she was so confused that her mind was blank.
The boss actually has an alliance with the 70-level hell, that is, her immediate superior?
Moreover, Huang Yi cares about Lin Xiao very much.
Is it the woman who successfully advanced when she escaped that night?
Han Shuang was extremely confused.
Looking at Huang Yi's back,
she was also nervous. She knew very well that if she really went there were many crises.
Even fraud was not ruled out.
After all, Yi Weiman and Lin Xiao were at least from the same organization and the same camp.
Boss, will you go?
Han Shuang came to Huang Yi and handed the phone back. His heart was shaking.
Do I have a choice?
Huang Yi closed the curtains, letting the room go dark again. His tone was cold. This time, Huang Yi was also in a dilemma. If it took long enough, he would definitely miss the scholarship ceremony. This money, which is worth a villa in Shibucheng, would be hard for anyone to accept. What's more terrible is whether Shibucheng would be suspicious.
He couldn't see him, nor could he contact him.
He was still a level 10 apprentice contractor, and anyone would think that Huang Yi was probably dead. But even if he finally showed up, the doubts would definitely be extremely serious.
After all, it was Huang Yi who was determined to return to the ruins of the rioters. A deep investigation might really reveal some loopholes.
Although it was impossible to determine the truth, the suspicion was enough to make him unable to sleep or eat.
I finally get to relax. Bully the noob.
You give me another difficult question, a multiple-choice one.
Your damn utopia. Huang Yi curled up on the sofa, his eyebrows and eyes were irritated. This situation.
It reminded him of the two-choice question of saving his sister.
But the only consolation is, neither my sister nor I have to die.
But no matter which side I choose, I may lose the trust of the other party.
Then what if we don't go?
Han Shuang could see that the boss was very depressed now. She suggested carefully. In her opinion, this trip was more dangerous than good. As long as we develop steadily, we can get revenge sooner or later.
No. Hurry up, we should be able to catch up. If it's really late, we must give Shibuching a reasonable answer. Huang Yi said solemnly.
His purpose is not as simple as simply killing Lin Xiao.
The other party also holds a secret that makes him uneasy.
Whether Pan Xin is alive or not makes him unable to sleep or eat.
Lin Xiao may not be the only person who knows about it.
But he is definitely the person who is most likely to deal with it at present.
If the old man can't eat Lin Xiao, he can eat others. To him, they are all tonics. It's just the difference between big tonic and small tonic. But I can't. If I can't kill Lin Xiao, what's the point of killing more weirdos?
If you can't be sure whether Pan Xin is alive,
it will always be a hidden danger. I can't sleep or eat well. I can't live in peace in any contract city. Huang Ye's heart was full of ferocity.
He hated the ideal country in his heart. Especially Pan Xin. He had to test himself.
Even if he died, it would be disgusting. What answer? Han Shuang asked in astonishment.
She didn't understand why the boss cared so much about Shibuching.
Even more unclear, what could be the matter that required a reasonable answer to Shibuching?
Thinking of this, Han Shuang was in the dark room, full of horror. From this, she basically confirmed that Huang Yi was studying in Shibuching. But this was not the reason for her fear. Instead, she thought of a possibility that shocked her to the core. The encounter was strange, and the contract was strange.
Huang Yi stood up thoughtfully, his eyes cold. That's my belated and reasonable answer.
Encounter something strange.
The contract is weird.
As soon as Huang Yi said these words, Han Shuang immediately felt dizzy and his vision went dark. She had some speculation just now, but she quickly rejected it.
Because from ancient times to the present, no one can have two paths.
She even sneered, how could she have such shocking assumptions?
It's actually true?
But now, Huang Yi's words truly told Han Shuang. He is truly an extraordinary person with dual paths of destruction and contract.
Just think about it. Han Shuang's scalp is numb.
Looking at Huang Yi under the shadow, he was filled with horror. She has been around for many years and knows of examples of people who have successfully converted to his faith.
But they all experienced great torture, including death and disability. Even if you can get away with it, the foundation has also been melted away. Not to mention experiencing spiritual practice all over again.
It's even more difficult. Facing Huang Yi at this moment, he no longer felt happy, but felt terrified.
This kind of talent is shocking. That Li Hongyi is a divine messenger who can hold up to the sky. But Huang Yi took a shocking path. Stronger than a divine envoy, which is the top level of the current path. But my boss, one person has two channels.
And there's no conflict.
Does this kind of person really exist? Han Shuang's expression changed.
No wonder he cared about the opinions of the 18 cities. It turns out that there are huge resources over there.
Hard to let go. Follow me.
While she was still in a state of shock.
Hard to extricate myself. Huang Yi opened the door of the commercial building. Where to go? Han Shuang followed subconsciously and asked blankly. The ruins of 530 rioters. Meeting. Huang Yi looked serious.
He grabbed Han Shuang who was approaching and sent her back to the consciousness space.
Passing through the corridor. Looking at the height of the 10th floor.
He also jumped in depth and glided down.
530 ruins of rioters.
It is a town with a population of 200,000.
It is located in the center of Contract 18 City and Suanshu 131 City. Each is 200 kilometers away.
With the support of two major cities, there are many beliefs and prosperous commerce. But under the prosperity,
there are also deep dangers hidden. Mr. Yi. The statistics are done.
In this mission, our team suffered 78% losses.
It is estimated that there are less than 30 people. This is definitely not a normal loss. Now we are seriously short of manpower.
It has also opened up a huge gap with other high-level teams.
In a certain village,
there is a green pond. A subordinate faced the old man fishing.
Nervous reporting. I see. Contact the members who are still alive outside and ask them to come back. Getting ready for the meeting. Now in the ruins of 530 rioters.
Go to the ancestral hall and wait for me first. Yi Weiman's voice was hoarse.
No mood swings could be heard.
Like a dead tree, it quietly guards this fish pond. But the subordinate felt more and more frightened.
He truly felt the extraordinary aura surrounding him. A twist that makes the air uneasy. Even the fish pond was making waves. Like bubbling boiling water. Okay, any other orders? Subordinates are quite stressed. Big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Go quickly, don't affect my fishing. Yi Weiman snorted coldly. The subordinate was almost scared to the point of weakness in his legs. He glanced at the pond in horror. All the fish found there emerged. They died one by one with their bellies turned up. Yes. He swallowed. Leave quickly. Lin Xiao. You really know how to play. In Yi Weiman's cloudy and pale eyes, full of cold light, he coldly deleted the text message sent to Huang Yi. Looking at the dead fish. No more leisure. Dissatisfied, he kicked the fishing rod into the pond. A little splash of water. Are you ready to weaken my power when you advance? He stood up and left the village with his hands behind his back, gritting my teeth with hatred. He understood very well that the leader asked her to take on the new task because he did not want to cause more serious losses internally. Now that I think about it, I know what Lin Xiao did when he advanced in the 18 cities. Not only will the members of my leadership become slaves. Even during the evacuation, there was no notification. Let them be captured and killed in vain. I'm afraid even my information is known to all of the 18 cities. Yi Weiman's temper was hard to calm down and he was very angry. I can't wait to tear off that woman's scalp adhesive head. Unexpectedly, the other party had already planned something against him. I have long been prepared to break up. I have old arms and legs. Do you really care about it that much? Panting heavily, he climbed up the cliff, looking at the town in the distance. Hard to calm down. He had dueled with Li Hongyi. The other party may have thought that he was completely dead. But Yi Weiman knew very well that he could not hide for the rest of his life. He must show up. Once he appears in the future, his information will be read. The strange intelligence and secrets are extremely important. Once leaked, the threat will be greatly reduced. That woman not only wants to eat me. Don't you mind being killed by the contract city? He sneered and immediately went down the mountain with a cold face. Returning to the village, a dilapidated clan ancestral hall. There were already a few people gathered there. Old Yi. When Yi Weiman stepped into the threshold of the ancestral hall, the members there immediately greeted respectfully. But they all had considerable injuries. Seeing this, Yi Weiman's eyes were full of resentment. This mission is owed to you by the organization. All living members. I, Yi Weiman, will reward you heavily. And I will apply to the organization for resource tilt. If not, I will lead the trouble. Yi Weiman slammed the table, his face full of grimness. These words let several people's eyes turn red. They also have extreme resentment. They worked hard to cooperate with Lin Xiao's advancement, attacked the city and drove the people to the ceremony area. They did the hardest and most tiring work. In the end, they were plotted against by their own people. This breath was hard to swallow. Now they have received the promise of the direct leader. They are also relieved. I will accompany Mr. Yi. This operation should not have caused such heavy casualties. Death is not scary, but internal strife is scary. The cultists have weak trust. This time, even people within the organization are plotting. I don't believe the leader will easily expose it. Yi Weiman remained silent. After waiting for his subordinates to vent their emotions, he also spoke in a deep voice. This time, you have been wronged. I will avenge this grudge. Lin Xiao, I will also kill him. As soon as the voice fell, several members were surprised. They were about to speak immediately. Yi Weiman waved his hand and knew what they were going to say. It was nothing more than that Lin Xiao's level reached level 71, and the information was unclear. If you act rashly, you will definitely suffer. He is not so irrational. He will not do anything stupid. Although he is about to reach level 71. But there are people who want to kill Lin Xiao more than him. I have invited a new supervisor. You should prepare to receive him. After comforting his subordinates, he turned and left, leaving behind a few people who were confused and shocked, looking at each other. In the ancestral hall, after Yi Weiman finished explaining the matter, he turned around and left. Leaving behind several subordinates in their 50s, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Supervisor? That's a great help. There are not many supervisors in the organization. Then Lin Xiao was a supervisor last year, working under General Liang. Now he has been promoted to a core senior position. There are only 5 supervisors under Mr. Yi,
and this time he was promoted, and 2 of them were lost.
If we can get timely replenishment, it will be a good thing. Hearing this news,
it also dispelled a lot of the solemnity on their faces.
In the ideal country. Not selected by character, only divided by level.
Level 50 to 59 is the leader, 60 to 69 is the supervisor.
Level 70 and above is the core senior. Just hearing the word supervisor, you can know that the new members must be at the level of 60 or above. Within the organization, they are all strong and powerful.
If the contribution is high enough, the organization's resources can be mobilized to help advance.
Under each department, if a member reaches level 60, the department will coordinate internally to complete the advancement requirements. And the advancement to level 70 is even more laborious.
For example, Lin Xiao's advancement this time, all departments must cooperate, regardless of cost.
Because everyone knows that the late-stage strongmen in the cult are far superior to most of the mainstays.
The same-sex cannibalism of the weird path is very attractive, and it also makes the organization feel headache. They must be separated, and one party is transferred to carry out new tasks.
Otherwise, the loss of one member is a huge loss.
Although either party is weird, eating the other party can get a huge improvement. Not only can it increase the level of transcendence by several levels, but it can even strengthen the weird domain effect.
But the strategic nature of having 2 hells is more important to the cult. But I just don't know. Who will be assigned to the new supervisor?
Although the organization does not look at character, but only at level.
But the real madman is really scary.
As they talked, they fell silent. They were all leaders of more than 50 levels, so they naturally had to obey the jurisdiction of the 60-level supervisor.
Some people lost their old supervisors in this war. They will definitely be assigned to the new supervisor.
As cultists, they have naturally seen many inhumane leaders. Especially the weird ways.
Emotionally confused and irritable. Once angered, I'm afraid I don't even know how I died.
What's more, the other party feeds on the despair and fear of the living.
Don't guess. Call back the members scattered outside quickly. This time the loss is huge.
It's also been plotted against from within, and I'm sure we won't let it go.
Plus, Supervisor Lin Xiao is going to be transferred. If you don't find an explanation this time, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future.
A tense atmosphere permeated the hearts of several people.
Everyone's face was uneasy.
There was one thing they didn't dare to say.
I'm afraid this time, it's not just a simple matter of asking for an explanation.
The ruins of the rioters at number 499, Huang Ye's hometown. It's more than 100 kilometers away from the destination. He certainly wouldn't run there stupidly.
Physical strength and extraordinary management.
It's also a very important link.
Decide life and death.
He searched here for a long time and couldn't find a suitable car. But at least he pushed out a rusty motorcycle from a house. As soon as he stepped on the ignition pedal, the roar could be heard from several streets.
The noise is a bit loud. But it can be ridden. Huang Yi frowned. Looking at the shaking car body. There is no better way.
Now the sheriff has blocked many areas.
All parties are checking. Want to get a car before leaving. It's easy to be restrained. The gain does not outweigh the loss. More than 100 kilometers of road, plus the rugged road. All dirt roads.
From the overgrown weeds. It can be seen that no one dared to pass through such a place for a long time.
I regret not taking the off-road vehicle with me. Huang Yi endured the rough noise of the exhaust pipe. Bring a few bottles of gasoline. Continue on the road.
3 hours later, at noon, he arrived at the next town. But he was also very clear. At that time, his space authority was very small. It was a headache to load an off-road vehicle with a large size and weight.
Reached the limit.
If it had not been abandoned in advance, it would have been even more difficult to encounter the 66-level suit ghost.
Not to mention, the sister was loaded in the back.
And the fight with Lin Xiao. The off-road vehicle is good, but surviving the battle is more important.
Boss, I followed your instructions.
The corpses have been thrown into the pits dug earlier. Arrived at the outskirts of the ruins of the rioters number 530.
Han Shuang was released. Reported immediately. Did they eat it? Huang Yi looked at the old motorcycle lying on the ground.
After hesitating for a while, he still put it into his consciousness space. Although he didn't know whether it would be useful in the future. But loading this thing now was also a backup plan.
A better vehicle.
Just look for it in this strange city.
No movement yet. Alertness is high.
Han Shuang had a stern face and reported truthfully.
During the 3-hour journey, Huang Yi did not leave Han Shuang idle.
Let her give flesh and blood to those completely different extraordinary ants to gain favor.
The opponents are all creatures with elementary intelligence.
I hope they can understand that at least they have good intentions. If you can make a contract with the queen ant,
it is definitely more useful than contracting family members and occupying empty spaces. Huang Yi was also prepared. Are you familiar with this place? Huang Yi nodded.
Then he looked solemnly at the town in the distance.
Here, he sensed a stronger evil aura. Pervasive. Cooked. This is the organization's temporary base. Used to plan the advancement of hell. It is also divided into Yi Weiman's sphere of influence. Han Shuang looked at the familiar outline of the town. He also nodded heavily.
Here, the role she can play will become even greater.
Then you lead the way. Where to go? Just walk around and get familiar with the route.
Why don't you report it first?
Decide on the escape route first. You also think it's a scam? Han Shuang opened his mouth. I can't tell. Huang Yi couldn't trust Yi Weiman.
I guess so does the other party. But he did care about the information revealed by the other party that Lin Xiao was leaving.
If we say, Yi Weiman is fishing. Huang Yi was very sure that he had been hooked.
Of course, before he bites the hook, he must first explore the terrain.
Do you know where fishermen fish?
Huang Yi put on a mask and walked calmly on the dirt road in the town.
Dusty.
Han Shuang also put on a simple disguise.
Wear a mask. He also let down his ponytail. Where?
Han Shuang observed the surroundings with a vigilant expression.
Where to fish?
It's not the fishing guy's decision. Wherever the fish appears, the fisherman has to look for it.
Han Shuang was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The two walked into the town.
The flow of people began to increase, and the sound of hawking could be heard faintly.
Their whereabouts, and the obtrusiveness of the masks.
It also attracted many people to look at him with ill intentions.
Huang Yi's expression gradually became indifferent. 530 I'm coming. But I have to decide the location of the meeting. What if Yi Weiman doesn't agree?
Han Shuang was slightly worried. She was the former team leader. I only met Yi Weiman a few times at major meetings. But it can also be seen that the other party is very vicious and cunning.
If you don't agree, go back. Huang Yi spoke without hesitation.
He can take risks and hedge his bets. If the risk to one party is too great, he will decisively stop. Huang Yi was betting on the duration of the meeting and whether he could get back to the 18 cities in time. Similarly, you can also bet that if Panson dies completely, he will meet Lin Xiao again in the future. It is best to get help from Yi Weiman, and the chance of winning will be higher. If you can't get it, then improve yourself to a strength that can destroy hell.
Become.
Listen to the boss's confident words.
Han Shuang beamed.
She was also worried that Huang Yi would cause chaos due to anxiety. Looking back now, I realized that I was worrying too much.
Nan and the two hells have grudges and entanglements.
It was impossible not to see the situation clearly. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
Huang Yi walked into the ancient town.
Overhead is a tangle of aging wires. The telephone poles were crooked and had many small advertisements posted on them. At the bottom, there was a smell of urine. What official forces are here? This is just the periphery of the ruins of 530 rioters. The further you go in, the houses become more upright. But there are broken cement roads and scattered plastic garbage bags on the ground. Still nothing has changed. Huang Yi looked around and saw children chasing skinny wild dogs on the street and peeing at the base of the wall. The adults squatted idle on the street, surrounded by clouds and smoke, looking at the passers-by. During this period, I also saw an extraordinary person sitting at the gambling table on the street, shouting and shouting constantly. Although he was only a dozen levels, his posture and actions were very calm and confident.
The situation in his hometown is similar. Huang Yi immediately lost interest. Official office with depository and contract. Han Shuang answered immediately. What level are the staff at?
There is a large population here, and both cities value it. Therefore, the responsible persons sent here are all over level 50.
Huang Yi frowned slightly when he heard this.
As the person in charge of 2 major cities, this level is enough to show his sincerity. After all, in the 18 cities, at level 50 or above, he is already the top expert. But for the Utopia, it is still not enough.
Huang Yi can also understand this situation.
These 2 cities are both new capitals that have transformed their history and are no more than 30 years old.
Those with high talents are all attracted by major cities. The overall strength of those who remain will not be too strong.
Just like young and strong people all go to big cities to work, those who are willing to stay in their hometowns are those who are old and unwilling to travel, and those with mediocre qualifications. The contracted 18 cities and the preserved 131 cities were in such an embarrassing situation. But it is far more formal and powerful than when it was still a ruin of chaos. Of course, the cult group will not just eat the grass on the edge of the nest and hold an advancement ceremony here. They also need evil people to replenish their source of life. The three parties reached a fragile balance in a short period of time.
Are the two offices far apart? It's not far, it's all in the central area of the town. Then let's choose the meeting place among them. Huang Yi had no better choice, so he decided. The two chose a hotel and did not pay.
Then we wandered around the town for a few hours, getting familiar with the terrain. I'm also looking for a factory that produces nails.
Found that there really is.
It was a simple small hardware workshop. Produces various flathead nails, thumbtacks, threaded nails, etc. Seeing that the output was not large, Huang Yi bought them all, only about 10 boxes. The two passed by the black market.
Saw various firearms hanging on the wall. Huang Yi hesitated for a while and then walked in. How can I sell the pistol?
Han Shuang, who was following behind, was also slightly stunned.
You've already bought nails, why buy a gun?
In her opinion, the boss's nail was a combination of two extraordinary powers, with great power. She suffered a lot and had holes pierced through her body. Since then, her understanding of the use of gravity has improved a lot.
But he can't be as handy as Huang Yi. Light exerts gravity on items. All extremely difficult. The prices are different. It depends on which one you want.
The shop owner, a bearded man, raised his eyes and glanced at the two visitors. I can't see the depth clearly either.
Is there any difference?
Huang Yi glanced at the series of rifles on the wall and the exquisite pistols in the bulletproof glass.
Com asked.
Of course.
The boss introduced it enthusiastically but not too proactively.
Privately made pistols are cheaper, but the quality is less stable.
The official standard pistol is much more expensive.
The boss explained that the difference in firearms between Contract City and Suanhu City is also very big. The former has a fast rate of fire and a deep magazine.
The latter is powerful and explosive.
Huang Yi understood as soon as he heard that these were choices made based on the local belief path.
What unique markings do the pistols in Contract City have? Huang Yi asked as if casually. Some.
The official contract has a unique number on the left side of the gun body. For every peace officer with a gun.
As long as you scratch off the serial number coding, you can't tell which sheriff held it during his lifetime. The boss smiled and was very sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Huang Yi nodded. In his first coffin lay Qin Yilan's pistol.
He didn't know much about this type of thing.
The reason for keeping it. It's all out of caution. Perhaps the current authority is not high enough.
Although he can control the free movement of people in the consciousness space. But he is also an ordinary person.
Perhaps in the future, it will be able to lift its own restrictions.
Although exercising can improve your strength, it takes a long time. If Huang Yi had a gun inside, the deterrence would be different.
All living beings are equal. No matter it is facing a high-level existence, it is more advantageous.
Even if it is to deal with the extraordinary creatures among them, it is necessary to be prepared. And the suppression of this consciousness space. It is also Huang Yi's most special and most unexpected killer weapon.
It might have a miraculous effect when used to deal with Lin Xiao. Where are the matching bullets? Is there any? Huang Yi did not hesitate and decided to place the order.
Of course there is. The boss's smile was a little warm. In the end, Huang Yi bought a box, and he didn't know where the other party got it from.
But as a customer, he didn't ask any more questions. In fact, there are also homemade bullets made by civilians. The price will be cheaper.
The boss saw that Huang Yi was so generous.
It is also a more enthusiastic recommendation. What's the effect? You should know this.
Huang Yi Mingwu, it seems that the effect is average. How about giving me some bullets and I will try it first? The boss grinned and generously grabbed a handful of copper orange bullets.
Sprinkled on bulletproof glass, come again if it's useful. The sun has set in the west. The harsh sunshine is no longer there.
The crowds of people on the street were also crowded. Gradually lights were put on and stalls were set up.
This point is fundamentally different from his hometown. Huang Yi's hometown does not have the commercial atmosphere of number 530. Let's go and book a private room.
Huang Yi saw that it was almost time. Then he returned to the hotel he had previously favored and walked into a luxurious box.
How good is it for the two of us to eat like this? Han Shuang hesitated slightly. Huang Ye's money today was tens of thousands.
Although she paid for it herself and Han Shuang was not short of money, she still felt luxurious. Huang Yi pressed his cell phone and replied calmly, "Someone will come over to pay the bill." Then he sent a message and a waiter was summoned. When Han Shuang saw this, his heart sank. You should know who the boss is contacting.
Is it really okay to eat here in level 70 hell? Yi Weiman finished informing his men. A new supervisor would take over, so he left the ancestral hall. Hold hands behind your back. Walking along the river bank with a gloomy face.
Lin Xiao, I want to eat. But with other high-level officials suppressing me, it's hard for me to take action. Now that she has planned to kill most of my subordinates, it's a good reason to launch an attack.
Once the raw rice is cooked, it's cooked.
The leaders will not make things difficult for me too much. I only complain that Lin Xiao is not as good as others.
Yi Weiman's face was sullen and not optimistic. An old fox like him naturally thinks far and far.
He was also worried that his revolt was also part of Lin Xiao's design. To take on a new mission and about to leave the lurk, to lure him into taking action. Everyone knows that hell invades each other, this is the nature of the weird path.
Instinctively seek to complete the realm of mystery. Is that kid reliable?
Just don't cause any trouble for me. Thinking of this, Yi Weiman grinned. If Huang Yi could contain Lin Xiao, he would have great confidence in winning.
If not,
the kid will die.
And I won't die. But now I don't have anyone useful. I just hope he's not bragging. Yi Weiman inadvertently walked back to the green pond before.
There are fish with white bellies floating on it. And your own fishing rod. With a move of his skinny palm, the fishing rod fell into his hand. He held the horse in place and sat down again. Although there are no live fish inside, it is still good to sit and spend time. This was the only hobby he had during his lifetime. Although the cause of death was that he was dragged into the water and drowned by a young and strong giant. Ding dong, as soon as he sat down, he heard the notification tone of the text message. Frowning, he picked it up and saw that it was a text message.
I'm here at 530. I want to meet you before attending the meeting. I'm at the 530 office in Suanhu City. Give me a call when you get there. I will only wait until 6 o'clock in the evening. If you don't come, I will go back. The partnership will be cancelled. Looking at Huang Yi's information, Yi Weiman's eyelids twitched, and he looked sinister. The original intention of meeting was originally arranged by him. Test the other party's details. And whether the family still exists. Now that the situation is urgent, he takes the initiative to cancel it, but why not?
And he also coerced himself. You kid, you are really not afraid of death.
Yi Weiman's face was slightly cold. Throw away the fishing rod and stand up from the horse on your knees.
The other party's attitude annoyed him, but he also admired it.
Without this kind of character, it will be difficult to go far on the extraordinary road. Since you want to meet, let's meet formally.
He put away his phone and looked at the sun setting in the west.
There is plenty of time.
Yi Weiman put his hands behind his back and seemed to be walking around leisurely, but every step he took to sell was like a ghost. If someone observes carefully, you can see that there is a layer of pale green strange land attached to the surface of his skinny body. Drive his body to move quickly on the flat ground. Many phantoms were born, but none of them seemed to be phantoms.
Half an hour later, he stood in the bustling street.
In front of you is the office where Suanhu City is stationed.
The plaque is a city that looks impregnable.
That is the symbol of the protective disc.
I'm at the office.
Yi Weiman glanced at it and dialed the number. The people coming and going around him were still chatting and laughing, as if they didn't notice the old man.
Then you come to the contract office. The lucky hotel between the two.
Listening to the voice on the phone, Yi Weiman's eyebrows turned cold.
Are you kidding me?
Huang Yi was sitting in the box, eating expensive meals slowly.
Calmly replied, I also have to protect myself.
Yi Weiman sneered, just these two offices?
Huang Yi could hear the other party's disdain. It seems that the contract and preservation are not taken seriously. He swallowed his meal.
With Yi Weiman's level, he does have the confidence to do so.
They can't stop you.
But from the perspective of the utopia, the cost of provoking two divine cities at the same time is too high. If a contractor with a fragile body can be protected by the guardian,
I don't think anyone can survive except the top brass. Listen to the other person's narrative.
Yi Weiman also snorted coldly.
Dissatisfied, he hung up the phone.
This guy is not very young, but he is quite good at judging the situation.
I just hope you don't disappoint me.
He shook his head and moved on. A few minutes later, we arrived at the Jixiang Hotel located in the center of 530 town.
The decoration of this hotel is pretty good. But in major sacred cities, they seem to be very petty. Boss, if you want to eat anything, please come inside.
A waitress subconsciously greeted. You can see that the old man's eyes are pale.
My heart suddenly tightened.
The pungent stench and cold breath on his body. When she saw it, her pupils immediately burst and stinking blood gushed out.
Yi Weiman didn't seem to see it. Go straight inside.
I felt the aura of the path of destruction in the private room. He also twisted the door handle and pushed half of the door open.
Grinning a serious smile, I've eaten all this. Huang Ye's seat was facing the door.
When he felt the strange cold atmosphere, he immediately put the shovel on his lap.
Convenient to grab at the first time. There are a lot more on the table, do you want to eat?
He looked at the old man with great vigilance, but still maintained the calmness of equal dialogue.
Despite knowing that, hell, it's hard to kill. However, Han Shuang on the side turned pale. Body stiffness.
He only dared to stare at the food in front of him, not daring to raise his head at all.
As soon as the old man appeared, the entire box seemed to have turned into an ice cave.
She knew very well that this state was the iciness of extraordinary operation.
He will even take action at any time. I won't eat it. After death, he became a ghost.
He was very disgusted by the smoke of fireworks.
Yi Weiman walked into the box and closed the door behind his back, looking at the windy scene on the dining table.
It's just that his eyes are slightly cold. And he looked up at the two people sitting at the dinner table.
His expression became even more ambiguous. Do you still have to wear a mask when eating? Afraid I'll recognize you?
He chuckled and sat in the guest seat.
He picked up the cold tea and poured a cup of it. Get used to it. Huang Yi didn't dwell on this.
If you can disguise yourself, you will naturally not show your true colors to others easily.
But the lady next to me doesn't seem to be used to it.
With a bang, the teapot sat on the table, and Yi Weiman looked at the tense Han Shuang with a smile. Facing Huang Yi, he tutade, she looks like one of my former subordinates.
Han Shuang, do you know him?
Han Shuang's heart almost jumped when he heard his name.
The pressure is extremely huge. My breathing is a bit rapid. The hands in the audience were tightly clenched. My mind went blank, and I didn't even have the courage to say anything to refute. There are 2 heavenly steps between her and hell.
To exaggerate, it is not the same species at all.
I don't know. Is she special?
Huang Yi looked back at Yi Weiman, his tone did not fluctuate at all.
It's not that special. It's just talent that can tell the difference. Let's call you Pansen for now.
Her death in your hands will certainly not attract your attention. Yi Weiman chuckled without revealing it, picked up the cold tea and took a sip.
Huang Yi tasted the other party's subtext.
If you want this person to become a member of the organization, just give it to you. Beyond the words, there is no further pursuit. Han Shuang also understood this meaning. The boulder in my heart fell heavily.
But still can't relax.
The weird aura that permeated the surroundings made her body stiffen. He could only grit his teeth and use his extraordinary powers to resist. Although the other party did not pursue the matter, he still felt it and was dissatisfied because of the betrayal.
Pansen, have you really never heard of it?
I heard the other party mention this name. Huang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly,
staring at the corpse spots and wrinkles on Yi Weiman's face. I want to read the desired information from it. Isn't that your name? Yi Weiman bared his teeth and asked jokingly. Unfortunately, Huang Yi didn't see anything. Make sure that the other person has really never heard of this person. But you seem to care about the name. Is it possible that you are in trouble too?
Seeing that Huang Yi didn't speak, Yi Weiman spoke again.
He knows me. There were also some misunderstandings about me.
If you know him and have met him, you must match him.
I can apologize to him. Huang Yi admitted frankly.
But when he saw the old fishing man in front of him, he suddenly laughed. This reaction made Huang Yi frown slightly.
Be wary. Ha 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 ha. Are you going to apologize to Pansen? I'm really curious about what happened to you. I even doubt that you gave me this name.
I hope the other party will bear the thunder.
Yi Weiman hit the nail on the head. But I have a general understanding.
This Pan-sen has indeed caused a lot of distress to the young man in front of him. He even didn't hesitate to come to him to ask questions.
Is this Pan-sen in the Utopia?
After he stopped smiling, he was also quite interested.
If that's the case, maybe you can still get the other party's handle.
When Huang Yi heard this, his eyebrows turned cold.
He could see that this old man was disrespectful. I want to keep my secret.
His tone became imperceptibly cold.
In heaven. Dead? I killed it myself.
Yi Weiman was speechless. But his pale eyes narrowed and gradually became serious.
You're doubting him, back from the dead. But he is not a strange person? Huang Yi didn't answer. Unwilling to provide more information. Yi Weiman just sneered. Didn't continue this topic either.
But there seemed to be some answers in his heart. He was calm, but his mind was swaying.
However, Huang Yi took the initiative to break the silence. What did you mean when you said earlier that the Utopia may encounter a major crisis?
Before he came, Yi Weiman sent him an urgent message. He was also given 3 days to come here. It seemed that the time to relocate was approaching.
But what puzzled Huang Yi was, who could bring such great pressure to this cult? All he could think of was Contract City. Could it be that the main city wanted to kill the enemy to establish its prestige?
Huang Yi thought about it on the way, and it was quite possible. A certain senior member of the organization offended a person with good strength. Yi Weiman came back to his senses and spoke casually.
Who did he offend? Huang Yi frowned. Wasn't the main city going to take action? A guy called Chen Jiqing.
Yi Weiman recalled slightly.
But these words made Huang Yi's pupils shrink in shock. Huang Yi's changes were keenly captured by the old man fishing, who smiled and asked, Do you know him?
The principal of contract number 3 middle school, of course I know him. But now, his contracted beast is dead, and he has a broken arm. Should be, at this point, Huang Yi's mouth, which was hidden under the mask, opened slightly.
Then it closed solemnly.
His eyes flickered. Yes, the man who destroyed him is called General Liang. Level 79, Nothingness, Path. He used to be Lin Xiao's superior, and he is also the one who was escorting him this time.
You can pay more attention, Yi Weiman said. He was also upset. If it weren't for General Liang guarding.
When Lin Xiao was not promoted to level 70, he should have taken action to annex her.
How could he let her obtain the weird domain smoothly? But Yi Weiman really didn't dare to cause trouble for General Liang.
Weird is hard to kill, but it doesn't include the nothingness path. The kind of extraordinary that can directly turn people into ashes.
It makes him very wary. Yi Weiman restrained his ugly expression. He continued to explain, according to the information obtained by the informant.
That Chen Jiqing begged many of his former students. These students have branched out and are scattered in various contract cities.
Some of them are in high positions. Now they are gathering towards the 18 cities with a single call.
They are all a group of powerful late-stage professions.
If the Utopia does not move its position, it may suffer a catastrophe.
I think that Lin Xiao is in a hurry to leave, and he also has this consideration.
Huang Yi's eyes are solemn.
That is what Principal Chen expects of himself. It is not to find Utopia for revenge, but to give himself a goal and direction, and keep getting stronger. But the other party's real hatred. Chen Jiqing has his own solution.
Even if it is to ask former students. He doesn't even want to take any risks at all.
Thinking of the savings card that Principal Chen gave him.
There is still 500,000 savings on it. That was the living expenses he left for himself. Wait. Savings card.
Although I haven't used it, I know very well that the card number can be used to find deposit and withdrawal records.
If I spend this money, he will know where I am. Even what items I bought. Huang Yi's face suddenly changed. It gradually became ugly. The 500,000 living expenses became extremely hot in an instant. Is he doubting me? Or is he testing me? Not even right, he is investigating me.
And he had previously bought thumbtacks and bullets, spending more than 60,000. But fortunately, it was all paid by Han Shuang.
However, it can also be said to be his own money.
That was the spoils he intercepted in his hometown, all piled up in the consciousness space. At this moment, he was slightly fortunate. He didn't use the savings card to pay the bill. Otherwise, it would definitely leave a very serious loophole. As long as the location and the items purchased are checked, Huang Yi's hiding will be torn open. There is no need to prove that he is the murderer.
But as long as there is suspicion, it is enough to convict. That old man is far from being as sincere as he imagined. Chen Jiqing, do you want to die too? Huang Ye's eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. He was as scared as if he had survived a disaster. But Huang Yi calmed down for a moment. I realized that I was too extreme and felt quite depressed. He frowned, wondering if he was too suspicious. Maybe I'm too sensitive, and Principal Chen only has good intentions. He's always been very nice to me. Huang Yi was alert and finally sighed slightly. Although it seems that it is difficult for him to convince himself that he can sincerely trust others. In the environment where he grew up, he saw too many evil people's hearts. It is actually not wrong to say that it is persecution paranoia. In his father's education, he didn't even dare to fully trust his family. Once you let down your guard, getting poisoned or beaten is nothing. He had truly experienced his father's sincere killing intent when he looked at him. It seemed that only destruction could give him some peace of mind. Over the years, being able to live peacefully is more important than anything else. Solving hidden dangers has become his paranoid idea. It's just that the hidden danger of Pansin caused him quite a headache due to the subsequent troubles it caused. He glanced at Han Shuang, who was sitting stiffly next to him. This outsider is the one he can currently provide limited trust with. Although she is allowed to leave the conscious space, she still hopes that binding her with interests will make her more secure. For those students, Huang Yi said they were trusting, but that was actually wrong, because it did not involve safety. It can only be more appropriate to say that I don't care if they lie to me. It seems that the living expenses given by the principal can only be spent in the city. Even the scholarships that follow. Huang Yi downplayed his malice, but it had to be said that there were risks involved. It is very important to take precautions. He doesn't mind looking at things with the most pessimistic attitude. You had a lot of emotional ups and downs just now. It's calming down again now. Did you think of any trouble? Yi Weiman stared at Huang Yi, smiling superficially but not smiling at all. The man in front of me. Facing level 70 hell, I could remain calm. I don't know why I had such a big mood swing just now. I'm also very curious. It's not much trouble. It just eliminates a hidden danger. Huang Yi didn't say much. But he still chose to maintain limited trust in Chen Jiqing. The other party is not a merciful person. Suffered heavy losses. Immediately call on students from all these years. Prepared to attack the utopia in one fell swoop. He even planted a goal of revenge for him in his heart. For your own good, it's true. It is also true to use yourself. But in Huang Yi's view, being able to be used by others shows that he is valuable. Regarding Han Shuang, Huang Yi also used him more than he trusted him. The first myrtle was given to her, it was true to repay the favor, and it was also true to test the poison. Huang Yi never denied his selfishness and indifference to human nature. Occasionally, I wonder if I am too tired like this. Who are your informants? Huang Yi spoke in a neutral tone. Can get news in major contract cities? That means it's similar to Pan Sen's character. Ha, this is a secret. Huang Yi was not surprised when he heard this. Instead, he recalled what the other party asked him to do for him in his message. What do you want me to do? Huang Yi supported the dining table with his arms and leaned slightly. These words made Yi Weiman's eyes feel slightly cold. Nature, it's to get rid of Lin Xiao's minions. In Yi Weiman's explanation, Huang Yi knew that when Lin Xiao advanced, he also killed most of the former subordinates. Not only did they trap and kill them, but they even transformed some of the slaves. Huang Yi just listened silently. No evaluation. Regarding Lin Xiao's methods, he thought they were correct. More like self-preservation. Before he advanced, he felt the threat of Yi Weiman and Old Hell. It makes sense. I'll give you the coordinates of her team. You go and solve it for me. This is your goal of joining the utopia from me. Yi Weiman stared at Huang Yi coldly. How? When Huang Yi heard this, he remained calm. He originally contacted the old fishing man and expressed his desire to join the utopia. One of the reasons given was to find extraordinary blood food for his family. Now that the other party has placed the position in front of him, he has no reason to refuse. Moreover, this is closely related to his goal of killing Lin Xiao. It's like removing obstacles. Can Huang Yi had no reason to refuse? It was as if he didn't feel the malice in the other person's eyes. This is the information detected by the other team. There is a director, there is a team leader, and there are members. Hearing Huang Yi agree, Yi Weiman rarely showed a sincere smile. Hand over the note you have prepared. He was really worried, and this guy took the opportunity to negotiate terms with him. If this is the case, it would be really tiring to work with such people. My team is so depleted that they can't do this. Can't even participate.
As he spoke, he pointed at Han Shuang, which made the latter's heart skip a beat.
And this person can't show his face either. She used to hang out at my door. We must also avoid suspicion. But if it's a new member, there's no problem.
Yi Weiman no longer concealed it and pointed it out directly.
At the same time,
Han Shuang felt the oppression that permeated her body.
It suddenly decreased.
It made her breathing smoother.
Sweat beads fell on her forehead.
She vaguely sensed some changes.
I know. Huang Yi glanced at the mission target for a few times. Then he put away the note.
He looked back at Yi Weiman. As if chatting, he asked casually, "If I don't agree just now,
are you going to attack me?"
As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the box became a little more solemn. Han Shuang's pupils trembled, and her heart, which had just relaxed, was raised to her throat again. She looked at the two people in fear. She didn't expect that this conversation would be far more dangerous than she imagined.
Even if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would directly go to the point of fighting.
She was on pins and needles, and every second was torture. She wanted to leave here immediately.
He.
Yi Weiman smiled hoarsely and said nothing. He also did not deny it. He was optimistic about Huang Yi's value and potential, but that did not mean he had to win his help. Throughout the ages, there have been more geniuses who died than those who grew up.
What do you mean by new members? Huang Yi did not dwell on it too much.
Instead, he continued to speak along with the other party's words.
The team is short of people, so we recruit again. The level is inevitably relaxed. Even some people can be given to you. Yi Weiman smiled.
He did not seem to mind whether Huang Yi was used for support or use.
Let me interview? Huang Yi frowned and heard the hidden meaning. It depends on your preference. If you think it is unnecessary to form a team, no problem.
But you have the idea of forming an organization, and there are not many opportunities to fly the banner of ideals this time.
At least it is more convenient than looking for it yourself.
Yi Weiman's words also made Huang Yi slightly moved. Although he had concerns that the other party would insert an insider. But after all, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, he did not trust those people, so he would not reveal his secrets. Then, he looked at Han Shuang and asked her to manage the team for him.
It would be more reasonable.
After all, the other party also had experience as a team leader.
I'll take this job. Huang Yi agreed without hesitation.
According to Yi Weiman, the interview can be conducted tonight, and the location can be decided by himself.
So, will we start tomorrow?
Huang Yi supported the table with his arms, and his fingertips rose and fell rhythmically on the table. The hunting progress was very fast, but it was also in line with his wishes. If he finished the work early, he could return to the 18th city in advance and get the scholarship.
It would not attract the attention of the 18th city.
There was no need to use the reason of contract trickery to cover it up. It would also be more comfortable to contract the all-different and queen.
That was equivalent to directly controlling the extraordinary army.
The temptation was too great. Of course, it has to be as soon as possible. In a few days, the crisis will come. No one will ignore the lethality of the late-stage contract master.
Huang Yi was dissatisfied with Yi Weiman's statement, given accurate time.
Yi Weiman also frowned unhappily. But he was not ordinary.
After a little thought, he gave a reply, 5 days.
According to the current situation of Chen Jiqing calling students,
plus the gathering time, it will reach 530 rioters in about 5 days. That is the temporary base today.
Huang Yi, so within these 5 days, the ideal country will evacuate this place.
Then Lin Xiao will also accept the task and leave, right? Yi Weiman nodded, that's right. If you want to ask what task Lin Xiao took, then I can only tell you that I don't know either. Huang Yi was full of urgency. Stand up.
Seeing this, Han Shuang also stood up in a hurry. The body hit the table. A sound that made her nervous and palpitating was made.
The scalp was numb. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Let them gather here first.
I want them no matter what they are.
Time is tight. Huang Yi doesn't want to delay any longer.
Holding the shovel, he came to the door of the box.
Han Shuang followed him uneasily,
afraid to stay with the old leader for even a second.
Yi Weiman just nodded. His eyes swept towards the shovel in Huang Yi's hand obscurely.
The aura on it made him feel a strong sense of danger. Perhaps it was because of this blood-stained shovel that he had the capital to face Li Hongyi's pet Yang Yenying and fight against Lin Xiao. Thinking of this possibility, he was also very excited. Of course, he didn't need to test it, and he knew that Huang Yi was a very good helper. Even if the opponent was only level 62, he remained calm and lightly moved his eyes away. I want to know the advanced conditions of level 70 destruction. Huang Yi held the door handle and looked back at the back of Yi Weiman's head. He was also hesitant, wondering if he could subdue the opponent directly if he used the shovel at this time. Although the possibility of killing Lin Xiao would be greatly reduced. But the growth rate of his family was increasing rapidly. After weighing the pros and cons, Huang Yi gave up the idea. Lin Xiao became the second. Pan Sen's information was the key. Are you talking about the evil god? Yi Weiman didn't seem to sense the change in Huang Yi's heart. Instead, he asked indifferently. This keyword made Huang Yi's heart beat faster. He learned the name of the evil god from Han Shuang. The Path of Destruction, level 70, is called the Evil God. But Han Shuang also didn't know what the advanced ceremony of this evil god was. It was beyond her authority to know, there were too many things. It is said to be very mysterious and little known. It is not like hell, with such a huge battle. And Huang Yi has observed it. The first tombstone also did not update the information to level 70. As of now, it is still a level 60 gravedigger. Yeah. Huang Yi nodded seriously. I know. Yi Weiman turned around with a smile on his face. What do you want? Huang Yi's heart sank. The shovel is good. Yi Weiman's evaluation made Huang Yi tense. Hold the wooden handle tighter. Don't be nervous. The advancement ceremony of each path is absolutely confidential. But I have been around for many years, so I can always get some information. As a sign of cooperation, I will provide it to you for free. Yi Weiman's tone was a little kinder. I will avoid it. Han Shuang heard this, but she wanted to leave first. No need. Huang Yi refused casually. With myrtle berries. The advancement conditions of any path will be lowered. There is even the possibility of completely eliminating it. This secret is tempting to him, but it is not necessary. Yi Weiman was slightly stunned to see Huang Yi trust Han Shuang so much. Then he told the advancement ceremony of the evil god in full. Thank you. Huang Yi felt relieved and opened the door of the box. Then he saw that the customers sitting outside and the waiters who delivered the food had changed their appearance. Even Han Shuang was horrified when he saw it. He couldn't help but make a sound. The Jishan restaurant was full of Yi Weiman's faces. They all turned around and smiled sinisterly. Obviously, they have all become ghost slaves. Huang Yi clenched the shovel. His face sank. He said calmly, interviews cannot be conducted here. I need to redetermine the location. Wait for my address. All Yi Weiman grinned, no problem. Then, Huang Yi walked straight through the hall under the gaze of all Yi Weiman. He came to the street. Outside, the lights were on, and the night was already hazy. The hawking sounds in the distance seemed to be more enthusiastic. It seems that the nightlife here is richer than Huang Yi's hometown. Let's go, we can't stay here for long. Looking at Huang Yi leaving, Han Shuang hurriedly followed. Okay. Walking into the crowd, the shadow of death gradually receded. Han Shuang had never felt so relieved before. His hands and feet regained their warmth. Boss. Speak. Just now, I reached level 54. Congratulations, I'll reward you with a glass of lemonade later. Thank you, boss. In the Jixian Hotel. The lights were bright. All of Yi Weiman's postures were very stiff. As if he was frozen. But the Yi Weiman standing at the door, where the waitress was, turned his neck. Looking at the two figures leaving, his face gradually became solemn. Obviously, he was the real body. The one who went to see Huang Yi was just his strange slave. Now, Yi Weiman rethought what he had just talked about with Huang Yi. It was about Pansen. It can bring people back to life. But it doesn't need to be a strange way. On the street, people seemed to ignore this hotel. They subconsciously walked around it. Yi Weiman, who was standing at the counter, had cold eyes. To achieve this kind of achievement, then two conditions must be met. The way of fooling, and the staff of creation. Yi Weiman put his hands behind his back. He stared at Huang Yi's back until he disappeared into the night. He turned his back and left, full of doubts. He could make the deputy leader take action and pay attention. What is the identity of this Pansen? Who are you? The night was hazy.
The drunk pedestrians chatted and walked into the room with red lights on. Huang Yi leaned on the bar of the milk tea shop, drinking lemonade, looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the street. Can he be trusted? Han Shuang inserted the straw awkwardly. In the past, she always drank from the bottle with her subordinates. This was the first time she had milk tea in more than 20 years. After taking a sip, she raised the plastic milk tea bottle and frowned to observe. Can it be drunk if it is so sour? At least for now, the possibility of deceiving me is very small. Huang Yi spit out the lemon seeds and walked into the narrow street. There were bright neon lights all around. On people's faces, colorful colors were reflected. Then Yi Weiman didn't need to take such a big detour to mess with him. So the credibility is still very high. So where should we go for the interview? Han Shuang lowered her voice. She is still very experienced in bringing younger brothers. And she is also strong enough to convince others. She was relieved when she thought that she would soon be able to restore the glory of Sister Han's name. In front of this monster boss, she, who has good talent, often feels inferior and under great pressure. Huang Yi stopped. Looking back at the restaurant he came from, he frowned slightly. To be honest, the location here is not good. Now that he has confirmed that he has reached an alliance with Yi Weiman for the time being, there is no need to be so cautious. Choose a place with few people. The two wandered aimlessly and came to the outskirts of the town. There are many dilapidated houses here, and even homeless people don't look down on them. The most conspicuous thing is a banyan tree that two people can hug by the dirt road. There are also several dried corpses hanging on the tree. It seems that they were hanged. The wind blew, making the leaves flutter, and the corpses sway with it. Let's go here, the location is good. Huang Yi slurped up the milk tea and threw the bottle on the side of the road. The wet bottle was covered with dust. He took out his cell phone and sent a message, informing the iconic location of the banyan tree. Okay, the interviewer will arrive at your location within an hour. After Yi Weiman replied, he seemed to be in a good mood. He provided him with some information. The several corpses on the tree are all above level 50. They are defectors from the ideal country. Ask your family if they want to eat bacon. I'll remind you first that it tastes very dry. Huang Yi smiled lightly when he saw the message. He raised his head again, flicked his fingers to pop out the thumbtacks, and cut off the ropes hanging the dried corpses. Boss, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Shuang was also solemn. He looked around vigilantly. Nothing. Food for Myrtle. Huang Yi also observed the surroundings. After noticing no gazes, he took advantage of the night to send the nearest corpse into the consciousness space. This feeling of finding useful items everywhere. It's still quite satisfying. This made him feel a little more cheerful when he came to town number 530. These words also made Han Shuang's eyes slightly brighter. In her eyes, the corpse of the extraordinary person is now a great treasure. It is strongly related to her advancement ceremony. Even if there is no terrifying effect in this regard, the feeling of clearing the body's stubborn diseases after eating it makes her linger. It is a rare delicacy she has ever eaten. I'll move it. Han Shuang was very active and easily dragged the corpse to Huang Yi. Looking at Huang Yi expectantly, taking away all the corpses, he also showed the joy of a good harvest. Boss, do you think the advancement ceremony of the evil god is correct? The two stood under the banyan tree, listening to the white noise of the swaying leaves, which was very gentle and pleasant. The breeze was even more pleasant, removing Han Shuang's fear in the evening. When Yi Weiman was explaining, she was also on the scene. She heard the entire advancement ceremony of the 70-level evil god. She was very confused and always felt that something was strange. I'm not sure either. Huang Yi took out a gun, which was Chun Yilin's relic. Blowing the warm evening breeze, he gently used a dagger to scrape off the unique barcode on the left side of the gun. Every sheriff is equipped with a gun. Through the barcode, the corresponding gun holder can be found. As long as it is scratched off, the unique mark will be gone. To be honest, he didn't know whether what Yi Weiman said was right. After all, the title of the fierce god is too huge. He dared to call himself a god at level 70, and his exclusive skills were probably also extremely exaggerated. But he didn't have better information to prove it. After all, he was a boarding student, and many extraordinary things were quite unfamiliar to him. And the reminder on the tombstone had not been updated. It made him a little distressed. In Yi Weiman's narration, the advancement ceremony of the fierce god was very unique. Not only did it not require reaching level 70, but it also did not need to offend public anger and massacre the city.
but it only required level 60 advancement to start. According to Yueman, the advanced ritual only requires destroying the believers and observing the expressions and reactions of the creatures when they die. He also revealed that if the dead creature is closely related to oneself, the effect will be even better. It is not even necessary to observe the scene when humans die. As long as you feel the destruction from your life, closely related to yourself, Huang Yi narrowed his eyes in doubt and blew away the coating dust scraped off the gun body. If the level 60 advancement ceremony is to destroy human nature, then the level 70 is to dilute one's own emotions? Moreover, the better the relationship, the higher the progress bar will be. Huang Yi thought about it. Indistinctly, he felt that the answer should be close to the truth. Then, Huang Yi's eyes fell on the cold barrel of the gun in his hand. At the beginning, he did watch Chen Yilin die. It's a pity that I didn't succeed in the level 60 advancement at that time. So it can't be counted. But he and I are also related. Just not that deep. Despite this, Huang Yi was also stunned. This situation is completely a blind cat catching a dead mouse. If there is no reminder from Yu Weiman, I am afraid that the speed of his advancement will be extended by years. Even if he racked his brains, he didn't know how to proceed. Unlike the level 60 gravedigger, if you kill more, you can enter the next stage. It seems that the further you go, the more difficult and obscure the advancement is, and the explosion is increasing. If there is no experience of exploration in summary by predecessors over the years, I think many people will get stuck at the level. This is also the importance of intelligence. Huang Yi sighed slightly, stroking the barrel with his palm to wipe off the mud. The logo on it was completely scraped off. There was an abrupt layer of silver on the black gun body. I think that is the original color of the Contract City pistol. Looking at the color on it, Huang Yi frowned slightly. The scraping action that just stopped was carried out again. He always felt that the silver-white color looked better. It should not be obsessive-compulsive disorder. Han Shuang looked at Huang Yi's head-down scraping action. It was also a little bored. She took a step and observed the surrounding environment. 1 hour, fast or not. Indistinctly, you can see that there are more than a dozen people coming from all directions. The extraordinary fluctuations on them were strong and weak. What made Han Shuang's vigilance slightly relaxed was that the strongest of these people was only in the 40s. They should be cultists who came for an interview. Boss, someone is coming. Han Shuang returned to Huang Yi and did not rashly express his judgment. Just then, he saw that the latter was blowing the pistol that was exposed to silver-white metallic color, and the dust particles were scattered. I know, you go to see it first. Huang Yi said calmly. The evening breeze blew his hair, fluttering slowly. He removed the magazine and pressed the homemade bullets given by the black market boss into the magazine one by one. Okay. Han Shuang's expression returned to seriousness. He pulled the mask that was pulled to his chin when drinking milk tea back to the bridge of his nose to cover his face. The extraordinary breath of level 54 poured out in an instant, causing a frightened sound from afar. The huge banyan tree crown above their heads swayed with joyful sounds. Huang Yi smiled. He was also thinking, what should I call my organization? Number 530, Suburbs. A banyan tree appeared in the distance. The huge treetops, under the lavender moonlight, swayed in the shape of the wind. Brother Wei, is that the interview location? Two figures cautiously crouched down from the slope and looked at the banyan tree. In the meantime, a young man with bloodstains on his face. He whispered, it looks like no one is there. Brother Wei is a tall and thin middle-aged man, his cheeks are so thin that he looks unrecognizable, as if he hasn't eaten for a long time. His jaw is protruding, and his lower lip covers his upper lip. A standard overbite. It's not so easy to enter the door of the ideal country. They made such a big noise this time, and the losses are naturally heavy. Otherwise, how can we, who are in our 20s, be qualified for the interview? Sun Fan nodded slightly, but there was a deep murderous intent in his eyes. He hid it well. His face remained alert. So are we going over now? Wei Shaoli shook his head, his eyes alert, looking around for possible hidden targets. Don't worry, wait and see. He was also worried whether this was a sting operation by the main city office. The two of them lay on the slope, motionless. The chill gradually cooled. The annoying mosquitoes in summer buzzed in their ears, as if they were rampant laughter. Sun Fan and the others did not dare to move, until the time for the interview approached. Their pupils shrank, and they saw someone walking towards the banyan tree under the moonlight. Someone has left. Sun Fan buried his head deeper and lowered his voice. He is here too. Beside him, Wei Xiaoli's eyes were full of solemnity.
As if he recognized the person who left first. Brother Wei, do you know him? Sun Fan asked in astonishment.
Wei Xiaoli wanted to proudly say that he knew him, but his inferiority made him sigh slightly. I can only say that I know him, but he doesn't know me. After his introduction, Sun Fan also knew the identity of that person. Cultivation and Protection Path, level 44, drank and made trouble, killed the bar owner, and defected to 131 cities. During the escape, he repeatedly committed murder and attacked the sheriff.
Finally, he wandered in the ruins of many places.
Sun Fan squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the short and strong back in front of him. He had interned in the Criminal Investigation Detachment and was very clear about the classification of cultists. It is not defined according to the evil god path. But one's own behavior, if it is sinful enough, can be called a cultist.
No danger. Brother Mo Fan, it's time for us to leave.
The two of them observed carefully, and Brother Wei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw more interviewees walking towards the banyan tree. Standing up from the slope, patting the dust on his body. By the way, pinch a few mosquitoes to death.
Sun Fan nodded. Mo Fan was his pseudonym now.
Then, he took out a green-faced, fong-toothed mask from his waist. It covered the upper half of his face.
Wearing that thing again. Cults today don't pretend to be mysterious.
Brother Wei was also unhappy when he saw this. This situation was like going to a regular company for an interview, but his friend next to him was wearing a middle school role-playing costume, which made him feel a little embarrassed.
I have parents and children.
If you want to make a living, you're naturally afraid of bringing trouble to your family. Sun Fan didn't take off the ghost mask. He just said it casually. He put the elastic rope connecting the mask on the back of his head to ensure that it wouldn't fall off easily.
This was a helpless move. He knew very well that the 18 cities were infiltrated by the Utopia like a sieve. Even the 70th level of hell could be sent into the city.
It was hard for Sun Fan not to worry that the information of the criminal investigation personnel had been leaked.
Although his sunny temperament was no longer there. Became gloomy and taciturn.
There were also bloody marks left on his body after the failed transformation into a strange slave. But he didn't dare to bet that no one would recognize him. Even if he wouldn't be exposed now, but with more opportunities for contact, and even attending collective meetings, the possibility of being recognized was close to 100%. Make up for it at that time, and put on the mask in a hurry, it would make people suspicious.
It's better to set a cold personality from the beginning. You still have family? That's really strange. Wei Xiaoli's tone was playful, and he obviously didn't believe it.
He took the lead in walking towards the banyan tree and said earnestly, "In our line of work, you must not be afraid of death." Before Wei Xiaoli finished speaking, a terrifying extraordinary breath suddenly broke out under the huge tree.
It made the dust dance wildly and the leaves sway.
In an instant, it grabbed the hearts of all the interviewees fiercely.
A great sense of oppression rose.
Wei Xiaoli's pupils were startled, and he quickly lay back on the slope, his face full of tension.
Oh my! Is this the strength of the ideal country?
The interviewers sent out such a strong person. This extraordinary strength is at least above level 50. It is worthy of being a medium to large force. Sun Fan's body and mind suddenly stiffened.
Looking at the banyan tree, it is inevitable to feel fear. This terrifying level is already the top combat power in the 18 cities. Now, it is just their interviewer.
He gritted his teeth and held on. I dare not forget the appearance of my master before his death. I have always been firm in my belief in revenge, and I have just cleared the idea of retreating.
Aren't you afraid of death?
Sun Fan looked at the tall and thin middle-aged man next to him, who was even more frightened.
Find some comfort in his trembling body.
Of course I'm not afraid of death. But I don't want to die in vain.
Wei Xiaoli looked embarrassed and immediately retorted with a red face and thick neck, Aren't you afraid of dying in vain? Sun Fan's eyes dimmed slightly, yes.
But I'm more afraid that the lives of my master and uncle are not worth dying for me. That way Xiaoli also smiled with satisfaction. The mouth of the earth is about to rise to the sky. But at this moment, a crisp voice made the two people's faces stern. The heroic voice came from under the banyan tree.
Don't hide like mice. All interviewers, roll over here. Hurry up.
The breath strength of more than 50 levels made everyone tremble with fear. The cultists who were still hiding did not dare to neglect it, and immediately restrained all their vigilance. They rushed to move and gathered towards the banyan tree. And what greeted them would be an assessment with an uncertain future.
Let's go too.
Wei Xiaoli swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he heard this. The pressure made him sweat and his heart beat wildly. He immediately got up in embarrassment, but when he turned around, he saw Sun Fan still lying on the ground.
He urged impatiently, "What are you still doing? Didn't you hear the interviewer yell?"
Sun Fan came to his senses and slowly got up.
The extraordinary aura just now really shocked him.
After he spit out the fear in his chest, his face showed a determination to die.
Whether you can join the utopia depends on this time.
Wei Xiaoli looked back at Sun Fan who was following him, and said with rare sincerity, "Brother Mo Fan,
I advise you, it's best to take off the mask. If you are more qualified than the interviewer, you will be offended. He's going to die."
Sun Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, "I know what I am doing."
Then, he changed the topic lightly, "Brother Wei, what did you say the content of the assessment would be?" Wei Xiaoli was quite unhappy. "How could I know?"
Soon, more than 10 extraordinary people came under the banyan tree. All were silent,
looking at the masked woman under the shadow of a huge tree.
All are full of pressure.
The level 44 transcendent who had been bold in his approach to preservation before was now extremely honest. I was also muttering in my mind, why is there such a fierce interviewer? Boss, everyone is here. 18 people. Han Shuang looked at the people standing lazily.
He also turned around and reported. Huang Yi nodded, pushed the magazine into the gun body, and walked out from behind the tree. His eyes swept over the crowd, but paused briefly on Sun Fan, who was wearing a half mask. But he had no idea of asking for the time being.
Instead, he said in an indifferent tone, "There are too many people for interviews. My team only needs elites. Only those who can survive are eligible to join. The other person's life is your ticket."
Many interviewers were nervous after hearing this.
Suddenly, panic broke out.
"I didn't expect it to be such an opening.
After the gunshot, be prepared to survive."
Huang Yi pointed his gun at the sky, his eyes turned cold. His finger pulled the trigger, and then there was a bang. The bullet's fire flashed golden in the night, making Sun Fan nervous.
The deafening gunshot made the atmosphere under the banyan tree tense instantly. Everyone immediately retreated, away from the crowd,
afraid of encountering evil hands. But some people were still slow to respond. I saw a woman, and a thick palm suddenly appeared in her panic sight. Suddenly he grabbed her cheek, and a terrifying force came from his fingertips.
Etc.
The woman came to her senses and immediately asked for mercy. But the finger force of that hand crushed her skull into pieces. Kacha kacha, the sound continued, and in an instant it became like a wrinkled ball. The stocky cultivator snorted coldly and smashed the woman's body to the ground, causing blood to splash.
"I'm done."
There is no complacency in protecting the believers. It was just flushed, with a strong smell of alcohol. After dealing with the woman, he also walked next to Han Shuang,
patrolling everyone coldly.
Impressively, he regards himself as the core strength of the team. But Han Shuang's words made him frown slightly. "She came from a strange way and is not completely dead." When the short and stocky man heard this, he also cursed. "What bothers me most in my life is weirdness." With violent eyes, he came back to the woman's body. But in the meantime, rows of ribs suddenly shot out and shot at the short and sturdy man. But the latter did not hide, and did not even release the protective disc, relying purely on the physical body to resist. "Brother, don't kill me, change your target." A skeleton with muscles and flesh stood up in horror. But there was a cry of supplication, and no male or female voices could be heard. The sound, like grinding teeth, was harsh and cold.
She was completely desperate.
Unexpectedly, even the most powerful killing move cannot break through the skin and flesh protecting the path.
Waste of time.
The short, stocky man breathed out alcohol and punched hard, directly breaking the skeleton. Then, just to be on the safe side, all the bones were dismantled one by one. This bloody scene made all the cultists extremely frightened. 30-level weirdness, facing a 44th level protector.
There is really no way to fight back. The gap is too big. That woman died well. If she dies, I will be safe.
At least in front of these interviewers, my strength is average and I have a high probability of survival.
More than a dozen cultists were trembling with fear, watching the brutal scene happen.
But this fragile tacit understanding disappeared in a very short period of time.
People think quickly. Interviewers may be strong or weak. If you can't kill the weak first, you will be forced to face the strong.
The probability of survival will be greatly reduced.
Brother Mo Fan, let's work together. We will definitely capture 2 corpses.
After Wei Xiaoli heard the content of the assessment, It was also the first time he retreated in horror.
Come to the edge of the crowd.
When he saw what happened on the field, he also looked at Sun Fan with stern eyes.
Suggested with a trembling voice. Okay. Sun Fan nodded and immediately summoned a three-tailed tabby cat.
But the pet, after a howl, bared its teeth and claws and pounced on Wei Xiaoli, who wanted to get away.
You dare to trick me?
Wei Xiaoli's face was full of disbelief. But his movements were very fast, and there was a storm around him. The biting cold wind made the tabby cat wail in pain. Path, nothingness, level 10, wind and cold, gain the power of wind, level 20, cold, gain the power of rain. The positioning of the path of nothingness is similar to that of a long-range mage.
Sun Fan was very clear about this information.
Immediately did not allow him to stay away from him. Otherwise, it would only cause more trouble.
Who had the idea of me first?
Sun Fan did not hesitate, his eyes full of coldness.
Immediately pressed towards Wei Xiaoli.
Among the whole audience, he was the weakest.
Only level 28.
Although he was also the youngest.
But if he can't solve the neglect of level 29, then his good talent will not be able to show.
He will inevitably become the target of others.
Fortunately, the opponent is also a school with fragile body, and even each skill is exclusive.
It is far from being like a contract master, who can match soul beads at will to obtain the desired power. But Sun Fan never dared to underestimate the lethality of this path in the early, middle and late stages.
Brother Wei, I have my reasons. I can only borrow your life for a while.
Wei Xiaoli sneered and stopped pretending. He had a premonition that the other party would be on guard. But he didn't expect that the other party would react so quickly. Seeing that Sun Fan pressed in, his inverted triangle eyes also showed a smile of success.
You are a smart man. But your biggest problem. Just believe in your own judgment. I let it slip that I am only level 29.
But in fact, I am level 30 Tianming. Wei Xiaoli grinned, and condensed the power of thunder in the palms of his hands.
Thunder could be heard faintly.
Then, he slapped out with his palm, which exploded directly beside Sun Fan's ear.
Tinnitus and dizziness.
His chest collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of blood.
I didn't tell you either. The second contract is for a beast pet.
Sun Fan bit his bloody lips.
He roared and raged.
To prevent himself from falling.
The contract divine disc behind his head flashed silver and crystal.
A rusty and hideous hatchet was held in Sun Fan's hand.
You contracted a ghost. Why didn't you tell me?
Wei Xiaoli saw this and his eyes were bloodshot.
Feeling deeply deceived, he was unwilling to face the facts.
It is a consensus of all channels that the contract master is very weak in the early and middle stages.
Because the growth time of a beast pet is extremely long.
But it does not mean that the contract master who signs a ghost is weak. In fact, it can greatly make up for the weakness of the contract master in the early stage. The reason why it did not become mainstream is that in the later stage, the weird will dominate and become a ghost to control people. Therefore, it is difficult to gain the trust of the contract city. And he missed the power center. But once the contract master chooses to fall and control the ghost, it also means that the early and middle stages are no longer a flaw.
There is no weakness. Puff.
Sun Fan raised the level 35 strange item. He suddenly chopped at Wei Xiaoli, who was terrified. The terrifying strange breath.
It fell diagonally from the opponent's body.
The hideous wound carried a strong corrosive smell. Wei Xiaoli's body was rotting rapidly.
I have my own difficulties. Brother Wei. 2 cuts. The life in Wei Xiaoli's eyes was completely extinguished.
Sun Fan lowered his head and looked at his body.
He whispered the pain. Huang Yi gave the assessment content.
That is, 18 people, half of them survived.
The battle started quickly and ended within 10 minutes.
9 people survived, which is actually quite a lot.
Huang Yi hesitated slightly. He did not pay attention to the painless fight.
Although these people, in most cities, are considered strong players. But in his eyes, they seemed unusually immature.
Do you want to play an extra game? I only need 3 or 4 people.
As for the other corpses, you can feed Myrtle. After thinking about it, Huang Yi decided to give up this inhuman idea.
Too harsh an assessment can easily discourage future living forces.
Now this kind of good thing of taking the initiative to be a nutrient.
It has already satisfied him enough. Boss, the quota has been announced. Any other arrangements?
Han Xuan was also not interested in this fight. Only the clean and neat killing of the believer who was protecting him was slightly pleasing to the eye.
Yeah. Huang Yi nodded. looking at the 9 survivors. Some were injured and looked painful.
Some were grateful for surviving the disaster. Some had stern faces, as if they had long been accustomed to fighting.
I want to join the utopia. The believer of the Tsuanhu spoke in a muffled voice.
The rough voice contained extraordinary extraordinariness. Now he has encountered a lot of trouble and is being hunted by other evil cults. He has to find a force to live in quickly.
His current performance is also quite positive. Huang Ye's calm eyes swept over the others. What about you?
His words made all the interviewers feel a chill.
He immediately said respectfully, we are too. We came for the utopia.
This vote has caused chaos in the 18 cities, which is very encouraging.
I passed the assessment, let me join. The voices of several people rose one after another. They were all actively expressing their sincerity.
The corners of Huang Ye's mouth under the mask were slightly raised.
But his next words made everyone's pupils tremble. Unfortunately, this is not utopia. You've come to the wrong place.
As soon as the words came out,
the enthusiasm of all the interviewees suddenly extinguished.
They all looked at the thin Huang Yi in panic.
The believer of Cun who was a little sober, what do you mean?
Huang Yi ignored the noise of the crowd. He patiently explained, I only have a cooperative relationship with utopia.
You can understand it as, I am a new cult. This is a layer of screening. If this group of people are extremely enthusiastic about utopia, except utopia, they are unwilling to go anywhere else.
Then the team that is going to hunt Lin Xiao next will increase the hidden dangers. It's better to make the identity clear at the beginning.
Sure enough.
As soon as Huang Yi said this, many people fell silent, looking at the body still bleeding on the ground. They also doubted what the meaning of this life and death test was. Han Shuang beside him was also stunned. I didn't expect the boss to directly point out the information of the team. This will make the subsequent enrollment more difficult.
Many cultists only look at the immediate benefits. Even if the boss is now over level 60, the appeal is extremely low. In the ideal country, it is only the level of a supervisor. Isn't that a waste of my time? Suddenly, the guardian was dissatisfied.
With a strength of level 44 and a bad temper, it seems that anyone who comes dares to say a few words. On his face, there is a red flush of drunkenness and anger of being deceived. He came here to seek the protection of a big force, and now he is told that this is a new team? Bullshit.
Whether to stay or not is entirely voluntary. If you want to leave, you can leave now.
Huang Yi seemed not to care about the drunkard's offense.
Speak calmly. Then, the guardian turned around and left immediately. He took out the wine bag from his pocket and took 2 more sips. The rest of the people looked at each other. There is also a desire to leave. Isn't it an ideal country? Sun Fan below was even more shaken.
The destruction demon's sword in his hand was tightly grasped by him.
He came here to infiltrate the utopia.
Seek opportunities to grow, and then wait for an opportunity to take revenge. The primary goal is naturally the weirdness of the advanced ceremony. The second is the destructive path to kill the master. Although he knows that this goal is extremely difficult. But Sun Fan would rather die than die on the road of revenge.
Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out.
It interrupted Sun Fan's thoughts of leaving. He looked up suddenly. But he saw that under the banyan tree, the masked man fired a shot at the believer who was protecting him. The bullet was swift, but it didn't hurt the short and strong man. But what really made Sun Fan desperate was the woman of more than 50 levels.
In an instant after the gunshot,
she rushed out like a ferocious cheetah. A strong gravitational field continued to buzz at a low frequency in Sun Fan's ears. Even his knees were soft.
What are you doing?
The short and strong man turned back angrily. But he suddenly sobered up. He saw Han Shuang holding a dagger in his hand. He stabbed himself fiercely. The believers felt a strong sense of crisis. On the dagger, there was a faint gravity attached.
You won't let me go. Then can I stay?
The short and strong man immediately admitted his defeat. He could get angry under the influence of alcohol, but he also knew that some people could not be provoked, like the woman in front of him. But his begging for mercy was too late. In Han Shuang's mind, Huang Ye's gunshot was a signal. This man must die. If he couldn't be killed, he would have no value. You can stay, but you are just a corpse. Han Shuang's voice was low, but the dagger still pierced the heart of the believer. She turned the dagger and enlarged the gap.
In an instant, blood flowed. The remaining 8 people were immediately silent. Looking at the believers who were famous for their protection, they couldn't even resist a single move. Everyone looked nervous. Sun Fan's heart was also pounding and he gritted his teeth. He knew that it was all voluntary, that is, the living stayed and the dead left. But the next second, Sun Fan looked up in astonishment. Looking at the man under the tree's shadow, his face was full of fear. "Why are you wearing a mask?" Huang Yi looked at the nervous Sun Fan. He felt a familiar extraordinary aura from the other party. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Take off the mask, let me see." Suddenly, Sun Fan's body tensed up, and his heart was full of fear. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the trees swayed. The breeze chilled the blood on the ground. Send the fishy smell to everyone's nasal cavity. After hearing the words, the eyes of several interviewers unconsciously focused on Sun Fan. They had noticed it long ago. The latter wears a mask covering the upper half of his face. I didn't pay much attention at first. Now that I heard the words of the suspected future leader, I couldn't help but take a second look. Sun Fan's body stiffened and his expression changed. When you are really in danger, you can't get rid of that kind of nervousness. Especially after seeing level 44 extraordinary beings, who were known for their defense, being killed with one hit. Sun Fan clearly realized how fragile life can be. He was prepared to die on the road to revenge. But in the face of death, he still cannot be calm and has primitive physiological fear. Is it inconvenient? Huang Yi's tone turned cold. Han Shuang pointed the dagger at Sun Fan sensibly. The rest of the people also knew to quit the organization at this time after making vague eye contact. Will be life-threatening. Might as well contribute and take a stand. In exchange, we can live a better life in the future. Then, the 7 of them silently moved their positions, completely cutting off Sun Fan's retreat. It's not inconvenient. Sun Fan's heart was beating wildly due to overload. It's very clear, if you can't answer it, these interviewers will risk their lives to please their leaders. He was brutally attacked and killed. At this critical moment, his thinking was also quick and active. Then, he smiled miserably. It's just that my current appearance is too ugly. Sun Fan's face turned bitter, and then he took off his mask. On his face were twisted blood stains like earthworms. Immediately afterwards, he pulled open the collar with one hand. Expose your neck and body skin. Everyone frowned slightly when they saw it. I saw that there were also dense red marks on it, like birthmarks. It has a rather fierce and ferocious aura. Wearing a mask is really a helpless act. If the leader doesn't like it, I won't wear it. Sun Fan said humbly and cooperatively. This scene made the other interviewers agree with it. After all, the external characteristics are too obvious. As a cultist, it is absolutely necessary to make some disguise. At this time, the others also cleared Sun Fan's suspicion from the bottom of their hearts. But whether the leader agreed or not, they shook their heads in their hearts. After all, they had too little contact. I can't figure out the leader's temper. They didn't even have the courage to look directly at the 2 leaders. They all looked at the ground nervously, waiting for resignation. They were also in a trance. They didn't expect that joining a cult would cause problems. Actually came to the new organization that was just established. Moreover, the leader looks very strong, but compared with the Utopia, which has several level 70 players, it is actually too small. Saying that the 2 parties are cooperating is probably just a fool's errand. What is the status of the Utopia? I want to cooperate with you. But no one dares to say this. Looking at the protective believer whose corpse was still cold, he didn't even have the courage to leave. Several people felt uneasy. I just feel like I have entered a den of thieves and my future is bleak. May I have your name? Ignoring the opinions of the others, Huang Ye's tone became even colder. He finally determined why the extraordinary aura he had sensed earlier was familiar. It turned out that I met an acquaintance. In Huang Ye's impression, he had briefly seen 2 sides of this young man. The first time was at school. Chen Yilin and the young man blocked themselves in the toilet and interrogated Pan Sen for relevant information. The second time was recently, when the other party knelt in front of Chen Yilin's tombstone and allowed Principal Chen Jiqing to ridicule him without saying a word. It turns out that he was prepared to sacrifice. It is indeed not a deserter. And you also resisted the trick, as a stepping stone to join the Utopia? Huang Yi thought about it, and was also curious about whether the other party simply wanted revenge. Still accepted the mission and came to be an undercover agent. But in any case, it is quite interesting that he came to the wrong organization. But underneath Huang Ye's smile was a deep coldness.
At least the other party found the real master-killing enemy due to a strange combination of circumstances. My subordinate Mo Fan is a level 28 contractor.
Upon hearing this, Sun Fan immediately gave his false name.
His eyes were filled with excitement from within. It can be seen that he seems to have gambled on a chance of survival. Contract a three-tailed raccoon cat and a strange hatchet.
Moreover, he also took the initiative to provide more information.
This was used to gain Huang Yi's trust.
Even if he didn't want to stay here, he still had to survive first. The foundation is good. Look at the other person's longing eyes. Huang Yi just commented lightly. After being cross-examined, he also checked the other party's details. Know the other person's real name.
It is even more clear that after graduating from university, Sun Fan worked as an intern in criminal investigation for about half a year. During this period, he stayed with Chen Yilin. After Huang Yi briefly assessed it, it was not a big threat. The other party is still a rookie in criminal investigation and his sensitivity is not high. It is even less possible for him to be as perverted as Chen Yilin, who immediately recognized himself just by hearing his own voice. This kind of ability to remember everything you see and hear can only be mastered by veteran criminal police who have been on the front line for many years after years of experience. In addition, he covered his face, only showing his eyes, and wore a loose sweater, so his figure was difficult to identify. He also deliberately lowered his voice to appear calmer. This kind of reconnaissance difficulty reached the top level. Perhaps it could not be hidden from Chen Yilin before his death, but it was more than enough for Sun Fan.
Even if he really recognized it. It doesn't matter, just keep an eye on him. He will only behave more actively to win my trust. To get my information. Huang Yi smiled slightly.
As for whether the other party recognized it, he would know it by looking at his attitude afterwards. If he was negative, he felt uncomfortable here and felt that he had not found the real target and felt that he wasted time.
That means he did not recognize it.
If the opposite is true, it at least means that Sun Fan doubted his identity.
I hope you are a smart person. I really want revenge. If it's just an undercover, it's really disappointing.
Han Shuang next to him. She did not sense Huang Yi under the mask. Her mind was full of thoughts.
Instead, she looked at Mo Fan in a slightly surprised way. In her ears, she suddenly heard a hint of appreciation. Why did a level 28 contract master get the attention of the boss? Han Shuang captured this detail very keenly. No matter what Huang Yi thought.
But at least pay more attention to this young man with blood scars all over his body.
It's always right. Take them to the camp first. I'll come later.
Huang Yi gathered his mind and waved his hand.
Yes. Han Shuang nodded immediately. With those who passed the interview, walked out of the suburbs of 530 town.
Rushed to an abandoned village. Come with me, the team is just starting out, and the conditions are a bit difficult.
But the benefits, at least not bad.
Han Shuang has the majesty of a superior.
Drawing cakes casually, it's even easier.
Managing these 8 people will only make them obedient. As for what they felt in their hearts, Han Shuang was not concerned. If I admired Sun Fan's expression when he died, will my advancement to the fierce god be smoother? Huang Yi stood under the shadow of the tree. Looking at their backs as they moved away, he slowly pulled down his mask. After a light breath, he also smiled comfortably. I think it should be possible. Soon, Huang Yi stopped smiling. After calmly sending a text message to Han Shuang, he began to collect Myrtle's body. These are all good nutrients. The quality is much higher than that of the group of extraordinary beings killed in their hometown. Although Sun Fan can provide me with the necessary experience.
But that doesn't seem to be enough. Huang Yi put a corpse into the consciousness space.
Then he shook his head.
In Yi Weiman's statement,
the fierce god's advancement ceremony is very unique. It is to appreciate the scene of the passing of life. To see it from a human perspective is to observe their expressions and understand the nature of destruction. It was also revealed that the closer the relationship is, the more the progress bar will increase.
So, we still need to develop a relationship with Sun Fan? Wouldn't it be too cruel?
Huang Yi frowned slightly, feeling that such an idea was too perverted.
But that indifferent heart actually didn't feel anything wrong.
Full of indifference to life.
He was even hesitating whether to reveal his identity in the end.
Tell Sun Fan that he is the enemy who killed his master.
Maybe the experience value will be more.
As I said before, the level 60 advancement ceremony is about annihilating one's own humanity. Then this level 70 should be about destroying the emotions of believers. Advanced all the way, and finally self-destructed, Huang Yi looked at the silent corpse under the banyan tree. He sighed slightly, feeling quite heavy. Although he is not a good person himself. No guilt either. But he clearly felt that away from the relaxed environment of campus, he seemed to have become more sinister. Respect you. Since you choose to join the cult, you must be prepared to pay the price with your life. Me too. Huang Yi wants to hunt Lin Xiao's team, weaken the opponent's strength, and even target herself. Naturally, he was prepared to fail the mission and be swallowed by hell. Whether you can survive to the end depends on your own ability. At least I have confidence. Sun Fan has good talent, but he is prone to being impulsive. He is worse than Han Shuang in every aspect. At least Han Shuang is more afraid of death. Huang Yi took in another corpse. His eyebrows are indifferent. He had nothing to criticize Sun Fan. When he went to find his sister, he was also very reckless, and he was still in a state of not yet advanced. But luck is also part of strength. The most important thing is that I have a shovel stained with the blood of the angel. It has a certain ability to protect itself. And he has been hiding in the darkness, without being targeted by an unmatched powerhouse in the first place. The final ending is considered satisfactory. As for Sun Fan, he was exposed from the beginning. In my case, he probably doesn't have such good luck. Huang Yi mourned for 2 seconds of silence for his innocent heart, and then cleaned up the mess. Finally, he came to the protective believer whose heart was stabbed. The other person covered his chest with a painful expression. Still struggling. Suan, whose vitality is still very strong and he has not completely died. Huang Yi squatted down. He held his face with his right hand and calmly observed his death process. Please, let me go. The stocky man woke up, but his consciousness became even more blurred. The rapid loss of blood made his whole body feel frightened and weak. Huang Yi didn't answer. Just maintain an indifferent wait-and-see attitude. He values the myrtle berries very much. After all, it can lower the advancement requirements and forcibly increase the progress bar of the ritual. This effect, no matter how you look at it, is extremely exaggerated. But Huang Yi still hopes that his foundation and understanding can be strong enough. It's good to take shortcuts, but you can't create dependence. I know I was wrong. I am willing to join the organization. The short, stocky man used all his strength to turn over. The blood in his chest surged even more freely. He weakly grabbed Huang Yi's sneakers and begged as if crying. Huang Yi still didn't speak. Just in my heart, I responded lightly, it's late. The new camp chosen by Huang Yi. On the mountainside 4 kilometers away. Han Shuang took the lead. But his eyes stayed on the phone, the text message he just received. That was the reminder sent by Huang Yi. 1. Don't mention my name in front of anyone. 2. Seize everyone's communication equipment. 3. When I arrive, no one is allowed to leave your sight. Han Shuang stood still and let the team members go ahead. He replied with a serious look, understood. Since it is Huang Yi's arrangement, she will implement it firmly. Now that the team has just been established, Han Shuang, as the veteran, will not allow the slightest mistake. This road, Sun Fan walked among the crowd and put on his mask again. Looking at the familiar road. I was also stunned. Here is the path he took when the contract was strange. Follow them halfway up the mountain. Sun Fan's heart became more and more astonished. Here, he could vaguely see the ruts created when he drove his car into the car. The weeds were bent, revealing relatively fresh wounds. When he came to the dilapidated village, his heart sank even more. This is indeed the place where he forced the contract to destroy the demon sword. Now, the strange item in the contract god plate also exudes intense emotions. It seems to want to return. Sun Fan frowned and pushed open a rotten wooden door. Where are you going? Behind him, Han Shuang's cold voice came. I have been here. My strange hatchet was contracted here. This house is relatively complete and the space is large enough. Sun Fan was respectful and humble. But Han Shuang frowned. Pointing to another thatched house, everyone, go into this house. Spend the night here tonight. The other interviewees did not dare to resist and went in honestly. There was no dissatisfaction with such an arrangement. There was only numbness on his face and uneasiness about the future. Sun Fan smiled apologetically and closed the wooden door. When he passed by Han Shuang, he heard the other party's words full of murderous intent. Suddenly, his heart tightened. If you still act on your own, you won't have a chance to survive. After being frightened, Sun Fan nodded, I understand. Under the banyan tree. Huang Yi straightened up. It's quite strange, I don't feel anything at all. The advancement of the fierce god requires more than just observation. Still have an epiphany?
Huan Yi collected the bodies of the protector believers. It is also customary to look inwards and see how the myrtle is growing. Now there are 13 golden berries, but unfortunately they are not fully ripe. But it's soon. It should have happened in the past few days. He looked at the second contract tombstone. The regular words on it still had not been updated. That the regular words on the second tombstone have not been updated. But the font hidden effect, trigger condition not met, made him very worried.
The first one has not changed either.
Huan Yi felt a little regretful. I thought I was officially observing destruction. Can give more accurate tips. The team is formed. These people are good blood food. And they keep coming in.
Tomorrow morning, it's time for the first team mission.
Huan Yi exited the internal viewing state and took out the note given by Yi Weiman.
What is described above is exactly the target he wants to hunt.
Shou Wuming. Path of Destruction. Level 63.
Under Lin Xiao, I am in charge of identity. Running a gun industry in the riot ruins of number 530.
I like hunting monsters. The usual haunts are in the mountains and forests.
After reading it, Huang Yi put it away.
The temporary base he chose.
You can occupy the high ground very well and observe the comings and goings outside the town.
The opponent's level is one level higher than yours.
But for Huang Yi, the task is not difficult.
This list is very targeted. That old man, there is really no one available.
Huang Yi pulled on his mask and left the shadow of the huge tree.
Walking towards the dilapidated village 4 kilometers away.
There is also my hometown here, which should be Old Man Ye's sphere of influence. But the people arranged by Lin Xiao robbed the gun industry. They even control part of the black market. Not only that, but team members were tricked and killed.
You're a fisherman, it's not surprising that you can do this kind of thing by letting go of the boss. Huang Yi returned to the village. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening.
There was only one room, lit by firelight.
Huang Yi pushed the door open and entered.
What greeted him was everyone's nervous gaze.
Very good, no one is missing.
Huang Yi closed the door, pulled out a chair, and sat next to the fire. There are a lot of supplies piled here. There are bread, instant noodles, drinks, sweet potatoes, and other foods. They were all stolen by him and Han Shuang in their hometown.
Now that they're on the team. Of course, we can't let them go hungry. What do you want to ask? Huang Yi glanced at the people sitting around the fire.
Observing Sun Fan's state, he was passive and numb.
Quite satisfied.
The other party did not notice his disguise.
I still have too little reconnaissance experience. It's in vain that you followed such a good master.
Huang Yi felt a little disappointed for no reason. If the other party realizes their identity,
maybe it can bloom a different kind of vitality in times of destruction. I want to know, what is our organization called?
A girl hugged her knees and raised her hands fearfully.
Huang Yi cast an approving look. I can't be sure yet.
Or do you have any good suggestions? The other members looked at each other and were silent. A cultist with yellow hair and a gangster look suggested, both bosses, wear masks.
Why don't you give us one as well? Being close to the people is still mysterious. It's also more convenient to carry than a secondary gadget like a mask.
I suggest that we give it a name related to masks.
Or maybe we can call the Mask Gang? Sun Fan nestled in the corner and glanced at the other party expressionlessly.
He didn't even have the energy to make fun of someone who was flattering someone in the wrong place. Even embarrassed for him.
Uncultured, that's what it is. Ahem, don't mess around. Han Shuang's eyebrows turned cold. This stupid organization name gave her a headache.
When I introduce myself when I go out in the future.
How can you say it? Huang Ye's eyes were ordinary.
He doesn't attach much importance to the name of the organization.
Just using the organization to fish.
But he also understands that a name with momentum and meaning is indeed important.
Can it be used as a reference?
Huang Yi had no desire to dampen the opponent's enthusiasm.
Instead, he continued to ask. Many people are so easy to talk to when they see their leader.
Suggestions are also tentatively given.
Even Sun Fan, driven by everyone's emotions, gave the names of some passionate organizations.
But after more than an hour of discussion, none of the proposals were adopted.
The night passed quickly. The sun is rising.
The members are also very familiar with each other.
There is no previous separation and indifference.
It seems that the discussion last night helped them understand a lot better.
Brother Mo Fan, do we have any mission? Huang Mao greeted warmly.
Sun Fan also didn't expect that this gangster was several months younger than him.
but his strength is several levels higher than his own. It seems that those who can fight in a chaotic environment are not weak. I joined the team on the same day as you. Sun Fan just responded lightly. He thought to himself that the only way to escape from this new organization is when he is on a mission. He. Huang Mao heard the other party's implication and smiled indifferently. He didn't care much about whether he entered the utopia or not. It's not work anyway. Just do it first. However, the joining bonus given by the leader last night. It's really good. Each person was directly given 10,000 in cash, which was bulging. But he was quite depressed. After all, the mobile phone that was confiscated from him was worth 30,000 or 40,000. Damn, it won't be robbed by the thieves, right? Quiet. Just then, Han Shuang came over seriously. But his heart was also filled with tension and excitement. This unknown organization is about to carry out its first mission. I have to perform well. Second in command. Are we preparing for the mission? The yellow-haired man stood casually, wearing flip-flops on his dirty feet. Han Shuang glanced at the other people's equally curious eyes. Concisely, wait. He looked serious, but he was very excited inside. After all, this second in command. It really made her feel comfortable. She is much more imposing than Sister Han. You kid, it seems that you have read a lot of old novels and have some culture, not bad. This station. They waited from early morning to noon. The scorching sun above made everyone very irritable. The yellow-haired man lifted his shirt and tucked it under his armpits. He simply squatted on the ground. He wanted to ask, are we waiting to die? But looking at Han Shuang's still cold eyes, he held it back. But soon, everyone became agitated. Even the yellow-haired man stood up nervously. Because he saw the boss, his face was full of murderous intent. The prey has appeared. All members, start hunting. Huang Yi walked down from the top of the mountain with a shovel in his hand. The aura emanating from his body made everyone's faces stagnate. No one dared to refute. All followed nervously and seriously. And Sun Fan, who was following in the middle of the team, was even more terrified. Active thinking. Number 530 is the ruins of the rioters. Suburbs. The ground vegetation is sparse, and vehicles drive by, raising billowing dust and smoke. Director Chiu, look at the banyan tree. The hanging body is gone. On a hardcore off-road vehicle, there was surprise from the passenger seat. Xiao Woming, who was sitting in the back row, raised the haggard bags under his eyes. It's missing. He replied weakly and hoarsely. Then he buried his head again. Looking at his feet, his tongue was sticking out, and all he could see was his big yellow dog. He smiled fondly and stroked the yellow dog's head, causing the latter to lick it happily. Those corpses are defectors from the Utopia. Killed by Lord Yi. Who dares to take away what is hung on a tree for public display? Is it possible that Weird has lost his mind? The man from before spoke doubtfully, holding a birdcage in his arms. After all, it means more than just showing off. Occasionally, I also get marinated bacon. The taste? I haven't tried it. I heard it's very bad. Unimportant. Xiao Woming took back the palm that was licked by the big yellow dog. Randomly wiped the saliva on his trouser legs. Then he picked up a lazy orange cat on the unoccupied seat next to him. Put it on your knees, showing a helpless smile. You're so lazy. Not enthusiastic at all. Then he reached out to the front row and said, give me the parrot. The co-pilot immediately held it with sensible hands. Killing. Killing. The parrot screamed in fear. It's not extraordinary, it's just a matter of course. Xiao Woming heard the cry, smiled bitterly, and caught the parrot struggling in the cage. Then he broke off the parrot's fragile legs and placed them in the unoccupied back seat. Eat, don't be lazy. Xiao Woming pushed the orange cat's fat ass. The orange cat opened his eyes and looked at the parrot that was screaming and flapping its wings crazily. He immediately changed his position and continued sleeping. As if not hungry. No desire to hunt. This situation was a bit difficult for Xiao Woming. I really don't have the patience to raise small animals. He sighed sadly, fumbled for a rope under the seat, gently tied a tight knot, and then tied it around the orange cat's body. Ouch! The orange cat felt very uncomfortable and kept pulling at it with its claws, making it dizzy. Xiao Woming smiled, feeling very interesting. Then he gently picked up the orange cat with both hands, held it out of the open car window, and rode through the fierce wind, which made the orange cat's hair dance rapidly and made it shrink back in fear. You're so lazy. Xiao Woming said regretfully,
and immediately let go of his hands. The orange cat's reaction under the accelerated fall surprised the former. In a very short period of time, it turned over and landed on its feet. It was so neat that even Xiao Woming was quite satisfied. Unfortunately, the rope wrapped around the orange cat suddenly dragged the orange cat down. The hair was cut off, the skin was exposed, and fierce wailing could be heard. Xiao Woming put his hands on the car window, his bearded chin resting on his arms. He quietly looked at the torn cat outside the car window until he lost all breath. Fireworks are easy to get cold and life is easy to pass away. Ordinary, too fragile. Is it the right decision to choose the extraordinary? He sighed and looked back at the frightened big yellow dog. Asked, "Do you want to eat that parrot?" At this moment, the big yellow dog seemed to understand what his master meant. He immediately bit the struggling parrot without hesitation. Killing! Killing! But soon, the parrot's cry stopped abruptly. Xiao Woming stroked Da Wang's dog head with satisfaction. Good dog. Those in the front row seemed not to be surprised. After the level 60 Gravedigger is advanced, you can prepare the level 70 Fierce God in advance. Observe the scene of life disappearing and gain insights. As for the supervisors in the back row, they didn't dare to ask what kind of experience they had. Director Chiu, do you want a test subject? Extraordinary or ordinary? I'll get it for you. Xiao Woming shook his head tiredly. The whole person seemed to have no energy. Never mind. Let's go hunting. Only by running away in life can you appreciate the beauty of disappearance. It's almost fun to be kept in captivity like this. There's no adrenaline rush at all. After finishing speaking, Xiao Woming closed his eyes boredly. I don't know if I am feeling enlightened or just resting. The man in the front row sighed. From the rearview mirror, I saw that there were many birds and animals in the body of the off-road vehicle. Those are all necessary consumables for Director Chiu on the road to practice. On the top of the mountain, a group of people watched the convoy passing by. The sky was filled with dust and smoke. All the new members saw the familiar model. They immediately looked at each other, filled with fear. Didn't you say that you want to cooperate with the Utopia? What's going on? The master means the director of the hunting Utopia? Is it too late for me to quit now? The newly formed organization is an enemy of this behemoth? What's the origin of the boss? In the weeds, everyone swallowed their saliva. They knew that this newly formed organization was weird. But no one told them that it was crazy. If they were to attack the Utopia, who would survive? Sun Fan, who was covering the upper half of his face, had his pupils shrink. His heart beat faster. He was the only one who was not afraid or scared. Isn't that the wanted list of the Utopia in the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Shibuching? When he left the detachment, he had read a lot of information. It recorded the list of Utopia personnel and the new additions after the advanced tragedy. He was preparing to infiltrate the cult, so it was impossible that he had not made preparations in advance. It was even clear that the advanced hell was Lin Xiao. And the target in the vehicle was called Xiao Woming. Is it a lie to cooperate with the Utopia? Or is it just cooperating with one of the core senior executives? Who is going to kill Lin Xiao's team members? Sun Fan frowned. He didn't have enough authority. The intelligence he could see was actually circulated internally. His idea was correct, but due to insufficient information, he could only think of this. But Sun Fan saw the dawn of revenge. If this newly established team's target is Lin Xiao, then it would be extremely correct for him to join. Instantly. Sun Fan was full of excitement and wanted to go through fire and water. If the team's target is Lin Xiao, then I am lucky. Even if it's not, I have to find a way to bring the war to Lin Xiao. Relying on the team, my hope of revenge will be huge. After all, hunting Lin Xiao's subordinate Xiao Woming is a fait accompli. Sun Fan is eager to move. This newly established cult can be used to consume the vitality of the Utopia. This script is so perfect. Huang Yi, standing at the back of the team. He kept paying attention to Sun Fan. He was so excited to see him that his body and mind were shaking. The corners of his mouth under the mask were also slightly raised. It seems that you have an idea. If you are not stupid, you should be planning to use me. That depends on your performance in the future. Is it worth my time to support you as a grinding stone on my road to advancement? Thinking of this, Huang Yi had a feeling of good and bad. But he didn't mind. That's it. Number 530 Riot Ruins. Located in a depression. Surrounded by mountains. At the foot of a mountain, there were pedestrians patrolling. Seeing an old man coming, he immediately greeted him respectfully.
I wish you good health, Mr. Yi. The conference room is ready. The leader is waiting for you inside.
Yi Weiman did not respond. He walked into the cave with a cold face, and the others were not surprised.
They even smiled and did not dare to be negligent.
Inside the cave, there was a different world, which turned out to be a modern and solid cement house. The wall was covered with white putty, and the lights and wires were all there. This made the cave quite bright. Even the load-bearing columns were carved with beams and painted with pillars. Obviously, there were also craftsmen in the cult.
You are tinkering with these things again.
Yi Weiman walked into the conference room and just sat down. He jokingly spoke to the man at the long table. The square-faced man did not even raise his head. Holding a wooden file, he was concentrating on carving a wooden bottle. Once a person is empty, he is prone to depression and mania.
It's hard to kill time without finding something to do.
Yi Weiman sneered after hearing this.
Don't you believe that everything is empty?
You made the temporary base so luxurious. It doesn't look like you have no desires in your heart. General Liang blew the sawdust on the wooden bottle. His tone was cold. These are not permanent.
Neither am I. Nothingness is just their result, not now.
Yi Weiman put his arm on the table.
He was too lazy to continue teasing.
He looked around, but didn't see Lin Xiao.
Where are your former subordinates? I don't know. Did they not come, or didn't arrive?
General Liang still gave the same answer, I don't know.
Yi Weiman frowned slightly. You don't ask?
If she has already carried out the mission secretly, how do you know if she has left?
General Liang put the wooden file on the table.
There was a piece of cloth with many carving knives hanging on it. She is no longer my subordinate.
She is at the same level as me. I have no right to ask.
After saying that, he scooped half a bottle of water with a wooden bottle, and then inserted the flowers picked on the road. The roots of the flowers touched the water, and the flowers seemed to be more beautiful. Looking at the slow movements of the square-faced man, Yi Weiman's face became more and more deep. His heart was gradually getting irritated. The pale eye sockets without eyeballs flashed with violence. If it weren't for General Liang's constant protection, Lin Xiao would have become his own nutrients and supplemented himself. He would not have lived to the day of advancement.
How could it be like now? The two are evenly matched. This is the most troublesome.
For the weird path, flesh and blood are no longer a necessity in the later stage.
The same kind is.
I heard it outside. You seem to be looking for me? A playful voice came from outside the door. Yi Weiman suddenly looked behind him. I saw a girl with an oval face, fair and cute. She was wearing a pleated skirt with a suspender and black leather shoes, and her steps were slow. Lin Xiao smiled and waved to the cold General Liang, but received no response. She was not angry, but laughed half of her head.
Her scarlet eyes looked at old man Yi with interest. Or are you staring at me? Yi Weiman's face sank. What do you mean?
Lin Xiao did not answer immediately. After sitting down, she casually took a red flower from the wooden bottle and inserted it into her hair with her head tilted. Her eyes were always fixed on Yi Weiman. Actually, I am staring at you too. At this moment, Yi Weiman suddenly realized something. He wanted to stand up. But Lin Xiao's cold eyes made him dare not stand up.
Panson might be in danger.
I like flowers very much. Seeing that he did not move, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the square face, he thanked him earnestly. General Liang stared at the vase, then picked up a wooden file and rubbed his nails, as if he hadn't heard it.
Xiao Wuming's convoy. The engine roared, rolling up dust. On the hillside on the left. Someone is watching us.
Xiao Wuming stroked the head of the big yellow dog with a flattering face.
One hand looked at the reminder sent by the car behind. Can you sense what level?
He put one hand on the car window and frowned at the hillside in the distance.
Didn't find any abnormalities.
The reconnaissance ability of destruction is indeed average. The highest seems to be only more than 50 levels.
The same way as you. The rest are around level 30.
Xiao Wuming looked at the reminder of the text message, but he had no interest at all.
If Master Yi sent these people, it really means he looks down on us.
Soon, the text message came back again. Don't take it lightly. They may not be the ones who take action, but at least they are stalking us. Xiao Wuming threw his phone on the seat. After retracting his gaze towards the mountains, he also closed the car window. It blocked out the wind, noise and dust. Whatever they plan to do,
go according to the plan.
If you can't catch a valuable target,
there's no need to take action. Master Lin Xiao is about to carry out a mission, and they can't wait. He leaned against the car mat and spoke lazily. Okay, boss. The driver stepped on the accelerator, feeling relaxed and happy. It was as if he was on vacation. Soon, the convoy entered the low mountains. The sound of shotguns rang out from time to time. Bang! 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 Outside the city, there are low mountains. The trees are not dense. The convoy rushed, firing bullets at the terrified creatures in the mountains. This process lasted for half an hour. The gunshots just stopped. Xiao Woming got out of the off-road vehicle with a shotgun in his hand. Looking at the dead creatures, he felt a little bored. The lethality of guns is not small, but it is still far inferior to extraordinary creatures. It is difficult to kill them with one shot. You can only bully ordinary birds and beasts. Hang two of them. Xiao Woming was quite bored and spoke to the co-pilot. The man responded immediately and went to the truck to drag down the two terrified men. The bumpy ride made them vomit. Don't kill me, please. I'm just an ordinary citizen. No grudges. The man begged for mercy, but he could not escape the fate of being dragged under a tree and tied with a rope. Your advanced ritual of destruction is really inhuman. A woman in another car spoke with disgust. Xiao Woming looked back, and there was also malice in the depths of his eyes. But he did not respond, but looked at the two people struggling on the crooked tree. Until there was no sound. The rest of you start a fire first. Drown two for me. Xiao Woming rubbed his eye bags haggardly and ordered weakly. His subordinates immediately brought 2 buckets of water and 2 more people. He pressed their heads and looked at the painful resistance in the bucket until they stopped struggling. Manager Qiu, the fire is done. The subordinate reported. Xiao Woming nodded. Then he cut off the hind legs of the wild deer with a knife, put the dog meat on the rack, sprinkled salt and cumin powder on it, squatted beside the fire, and roasted it. Then he casually said, then burn 2 to death. Not far away. A group of people have already come over. Han Xuan crawled on the ground. His heart was full of vigilance and panic. Boss, the information is wrong. There is not only 1 supervisor here. There are 3. Han Xuan lowered her voice and did not dare to disturb the morale of the army. She had already sensed. This member who was just founded last night was extremely nervous and panicked. After all, this was a direct war with the ideal country. Huang Yi held a shovel and looked at the slightly undulating hillside, the smell of burning and the screams of pain. He also sensed that there were 3 auras, all of which were over level 60. He suddenly chuckled, then there is no need to hide. They have discovered us a long time ago. Huang Yi's words caused a panic among the crowd. Sun Fan's heart also tightened. If the assassination plan is exposed, does it mean to give up? Looking at the utopia not far away, he was unwilling to give up. What should we do? Retreat. Han Xuan's expression was serious. She looked at the familiar faces sitting in the convoy. The pressure was huge. Huang Yi waved his hand and walked down the mountain slowly. The crushed stones rolled down and the branches and trees died. He said calmly, we are here now. 1 supervisor or 3 supervisors, it's the same. This sentence made the panicked team suddenly stagnate. Everyone looked at Huang Yi's back. Their hearts trembled. For a moment, I didn't know whether the boss was confident or confused. What is he talking about? The other party discovered us? And there is more than 1 supervisor level figure? But he doesn't seem to care. Is he going to fight 3 alone? Are you crazy? Even if you are destroyed, the other party is also destroyed. This is a tie. Not to mention, they have support. Isn't this just sending yourself to die in vain? Everyone was full of fear, and when they looked at each other, they could see the retreat on each other's faces. Sun Fan's state of mind also changed. From the initial unwillingness to the current encouragement and excitement. Even more powerlessness. He naturally hoped that the boss could become a chess piece for him to use. Destroy the ideal country, and even Lin Xiao. But he also knew clearly. This is almost impossible. According to the intelligence of criminal investigation, Xiao Woming is also a way of destruction. How big is the gap between the two? Today, Sun Fan even wants to persuade the boss to retreat. Only if he survives first, Sun Fan has the hope of revenge. If he relies on himself alone, Sun Fan doesn't know how many years it will take to take revenge. 10 years at least. Han Xuan looked at Huang Yi's casual back. She also felt pity in her heart. She has a certain concept of the boss's strength. Not only can he severely injure Lin Xiao and escape from the opponent's hands,
He also reached an alliance with his former leader Yi Weiman. Without strength, it is absolutely impossible.
But she didn't expect. Huang Yi has grown to such a point. He is not afraid of even 3 supervisors. A person like Li Hongyi. Is he really invincible at the same level, and can he fight across levels? Han Shuang's eyes suddenly understood. The next moment, he reacted immediately.
His face immediately turned cold, and he shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me. 1 head, 200,000 cash. I'll pay in full. Supervisory figures, leave it to the big boss." Han Shuang immediately took out a dagger from his waist. Gravity flowed out freely, pressing on the members.
It cheered them up. Damn it! 200,000 cash. I'm going all out. As long as I don't face the leader and the supervisor, I'm invincible. Take a risk, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle.
The other side also has many minions at level 20 or 30, leave them to me. Instantly, the team was excited.
Immediately ready to move.
When they saw Han Shuang passing Huang Yi and heading towards the convoy that stopped at the foot of the mountain, the members no longer forbeared.
Fuck him. The second in command is on it.
Charge. The next moment, almost everyone rushed down with red eyes.
An extraordinary mist bloomed on their bodies. These cultists are wandering in the shadows, not daring to walk openly.
It is difficult to plunder 200,000 in the ruins of the poor rioters. And they dare not go to the wealthy city of the gods. The temptation of this money is really huge. Since the big boss dares to beat the 3 supervisors.
I have a life, what am I afraid of? Are you all crazy?
Sun Fan was stunned and saw that the team members were running down the mountain with their teeth and claws. His body froze. His face was terrified. Then, in his mind, blood suddenly surged. Extremely excited, and murderous. It was like excitement and murderous intent.
I am so fucking cowardly. Look ahead and behind. When you encounter hell, you dare not go up and chop? Crap.
Sun Fan's face was ferocious, and he cursed himself. He immediately summoned a strange hatchet. A tabby cat sat on his shoulder. Meow at this time, it had recovered from its injuries in the beast control space. He immediately pricked up his ears and tucked his tail. "Zo, fuck it, meow." Huang Yi paused as he went down the mountain. Looking at the team members who were actively going down the mountain, he was also stunned. Just now, he almost suspected that Han Shuang was the leader of the rebellion. He was going to stab himself from behind.
Did I not adjust my identity? Huang Yi thought for a while. Indeed. He used to act alone.
Now that he has a team, he still wants to take the lead. It really doesn't fit the position of the team leader. Han Shuang is testing the other party's true path for me. But if she dies,
I should regret it.
Huang Yi sighed slightly. He also quickened his pace. Afterwards, before Han Shuang and others got down to the foot of the mountain, jumped down from the 30-meter high cliff,
Huang Ye's raised shovel has already smashed down towards Chiu Wuming, who is roasting deer legs next to the fire. Here it comes. But something's wrong.
Chiu Wuming threw away the deer leg in his hand, and his face changed immediately. He suddenly realized that the person coming was also on the path of destruction. The aura was slightly weaker than his own. But how dare he jump directly from the 30-meter cliff?
Are you going to die?
He didn't dare to resist the jump and immediately retreated away from the fire pit. Call out, call out, call out, but what made Chiu Wuming's haggard eyes flash with fear was that the aura contained in the dozens of thumbtacks made him extremely shocked. That's the familiar weak point breaking in gravity control. It was directly attached to the thumbtack, blocking his way back.
Get out of here. Chiu Wuming no longer looked depressed amid the threat of death.
His eyes were bloodshot. A punch filled with rage was thrown into the sky.
Path, destruction. Level, 60. Exclusive skill, material explosion.
The fist containing the level 60 gravedigger seemed to be carrying strong wind.
Up towards the sky. Huang Ye's landing body paused slightly.
Taking advantage of this gap, the thumbtack has landed. A large pit was opened.
Chiu Wuming, with a sullen face, was out of danger in an instant.
He stared at the man wearing a mask. Under the impact of gravity, the fire in front of him was smashed into a pit half a meter deep. Firewood and sparks were flying, and charred remains were vaguely visible. There were even more scuffles all around, with shouts of beating and killing.
Are you from Mr. Yi? Chiu Wuming asked in a deep voice, why haven't I seen you before?
Huang Yi walked out of the hole with indifferent eyes. You are Lin Xiao's person, that's enough.
Bang bang immediately afterwards. Huang Ye's eyes saw a man and a woman walking out of the motorcade.
Surprisingly, they were Lin Xiao's other two supervisors. Their expressions were indifferent or teasing, presumably because they regarded themselves as prey.
Surrender? Maybe it can keep you from dying.
Qiu Wuming's frightened heart gained some peace of mind.
A slightly relaxed opening. Not really. You are not qualified enough to kill me. Huang Yi smiled softly.
The immortal golden body, which has been smelted for many days, is now ready for use. He also wanted to test this perverted gold skill.
Can you support him and collect 3 levels of experience? Level 62 destruction, why can't it be killed? A woman in a bright red cheongsam walked down from the convoy.
She looked at Huang Yi with disdain. All paths, before the 70th level, belong to the category of human. The most special one is the strange path.
But it is still understandable. Only after the 70th level, the strength of the later stage is inhuman. Real extraordinary.
The cheongsam woman admitted that Huang Yi's jump just now really surprised her.
This is enough to show that the opponent's gravity control level is far beyond Qiu Wuming. But if it is only this level, there is still no chance of winning. It will only appear stupid and arrogant. One person also wants to fight 3 supervisors? Too ignorant. Don't be careless.
The shovel in his hand is unusual. The other person is a man wearing frameless thin-rimmed glasses.
He has a pale face, slightly curly hair, and is quite bookish.
He held the sketch pad in his left hand, with a pencil between his fingertips.
He simply carried the stool in his right hand, came behind Qiu Wuming, and sat down with his legs crossed. His eyes swept coldly towards Huang Yi. He used the pen as a ruler to compare it on the sketch pad the size of his face. It was as if he wanted to sketch Huang Yi in proportion. In that case, why didn't you remind me of this person's existence before?
Qiu Wuming's tone was weary, and he could not hear blame, but helplessness. It was this man with glasses who sent him a text message before, telling him that there were hidden enemies on the mountain. If he had known that there was a level 62 destruction, he could have taken action directly.
Why wait until now?
If I don't say it, naturally I don't know it either. The man with glasses supported his eye sockets, and his eyes suddenly shone. Then, the tip of the pen gradually outlined Huang Yi's figure on the sketchpad on his thigh.
Boom!
At this moment, Huang Yi in front of him moved. The sturdy calves, with distinct muscles, stomped out a fierce sonic boom.
The iron shovel was filled with a frightening evil spirit. It swept horizontally towards the head of the man with glasses.
Swish, swish, swish. The latter didn't care and was still immersed in the sketch. The pencil scratched the paper. The figure of Huang Yi left behind became clearer and clearer. It seemed that he didn't notice that the danger was approaching.
You are so rude.
A figure suddenly appeared beside him.
It was Qiu Wuming with a sloppy beard.
The rough big hand grabbed, and the good gravity affected the surrounding airflow.
Huang Yi's figure paused. Then, another punch was thrown.
It not only contained the terrifying matter explosion, but also the tricky weakness breaking. Obviously, Huang Yi was not the only one who could combine and use multiple exclusive skills.
Are you betting on me to retreat? Or do you want to bet your life with me? Huang Yi also sensed the fierce killing intent in the fist. If he is hit, he will definitely detonate all his extraordinary powers from within.
Even if he is not careful, he will either die or be disabled.
Then I'll bet on it. No retreat, no death.
Under the mask, Huang Yi's eyes were fierce. He also exerted a strong gravity to offset the opponent's slow effect. The shovel that he pulled behind him was ready to go, and with a strong wind, it hit the head of the man with glasses. In his perception, the opponent was the biggest threat. Luo she retreat 10 meters. But the next moment, the cheongsam woman held the talisman paper in her hand and shouted softly. Then, she slapped it to the ground. In a gurgling moment, the ground surged like waves. The man with glasses, who was crossing his legs, was sent 10 meters away. Swish, swish, swish. The man with glasses was still sketching. The sketches that were easy and freehand in the past now made his face solemn. There were beads of sweat on his forehead.
Fuyao path. And Huang Yi was also not at ease.
When he saw the cheongsam woman's method, his pupils shrank immediately. A chill surged in his heart.
Xia Federation is the oldest fertile land on the continent. Its territory is divided by 4 gods. There are Contract, Suanhu, Fuyao, and Eternal Life. And the 4 main cities are collectively called Xia Federation.
Of these 4 extraordinary paths, Huang Yi is very familiar with Contract. I met Suanhu once yesterday, but did not find his tyranny, perhaps because he was too weak.
But now. It was also the first time that Huang Yi saw a believer of the Fuyao path. Fuyao means talisman and medicine. A path that can be practiced alone or in pairs. This is a trap.
Huang Yi swung his shovel in the air, and his heart sank immediately. In the corner of his eye, Xiao Wuming had already killed him.
I understood it instantly. The man with glasses took a risk to lure him into action. But Huang Yi knew better that this was an open conspiracy that could not be avoided at all. If he did not stop the man's sketch, once the extraordinary of the strange path was completed, the situation would be even more dangerous.
You lost.
Xiao Wuming's tired eyes also showed a little pleasure. The fist with two exclusive skills. It smashed into Huang Yi's abdomen without any hindrance.
Puff! The next moment, Huang Yi was seriously injured and bleeding. His eyes were slightly white, and his consciousness was blurred. Xiao Wuming succeeded in one strike. His smile became even bigger.
This kind of tacit cooperation always made him happy. Wait! Xiao Wuming, run away!
But soon, the reminder from the man with glasses made Xiao Wuming's face stiffen.
What did he mean? Isn't he seriously injured now? Why run away?
Xiao Wuming was full of doubts, even overturning his common sense. But his trust in the man with glasses still made him give up the chance to finish off the opponent and immediately pulled his hand away.
But what happened next made Xiao Wuming's pupils tremble.
He saw that the fist that had deflated Huang Yi's abdomen was grabbed tightly the moment he retracted it.
Xiao Wuming looked in astonishment.
But he saw the man who was hit by the heavy punch and was floating. He grabbed his wrist. In a trance, he seemed to see a smile under the mask stained with blood.
I lost? Not necessarily.
Huang Yi chuckled. His eyebrows suddenly became cold. As the manager of the consciousness space.
In an instant, Xiao Wuming's figure was pulled into the space.
Without the restraint of the other party's body, Huang Yi was hit by the potential energy, which made him roll on the ground for several rounds. He struggled to stand up. The internal organs that were originally damaged by the gravedigger's exclusive skilled material explosion. They also healed quickly in the correction of the immortal golden body.
Like countless centipedes, they climbed in his body.
Repaired all his injuries for him.
Overt conspiracy, I can also do it.
Huang Yi supported his body, and his hair roots were stained with sweat.
Coughing and laughing. What did you do to Xiao Wuming? Is this still a means of destruction?
The Cheongsam woman thought that she had succeeded in one blow. She looked at the joke with contempt. How dare he face 3 supervisors who cooperated seamlessly alone? In his heart, he was even more convinced that this person was a brainless reptile. It was not worth it for Lin Xiao's top management to worry about his subordinates and retaliation. But the reminder from the man with glasses made her unable to recover.
She saw with a blank mind.
Xiao Wuming actually disappeared right in front of her eyes.
What kind of method is this? How could he do it?
Even Xiao Wuming didn't even have the space to resist.
It was as if he was wiped out by the 70-level nothingness.
But at least there would be some traces left. And now, the man kneeling on the ground, but Xiao Wuming's smell was not left at all.
Speak! You speak!
The Cheongsam woman was furious. But on her snobbish and cold face, there was more fear and uneasiness.
He is very evil. We can't touch him.
The man with glasses also stopped writing. His face was solemn.
He immediately realized that only by contact could unknown horrors occur. And at this moment,
he also had a guess about the things that he couldn't sense before. It was obviously the existence of this unknown item that concealed his extraordinary fluctuations. And it also had mysterious effects. At least what we know now is that it can pull people of the same level to an unknown place. But what makes him feel anxious and solemn is, what kind of item can take a living person away so thoroughly? Soon, the man with glasses looked around Huang Yi. Finally, he fell on the shovel that the latter never let go.
Is it this shovel? It is indeed very scary and evil.
If it weren't for Elan moving my position, the shovel would have felt extremely uncomfortable just by being close to my body. I can't imagine what the result would be if I was hit by that shovel. The man with glasses was tense all over, and his face was solemn. He couldn't sit still, so he stood up from the stool and waited for it. Staring at the rusty shovel stained with black blood.
This item is definitely not unknown.
At this moment, the man with glasses had a strong passion for the shovel.
An unspeakable fear. But fortunately, Xiao Wuming was not useless.
At least that powerful punch severely injured Huang Yi, and it was difficult to recover quickly.
Time was running out.
The man with glasses only dared to use the corner of his eyes to hastily glance at the drawing board in his hand. The sketch of the character on it could only draw an outline. It was impossible to depict it clearly. The shape is similar but the spirit is not. But it's enough. Is this also the evil of the shovel? His face was stern. He knew that the conditions were not sufficient. How painful it would be to force the consequences of the extraordinary. But if he could get rid of the other party and get the extraordinary items, this deal would definitely be worthwhile. He had a vague guess in his heart. This might also be the obstruction of the shovel, which made his painting like a thick fog. Alan, don't stand there. Contain him and heal me. As he said that, he lifted his shirt. The horrible scar mark on his belly was clearly visible. The old and new wounds were mixed, extremely hideous. The man with glasses bit the edge of his shirt coldly, then took out a dagger from his trouser pocket. Okay, I got it. The Cheongsam woman calmed down her fear. With a complicated expression, she looked at Huang Yi who was slowly getting up. She was very puzzled. Could a gravedigger have such an exaggerated healing speed? She knew very well how cruel Chiu Wuming's attack was. I'm afraid even Lin Xiao's top brass will have to heal again. But why did the man in front of him regain his mobility so quickly? Is the path of destruction so abnormal? Why doesn't Chiu Wuming have such an exaggerated self-healing speed? The woman in red Cheongsam named Alan, even though she had countless puzzlements, did not dare to show any slightness. She knew very well that the current situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. If we can't take advantage of the opponent before he recovers from his injuries, I'm afraid the 3 supervisors will really fall into the hands of one person. This is absolutely not okay. Alan gritted his teeth and took out a dozen yellow talismans from his handmade fabric satchel. Quickly and accurately find a picture with the word weakness written in blood. He immediately picked it up between his fingers without hesitation. Shake the yellow talisman quickly. The talisman burned in the wind. A mysterious and extraordinary power was generated in the soot. Wrap around Huang Yi's body. Ahem. Ahem. In an instant, Huang Yi's body and mind had just recovered. It seemed like he had lost all his strength. The body was limp, the blood flow was surging, and it was extraordinary chaos. The joints seemed to have lost their support. The blood that had just stopped gushed out again. He shoveled his head downward. He stuck himself into the ground, barely keeping himself from falling. As his consciousness blurred, the sounds of killing in the distance became much weaker. Not good, she's affecting me, we can no longer let Fuyao pass through and use the talisman. At this moment, Huang Yi only had this thought. Before he recovers, he will remain passive. Once healed, the ending can quickly fall into place. But the situation in front of him did not allow him enough time to recover. There is another unknown way to Fuyao, but it is even more dangerous. I told you. You're just one person. Alan bit her red lips and spoke in a sharp and sarcastic voice, hiding the intense inner pain and the shame of fear. She once again held 2 talisman papers with burning and serious injury written on them. During the process of shaking the smoke, her heavily made-up face was full of the pleasure of revenge. Puff puff 2 flames burned on the talisman paper. The scent is unique. But it carries a fatal danger. Prepare to heal. The man with glasses held the dagger behind his hands and pointed it at his abdomen. His eyes became increasingly fierce. Staring at the ground, there was only an outline of a sketch of a man. Then, he suddenly stabbed it into his lower abdomen. Go to the side and open a hideous opening. Path, suicide. Level 60, curse. Effect, find ways and means to mark the enemy, then you can curse. A curse that allows the other party to bear the same damage or several times the damage. Whether it is an item, a portrait, a name, etc. The more detailed the information, the stronger the curse effect. When a god, self-extinction, lands, the first place is the sea and land. And his name is Luo Shi, from the Sea Federation. It's not painful enough. Changzi flows and rolls to the ground. Luo Shi gritted his teeth, knowing that this level of damage would not completely incapacitate Huang Yi. He immediately cut a cross-shaped incision on his body. From the lower body, pull it to the neck and throat. Aha! Ho ho ho! His cry of pain also turned into a leaky breath. In the body, the internal organs are clearly visible. Turn out to be, it's a way to commit suicide, and Huang Yi holding the shovel. Also confused. When the extraordinary surge of 2 ways comes. Above his head, an illusory cemetery was pulled into reality by him, looming. That extremely high status completely blocked the extraordinary invasion of evil. His eyes were distracted, but under the mask, he was smiling weakly.
Hee hee, cough, we have solved another one.